William Theodore Maguire, commonly known as Bill, was born on September 21, 1964, in Bloomfield, New Jersey. He was the child of William Christopher Maguire and Ruth Theodora Sal Maguire. Bill spent his childhood in Bloomfield and graduated from Bloomfield High School in 1982. He subsequently studied computer science at Rutgers University, graduating in 1986. After finishing college, Bill worked as a computer programmer for various companies. He was a dedicated employee and earned the respect of his coworkers. In his leisure time, Bill liked playing golf, fishing, and spending time with his family. Bill was known for his kindness and generosity, always ready to assist others. He had a charismatic and witty personality. He married Marissa Pila in 1986, but that marriage was brief, resulting in their divorce in 1994. The couple moved to Virginia Beach in 1986, where Bill took a position as an electronics technician in the Navy. Marcy, who hailed from Vernon, New Jersey, moved with him. Around 1990, Bill and Marcy returned to the Atlantic City area. However, in this new environment, Bill's behavior shifted dramatically. He became heavily involved in gambling and drinking. Marcy began to notice a significant decline in their relationship. The situation worsened in 1995 when Marcy sought a restraining order against him after he threw rocks through her window, which ultimately led to their divorce. In 1998, Bill met Melanie Linslade at a restaurant in Woodbridge, New Jersey, where she worked part-time while attending nursing school. Born on October 8, 1972, in America, Melanie Lynn Maguire, previously known as Melanie Linslade, grew up in Ridgewood in Middletown Township, New Jersey, and attended Middletown High School South. Her academic path took her to Rutgers University, where she majored in both math and psychology, graduating in 1994. Achieving the second position in her class, she earned her nursing diploma from the Charles E. Gregory School of Nursing, now Raritan Bay Medical Center, in 1997. When he met Melanie, she perfectly complemented his personality. They quickly fell in love and were married the following year in 1999. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. The couple soon started a family, welcoming 2 sons into their lives. In 2000, they had their first child, a son. 2 years after that, in 2002, they had their second child, another son. Their marriage seemed picture perfect, filled with love and laughter. However, beneath the surface, cracks were beginning to appear. Financial struggles began to weigh heavily on the couple. Bill, a computer programmer, had always been responsible and financially secure, but his gambling addiction took a toll on their finances. As debts piled up, stress on their relationship grew. Melanie, a nurse, worked tirelessly to support the family, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to make ends meet. In addition to their financial woes, Bill's gambling addiction also led to emotional turmoil. He would often disappear for days at a time, leaving Melanie to care for the children and manage the household on her own. The trust that was once the foundation of their marriage began to erode, replaced by suspicion and resentment. Despite the growing tensions, Melanie remained committed to her marriage, hoping that things would eventually improve. She tried to help Bill overcome his addiction, but his struggles continued, further straining their relationship. In 2004, the Maguires were planning to move to a larger home in Warren County, New Jersey. They had closed on a new house on April 28, 2004. But before they could move in, the unthinkable happened. On April 29, 2004, Bill vanished from his seemingly ordinary life, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a family in despair. Where did Bill go? What could have been the reason for his sudden disappearance? Weeks had slipped by without a trace of Bill. His absence left a gaping void in the lives of his caring wife and children. But little did they know that Bill's fate was far more extraordinary than they could have ever imagined. On the early morning of May 5, 2004, 3 fishermen, Chris, Don, and their children, went on a fishing trip from Virginia Beach toward the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. As they headed north, parallel to the tunnel, they stumbled upon an unexpected catch, a dark green suitcase floating in the water. Intrigued by the mysterious object, they hauled it aboard their boat. The suitcase was surprisingly heavy, and upon opening it, they made a chilling discovery. Inside was a black sack containing a pair of legs. Horrified by their find, the fishermen immediately contacted police. They wondered if there were more suitcases hidden in the depths of the Chesapeake Bay, each concealing another piece of a human body. Soon, police started actively looking for the other missing pieces of this disturbing puzzle. Just days after the first suitcase was found, a student studying the nature reserve on Fisherman's Island made another chilling discovery. A second suitcase, identical to the first, was found on the beach on May 10, 2004. This time, however, it was a human torso, including the arms and head. The wait for answers continued as the search for the missing body parts intensified. 5 days after the second suitcase was found, a fisherman made the final gruesome discovery. On May 15, 2004, a third suitcase, again identical to the first two, was found floating in the Chesapeake Bay. Inside were the victim's pelvis and legs. With the Chesapeake Bay's vast expanse making the search area challenging, investigators decided to turn to the public for help. They released the victim's sketch in the media, hoping that someone would recognize him. Incredibly, it took only a few days for the sketch to yield results. Susan Rice and John Rice, close friends of Bill who hadn't seen him in weeks, played a pivotal role in identifying his body. When they saw a sketch of the victim on TV on May 21, 2004, Sue immediately recognized her friend's distinctive features. Skeptical at first, her husband, John, also agreed that the sketch bore a striking resemblance to Bill. Recognizing their friend's face, they promptly notified the authorities. The couple also provided crucial information to the investigation. They recalled that Bill had recently been involved in a physical altercation with his wife, Melanie Maguire, and had stormed out of their home. They assumed that he had impulsively fled to Atlantic City, distracting himself on a gambling spree. However, weeks passed without any contact from Bill, raising concern among his friends and family. With Bill's identity confirmed, investigators immediately initiated a fingerprint analysis. Fortunately, Bill's fingerprints were on file and a match was quickly established. The once missing man was now the victim of a horrific crime. Bill's past was shrouded in mystery with rumors of gambling addiction, domestic abuse, and even a restraining order. Bill's ex-wife, Marissa Pila, had also spoken out about the emotional and physical abuse she endured during their marriage. She had described their relationship as deteriorating rapidly after their wedding, culminating in a restraining order in 1995 after Bill threw a rock at her window. These allegations painted a troubling picture of Bill's character and only made it difficult to identify the perpetrator. Investigators were now faced with the task of piecing together the events that led to Bill Maguire's death and bringing the perpetrator to justice. The question remains, who was the killer? Imagine a loved one vanishing without a trace. Even if it's just for a day, you'd be worried and scared, and you'd do everything you could to find them. Even if you had an argument with them, you would still report the missing to the police. However, in this case, the police received no missing person reports from Melanie regarding Bill's disappearance after being away for almost a month. Instead of immediately reporting him missing, she sought legal counsel from a divorce attorney. On April 30, 2004, she filed a restraining order against him, further indicating that she felt unsafe in his presence. The police were surprised that Bill's wife hadn't reported him missing, especially since they had found the person in the sketch through Bill's friends. The cops decided to look into Melanie Maguire, and what they found was pretty odd. On April 30, 2004, just 2 days after the big fight between her and Bill, she did something that would make most folks raise an eyebrow. Melanie believed he might be in Atlantic City gambling, so she planned to drive down there and search for his car. She said her goal was to annoy him by parking the car in the most hectic part of town. But interestingly, here was how people reacted to her. As the police began monitoring Melanie's activities, they also started tracking her phone calls. In the midst of seemingly ordinary conversations, the police discovered a crucial piece of evidence. In one of these intercepted conversations, Melanie talked to Jim Finn, an old acquaintance from nursing school who had a crush on her. After losing touch for some time, They reconnected in February 2004 with Melanie reaching out when she needed something. Aware of Jim's interest in firearms, she discussed Bill's behavior with him before his disappearance. And Jim, still harboring feelings for Melanie, suggested obtaining a gun for self-defense. However, investigators listening to their conversations concluded that Jim had no knowledge of any plans related to a murder. When questioned by detectives, Jim was surprised to learn about Melanie purchasing a gun and was unaware of her involvement in any foul play. She then purchased a .38 caliber handgun on April 26, 2004 from a store in Easton, Pennsylvania. This was just 2 days before Bill went missing. Despite constant monitoring and scrutiny, Melanie denied any participation. Maintaining her innocence, there was another unexplained road trip, this time to Delaware, just 5 days after her husband's disappearance. Melanie had told Dr. Miller that she was actually furniture shopping in the early hours of May 4, 2004. However, investigators suspect that this trip to Delaware for furniture was a cover-up. The route she took would typically lead to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, contrary to the usual path, via the New Jersey Turnpike, toward the Delaware Memorial Bridge and Route 13, which heads south to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge and Tunnel. She stated that this theory was absurd because Virginia Beach was an additional 450 miles away from Delaware. Considering the considerable distance, it was implausible to cover such a vast stretch within a limited time frame. Was Melanie Maguire truly acting alone? Or was there an accomplice involved? Maybe it was Jim Flynn. But why would someone go to such lengths for a girl he had a crush on years ago? Yet consider this. Could be someone else, someone closer, a secret affair perhaps. Was it someone who would do anything, even kill for her? The voice you heard was of Dr. Brad Miller. He was a partner at RMA Associates, and Melanie worked as one of his nurses. The affair between them officially began when Melanie was 8 months pregnant with her second child, at least for both of them. After Melanie returned from maternity leave, she and Dr. Miller began a full-blown affair. It appeared as if they were falling deeply in love with each other despite their marital ties and young children. Investigators uncovered mounting evidence indicating Melanie Maguire's involvement in her husband's murder. Bill's car held a bottle of chloral hydrate, a sedative, along with 2 syringes prescribed by Bradley Miller, who had said the prescription was written in Melanie's handwriting. During the investigation, Jennifer Seymour, a state police computer expert, analyzed the computers and handheld devices belonging to the Maguires, including a desktop computer situated in their apartment. Her examination revealed that between April 11 and April 26, 2004, several concerning topics were searched online. Among the searches were inquiries about undetectable poisons, how to purchase guns illegally, how to commit murder, gun laws, and toxic insulin levels. Among all the evidence, the gun, the internet search, or the affair, one particular detail left people confused. It was the purchase of a $500,000 million house, which occurred right before his disappearance. They ended up placing a substantial deposit on an impressive home in New Jersey. This residence was quite lavish, with a significant amount of land and carrying a price tag of $500,000 million. This seemed contradictory. On one hand, Melanie was growing closer to Dr. Miller, but on the other, she was making a major investment in a new property with Bill. On April 28, 2004, they were set to close on the house at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Melanie stayed in touch with Dr. Miller throughout as he pleaded with her not to proceed with the house purchase. He expressed a wish to be with her and build a future together. Melanie assured him she would handle it. After closing on the house, they returned to their rented townhouse. Bill, quite excited, called John Rice, reportedly in a very happy state. Melanie's final conversation that night was with Dr. Miller. She informed him that they had closed on the house and mentioned that Bill was asleep on the couch after having some red wine. Melanie planned to discuss matters with Bill when he woke, intending to request a divorce. Melanie recounted the events as a significant argument between her and Bill, stating that they had a fight in the early hours of the morning, around 3 or 4 o'clock. It all started regarding the house they were purchasing, with Melanie mentioning that she had settled for that particular house. Bill's reaction was immediate and intense, expressing dissatisfaction and stating that it wasn't what he wanted. He mentioned his preference for a cheaper house in Virginia, which Melanie refused, leading to an escalating heated exchange. Melanie further described that the argument turned physical, specifying that Bill pushed a dryer sheet into her mouth, revealing his fixation with dryer sheets during such moments. He informed her that he was leaving and wouldn't return, even instructing her to explain to their children why they wouldn't have a father. He communicated this through the bathroom door while he packed and made several trips up and down the stairs, continuously criticizing her. Her final words to him were a plea to stop. After discovering the suitcases, the police were finally on the verge of bringing justice to Bill. One crucial piece of evidence the police were eagerly seeking, yearning for proof of Melanie's involvement in the dismemberment, remained elusive. Despite thoroughly searching her home, they found no blood, no bullets, nothing. There was no direct physical evidence linking her to the murder. Over a year after Bill Maguire's murder, on June 5, 2005, Melanie Maguire was arrested while dropping off her kids at a daycare in Mattoon. She was charged with first-degree murder in what became known as the suitcase killer case. Melanie pleaded not guilty and was released on $750,000 bail. In 2005, a grand jury indicted her on 4 counts, raising her bail to $2,100,000. She was again released. Another indictment later accused her of writing letters that obstructed the investigation. 3 years after the murder, in 2007, Melanie's trial began. The prosecution argued that she killed her husband in 2004 to start a new life with her boyfriend. Lead investigator Prezioso testified that the evidence points to a well-planned murder. Melanie maintained her innocence, stating that her husband was a compulsive gambler who had become increasingly erratic. However, a spokesman for the New Jersey Division of Criminal Justice disputed her characterization, saying that there was no indication that Mr. Maguire was anything more than an occasional gambler. Melanie's defense team argued that the murder and dismemberment could not have happened in the Woodbridge apartment because there was no evidence to support this claim. They highlighted the absence of blood, tissue, or DNA in the apartment, as well as the lack of a bullet or saw marks. Additionally, there were no testimonies from neighbors regarding gunshots or the sound of a power saw. 3 years later, on April 23, 2007, Melanie Maguire, 34, was found guilty of killing William T. Maguire, dismembering his body, packing the pieces in 3 suitcases, and tossing them into the Chesapeake Bay. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 63 years 9 months. She also received a concurrent 10-year sentence for desecrating human remains and a further 5-year sentence for perjury for lying to a family court judge about her husband's whereabouts after he vanished in 2004. William and Melanie Maguire's 2 sons, whose identities are protected for their privacy and safety, were last seen with their father on April 28, 2004. Melanie dropped the boys, aged 2 and 4, off at their daycare as usual around 8:20 a.m. After their routine, the boys returned home expecting to see their father, but he was nowhere to be found. William and Melanie's sons were placed in the care of Bill's elder sister, Cindy Legoshi, a realtor at the Weichert office in Franklin Lakes. Cindy, along with her husband, pharmacist Bill Legoshi of Wyckoff, New Jersey, were deemed capable of providing a loving and nurturing environment for the boys. They already had 2 adult children of their own, Laura Legoshi and Max Legoshi, and were experienced parents. When the question of custody arose, the 2 boys were sent to live with Cindy and Bill, especially since they were already a close-knit family. After Melanie was convicted of murdering her husband, her family initiated a custody battle with Cindy, but to no avail. As a result, William and Melanie's sons continue to reside in New Jersey with their aunt, uncle, and cousins, the only family they've ever known. In 2007, during Melanie's murder trial, Cindy presented evidence that both of her sister-in-law's children, then aged 57, had been diagnosed with autism. Cindy had grown concerned about their well-being upon noticing their behavior and had them tested. Due to the protection of their identities, no further information regarding their current status is available. However, it's known that the boys have not had contact with their mother since before her conviction. If you've watched the entire video without missing a moment, you probably have numerous questions about the investigation and arrest. After looking at her history as a nurse and her caring and charismatic nature, It's hard to even consider if someone like Melanie could commit such a heinous crime. The high-profile nature of the case prompted a range of opinions among viewers. Many believe that there are many gaps in the story, beginning with the fact that she doesn't quite appear to be capable of murder. Even if she had the motive, how could this small woman accomplish it all alone? Did someone assist her? Was she unfairly charged? Perhaps the jury overlooked someone? Or was the accusation entirely mistaken? If you're pondering these questions, you're not alone. Many people, including criminology professors Megan Sachs and Amy Schlossberg, doubt Melanie Maguire's guilt. They host a podcast, Direct Appeal, questioning her conviction, pointing out that Melanie doesn't fit the typical profile of a murderer. The key witness for the prosecution, a forensic ballistics expert, stated that the bullets found in Bill's case were identified as .38 caliber lead cutter bullets. Subsequently, they found an error on the gun manufacturer's website. What's puzzling is that the website information was altered after the unfortunate incident involving Bill Maguire's murder. Post this, they also discussed the garbage bags found at the Maguire residence and the one Bill was found in. The investigator highlights that these characteristics indicate that the two bags were made at the same facility, on the same production line, and within a very brief time frame. Furthermore, they express confidence in their conclusion, drawing from conducted tests and observed results, affirming that the bags were produced during the same run. Sachs also emphasizes the physical challenges of dismembering a body and the lack of a believable crime scene. In a video demonstration, they conducted two tests. The first was a suitcase weight test, assessing whether Melanie, weighing 118 pounds, could have thrown a suitcase of similar weight, around 80 pounds, across a bridge with a guardrail height of 40 inches. Their findings suggested that a reasonably manageable weight to lift was around 40 pounds, approximately half of Melanie's weight. Despite a movie about her case coming out, Melanie remains in prison. Despite the attention, she insists she didn't kill her husband or dispose of his body parts in suitcases. In the puzzling case of Melanie Maguire and Bill Maguire, questions remain about who committed the crime. Was Melanie rightfully convicted, or were there crucial details missed? If she did commit the crime, could she have acted alone, or was someone else involved? Think again. Do you believe Melanie was guilty, or are there unanswered questions that could lead to a different conclusion? Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Sarah Yarbo had vibrant red hair and a constant smile. She adored her two younger brothers and often assisted them with their homework. Well-rounded, she had a passion for the arts alongside a talent for math and science. From a young age, she harbored big dreams and possessed the work ethic necessary to achieve them. Her mother, Laura, described Sarah as the joy of her life, remarking that she made those around her better. Sarah had a knack for connecting people, doing so quietly and effectively. The Yarberos moved to Federal Way, Washington, when Sarah was 8. By December 1991, 16-year-old Sarah was a junior at Federal Way High School, where she excelled academically and was an honor student. Despite a demanding academic schedule and numerous extracurricular activities, Sarah maintained an active social life. She had a few close friends but often mingled in larger groups, as her friendly and energetic nature drew people to her. The Yarberos were members of Bible Baptist Church, and Sarah actively participated in the church's youth group. Dance was a passion for her, and she often said it made her feel fully alive. She was part of Safety Kids, a dance group that performed to promote awareness against drug and alcohol abuse. In the summer of 1990, she traveled to New Zealand to perform with the group. Additionally, she was a member of her school's drill team. Her commitment to the team was one reason she asked her parents if she could stay home while the family traveled out of town on Friday, December 13, 1991. They were heading to Ocean Shores, about 2 hours from home, for one of Sarah's brother's soccer games. Sarah had plans for the weekend, including an important drill team competition, prompting her request to stay behind. Although her parents were hesitant to leave their teenager alone, they ultimately agreed. On the evening of December 13th, she hung out with a group of friends after the soccer game. After stopping for fast food and snacks, they returned to Sarah's house. When Sarah woke up the next morning, December 14, 1991, she thought she was late for her drill team competition. She quickly bid farewell to her friend, rushed out with curlers in her hair, and drove to school to meet the rest of the team for the bus ride to Juanita High School in Kirkland for the competition. Meanwhile, 13-year-old Drew Miller also had a sleepover on the night of December 13th. His friend Adam stayed over, and the two boys spent the morning of December 14th watching cartoons and eating cereal before heading out to skateboard in a nearby Albertsons parking lot. Adam lived down the road from Federal Way High School and typically jumped a fence to cut through the school's campus to reach the Albertsons. That morning, they followed their usual routine. Due to the cold weather, puddles had frozen, and the boys stomped on the ice as they crossed the school grounds. When Drew looked ahead, he noticed a man emerging from the bushes, walking in the same direction they were headed. He tried to tell himself that the man had just hidden in the bushes to smoke marijuana without being seen, but his presence still unnerved him, so he kept an eye on him as he and Adam kept walking. When Drew and Adam reached the spot where they had initially seen the man pop up from bushes, they found something horrifying: a young woman partially clothed, staring up at them, unmoving. When they looked back up, they saw the man up ahead standing near a vehicle, staring them down. The two boys turned and ran back to Drew's house. His mother called 911 while his stepfather rushed back to the scene with Drew to see if they could help the young woman. When they arrived, they confirmed that there was nothing they could do to help her. She was soon identified as Sarah Yarbo. It turned out that Sarah had been wrong about the time she needed to be at school to catch the bus to the competition and had actually arrived at the school early. A witness saw her pull into the school's parking lot around 8:10 a.m., but members of the drill team did not need to be there until 9. Her body had been found between 100 and 1,150 yards away from her car. There was no obvious reason why she would have gone down to the area, which was covered in bushes. There were also no signs of a struggle in or near her vehicle, where a large jug of orange juice Sarah had brought with her sat unspilled on the front passenger seat. Because Sarah was always willing to help anyone, including strangers, it was theorized early on that someone may have approached her asking for assistance, and she walked away from her vehicle trying to help them with something. Sarah's cause of death was found to be ligature strangulation, and her own nylon stockings were found around her neck. Police believed Sarah's murder had been sexually motivated as semen was found on her clothing. DNA from it would eventually be found to be enmeshed to DNA found under Sarah's fingernails and on the nylons used to strangle her. Early on in the investigation, the most important lead police had was the two boys, Adam and Drew, who had seen a man leaving the scene just after Sarah was killed. The two boys were able to work with a sketch artist to produce an image of what the man looked like, which they said was highly accurate. The sketch was posted all over town and generated thousands of calls to police, none of which led to an arrest. In June of 1993, a memorial to Sarah was dedicated in the courtyard of Federal Way High School. The stone bench was inscribed with Sarah's life motto, Carpe Diem, which means seize the day, and featured a bronze statue representing some of the things Sarah loved the most: her ballet shoes, books, and her dog, Gibby. June 12, 1993 was graduation day at Federal Way High School. It also would have been Sarah's 18th birthday. Sarah had dreamed of going to a college somewhere far away from Washington to explore somewhere new. She hadn't fully settled on a career path, but was considering becoming a museum curator or an engineer, like her father. Sarah's mother, Laura, did not sit at home with her own pain on that day, instead going to the graduation ceremony to support Sarah's many friends, as Sarah would have wanted. Years passed without answers in Sarah's case, but they also brought new technology and new avenues of investigation. In December of 2011, Sarah's case made history in a field which would eventually solve her case. While other cases be solved using consumer DNA databases and genetic genealogy before Sarah's killer was identified, Sarah's case is believed to be the first cold case to find a lead by searching consumer DNA databases. Colleen Fitzpatrick of Identifiers International was not able to identify a potential suspect by comparing the DNA from Sarah's crime scene to the DNA profiles available in commercial databases at the time. However, she also used YSTR analysis, which looks at the Y chromosome and therefore male lineage. A match was found and showed that Sarah's killer was a descendant of Robert Fuller, who lived in Salem, Massachusetts in 1630s and whose family arrived in North America on the Mayflower. Because they shared a Y chromosome, the killer had to be a direct male descendant of Robert Fuller. The chromosome had been passed from father to son since 17th century until Sarah's killer inherited it. Given the number of generations who had lived and died since Robert Fuller's lifetime, this still left thousands of potential suspects. The surname of Fuller did have a connection to Sarah's case. Bill Fuller was a close family friend of the Yarboroughs. He had led the effort to have the memorial to her installed at Federal Way High School. While he did not match the description of the man the two boys who found Sarah's body saw leaving the scene, police still requested that he provide a sample of his DNA, which he willingly did. It was not a match to the crime scene DNA. However, his Y chromosome was a match to the crime scene DNA and the known Fuller family who arrived on the Mayflower. Bill Fuller was a paternal cousin of the killer, but too distant of one to identify him. Other individuals with the surname of Fuller living in the area were investigated but not tied to Sarah's murder. Genetic genealogy continued to be utilized in the case, and in 2019, it finally narrowed down the potential suspect pool to two brothers, either of which could have been the killer based on their DNA. However, one of the brothers was then excluded because his DNA profile was already in the criminal database and found not to be a match. Police began surveilling the other brother and collected 2 cigarette butts and a napkin he discarded. A DNA profile was developed from these items. It was found to be a match to the DNA collected from Sarah's body. On October 3, 2019, a first-degree murder charge was filed against 55-year-old Patrick Leon Nicholas. The filing documents alleged that Nicholas killed Sarah while committing or attempting to commit the crime of rape in the second degree. Nicholas was booked into King County Jail the same day, with prosecutors requesting his bail be set at $5 million. Nicholas did not have the surname of Fuller despite being of direct male Fuller genetic lineage, as had been previously predicted, because his grandfather had been adopted. Nicholas did have a disturbing criminal history. In June of 1983, he had attacked a young woman named Crony as she sat outside of her car overlooking the Columbia River in Richland, Washington. After making small talk with her for a few minutes, he held a knife to her throat as she attempted to leave. He forced her to remove her clothing and walk down closer to the river and was able to escape by jumping into the water and swimming away. Nicholas then bought a plane ticket, but was identified and arrested before he could leave town. Nicholas was only 19 years old at the time of his attack but he had been convicted of 2 rapes and an attempted rape as a juvenile. In these cases, he had used the threat of violence to get his victims away from where he first interacted with them and to a more remote area where he raped them, much like he had attempted to do to Anne. He had been released from custody for his most recent crime just a few months before he attempted to rape Anne. He pled guilty to 1 charge of first-degree attempted rape in Anne's case, and she spoke at his sentencing hearing. She requested that the judge sentence Nicholas to the maximum sentence. The judge did so, sentencing Nicholas to 10 years in prison. However, Nicholas was released after serving just 3.5 years of his 10-year sentence. Had he served his entire sentence, he would have still been incarcerated at the time of Sarah Yarborough's murder. 2 years after Sarah was murdered, at the end of 1993, he was arrested again. This time, he was charged with molesting his 6-year-old stepdaughter. Nicholas was ultimately able to plead the charges against him down to just 1 4th-degree assault charge. Despite the nature of his criminal history, Nicholas' DNA was never entered into any criminal database. According to state law, his DNA should have been entered into the combined DNA index system following the 1993 molestation arrest, but since he was able to plead down to a gross misdemeanor, he also avoided having to fulfill this requirement. That being said, it would have still been possible for Nicholas to have been identified using DNA more than a decade before he was finally arrested were it not for limitations in place in the do not allow for such analysis to be utilized there. Familial DNA analysis and investigative genetic genealogy, the process which ultimately identified Nicholas, involve essentially the same process, but they are considered 2 separate investigative techniques because of one major difference. Both techniques involve comparing a DNA profile from a crime scene to other DNA profiles in a database. Investigators identify individuals who share DNA with the suspect DNA and then work to determine how they are related based on how much DNA they share. In the majority of cases, only distant cousins are identified, meaning investigators have to use records to construct the family trees of these individuals in order to narrow down their suspect pool. The difference between investigative genetic genealogy and familial DNA analysis is that the former uses databases of customers of commercial DNA sites who generally use these services to explore their ancestry or find long-lost relatives, and the latter uses criminal databases. In what is perhaps the most famous use of familial DNA analysis, Lonnie David Franklin Jr., the so-called Grim Sleeper, was identified because his son Christopher's DNA had been entered into the criminal database following a weapons charge and showed up as a partial match to DNA from the Grim Sleeper investigation. Patrick Nicholas has an older brother, Edward Peter Nicholas Jr., who is a convicted rapist and registered sex offender. His DNA was entered into the Combined DNA Index System in October of 2005, 14 years before Sarah Yarbo's case had been solved. Had familial DNA analysis been available to investigators working on Sarah's case, Patrick Nicholas would have been identified as a suspect in her case essentially instantaneously, according to investigators, because of how closely he was related to someone in the criminal database. Because familial searches are not performed by the Washington State Patrol crime labs, Patrick Nicholas remained free for 14 more years. According to Chris Loftus, the director of communications for the Washington State Patrol crime labs, familial DNA analysis is being evaluated for use in Washington state. However, the Washington state legislature has directed the labs to process the more than 9,000 backlogged rape kits in the state, placing the adoption of new techniques on the back burner for the time being. Furthermore, he maintains that familial DNA analysis presents legal, practical, and ethical issues for them to address, although the technique has not faced any major legal challenges despite widespread use in other states. Nicholas's trial began on April 17, 2023. His attorney, David Montez, based his defense of Nicholas on attacking two things: genetic genealogy and the witness testimony. He criticized the use of genetic genealogy in the case because it has only come into use so recently, although this critique did not explain how his client's DNA, which was compared directly to the crime scene DNA after he was identified using genetic genealogy, ended up on Sarah's body. Montez also argued that his client could not have been the man Drew Miller and his friend, Adam, saw just before they discovered Sarah's body, despite similarities between the composite sketch they helped develop and photos of Nicholas when he was younger. The boys told the sketch artist that the man they saw had uneven skin on his face, whether from acne, scarring, or dirt. Because Nicholas had clear skin at the time, Montez argued that he could not have been the man the boys saw, despite their testimony in court that they believed he was. It is also worth noting that the DNA found under Sarah's fingernails, as well as other evidence found at the crime scene, indicates that she fought fiercely against her killer. It is therefore possible that she may have scratched him on the face. While this is just a theory, the textured skin Adam and Drew reported seeing on Nicholas may have actually been scratch marks left by Sarah as she tried to fight him off. The trial went on for 2.5 weeks. Jurors deliberated for a day and a half before returning with a verdict on May 10, 2023. They had been sent into deliberation with 3 charges to consider: premeditated first-degree murder committed during the commission of an attempted rape, and the lesser charge of second-degree murder while also committing indecent liberties. They found Nicholas not guilty of the first charge, but guilty of the remaining 2. Nicholas' sentencing hearing was held on May 25, 2023. His lawyer argued for a sentence of 20 years in prison. Because the jury had returned a special verdict finding that Sarah's killing was sexually motivated, King County Superior Court Judge Josephine Wiggs instead handed down the sentence recommended by prosecutors more than 45.5 years. This sentence all but ensures that Nicholas will die while incarcerated. Nicholas plans to file an appeal. While decades had passed between the time when Sarah was murdered and when Nicholas was sentenced, dozens of people connected to Sarah and to her case were present at the sentencing hearing. And Crony, who had been attacked by Nicholas in 1983, had not been allowed to testify at his trial, but came to give a victim impact statement. Sarah's family members and numerous friends also gave statements detailing how the passage of time had not diminished the love they felt for Sarah or the agony they felt over her loss. 47-year-old Ralph Stutzman was a married father of 13 children who owned a farm in La Grange County, Indiana. On August 17, 1952, he left his house to go out to his barn and never returned. Rumors about his disappearance swirled in his community for decades, which was very upsetting to his family. His wife, as well as several of his children, passed away without ever learning what became of him. On June 16, 2023, more than 70 years after Ralph disappeared, the Grange County Sheriff's Detective Stephanie Imam announced at a press conference that his case had been solved. Sometime after he vanished in Indiana, he moved to Florida, where he lived under the name Delbert Schrock and had 6 more children before passing away in 1968. In 2022, a woman given the pseudonym of Crystal in the press submitted her DNA to Ancestry.com in hopes of finding her biological parents. She believed she was a descendant of Ralph Stutzman of Indiana, but the site identified her grandfather as Delbert Schrock of Florida because his daughter Ruth had used the service and uploaded her DNA profile to their site. Crystal contacted a genealogist named Randy Davis to help investigate this unexpected result. After doing more research and realizing that Ralph Stutzman had disappeared before Delbert Schrock appeared in public records, Randy reached out to Detective Imam to tell her he had a lead in a decades-old disappearance. She was initially suspicious, but did her own investigating into the Stutzman case. When she realized Randy may have been onto something, she requested that Ralph's daughter, Mary, provide a DNA sample. Mary's DNA sample confirmed that she and Ruth, the woman living in Florida, were half-sisters. Mary Stutzman Boyd is now 92 years old and suffering from memory issues. Her family does not believe she fully comprehends what has transpired, but they are relieved she finally has some answers about her father, even if she does not fully understand them. According to her son, Ben Boyd, who was just 5 years old when his grandfather disappeared, for years, she always said that she would like to know what happened to her dad before she died. I think for the whole family, it's just a relief to know what really happened to him and that he's not laying in some ditch somewhere and deteriorating away. Ralph's reasons for leaving his first family remain unknown. Some members of the family he had while living as Delbert Schrock watched the press conference via Zoom and were able to virtually meet the members of the Stutzman family who were in attendance in person in Indiana. They were shocked by the revelation that the man they had known as Delbert had another family. Many members of both sides of the family hoped to get together for a family reunion to meet in person sometime soon. On April 26, 2023, a farmer was digging a ditch on his farmland off Coxmoor Road, Sutton in Ashfield, Nottinghamshire, when he made a terrible discovery. Between 4 and 6 feet underground, he discovered human bones. Unintentionally, the farmer had just solved a 56-year-old mystery. Traumatic injuries to the skull led an anthropologist to determine that the bones belonged to a murder victim. Initial DNA inquiries made by police did not help them identify the remains. Then they released images of a shoe and distinctive socks found with the remains, which were seen and recognized by a man named Russell Lowbridge. Russell contacted police believing the remains may have been those of his long-missing grandfather. Russell and one of his uncles provided samples of their DNA, and testing confirmed that the remains were those of Russell's grandfather, Alfred Swinko. Alfred was a native of Pinkston on the border of Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire. He became known as the champion pigeon man of Pinkston as a result of his love of pigeon racing. He went to work in the local coal mine at the age of 14. He was able to work his way up to one of the better-paying positions at the mine, but frequently gave away any extra money he had to friends and relatives in need. Alfred was married and was the loving father of 6 children. By 1967, 54-year-old Alfred was a grandfather as well. On the evening of January 27th that year, he went out to the local Miners' Arms pub with 2 of his sons and some friends. He was last seen around 10:30 p.m. when he gave his son some money to buy the next round of drinks and then stepped outside to relieve himself. He never came back inside. While Alfred's entire family was distraught over his disappearance, his son Gary, who had been with him at the pub the night he went missing, was particularly affected by it. He spent decades reaching out to agencies, hiring a private detective and performing searches of his own, going into abandoned wells and searching local fields. Gary shared his father's love of pigeon racing and continued the hobby well after his father disappeared. He unfortunately passed away in November of 2012 following a short illness, never getting the answers about his father's fate that he spent decades searching for. According to Russell Lowbridge, it completely broke him, never knowing what happened to his dad. I want justice for Gary because he tried so hard to get answers. It tormented him up until the day he died. The Swinko family plans to bury Alfred's remains alongside Gary so that father and son can in some way be reunited. While Alfred's disappearance has been solved, the news that he was murdered has created new questions that now need answers. A murder investigation has officially been opened in the case. Alfred's family appeared on BBC's Crime Watch to appeal to the public for help. The coal mine where Alfred worked has since closed, and as it was a major employer in the area, a large number of people who lived there at the time of Alfred's murder have since moved. The family hopes that national media coverage will help reach former residents of the area who may have relevant information but now live elsewhere. Alfred's remains were found some 5 miles away from where he was last seen. According to investigators, this is an important detail because it indicates that his killer had access to a car, which very few members of the community did back in 1967. 4 of Alfred's 6 children are still living and desperate for answers about who took their father from them. Alfred's now 82-year-old daughter Julie told the press, "Someone, somewhere will have some information, and we would urge them to get in touch with the police. We might be able to now give my dad the funeral he deserves, but we don't have the answers we desperately want. Someone killed my dad, and I want to know why. I need to know why." 84-year-old Philip Kahn was a retired cab driver who lived in a mobile home in Las Vegas with his wife, Jean. He had been born in New York City during the Great Depression and had lived in Florida for a time before ending up in Las Vegas. He was tall and tan and known to other cabbies as Stretch. He loved warm weather and swimming. He met Jean while they were both in their 60s, and they had been happily married for 20 years in 2000. On July 9th that year, Philip left home around 7 p.m. A neighbor was giving him a ride to McCarran International Airport. He told Jean that he was going to Coral Gables, Florida, seeking holistic treatment for a physical ailment believed to be an aortic embolism because he did not want to undergo surgery for the condition. He never returned home, and Jean never heard from him again. She reported him missing to police after 12 days with no word from him. Investigators would later learn that Philip liquidated his assets after leaving home. He had sent his sister some money and a letter and signed over power of attorney to his wife. Airline records showed that he had not flown to Florida as he had told Jean, but to New York City. His movements could not be traced further. Philip had not shown any signs of dementia prior to his disappearance. Jean died in December of 2007 at the age of 89, never learning where her husband had gone. According to her daughter, Jean went through a variety of emotions from anger to sadness over her missing husband, but she did not fall apart after he disappeared and lived her life to the fullest in her final years without him. It would not be until January 11, 2023 that the resolution of his case was announced. That day, the State of Maine Office of Chief Medical Examiner issued a statement confirming that human remains found by the Coast Guard off the coast of Maine on July 24, 2000 had been identified as Philip Kahn. The remains could not be identified at the time they were found, so they were ultimately cremated and interred at Graceland Memorial Park in Auburn, Maine. Local authorities revisited the case over the years, but it was not until the FBI became involved that the interstate identification was made. They were able to match the fingerprints and dental x-rays taken of the unknown remains before they were cremated to one submitted to Philip's missing person file in Las Vegas. The identification of Philip's remains has brought on complex emotions for his stepdaughter, Jean's daughter, Judy Drago. She is perplexed over why Philip ended up in Maine. The news has also brought back up memories of her late mother. She feels at peace with the information she has now and is grateful that her stepfather's remains were laid to rest. She does not have any plans to have his ashes relocated. On March 8, 1964, in Hazleton, Pennsylvania, 9-year-old Maurice and Skye Pila left her home for school a bit earlier than usual. She was carrying a collection of canned goods to give to her teacher. Normally, her siblings accompanied her, but this time she chose to go alone. The school was under a mile away, and being part of a close-knit community, there were no worries about her safety. Marie was seen by her neighbor around 8 a.m., having made it nearly halfway to school, but she never reached her destination. Typically, she returned home for lunch, so her mother grew concerned when she didn't that day. After calling the school, she learned that Maurice had been marked absent that morning. The police were alerted, and a search commenced shortly thereafter. By 1 p.m., a report came in that the body of a little girl had been found in a nearby waste coal pit, 2 miles from where Maurice was last seen, and it was quickly determined to be the missing girl. Her clothing, belongings, and the bag of canned goods were all found in the same area, but investigators had little evidence to work with. Her cause of death had been strangulation. No one could fathom that someone within the community had committed this heinous murder. Unfortunately, there hadn't been any witnesses to the abduction or when the body had been dumped, and despite best efforts, the case went cold. Over the years, the Pennsylvania State Police would reopen and reinvestigate the case. A DNA profile was developed in 2007 from a sample of fluid discovered on Marissa's jacket. The profile was uploaded to Cody's, but nothing came up. Since 2007, the DNA had been checked monthly against all new entries in both state and federal databases, but it never yielded any results. In 2019, Parabon Nanolabs constructed a composite image of what the suspect might have looked like based on his DNA. They concluded that the suspect was fair-skinned male with green or hazel eyes and brown hair. In 2020, 18-year-old Eric Schubert, a history major at Elizabethtown College in Pennsylvania, heard about the case and reached out to the Penn State Police and volunteered his genealogy expertise to help identify a suspect. Much to Schubert's surprise, they accepted his offer, and he started a 2-year process of reverse engineering a family tree of the unknown suspect. On January 6, 2022, after 58 years, there was finally a solid lead and the deceased suspect was being exhumed. And on February 3rd, they received the test results that confirmed the match. James Paul Forte had died in 1980 at 38, and he had never married nor had children, which was why the exhumation for comparison was necessary. When Maurice had been murdered in 1964, Forte had been 22 years old. He had been a long-time Hazleton resident, living only 6 blocks from the Schiaparella family, but hadn't been known to them. Forte had a history of violence. He'd been charged with aggravated assault and sexual assault. The victim that had survived the attack in 1974 said that she knew that he was going to kill her, but a passerby saved her life. He didn't go to prison for that attack, but was instead released on probation. Forte had never been a suspect prior to his identification. Unfortunately, Mr. Forte is not alive for us to prosecute. However, he is the person that committed this crime, Mark Barron, the lead investigator, said in a statement. Marissa's 4 siblings stood together at the press conference announcing the closure of the case. They made this statement for their sister. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. It was on July 17, 1982, when a horrific discovery was made in a meadow near Lake Tahoe. A woman had been found shot to death near a popular hiking trail. The woman dressed in shorts and t-shirt and was wearing a bathing suit underneath for what was likely supposed to be a day at the beach. She had no identification on her, and officers published multiple notices in local papers hoping to identify her. They estimated her age to be somewhere between 25 and 35. She was 5'5", petite frame, brown or hazel eyes, with brown hair worn in a bun. They also noted that she had given birth and had a vaccination scar on her left arm. There were no missing person reports that matched her description, and she was given the name sheet flat Jane Doe for the location she was found in. There wasn't a lot of evidence for investigators to go on. They had what they believed was a set of footprints from the killer, as well as DNA left at the crime scene. Doubly challenged with the task of finding not only the killer, but also identifying the victim, the case went cold. The case was reopened and re-examined for new leads by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office every few years, doing several different variations of facial reconstructions and publishing it to try and find someone who knew a woman that had gone missing in the summer of '82. In 2018, investigators reached out to Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick, co-founder of the DNA Doe Project and founder of Identifiers International, to help in the case. They took on the case and for the first time used genetic genealogy to identify the victim and the perpetrator in a cold case. More than a dozen volunteers first worked to identify the victim. The volunteers ranged from students to grandmothers, some with former experience in law enforcement, but most just had a passion for genealogy. They first uploaded the victim's DNA to GEDmatch and broke up into small groups. Each group would tackle distant relatives and piece together family trees until they found relatives that shared more DNA, indicating that they were closer relatives. Eventually, they identified a distant cousin, and after 36 years, they were finally able to identify Jane Doe. Her name was Mary Ann Silvani. She had been born in Pontiac, Michigan in 1948. Her father had died while she was in high school, and her mother had left the family years before that. She had 2 brothers, and when she finished high school, all 3 siblings moved to California. Mary had never been reported missing, and she was 33 at the time of her death. Investigators also determined that she didn't have any children connected to her, records-wise, leaving them to believe that she may have given up a child for adoption at some point during her life. Once Mary was identified, Dr. Fitzpatrick's team turned their attention to her killer. Using the same process and 2,000 hours of work led to another potential match, James Richard Curry. They learned that Curry had killed himself in 1987 while in police custody for murdering 3 people in San Jose, California. 5 months after Mary had been murdered, Curry had been arrested for the murder of 2 people he knew, a husband and wife that were neighbors. He confessed to officers and directed them to a storage unit he rented. They went there and discovered the body of a 3rd victim that had been a missing person for a year, and further evidence in the storage unit indicated he was connected to a co-worker that had gone missing from Joaquin, California. Her remains were never found. Curry died days after his arrest. He committed suicide while awaiting a sentencing hearing. He was 37 years old. All of Curry's previous victims that are known were people he knew. His family stated that Curry was familiar with Lake Tahoe and went there often, but they weren't sure if his paths had ever crossed with Mary. Investigators do believe that more cases may be connected to Curry in the future. On January 16, 1980, Helen Pinski, a 21-year-old student at Wheaton College, got off the bus at her Inglewood stop. Just 2 weeks into a new internship at the KHOW radio station's news department, she was eager to pursue her dream of becoming a journalist. A dedicated student, Helen was among the first accepted into this internship opportunity. Having recently moved to Denver, Colorado, she was living with family. The walk from her bus stop to her aunt and uncle's house was just 6 blocks, but Helen never arrived. She typically left the radio station around 6 p.m. and had maintained the same routine daily since starting her internship. When she didn't return home at her usual time, her aunt and uncle contacted the police, only to be informed that a young woman missing dinner was considered a low priority for the Denver Police Department. They did provide a photograph of Helen. On the back, they wrote a brief description of the young woman and what she'd been wearing that day before sending them on their way. They instructed them to call back later, assuring them that she would turn up that evening. Her aunt and uncle worried all night. They had gone out several times, driving around and walking the nearby neighborhoods. The following morning at 9 a.m., a body was discovered by a woman taking her son to school. The woman pulled over and got a closer look, confirming her suspicions. Officers were called and had been able to identify the young woman quickly. It was Helen. She had been dumped in a field and was naked from the waist down. Her hands were bound behind her back and she'd been stabbed 9 times. They canvassed the area and found a woman who claimed to have witnessed a man near the field. Though it had been dark, she said that she'd been able to get a good look at his face. She agreed to go under hypnosis, and she gave the police sketch artist enough details to recreate a composite image. Investigators have been confident they would be able to find Helen's killer quickly. At the crime scene, they discovered a fresh footprint near Helen's body. Its distinct shape led investigators to believe their suspect was wearing cowboy boots. They also took measurements and had their suspect's shoe size. Investigators had a sketch, a witness, and they were sure that someone had seen the abduction at the bus stop. With a vehicle make and model, surely they would have enough to find a suspect. But despite a significant amount of evidence, there were no arrests made. After a year without any progress, the case was officially cold. In the spring of 2019, Paul Holes and Billy Jensen started a podcast called The Murder Squad. They used their collective fame to shine a light on old cold cases in hopes of gaining new leads. In their podcast, they encourage listeners to take DNA tests and upload the DNA into GED match databases. One woman did just that. She just thought it would be an easy way to potentially help solve cold cases. She got a kit from 23andMe and submitted her results into GED match. She didn't think anything would come of it, but only a few weeks later, she received a call from law enforcement. Her DNA linked a relative to a crime in 1980, a third cousin. Law enforcement worked with genealogists to help piece her extended family tree together. It was a slow process made more difficult by a complicated family tree. 2 years later, they found a strong maternal match. The woman had used 6 last names in her life, had 5 children with 2 different men, and most of her children were in the care of others. There was one son who most closely matched their suspect in age and lived in the area at the time. Curtis Allen White was in the care of his father as an infant, but was raised by an aunt and uncle until he was a teenager. He was a frequent runaway and was in and out of foster care. He also had a brother with a lengthy criminal history, and detectives worked to obtain genetic material from both men. His brother was cleared as a suspect. This left only Curtis Allen White, who would change his name to James Curtis Clanton in 1982, 2 years after Helene's murder. James Curtis Clanton lived in Denver in 1980, where he was on parole for a violent assault in Arkansas. In 1975, he had pleaded guilty to entering a woman's home and assaulting her. He had been sentenced to 30 years in prison but had only served 4 before making parole. He was released in 1979 before CODIs, before sex offender registrations, and he'd never been a suspect in Clayton's murder case. He married for the first time in 1980, and his first wife left him in 30 days. In 1982, he changed his name, moved to Florida, and had another short marriage. He was arrested on domestic violence charges in 1998 and then again in 2001. Clanton had never been a suspect until his genetic profile came under the purview of detectives decades later. He went on to live a normal life. He was still living in Florida at the time of his arrest. He was a trucker and had children. After his arrest in 2001, he didn't seem to have any more issues with law enforcement. Detectives located him in the Lake Butler area, where they spent a week following him, waiting for him to leave an object behind containing his DNA. Finally, on November 30th, Clanton left a beer mug behind in the bar and police were able to take it and get a DNA sample. They tested the beer mug DNA to the sample from the unknown suspect, and they were able to match the 2 samples. Clanton was arrested while exiting his truck and charged with first-degree murder and second-degree kidnapping. He was extradited from Florida to Colorado. Nearly 40 years after Helene was murdered, her murderer would face justice. He would not be charged with a rape due to statute of limitations being expired, and police also said they wouldn't pursue an investigation to determine if Clanton was also connected to other assaults in the area, since the statutes of limitations had run out on those cases as well. Clanton pleaded guilty, and he was sentenced in July 2020 to a life sentence. He can apply for parole in 2040, and he will be 82 by then. Blaine's older sister, Janet Johnson, thanked detectives saying, "The detectives and everyone else who helped make this day happen are my heroes." And also said after Clanton's sentencing hearing, "It gives me some peace knowing that this beast is in jail, but I don't think we will ever have closure because Helene is not here, and that void will remain with us forever. She was just a special woman whose life was taken way too soon." All 3 of these cases would not have been solved without the help of people donating thousands of hours of time to do this type of work. Many law enforcement agencies don't have the budget to invest in the man-hours needed to identify unknown persons with genetic genealogy. It is incredible work that has truly changed how cold cases are solved. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. In 2015, 18-year-old Kyle Ferrician was living in Punta Gorda, Charlotte County, Florida. He was a high school student who had just begun his first job. Known for his friendly demeanor, Kyle often greeted everyone with a cheeky grin. He loved the outdoors and enjoyed long bike rides with his sister, Keston. Additionally, he was an avid gamer, often staying up late into the night to compete with others online. Keston described their close bond, noting that Kyle always looked out for her and was very protective. "He was always in charge, and he never let me forget it," she recalled. His stepfather, JJ, characterized him as mild-mannered, enjoying laughter, play, and just having fun. Kyle stayed with his mother and stepfather on the weekends and his father 50 miles away in Punta Gorda for the rest of the week. He had just got his first job at a local 7-Eleven store, and he was excited to be earning his own money and experiencing something new. Although he was outgoing with his family, he was quite shy around other people. He told his mother that he was happy his job was working the night shift so he could build up his confidence more without being overwhelmed by serving so many people. On October 31st, 2015, Kyle got ready for his night shift. Another employee was scheduled to start at about 3:30 a.m., but until then, he was working in the store, alone. Several hours later, 3:17 a.m., a panicked 911 call came in from a Punta Gorda resident. The 7-Eleven store was filled with smoke and a fire was spreading inside. After a closer look, the woman making the call said that she could make out a body on the floor, and it appeared that this was where the fire had been started. Police did wonder if it was possibly a Halloween prank of some sort, but just 3 minutes later, when they arrived on scene, they realized it most definitely wasn't. After the fire had been extinguished, they found a charred body by the counter and blood covering the floor. The employee that was due to start her shift hurried over to the shop and met police. She had been outside ready to start, but after seeing the fire spreading inside, she had frantically started ringing Kyle to find out where he was. She knew he had been working alone that night and was praying that maybe he didn't make it in or was outside somewhere. Just as she was about to call the police, she heard the sirens. She then spotted a woman driving a dark-colored SUV out of the parking lot, and she was on her phone at the time. The employee tearfully told the police that she could tell it was the body of her coworker, Kyle. It was later determined that this was no accidental fire. Kyle had been shot to death before being set alight. As well as the community, even the police were in shock. Crimes like this were so rare, and nobody could believe that something like this would happen. As cliché as it sounds, Kyle didn't have any enemies or even any issues with anyone. He was just going about his day, working his usual shift and living his life the way he normally would. Nothing appeared to have been stolen, so robbery was ruled out, and what had happened made absolutely no sense to anyone. Although the store did have CCTV, the police were worried that the fire could have damaged the cameras, but set about trying to retrieve the data anyway. An $11,000 reward was offered, and police were begging anyone that might have seen or heard something, no matter how small they thought it might be, to come forward. Officers managed to track down the woman who had made the 911 call. Her name was Chelsea, and she was asked to come in and answer some questions. They wanted to know why she had left the scene rather than wait for the responders to show up. She said that she and her boyfriend had pulled in to get some cigarettes, but after seeing a body on fire and blood everywhere, they panicked. They didn't want to hang about, thinking the fire might start to spread, or whoever had done this was still around and might come for them too. Investigators weren't initially convinced, thinking it was just too coincidental to have just pulled up at the same time that all of this had happened. But after talking to her boyfriend, Alex, they felt confident that the couple was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. And it was clear the whole scene was just as traumatizing to the couple as it had been to everyone else. To the authorities' relief, some of the cameras inside were still working. And although the quality wasn't great, this was at least a starting point. On the first camera they checked, the footage was very blurry, but it showed Kyle looking down the aisles of the store, seemingly at someone following them aisle to aisle. Without warning, at 3:12 a.m., a man who was covering his face was then seen walking out of the third aisle holding a gasoline can. He then pulled out a gun and shot Kyle in the head at point-blank range. Kyle dropped to the floor as another shot was fired at his head. The man then walked over and poured gasoline onto his body before grabbing a lighter from one of the displays and setting Kyle and the counter on fire. He then ran out of the store. It was so brutal, so brazen, and so callous that officers were horrified and sat in stunned silence for a moment. They said it was disturbing to watch someone do something like that with seemingly no motive as to why. This was not an accidental death. This was a planned-out execution, said Detective DeVault. The second camera showed a much clearer picture, and it picked up the audio. It showed that 11 minutes past 3 was the time the man had entered the store, and the door chimed as he walked in. There was no more sound for the next 78 seconds. Whoever the shooter was, he didn't say a word to Kyle as he was walking around inside. The next sound that can be heard is the 2 gunshots. The angle of this camera gave them a clearer picture of what the man was wearing and his size and build. He had camo trousers on as well as latex gloves, which at one point he started to take off. He also placed the gun on the floor, giving detectives a fairly clear image of that too. It was a long-barreled revolver. The suspect then fled the shop at 3:13. The cameras concluded that he was in there for less than 3 minutes, and it was unfathomable that this had all happened in such a short time frame. The shooter didn't go behind the counter and try and get to the money. He didn't steal anything from the shelves either. It seemed whoever had done this had come in with the intention of killing and nothing else. Kyle's family had now all traveled into Punta Gorda and spent most days just waiting in the station for any news. Kyle's stepfather said, "Even though he was my stepson, he was my kid. Not knowing who did this to him, that's where the dad side of me was being eaten alive, because I felt as a dad, I needed to know who did this to one of my children." But the police really were stumped and simply couldn't tell them anything. With no more CCTV outside the building and no witnesses, 48 hours with no answers felt like a lifetime for both the family and the investigating team. The search for evidence was widening, dive teams came in, and detectives were asking for support from neighboring police teams. But when the manager of the 711 store asked to talk to the officers, their look would suddenly change. She said one thing in particular had been playing on her mind. Several weeks before anything happened, a man had come into the store looking to buy alcohol. She and Kyle were both at the counter when the man brought the beer over. The manager asked him to remove his ID from his wallet so she could take a look at it closely. But for some reason, he refused, so she refused to serve him. That specific camera was the one that picked up the audio, and as the police watched it back, they could hear the man telling the manager he was going to get her fired. He demanded to know everyone's names before storming out. The manager, Lori, followed him outside to try and lock his license plate, but the man followed her back inside, shouting and being aggressive and threatening. As the situation started to escalate, Kyle picked up the phone to call 911. Before police arrived, the man had stormed out again, but fortunately, Lori had been able to get his number plate, and she handed it to police that same day. A couple of weeks later, on September 15th, despite now being banned from the store, the man came back in. Again, they refused to serve him, and Lori phoned the police for a second time. The man then got into his car and drove right at Lori outside before speeding off. The vehicle was registered to a 28-year-old named Michael Russo, and he lived just around the corner from the 7-Eleven. Police issued him with a trespass warning, and he was told that if he returned to the store within 1 year, he would be arrested. Officers played the CCTV side by side, looking at the mannerisms and the size and build of Kyle's killer, alongside Michael Russo. From what they could tell, everything, right down to the way he walked, was the same. This was the strongest lead so far, and a warrant was obtained so that police could search Michael's home. His house was full of various guns and ammunition. A white box of latex gloves was also found, and numerous red gasoline canisters were located outside. Detectives also found a partially melted single latex glove in a bin. The specific gun they were looking for, however, was missing, and after forensically searching his house and car, top to bottom, there was no physical evidence linking him to the store. Although they felt fairly confident that Michael Russo was a suspect, they just didn't have enough to obtain an arrest warrant. 6 weeks would soon pass and the grief-stricken community were banding together in a big way, and the reward for information was now sat at $20,000. As well as this, police were now seeking the help of the FBI and enlisting new technology they believed might help them more when it came to the cameras inside. Detectives also spent the following months speaking with many people about Michael Russo, trying to build up a picture of who exactly he was. A lot of people came forward and said that they had previously accused him of threatening them for completely ridiculous and meaningless things. He seemed to be aggressive in his nature, completely flying off the handle for minor incidents. His neighbors also said that Michael was very open and proud of his extensive gun collection, often showing it off and telling everyone about each individual gun and where it came from. They said that one of his favorites was actually a long-barreled revolver, the exact same type that was used to kill Kyle. And what was even more interesting was that the neighbors said that since that fateful day back in November, they hadn't seen the gun again. At this point, the case was really as strong as it was going to get. And with this, 5 months after Kyle had been killed, Circuit Judge George Richards signed the warrant the police had been after for almost half a year. Michael Russo was finally arrested on charges of homicide and arson. The only thing officers really couldn't wrap their heads around was why. Apart from getting revenge for the fact that the past 2 times he went in, they had refused to serve him, there was absolutely no other motive for Michael doing what he did. Police believed that he went in with the intent to kill whoever was working, and he didn't care who it was or how many people were there. Detective DeVault said that what happened that morning was nothing short of barbaric. He said, "This is not an ordinary person. This is a monster." Michael Russo pleaded not guilty, and in May 2017, his trial began. The team felt that the circumstantial evidence was really strong when it was all added up. And even though there was no physical evidence, both they and the prosecution knew it was a solid case. To everybody's relief, Michael Russo was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison for second-degree murder, with an additional 30 years for first-degree arson. His attorneys filed a motion for a new trial, but there is currently no update on the outcome of this. After the trial was over, it was announced that the now infamous 711 store would be closed down permanently. Kyle had a bright future ahead of him and was just enjoying the simple things in life that many 18-year-olds do. Going to school in his college dreams, working for the first time, and hanging out with his friends and family. His life was cut so tragically short in a brutal and terrifying way that no one could ever have imagined, and for reasons that are nothing short of totally senseless. His mother, Bobby Jo, said that she misses how much he comforted her whenever things were tough, and he always assured her that everything would be okay. She said that she still expects to hear from him every day, a phone call or a text, but it feels like a punch in the gut every time she realizes this won't happen. His stepfather, JJ, said every morning they wake up, they have to put a plan together for how they're going to approach the day and get through it. Every day brings new challenges and learning curves, sometimes expected, sometimes not. It really is a never-ending process for everyone that knew and loved Kyle. And JJ said they just do their best one day at a time. Robin Moore was originally from Syracuse, New York, where her father, Robert, made history as the city's first black city council member in the late 1960s and early 1970s. She grew into a strikingly tall and beautiful woman, athletic and fond of activities like tennis and biking. After marrying for the first time, she lived in Connecticut but later divorced and relocated to Washington, D.C. in the mid-1980s. 5 days after Christmas in 1989, Robin married Ollie Lawrence Jr. in an intimate ceremony at their home on a quiet cul-de-sac in Springfield, Virginia, surrounded by poinsettias. 3 years later, Robin welcomed their daughter, Nicole. Passionate about the arts, she was also a talented artist and graduated from the Carnegie Mellon College of Fine Arts, allowing her to blend art into her successful career. By 1994, she served as the Director of Promotion and Merchandising at Merchants Tire and Auto Center in Manassas, Virginia. Meanwhile, Ollie was the Vice President of Human Resources for U.S. Air and had to travel to the Bahamas for work on the Friday before Thanksgiving in 1994. That day, Robin went to work as usual. Upon returning home, she did some shopping with her 2-year-old daughter and then dropped her nanny off at a nearby metro station. Ollie attempted to call Robin late that night after arriving in the Bahamas, but she did not answer. He tried to reach her throughout Saturday, growing increasingly anxious, and kept in touch with Robin's friend Linda due to his concern. By Sunday morning, November 20th, 1994, he was panicking, unable to contact Robin. He asked Linda to check on her. Around 11 a.m., Linda called the police and drove to Robin and Ollie's home with another friend. Upon arrival, they noticed the weekend's newspapers were still outside. When no one answered the front door, the two women walked around to the back deck, where they found an open window. They called out to Robin, but only 2-year-old Nicole came to the window. She was dressed in a sleeper, sucking on a pacifier, and exuding a smell that indicated that her diaper had not been changed in some time. Alarmed, Linda and her friend pulled themselves into the house through the window. Linda picked up Nicole and began walking throughout the house looking for Robin. Nothing looked out of place until she turned into the hallway leading to the master bedroom when she saw blood spattered on the wall and pooling on the floor. Linda and her friend fled the house with Nicole and ran to a neighbor's house to notify police about what they had found. Robin had been stabbed and slashed repeatedly. Robin's autopsy found that she had been killed on Friday night, just 5 days before her 37th birthday. Her daughter Nicole was unharmed but had been left alone with her mother's body all weekend. Robin's brutal murder was a shock to everyone who knew her, and they all struggled to imagine anyone wanting to hurt her. She would be the last person I would have imagined this happening to. She was too nice for someone to hurt, Chris Wilson, one of her co-workers, said. Despite the fact that Robin's husband, Ollie, had been in the Bahamas at the time of the murder, he was still publicly identified by police as a potential suspect in the case. Police believed that Robin must have been killed by someone she knew in a targeted attack. There were no signs of forced entry into the house indicating that Robin may have let her killer inside. Furthermore, nothing had been stolen and Robin had not been sexually assaulted, eliminating common motives for murder. Police, therefore, believed that whatever the motive for killing Robin was, it must have been personal. Ollie was more disappointed than offended by police focusing in on him because he knew he was innocent. He was upset that so much time was being wasted on investigating him when time continued to drag on with no actual movement in the case. Investigators were eventually able to extract unknown DNA from a piece of evidence found at the crime scene. The exact nature of this evidence has not been detailed to the public, presumably because of ongoing legal actions. No matches were found to the DNA in criminal databases, but in 2019, the Fairfax County Police Department began working with Parabon Nanolabs to use alternative methods to utilize the DNA evidence to track down the killer. Parabon was able to generate an image of what they believed the killer may have looked like based on his DNA. They also began using genetic genealogy in the case, but it took 3 years of work for them to finally identify a potential suspect. Looking at this person's high school yearbook photo and a DMV photo taken 2 years after Robin's murder, investigators believed that there was a strong resemblance to the image generated by Parabon. They then traveled out of state to collect a sample of his DNA so that they could compare it to the DNA from the crime scene. The potential suspect was a man named Stephen Smirk. He was a 51-year-old married father of 2 living in Niskayuna, New York. 2 detectives traveled there to speak with him, and he happened to be taking out his trash cans when they arrived at his home. He consented to have a conversation with them and voluntarily allowed them to swab his mouth to take a DNA sample. When they left, detectives left Smirk with their business card. A short time later, before they could leave to return to Virginia, they got a call from Smirk saying that he had to speak to them right away. They told him to turn himself in at his local police station, which he did. There, he gave the detectives a full detailed confession to Robin Lawrence's murder and was arrested. Smirk had been an active duty member of the Army stationed at Fort Myer, next to Arlington National Cemetery, at the time of Robin's murder. He had no connection to her, and the crime appears to have been random. The details he provided about the crime had not been made available to the public. Prior to his arrest for Robin's murder, Smirk had absolutely no criminal record. Smirk was extradited to Virginia and is being charged with second-degree murder. He is being held at the Fairfax County Adult Detention Center with no bond. Members of Robin's family, including her now adult daughter Nicole, were present at the press conference announcing Smirk's arrest. Robin's husband, Ali, has since remarried and retired to the south of France. Smirk's arrest resurrected feelings of grief for him, and he was shocked that he finally had answers after so many years. He told the Washington Post by phone, "I was flabbergasted. You could have probably knocked me over with a feather. After all this time, you have hope, but you also wonder, will they really find someone after 29 years?" Ivon Laru was the second of 4 children and lived with her family in Toronto. The family had moved there from Windsor when she was 3 years old. From a young age, Ivon was industrious, brave, and very independent. She was always willing to stick up for what she believed was right. At the age of 15, her life took a bad turn. On July 1, 1971, she took her younger brother to a fireworks show where she ran into a male acquaintance. He offered to give her a ride home after he picked up 3 of his friends. Ivon arrived home 2 hours after her brother at 11 p.m. that night in tears. She told her mother that she had been raped by the 4 boys. She made a report to the police and charges were filed, but they were later withdrawn that December. According to Ivon's mother, Diana, the ordeal destroyed Ivon's self-confidence and made her feel worthless. As a result, she began making choices that further tore her life apart. She began hanging out with a rough crowd and was introduced to the local drug scene. She ran away from home and was gone for months. However, by late 1972, Ivon had returned and was getting her life back together. She began going to school again and found a part-time job. She also began going to counseling sessions. Ivon was last seen after one of these sessions on November 29, 1972 at approximately 10 p.m. Her mother came to pick her up from the session at the now-closed York Finch Hospital and was told that Ivon had already left. Later investigation would show that Ivon was going to get a ride from a male friend who also attended the session but decided at the last second not to accept it. Ivon's body was discovered by a passerby the following morning on 16th Side Road between Jane and Keel Streets in King Township, approximately 15 miles north of where she had last been seen the night before. She had been murdered. Her autopsy found that she had died as a result of blunt force trauma to her head and that she had died only about 15 minutes before she was found. Viewers quickly sprang up concerning the motive for the murder. Ivon hitchhiked regularly, so it was conceivable that she had simply accepted a ride from the wrong person. However, Ivon had also been fearing for her life for several months prior to her death. During the time when she was caught up in drugs, she had gotten mixed up with a motorcycle gang. She told her family that the gang had threatened her because she refused to run drugs for them. Ivon had gone to police to report the threats. The drug squad took the information she provided seriously, and her home was being watched by police for her safety at the time of her murder. Foot and tire prints were also found at the scene. Despite these clues and possible motives for the murder, the case went cold. On March 27, 2014, the Regional Municipality of York Police Services Board announced a $50,000 reward in the case, but it would be almost another decade before Ivon's murder was closed. On November 15, 2023, 51 years after Ivon was murdered, the York Regional Police Cold Case Unit announced that her case had been solved. They had used genetic genealogy to trace DNA from the crime scene to a man they identified as her killer, Bruce Charles Cantillon. Cantillon could not be tried for the murder as he had taken his own life just 19 months after Ivon was killed. Cantillon was 26 years old at the time of the murder and living in Toronto. He was very well known to police, and his extensive criminal career had begun when he was just 18 years old. He had been incarcerated for both mental health reasons and for multiple violent sexual offenses against women. Ivon's family released a statement following Cantillon's identification saying that Ivon had never been forgotten and detailing how her murder had affected multiple generations of their family. They also stated that they hoped more funding would be provided for investigative genetic genealogy in law enforcement so that more grieving families can have some sort of clarity. 23-year-old Laura Kempton had a vibrant and outgoing personality. She was a free spirit who loved socializing. She was also very hardworking. She worked 2 jobs, one at the Marco Polo gift store and the other at Karen's ice cream parlor, while she was enrolled as a student at the Portsmouth Beauty School. At 9:30 a.m. on September 28, 1981, a police officer arrived at Laura's apartment at 20 Chapel Street in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, tasked with serving her a court summons related to parking tickets she had failed to pay. When he arrived at her door, one of the door panels near the doorknob was missing. When he looked through the opening, he saw a pair of legs sticking out from a pile of bedding and called for backup. Laura had been killed as the result of massive blunt force trauma to the left side of her head. It would later be believed that she had been struck with a wine bottle. Laura had gone out with a female friend for dinner and dancing on the night of September 27th. The friend last saw Laura when they parted ways outside of Laura's apartment building shortly after 1 a.m. on 28. Laura's autopsy would indicate that she had been killed a short time later, most likely between 1:30 and 3:30 a.m. The autopsy also found indications that Laura had been sexually assaulted. Hundreds of leads were investigated in the following decades, but no arrests were made. Then in 2022, the Portsmouth Police Department began working in conjunction with the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory, the Maine State Police Forensic Laboratory, the Attorney General's Cold Case Unit, and Identifiers International to see if genetic genealogy could be used to solve Laura's murder. Because of how well the evidence from the scene had been preserved at the time of the crime, DNA had been identified on Laura's body, on a cigarette butt, and on a pillow. By running this DNA through a commercial DNA site, they were able to identify a relative and then later the parents of the man to whom the DNA belonged. Unfortunately, this individual was deceased. Authorities still conducted further testing in 2023. A blood sample was taken at this man's autopsy, and testing of it revealed that his DNA was a match to that found on the evidence in Laura's case. On July 20, 2023, New Hampshire Attorney General John M. Fermella and Chief Mark Newport of the Portsmouth Police Department released a statement to the media identifying Laura's killer as Ronnie James Lee, who had been 21 years old at the time of the crime. Lee had no known connection to Laura, but he did have an extensive criminal record and was known to be in Portsmouth at the time of her murder. Lee had served in the U.S. Army until May of 1981 and then went to work for MBI Security at Liberty Mutual in Portsmouth from July 1981 until August of 1982. When he was arrested by Portsmouth police on November 8, 1982 on an attempted theft charge, he provided them with his mother's address on Rock Hill Avenue in Portsmouth. He was linked to 4 residential and 1 commercial burglary in 1983 alone, and he pleaded guilty to 2 of them. In 1987, he was convicted of sexually assaulting a woman while burglarizing her home. He was incarcerated from December of 1987 until July of 1990 as a result. He died at the age of 45 on February 9, 2005 as the result of acute cocaine intoxication. While Lee cannot be prosecuted for Laura's murder, the Attorney General believes that the available evidence would have been sufficient to successfully obtain a conviction. Samina Imam's journey began in 1980 in the UK, nurtured by her devoted father, Imam Dean, and a mother whose name remains cherished by the family. Her Pakistani heritage was a vibrant thread that enriched her life with traditions and values. Samina's youth flourished at Loxford High School, where she graduated in 1998 as a bright and ambitious young woman. Now 34, she found herself in Coventry, working as a marketing manager at Costco. Though details of her personal life were limited, her presence was highly valued, bringing joy to her family and colleagues. In 2014, amidst the busy aisles of Costco, Samina met Roger Cooper, a 41-year-old warehouse manager with 2 decades of logistics experience who had spent his entire career at the same store. This encounter marked the start of a new chapter for Samina, filled with the promise of new beginnings. Everything seemed to be aligning perfectly for her, with days filled with ease and happiness. However, on Christmas Eve in 2014, an unexpected event shattered her world. As Samina eagerly anticipated her date with Roger that Christmas Eve, she had also arranged to visit her family, particularly to spend time with her ailing mother after the holiday celebrations. Roger promised to celebrate the holidays with her, prompting Samina to book an extravagant 2-night stay at the Malmaison Hotel in Birmingham. With £500 paid, she meticulously organized for meals to be served in their room, setting the scene for what was meant to be a romantic Christmas celebration. As the clock struck 4 p.m. on Christmas Eve, Samina wrapped up her shift at the store. Little did she know that the journey ahead would deviate from the plans she had envisioned. After a brief stop at a liquor store to get a bottle of champagne, she began on her fateful drive toward the Malmasan Hotel. On her way there, she had a final conversation with her sister, during which she inquired about their mother's health. Samina assured her sister that she would be arriving at their parents' home on Boxing Day, December 26, 2014, eager to partake in the family's Christmas celebrations in Essex. This conversation underscored Simeon's commitment to her family and her eagerness to be with them during the festive season. However, her unexplained disappearance following this conversation left her family deeply concerned. What was more concerning was the fact that Simeon even texted her friends wishing them a Merry Christmas, but then suddenly ceased to reply. The abrupt halt in communication, coupled with Simeon's failure to fulfill her planned visit, added to the distress surrounding her disappearance. This led to the police being alerted by Samina's family on December 26, 2014. The investigative saga commenced swiftly, and authorities were trying to do everything to get to the bottom of this crime. Media outlets, both local and social, rallied the community, amplifying the search efforts to locate her. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. A missing persons report was filed, prompting authorities to step in and join the search. The police talked to Samina's co-workers at the Costco in Coventry, who provided a crucial detail. One retail worker informed police that he last saw her departing the store around 4 p.m. on December 24th. It was the last time she was ever seen alive. Surveillance footage provided glimpses into Simeon's last known movements, leaving her workplace, purchasing champagne, and departing in her car. Despite these visual clues, her precise location remained elusive. The West Midlands Police Department turned to cell tower data, using it to approximate Simeona's whereabouts. On December 30, 2014, investigators traced Samina's movements to Leicester, precisely to the residence of David Cooper, Roger's brother, on Christmas Eve at 5 p.m. At the same time, Roger's phone records showed that he was also in the area. It seemed unlikely that it was a coincidence they were both there at the exact same time, raising questions about why they were there together. As the investigation got more complicated, they wanted to know who Samina was going to meet on Christmas Eve. Their attention zeroed in on Roger Cooper, the person she was supposed to spend the evening and the next night with. Roger Cooper was brought in for questioning on January 1, 2015. Now he was the main person the investigators were looking at closely. While they were questioning Roger for details, a new piece of information emerged. Remember how Samina's last mobile signal led to David Cooper's location? Investigators considered interviewing David Cooper at the same time. While probing David Cooper's possible involvement, the investigators couldn't ignore a nagging question. If Samina and Roger had already booked hotel rooms, why were they at David's house? This added layer of mystery intensified the suspicion surrounding the case. Before diving deeper into the story, understanding the Cooper brothers' backgrounds becomes important. Their lives and connections might be essential in understanding the mystery surrounding Samina's case. Let's start with Simeon's Christmas Eve date, Roger Cooper. He was born in Leicester around 1973 and excelled as a manager at the Birmingham Costco warehouse. He was admired for his leadership. However, beyond this public role, Roger led a secretive life known only to a few, juggling multiple affairs, including one with Samina Imam and another unnamed Costco employee. He maintained a long-term relationship with his partner, Mira Chavda. Shockingly, Samina was unaware of his long-term commitment. This hidden reality exposed a more complicated and problematic side to Roger than anyone had realized. Roger's carefully constructed facade began to crumble when Simeon discovered the shocking truth. Learning through a co-worker about Roger's other relationships shattered her trust as it revealed a web of deceit and hidden liaisons. Now turning our attention to Roger's brother, 39-year-old David Cooper, he added a surprising twist to the unfolding mystery. David, a former soldier, managed a cafe and worked as a doorman. Intriguingly, Simeon's last cell phone signal led investigators to David's address in Leicester. The bond between Roger and David extended beyond family. They shared a close-knit relationship. The brothers shared a mutual love for Star Wars, often using cryptic phrases from the movies to communicate with each other, either referring to the lore of the movies or events from their daily lives. That being said, it's here that the real puzzle surfaces. Did David share any connection with her? These questions loomed large over the investigation, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the ties between Samina, Roger, and now his brother David. Let's look at the dynamics of Samina Imam and Roger Cooper's relationship. Was it genuine, or was Roger merely using her? At first glance, Roger and Samina appeared to be just another couple, sharing laughter, secrets, and what seemed like genuine affection. Their connection was filled with playful banter and affectionate moments, a facade hiding the grim reality beneath the surface. Little did Samina know that she was just another woman in Roger's life. Despite his long-term commitment to his partner, Mira, Roger found comfort in clandestine moments with Samina. At least, that's what Samina was made to believe. Initially, she didn't know that he was having a third relationship with another woman in the same store. Their relationship was shrouded in secrecy due to strict company policies against workplace relationships. Yet their bond grew stronger, blurring the lines between right and wrong, until Samina found herself hopelessly entangled. She saw a future with Roger, a peaceful life together, but there was a catch. He was already entangled in multiple relationships. Despite the red flags, Samina clung to the hope that Roger would leave his family for her. As their relationship deepened, Samina's desperation for a settled life intensified. She confronted Roger, issuing an ultimatum towards the end of 2014: divorce his wife or lose her forever. The facade of their perfect relationship shattered when Samina discovered Roger's infidelity, another lover hidden in the shadows of their workplace. Enraged and betrayed, she threatened to expose their affair to his wife and their employer. Roger, adept at manipulation, managed to soothe Samina's anger, convincing her of his loyalty and promising to file for divorce after the holidays. He also said they'd go away on Christmas Eve for 2 nights. It was at the very beginning of this ill-fated trip that Samina disappeared. Now diving into the investigation, the police had their sights set firmly on Roger Cooper and were also wondering about the involvement of his brother David. On January 4th, 2015, Samina's car was found in Luton, about 65 miles away from Coventry. Her handbags, suitcases, and items she brought were missing. The lack of fingerprints made investigators suspicious, but there was another interesting detail. The driver's seat was adjusted for someone taller than Samina, possibly over 6 feet. This suggested that someone else used the car after her shopping trip. Additional evidence that the police found that pointed their suspicions towards the brothers involved multiple automatic number plate recognition hits tracking their vehicles between Coventry and Leicester. A Bellini bottle, purchased by Miss Imam on Christmas Eve in Coventry, was discovered in David's home fridge. While Roger was Samina's date, the presence of the bottle in David's house raises the question: how did the bottle end up at David's house? These details added complexity to the investigation. During the investigation, the brothers, David and Roger, firmly denied any involvement in the crime, but their text messages told a different story. He used cryptic phrases from the movies to communicate secretly. Phrases like Death Star complete, stay on target, and you are expected, Vader hinted at a hidden plan. One particularly puzzling French message roughly translates to there's no point, no score. The window of opportunity is closed, which caught attention. The message hinted at a closed opportunity or a mischance. The detectives interpreted their Star Wars messages as alluding to Miss Imam's abduction and murder. While the majority of their exchanges appeared to center around Star Wars, another concerning detail caught attention: David Cooper's eBay purchase history. He had recently purchased chloroform, a substance well known for use to knock people out, but which also can be lethal in larger doses. When coupled with Samina's missing car and the various intriguing details, the plot thickened. After all the clues and circumstantial evidence pointed towards the Cooper brothers, they were arrested on suspicion of murder on January 7, 2014 and brought in for questioning. During the interrogation of the Cooper brothers, subtle yet crucial disparities began to emerge in their narratives. Roger Cooper presented a detailed and emotionally charged account of his last encounter with Samina, a level of detail and emotion that the police found excessive. Recognizing David Cooper as the more vulnerable of the two, investigators intensified their pressure on him. This strategic approach, when applied effectively, can yield significant results, particularly when the person under scrutiny remains unaware of their alleged accomplice's statement. While he initially did try to mislead them, eventually, the police learned what actually happened on that fateful Christmas Eve. Samina had set off with Roger, believing they were headed to the Malmaison Hotel in Birmingham. Without Samina's knowledge, Roger was secretly directing their journey away from Birmingham, heading instead to a hidden location in Leicester, Roger's brother David Cooper's residence. As they arrived at David's house at Hughenden Drive around 5 p.m. on December 24th, Samina, unaware of her upcoming tragedy, greeted Roger's brother with genuine warmth. In a sudden and terrifying move, David and Roger launched themselves at Samina. The attack was horrifying. Samina's legs trembled, fear gripping her as she pleaded for help. She fought back, struggling against them. But David, with a cloth soaked in chloroform, covered her mouth and nose, silencing her cries until she couldn't breathe anymore. She faded away around 6:25 p.m., her efforts in vain against the overwhelming force. After the heinous act, Roger heartlessly headed back to Coventry, planning to spend Christmas Eve with his unsuspecting family. He left her body and her car with David, but it would take detectives some more time to figure out exactly what he had done with them. But David astonishingly confessed to assisting his brother in the horrendous act of killing Samina. The detectives learned that Samina tragically passed away due to chloroform toxicity. Investigators discovered compelling evidence in David's eBay purchase history, indicating a purchase of 200 milliliters of chloroform for £12, which he alleged never arrived. Further inquiries revealed David's movements, retrieving Samina's BMW from Coventry on Boxing Day and later abandoning it in Luton. He meticulously wiped away any fingerprints and DNA from the vehicle using a cleaning agent, methodically covering his tracks. Later, he also reveals how he tried to hide Samina's lifeless body, the callous act of killing someone and then referring to them as this thing speaks volumes about the perpetrator's lack of empathy and respect for human life. Such an act speaks to a disturbing level of dehumanization where the victim was stripped of their individuality and reduced to a mere object. This detached and callous language suggests that the act of killing was not just devoid of remorse, but potentially motivated by a deep-seated hatred or an animosity towards the victim. The dehumanizing language serves to further distance the perpetrator from the gravity of their actions, making it easier for them to justify and rationalize their behavior. David's continued refusal to disclose the location of Simeon's body cast a long shadow of suspicion over him. His fabricated stories about others taking the body away only raise further questions. The fabricated stories appear to be a desperate attempt to distance himself from the crime and deflect suspicion. Such behavior is characteristic of individuals who have something to hide, further fueling the flames of doubt surrounding their innocence. While David initially misled the authorities about Simeon's whereabouts, a crucial piece of evidence emerged that ultimately led to the discovery of the truth. A friend of David's, prompted by his arrest, came forward and revealed that David had entrusted him with a set of keys, including one that belonged to an allotment he owned in Leicester. The police, acting swiftly on this information, descended upon the allotment, carrying the weight of hope and determination. On January 16, 2015, the long-held silence surrounding Simeon's disappearance was shattered, leaving hearts broken. Upon arrival at David's allotment, an unsettling sight greeted them. A sheet of tarpaulin lay crumpled on the ground, with a suspicious mound of earth beneath it. Footprints, fresh and clear, marked the surrounding area. As they carefully excavated the soil, the grim reality unfolded. Samina Imam's body was found in Leicester, owned by David Cooper, a seemingly ordinary structure now at the center of a disturbing discovery. The haphazard manner in which the body was concealed spoke volumes about the perpetrator's state of mind. It was a stark contrast to the meticulous planning seemingly evident in the earliest stages of the crime. The haste and lack of proper concealment suggested that their focus was solely on the act itself, with little thought given to evading detection or ensuring a successful cover-up. This botched attempt ultimately led to their undoing and exposed the truth to the light of justice. Most disturbingly, Samina's body was found wrapped in cling film and a sleeping bag that belonged to David Cooper, serving as concrete evidence of his involvement in this tragic crime. Adding to the grimness was a sign hanging on the shed, its message blunt: "Don't wind me up. I'm running out of places to hide the bodies." The West Midlands police investigation was determined and thorough. They followed every lead carefully, leaving no stone unturned, and pieced together the events leading to Samina's tragic end. What made this ordeal particularly unsettling wasn't only the discovery of Samina's remains. The sign, meant as a joke, became a chilling confession, revealing the darkness lurking beneath ordinary surfaces. It was as if the perpetrator was challenging the law enforcement itself. Post-mortem examinations confirmed that the Cardiff-based shop worker met her demise due to chloroform. Additionally, a peculiar mix of metallic elements, antimony, cadmium, tin, mercury, and arsenic, was likely administered to Samina Imam in a liquid form. During the 8-week trial, the chilling truth emerged. Roger Cooper carefully planned to silence Samina Imam for months, fearing she would expose their affair. The brothers, 41-year-old Roger and 39-year-old David Cooper, remained composed during their trial, avoiding eye contact as the jury unanimously convicted them at Birmingham Crown Court. Later, on October 20, 2015, during the trial, Roger made a shocking admission, revealing that a seemingly puzzling message, "You are expected, Vader," was actually a coded reference to Miss Imam. He claimed it was part of a surveillance effort to determine if she was involved with someone else. But the truth was the brothers' first attempt to harm Samina Imam took place way before in December at Soil Hill Premier Inn. Samina was a regular guest and planned to spend the night there following a Christmas party. Under the guise of a surprise, Roger had instructed Samina to meet him at the hotel, claiming to have booked a room for them. However, the surprise was a lie. No room had been booked, and Roger wasn't planning to be there. Meanwhile, David, Roger's brother, lurked in a rented car parked in the hotel's car park, prepared to abduct Samina. To communicate their plan, the brothers relied on cryptic messages coded in Star Wars references, like Death Star complete and stay on target. Stay on target. You are expected, Vader. However, on that day, the taxi stopped right at the entrance, which didn't give David a chance to get close to Samina. The plan failed, and Samina safely entered the hotel. Frustrated, David sent a message to his brother in broken French, which translated to "There's no point, no score. The window of opportunity is closed." Simeon, just 34 and one of Roger's lovers, was later overpowered on Christmas Eve of 2014 at David Cooper's home, meeting a tragic death by chloroform. Despite their calm facade and planning, justice caught up with the brothers. Arrested under suspicion a week before Samina's body was discovered, they couldn't escape the truth uncovered by post-mortem tests. Their arrest and subsequent conviction by Judge Thomas on October 21, 2015 led to a life sentence for each, with a minimum of 30 years of prison time. While sentencing the Cooper brothers, the killers, for life, Judge Thomas told the siblings, "The use of poison in a case such as this demonstrates a cold-blooded intention to kill, regardless of the consequences. You worked together hand in glove in planning and carrying out the murder of a joyful and bubbly young woman, brutally betrayed by a man she loved and his brother." DCI Caroline Marsh, senior investigating officer, shared her views on this case outside court. She said, "I would say this is the most callous offense I've ever investigated. Most murders that occur are spontaneous events driven by anger or jealousy. Whereas in this case, what we uncovered was weeks of planning to kill Samina and a really unusual cause of death. We rarely see chloroform homicides. It's a mystery to the investigation why David Cooper would do something like this for his brother. An extreme act to kill a woman that he hardly knew. Their cryptic messages and meticulous planning failed in the face of justice, ensuring they'll spend all of their remaining Christmases behind bars, serving their deserved punishment." The anguish of losing Samina in such cruel circumstances was overwhelming for the family. The statement released by Samina's younger brother, Ivon Imam, reflected the profound impact of her loss. He mourned not only the loss of his sister, but also the absence of her guidance and support during challenging times. Ivon expressed the torment of contemplating Samina's final moments and the pain of not being able to seek her counsel anymore. The reminders of her absence were constant, with everyday triggers evoking memories that intensified their grief. This made it even more challenging to come to terms with their loss. The family's sentiments echoed a collective sense of shock, sorrow, and fear as they grappled with the reality of Samina's untimely and tragic demise, leaving an irreparable void in their lives. As we close this chapter on the tragedy of Samina Imam, it's impossible not to be shaken by the sheer senselessness of it all. Roger had countless opportunities to avoid this irreversible path. He could have chosen honesty, transparency, or even simply ending the relationship. Instead, he and his brother embarked on a calculated, cruel course of action that resulted in the loss of a vibrant life. This case stands as a stark example of the devastating consequences that can unfold when we prioritize personal desires over basic human decency. Let it serve as a cautionary tale, urging us to choose compassion and integrity over expediency and self-interest. May Simeon's memory inspire us to uphold the values of honesty, respect, and accountability, ensuring that such a tragedy never befalls another innocent soul. Willie James Howard, born on July 13, 1928, in Suwannee County, Florida, was the cherished only son of James and Lula Howard. From a young age, he stood out as a bright, cheerful, and talented boy. By the time he was a sophomore in high school, his friends recognized him for his impressive singing abilities. Willie was the kind of happy, likable, and gifted kid that anyone would want as a friend, always dressed neatly and well-groomed. His politeness defined him. He treated everyone with respect, from his peers to the elders in the community. This kind demeanor won him many admirers, especially among the local girls. A retired teacher from La Francis Stevens, the African-American school Willie attended, described him as an exceptionally respectful and genuinely kind young man. She noted that if he saw someone approaching, he would graciously step aside. Although she never had the opportunity to teach him since her focus was on girls, she was always struck by his joyful spirit and musical talent. Willie lived with his parents, who both worked hard, yet it was challenging for them to afford nice clothes and shoes for him. This was particularly disheartening for them, as Willie loved to dress well and sometimes had to ask others for clothing. Despite their efforts, it was difficult to provide him with stylish outfits. For such a bright and beloved boy, his family lived a humble yet peaceful life. In 1943, at just 15 years old, Willie landed a seasonal job as a delivery boy at the Van Priest 5 and Dime store in downtown Live Oak during the Christmas holidays. This opportunity was significant for an African-American boy like Willie, as it was rare for stores at that time to hire black employees due to prevailing racist attitudes. The store also employed some Caucasian workers, and Willie broke stereotypes, standing out as he didn't fit the typical image of a poor African-American youth from his neighborhood or the Deep South during that era. Now, at one point, when Willie was working at the store, he became really infatuated with a 17-year-old white girl who worked there by the name of Cynthia Goff. Willie, the quiet observer, used to watch Cynthia from afar, but never gathered the courage to talk to her. Now Willie, being his always nice self, decided to spread some holiday cheer. It was the festive season and everyone was in a joyful mood with family and friends. So Willie took a sweet initiative and sent Christmas cards to all the female co-workers at Van Priest store, wishing them health and happiness. So after spreading the joy with Christmas cards for everyone, Willie was on cloud 9, but his happiness didn't last long. Why? Well, it turned out that one of the store employees spilled the beans that Cynthia, the girl Willie had a crush on, was actually upset about getting a card from him. When Willie heard that Cynthia was upset, he got restless because he never wanted her to feel down. In an attempt to fix things, he decided to send her a personal letter. But little did he know, this well-intentioned move would turn out to be the biggest mistake of his life. In the letter he wrote, "Dear friend, just a few lines to let you hear from me. I am well and hope you are the same. This is what I said on that Christmas card from WJH with L. I hope you'll understand what I mean. That is what I said now. Please don't get angry with me because you can never tell what may get in somebody. I did not put it in there myself. God did. I can't help what he does. Can I? I know you don't think much about our kind of people, but we don't hate you all. We want to be your friends, but you won't let us. Please don't let anybody see this. I hope I haven't made you mad. If I did, tell me about it and I'll forget about it. I wish this was a northern state. I guess you call me fresh. Write and tell me what you think of me, good or bad. Sincerely yours, with L from YKW to Cynthia Goff. I love your name. I love your voice. For ASH, you are my choice. In the letter to Cynthia, Willie spilled his feelings, sounding like he was asking her to be friends. He wrote, I know you don't think much of our kind of people, but we don't hate you. We want to be your friend. It's like he sensed that Cynthia might not be too keen on hanging out with people like him. But Willie was still hopeful. Even if Cynthia hadn't been the friendliest to people of his race, Willie, being the hopeful romantic, didn't want to give up on trying because he really liked her. So at 15, Willie had a pretty clear picture of what he wanted in life, and he understood every word he wrote in that letter. It also gives us a peek into Willie's mindset and a glimpse of how some people, not just in his town but all over the country, were thinking during those times. But one thing Willie probably didn't know was that Cynthia's dad was Alex Goff, a respected former member of the Florida House of Representatives. Now we're not sure if Cynthia told about the letter or if Mr. Goff found the letter himself. But on January 2nd, 1944, when he read Willie's letter that he gave to Cynthia, he got seriously angry. Mr. Goff wasn't exactly the hangout with any African-American kind of person. Imagine his shock when he found out that an African-American guy, Willie, had written a letter to his daughter. For Mr. Goff, this was like a total challenge to him and almost a crime in his eyes. So being extremely furious, he rounded up his friends, Reginald H. Scott and Selden B. McCullers, and the three of them decided to pay Willie a visit at his house, supposedly to question him about the letter. But they weren't just armed with questions. They were also armed with guns and other weapons in tow. It seemed like their intentions might have been more than just normal questioning with Willie, but they were planning something more serious. As Mr. Goff and his friends were on their way, Willie, who was still busy with his work at the dime store, got some unsettling news. A fellow employee informed him that 3 white men were heading to his house looking for him. This news got Willie seriously scared, especially since he knew his mom, Lula, was home alone, and he knew what those men could really do. So without wasting a moment, he rushed back home to ensure his mother's safety. As soon as Willie got home, he quickly started telling his mother about the letter and everything that happened and why these men were coming to their house. But before he could finish, at around 10 a.m., those 3 men stormed into his house and started to forcefully pull him away. When Lula saw what was happening, she did everything she could to protect Willie, pleading with them to let him go. She cried, begged, and tried to reason, but Mr. Goff seemed totally consumed by anger and was unwilling to listen to anything. That's when things took a terrifying turn when Mr. Goff pulled out a pistol and aimed it at Lula's head. He demanded that she hand over Willie to them. Being terrified and caught in an impossible situation, Lula reluctantly let the men take Willie away. As the cars drove off with her son, Lula ran after them, crying and screaming for them to let him go. But they didn't stop. Now, after seeing no other way desperately, she rushed to the lumber yard where her husband James worked in hopes to share the dreadful news of Willie's abduction. However, fate had different plans. Before she could even reach there, Mr. Goff and his 2 companions showed up with guns in hand and ordered James to get into the car with them. Now, by the time Lula reached the lumberyard, it was too late. Those men had already taken her son and husband. But there she met the lumberyard owner's wife, who spilled the details about everything that went down and how those 3 men took James with them. From there, the car drove out of town towards the Suwannee River, reaching a bluff in Sulphur Springs. Once they reached the high bank of the river, Mr. Goff had Willie and his father step out of the car. That's when he explained to James about everything Willie was accused of doing. James, even after knowing that his son was innocent and didn't do anything wrong, he felt utterly helpless in that heartbreaking moment. The three men tied up Willie's hands and feet, and he just stood there watching helplessly. Then Mr. Goff took on the roles of both judge and jury and asked Willie James if he grasped the so-called penalty for his crime, which, mind you, was just sending a letter to his daughter Cynthia. According to Mr. Goff, Willie committed a crime and he wanted to make an example out of him so that no one else would even think of doing the same in the future. Being terrified, Willie tearfully replied, "Yes, sir," as he faced this bizarre trial, weeping all the while. Mr. Goff turned to James and asked if he had any words for his son. Powerless to change the course of his son's fate, James just shared some comforting words in what he realized were Willie's last moments. "Willie, I cannot do anything for you now. I'm glad I have belonged to the church and prayed for you." Both father and son had tears streaming down their faces. In a poignant final request, Willie asked his father to take his wallet, in a small yet significant exchange in the midst of this heart-wrenching ordeal. Then, without wasting a moment, Mr. Goff took out a gun and aimed it at Willie's head. He gave him a chilling ultimatum: either jump into the water or face what was in the gun. Remember, Willie's hands and feet were still bound. He was gagged and forced into an impossible decision where he had no other choice but to jump into the water and subjected himself to a horrific drowning death. Meanwhile, James, who was helpless, watched his son from a distance, ending his own life and meeting such a tragic end in front of his eyes. Even after doing this, the men seemed like they weren't satisfied. They took James back in the car and left him at the lumberyard, making sure he couldn't try to save his drowning son. Now when James finished his work shift and returned home with a heavy heart, he had to deliver the devastating news to his wife, Lula. James sadly informed her that Willie wouldn't be coming home again, even though Lula was somewhat prepared for the news since she knew what the man had intended. But hearing it from James, she couldn't hold back her tears. It was a heartbreaking moment for the family. Now, if you think that's the end of the story, then hold on tight because the story doesn't stop there. The white men went back to the Suwannee River, retrieved Willie's body, and buried him, but they weren't done. They crafted their own version of events, and here's where it gets really interesting. Mr. Goff, being a representative with some serious power, headed straight to Tom Henry, the sheriff of Suwannee County in 1944. There, the three men gave Sheriff Tom a written statement in which they shared their side of the story. According to them, they picked up Willie James from his house and brought him to his father, James, with the intention of having his father whip him over the letter. Further, they claimed that upon reaching the river, Willie actually resisted his father's attempt to discipline him. According to them, in his struggle to break free, Willie accidentally fell into the river and drowned himself. They insisted that they tried hard to rescue him while his father supposedly stood by, doing nothing. It was a strategic move on their part, telling their version of events in advance because they knew that the sheriff would believe them more than the Howard family. It was done to secure their innocence and avoid being suspected of Willie's death. But the question was, even if Sheriff Tom decided to buy into the story that Willie drowned himself, why didn't he slap them with a kidnapping charge, even though they themselves had straight up admitted that they grabbed the boy from his house? Even back in Suwannee County in 1944, it was against the law to forcibly take a child from his mother. Yet the white community seemed to swallow the story hook, line, and sinker. In their eyes, the African-American boy's demise was just a tragic accident. In reality, Willie was kidnapped, murdered, and buried within a mere 24 hours without leaving a proper grave marker. Sadly, Willie's case wasn't the only one, and he wasn't the only African-American boy to endure such cruelty. In August 1955, another tragic incident unfolded in Florida with Emmett Till, a 14-year-old African-American boy who faced lynching at the hands of 3 white men, all because he supposedly got physical with a white woman. Racism has been around for a long time and, unfortunately, it still exists in many parts of the world. Many cases of lynching have remained hidden which never came to light, and the stories often go unheard. Willie's case would have also been one of those cases, and no one would have ever known until one day, fate took a turn. Elbert C. Robinson, an African-American attorney from Live Oak, then in 1944 living in Washington, D.C., came home for the holidays. There, he heard from the owner of the lumberyard about an African-American child being lynched, And he was so disturbed by this injustice that just 2 days after Willie's murder, on January 4, 1944, Robinson wrote a letter to the NAACP in Washington, D.C. Little did he know that this letter would set in motion the involvement of Thurgood Marshall, who in 1944 became the first African-American person to serve on the United States Supreme Court, ensuring Willie's story wouldn't be buried in silence. The letter dated January 4, 1944 stated, "While visiting in Florida during the Christmas holidays, one of the most gruesome cases imaginable was called to my attention. The people who relayed the facts in this case to me asked that I withhold their names, but implored me to get the facts in this case through to the NAACP as soon as possible. It appears that the conditions there are so tense that the colored people, high and low, are so frightened that they are afraid to have their names identified with cases of this type." After reading that impactful letter, Attorney Robinson not only shared the names of those he'd spoken to, Willie's father, James Howard, the African-American undertaker, Ansel Brown, Reverend R.M. Lane of Live Oak, and Mr. McPherson, the principal of Willie's school, but he also made a request to not publicize these names. Attorney Robinson's intervention actually sparked action into Willie's case. The NAACP sent letters to Florida Governor Holland, urging an investigation into Willie's killing. This move marked the first step toward justice for Willie. The governor also appointed Special Investigator David Lanier from Florida Law Enforcement Agency and instructed him to provide a discreet report on the matter. The wheels of justice started turning, albeit quietly. Investigator Lanier wasted no time and went straight to the heart of the matter, interviewing those involved in Willie's case. His interviews included Sheriff Tom, the 3 men implicated in Willie's death, James, and Luna Howard. However, Luna, in her account to the special investigator, painted a vivid picture. On January 2, 1944, James had left for work at Bon Howell Lumber Company, where Mr. R.L. Howard was his boss. Later that morning, an automobile carrying 3 white men pulled up to my house. From that, 2 white men stood at the gate, in which one was named Mr. McCullough, and the identity of the other man remained unknown to me. The third man was Mr. Phil Goff. Suddenly, Willie walked into the house and Mr. Goff seized him, insisting him to come along. I frantically tried to pull Willie away, begging and asking what he had done. In the midst of this, Mr. Goff produced a revolver, pointing it at me. He forcibly dragged Willie to the car, joined by the other white men, and sped off towards Live Oak. I chased after the car, but it quickly got away from me. Once the interviews were done, Investigator Lanier was convinced that the 3 men were responsible for Willie's tragic end. In his report to the governor, David Lanier straightforwardly stated that the men were guilty of murder if they were guilty of anything. In response, on February 14, 1944, Governor Holland wrote to Thurgood Marshall attaching a copy of Lanier's report. However, the governor also cautioned Marshall about the challenges ahead, emphasizing the difficulties when the testimony of 3 white men and the girl would likely stand against the account of 1 African-American man. Despite having all the information, fighting for this case remained an uphill battle. The pursuit of justice for Willie took an unexpected turn at the Sewanee Courthouse on May 4, 1944. The state's attorney brought the Howard killing before a grand jury, but things didn't unfold as anticipated. In a surprising twist, the only witness summoned was James Howard, who had relocated to Orlando by then. The grand jury just had 2 questions for him. How old was the boy? Did he personally deliver the letter to Cynthia Goff? Strangely, there were no inquiries about what transpired at the river. Lula Howard and other potential corroborating witnesses were not called. Even the special investigator Lanier was left out. After responding to the 2 questions, James Howard was dismissed from the grand jury proceedings and was left in the dark about any further developments. But why weren't there any questions about those white men? Why weren't there any questions about how Willie died? Why wasn't it important for the state's attorney? In a final push for justice, Harry T. Moore, the head of the state NAACP and a childhood classmate of Lula Howard, made a valiant effort. Moore conducted his own investigation. He gathered affidavits from the Howard family. He organized an NAACP chapter in Live Oak using the Howard lynching as his rallying cry. Hailing from the same settlement outside Live Oak called Houston, Moore felt a personal connection to Willie's case. He teamed up with Marshall, and they both aimed to involve the federal authorities. But despite the compelling arguments presented by Marshall and Moore, the state chose to remain silent, which only added another chapter to the sadly familiar narrative of justice eluding those who need it most. Following the lynching, Willie James' parents promptly relocated to Orlando, where James Howard passed away a few years later, and Lula Howard lived until 2004. Mamie, Lula's sister, shared in a 2006 interview in Orlando that Lula's heart remained broken throughout her life. Willie was her only child and had left an indelible mark on her, a wound that time couldn't fully heal. Even after decades, some Caucasian individuals in Live Oak continued to cling to the drowning myth. In an interview on October 19, 2006, Susan K. Lamb, the editor of the Sewanee Democrat, the town's newspaper, adamantly stated, "It was not a lynching, it was a drowning." According to her, the boy was supposedly running away and met his demise in the river. When questioned about the practicality of running with bound hands and feet, her response was simply, "Isn't that interesting?" Willie James Howard was laid to rest in Live Oak's Eastside Cemetery, resting in anonymity for over 60 years with no marker on his grave. It was finally in 2005 when Douglas Udall, a Sewanee County commissioner and mortician, took the initiative. Having acquired the funeral home and records from Ansel Brown, who'd handled Willie James' burial, Commissioner Odell funded and arranged for a long overdue grave marker. Additionally, he organized a church service to honor Willie James, a poignant tribute that had been absent at the time of his tragic death. Now Douglas Udall stands as a testament to the evolving landscape of African-American political influence in Sewanee County, once among Florida's most conservative regions. Despite a district with a majority of white voters, Udall was elected chairman of the Sewanee County Commission in November 2007, showcasing a shift in the county's political dynamics. Also in 2006, Sewanee County Sheriff Tony Cameron demonstrated a rare commitment by attending the memorial service for Willie James, one of the few Caucasian people to do so. His presence spoke volumes, saying, "I thought I should be there." Sheriff Cameron's assistance extended to aiding Douglas Udall's research efforts. He reached out to Cynthia Goff's best friend from his office, revealing that Cynthia, although no longer residing in Live Oak, occasionally visits there. The friend shared that Cynthia was deeply distressed by Willie James' tragic fate, expressing, "She did not intend for that to happen. I think it stayed with her all of her life." Cynthia never married and spent her life working in downtown stores, including the Van Priest dime store. This incident had a profound impact on everyone involved and disrupted their lives permanently. During that period, racism deeply influenced society and created a stark division between African American and Caucasian people. Caucasians were often considered superior, while African Americans faced unjust perceptions of inferiority. Over time, society has evolved, and today, people from all backgrounds are treated with equal respect and offered opportunities regardless of their race. Presently, individuals of all races, including white people, embrace diversity and easily interact with one another. Yet some lingering perceptions suggest that Willie may have believed he could navigate a racially biased world, relying on charm, style, singing talent, and an unconventional job choice. The complexities of his motivations during those times continue to fuel discussions. It's hard to definitively say why Willie wrote the letter to Cynthia. Some might argue he wrote it out of pride in himself, believing he could break social barriers. On the other hand, it's also possible that Willie genuinely had feelings for Cynthia, hoping to build a connection despite the racial challenges of the time. The complexities of human emotions make it challenging to pinpoint a single motivation behind Willie's actions. The situation raised many questions about the role of fear, power dynamics, and societal pressures during those challenging times. The truth remains buried in traditional thinking, lingering racism, and the feeling of a justice that was never fully realized. So we leave you with this: what are your thoughts on whether James truly chose not to save Willie, or if external factors hindered his ability to intervene? Additionally, considering the gravity of the situation, what punishment, in your opinion, would be fitting for the three men involved in taking Willie's life? John Jack Cummings was a student at the University of Wisconsin in 1942 when he enlisted in the Army. On January 23, 1945, his parents, Helen and Leo, received a telegram at their home in Juneau, Wisconsin, informing them that their son was missing in action. Initial military records indicated that Jack went missing on January 4, 1945, but this date was slightly inaccurate. On the night of December 31, 1944, the German army launched Operation Nordwind, their final large-scale offensive on the Western Front against the U.S. 7th Army, which was stretched thin along a 68-mile front. At that time, Jack was serving with Company A, 270th Infantry Regiment, 70th Infantry Division, which had arrived at the Rhine River just 2 days prior to reinforce the Alsace area. The men of Company A were positioned along the French side of the river in foxholes, instructed to remain vigilant for German soldiers across the water. They were also ordered to remove any unit patches or identifying insignia from their uniforms to prevent the Germans from gathering intelligence about troop movements if any were captured. Unfortunately, this directive would later complicate the identification of soldiers' remains. On December 31st, 22-year-old Jack was stationed in a foxhole approximately 10 yards back from the riverbank near the French village of Neuhausel, armed with a Browning automatic rifle. Two of his fellow soldiers saw him there early that night as darkness began to fall, and he reported that he was doing well. Sometime later, however, they heard machine gun fire and rushed back to Jack's position. When they arrived, instead of finding Jack, they found his helmet with a bullet hole in it and a bloody piece of skull. Jack's weapon and equipment were also gone. There were drag marks in the ground down to the river. The Army officially confirmed that Jack was dead in November of 1945. A report from the Army stated, "It can be presumed that Cummings was killed by the enemy and his body thrown into the Rhine River. Further search for the remains of this soldier would be futile." Jack's family was not so easily convinced that finding Jack's remains and having them returned home for burial was a lost cause. They received limited information from the Army as years passed, but tried to be active in the search for Jack's body. In 1947, Jack's mother Helen wrote to the Army about offering a reward in Germany for information that would lead them to Jack's remains. She was willing to pay for such a reward, but was asking for the Army's help in spreading information about the reward within Germany. The Army told Helen that they could not help her. Both Helen and her husband, Leo, would die without seeing their son's remains returned home. Leo passed away in 1963, and Helen passed away in 1972. Jack's younger sister, Mary Ellen, eventually married, and she and her husband had 12 children. According to one of those children, Jack's nephew, Mark Hartzheim, his grandparents rarely discussed his Uncle Jack. They just never talked about this much. That was typical, I think, of people from that generation. They compartmentalized things and internalized them and didn't dwell on them, but I'm sure it haunted them and troubled them the rest of their lives, he told the Washington Post in 2018. It would be Mark who set in motion the events that ultimately led to Jack's remains being identified and returned to the United States. He began doing research on his uncle, and in 2014, he signed up to attend a government-sponsored meeting for family members of missing in action soldiers. Once he did so, a government historian named Ian Spurgeon was assigned to revisit Jack's case. When he began his work on Jack's case, Ian found that Jack's files had not been accessed for decades. He began using these files, the National Archives, and a Defense Palmia Accounting Agency database of locations where the remains of unidentified World War II servicemen had been recovered. Ian focused on the area where Jack had gone missing and presumably been killed, and came across an account of a soldier working for the American Graves Registration Command in a grave he had discovered in Eifsheim, Germany, right across the Rhine River from Jack's last post. In 1946, the mayor of Eifsheim told the soldier that another American soldier was buried in the area. The grave was roughly 30 yards away from the river behind a German pillbox. It was marked with a wooden cross on which was written, in German, "Here lies a fallen USA soldier," and the date of December 31st, 1944. The grave's registration soldier was able to speak to a former German soldier who had helped bury the American soldier and still lived in the area. He confirmed that the soldier buried in the grave was an American. The nameless soldier had been killed near Neuhausel by members of a German raiding party that had attacked across the river on New Year's Eve of 1944. On May 10, 1946, the remains were exhumed. By this time, Only the soldier's skeleton remained, and there were only scraps of his clothing left. No dog tags were found with the remains. Since the soldier could not be identified, the remains were given the designation X-454 and ultimately buried in an American cemetery in France known today as the Lorraine American Cemetery, along with thousands of other unidentified American servicemen. Ian then began the process of filing a request with the Army to exhume the remains in order to scientifically analyze them to confirm if they belonged to Jack Cummings. He conducted further research and eliminated other soldiers as potential matches before making the formal request. The Army agreed to it, and the remains designated as X-6454 were disinterred in October of 2016 and flown to Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska for testing at a Defense Palmia Accounting Agency laboratory. The bones were examined by anthropologists, and Jack's relatives provided samples of their DNA for comparison. On July 23, 2018, Mark Hartzheim was driving his 7-year-old son to the movies when he received a phone call informing him that the remains had been confirmed to be those of his uncle, Jack Cummings. On October 13, 2018, Jack was buried with honors in Hazelhurst, Wisconsin, next to his parents. His sister, Mary Ellen, who was just 17 years old when her brother was killed, was still alive at age 91 to see her brother finally return home. Lawrence Everett Dixon was born in 1920 and was a native of South Carolina. He loved music and taught himself how to play the guitar. He had a warm and friendly personality, according to those who knew him. Lawrence eventually moved north to New York City and studied chemistry for 2 years at the City College of New York. While still in New York, he married his wife, Phyllis, in November of 1941. The following July, the couple welcomed their daughter Marla. When World War II broke out, Lawrence joined the Army Air Forces and became one of 900 African-American pilots who trained at the segregated Tuskegee Army Airfield in Alabama. He graduated from flight training on March 25, 1943, in Class 43C. That December, he became one of 400 Tuskegee airmen who flew overseas during the war when he deployed to Italy with the 100th Fighter Squadron. In the following year, he flew over 60 missions and was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross. Captain Dixon would have been eligible to temporarily return home on leave after flying 70 missions. At the time, weight pilots received their leave after flying 50 missions. On December 23, 1944, 24-year-old Captain Dixon took off for his 68th mission in his P-51D Mustang at Ramiatelli Air Base in southern Italy. He was flying to Nazi-occupied Prague, leading a 3-plane escort of an unarmed photo reconnaissance plane. Approximately an hour into their flight, Captain Dixon radioed the other planes that he was having engine problems and his plane was losing speed. His 2 wingmen remained behind with him while the reconnaissance plane sped on. They stayed with Captain Dixon's plane as he turned around trying to head back to base. Captain Dixon then began losing altitude and started to look for somewhere to land his plane or bail out of it. Ultimately, he had to jettison the canopy of his cockpit and bail out of the aircraft. According to Second Lieutenant Robert L. Martin, he had to swerve his own plane to avoid being hit by the now unpiloted plane, and when he was able to look back out of his window, he could not see Captain Dixon's parachute or any other indication of where he had landed. At the time, he believed they were in a mountainous area near the town of Darvigio in northeastern Italy. Lieutenant Martin and the other wingmen circled the area looking for any signs of where Captain Dixon was, but heavy snow on the ground hampered their efforts, and they saw nothing. They began returning to base but turned around to look for the crash site one more time. They again saw nothing. They finally flew back to Ramiatelli and reported the crash, but no further searches were launched at the time. Captain Dixon's wife, Phyllis, was notified that he was missing in action on January 8, 1945. She spent months writing to the War Department asking for updates about her husband. At first, she held out hope that he might still be alive but in need of help, writing, "I can't even sleep for thinking about him being sick somewhere and not having anyone to care for him properly." Months would go by without any information, leading her to say in a July letter, "Please believe me when I say I have been greatly distressed. I have tried to be brave, but it really has been an effort. I meet the mailman daily hoping and praying for some news, but so far, none. The Army conducted investigations into Captain Dixon's crash in 1946 and 1948. Their efforts located other crash sites, but not Captain Dixon's. The Army declared his remains unrecoverable on September 29, 1949. Captain Dixon's wife, Phyllis, would never receive the news of her husband she tried hard to get from the Army. She passed away on December 28, 2017 at the age of 96. Less than a year later, however, her daughter, Marla, would finally get answers about her father's fate. Phyllis had died knowing that efforts were being made to finally locate her husband's remains. In the summer of 2017, the family had been notified by the Army's past conflict reparations branch that new efforts were being launched to locate where Captain Dixon had crashed. Thanks to testimony from witnesses and the examination of wartime German records, the Army had learned of a crash site with wreckage consistent with the aircraft Captain Dixon had been flying on his final mission. Records showed a crash that occurred on the day of Captain Dixon's crash, but the aircraft in question had not gone down in Italy, as the Army had believed, but just over the Austrian border near Hohenthorn from July 11th through August 8, 2017. The Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, the University of New Orleans, and the University of Innsbruck excavated the crash site. Among the airplane pieces and debris at the site, they found human remains. These remains were sent to a laboratory at Offutt Air Force Base outside Omaha, Nebraska for testing. DNA was successfully extracted from arm and leg bone fragments. Captain Dixon's daughter, as well as several other of his family members, had provided samples of their DNA for comparison in hopes of his remains being located and conclusively identified. On July 27, 2018, the Defense Department announced that the remains had been identified as those of Captain Dixon. At the end of World War II, 27 Tuskegee Airmen were missing in action. Captain Dixon was the first of them to be located since the end of the war. That August, Michael Mee, the identifications chief for the Army's past conflict reparations branch, presented Captain Dixon's daughter, Marla, with a gold ring and an aqua-colored stone believed to have fallen from it that were found at the crash site. The ring was inscribed with her parents' initials, a heart, and the date of her father's 23rd birthday. Marla believed the ring was a gift from her mother to her father for his birthday. He had loved the color aqua. Small portions of a harmonica and a small cross found amongst the debris at the crash site were also returned to Marla. Captain Dixon's wife Phyllis had remarried and had 2 more children, so Marla grew up with siblings and a stepfather. However, she never stopped missing her father for feeling as though her life would have been different had she not felt the void his loss had left in her life. She was always looking for ways to connect with her father and kept his files and displayed his photographs in her home. Her father's wingman, Lieutenant Robert L. Martin, wrote her a letter detailing her father's final mission some 50 years after the war ended so that she would know as much of his story as possible. The act of writing to you so many years after brings to me a sadness, and yet I hope it will bring you a moment of peaceful remembrance of a loving father whom you lost, Lieutenant Martin wrote. He passed away at his home in Olympia Fields, Illinois the day before the announcement of Captain Dixon's remains being formally identified was made. He was 99 years old. Lieutenant Martin's daughter, Gabrielle, came in her father's place to honor Captain Dixon when he finally received a proper burial. On March 22, 2019, nearly 75 years after his death, Captain Dixon was laid to rest at Arlington National Cemetery. His daughter and the grandchildren he never got to meet were there for the service and to receive the flag from his casket. At the beginning of 1972, 9-year-old Deborah Lyn Randall was a 3rd grader at Pine Forest Elementary School, living with her family in Marietta, Georgia. She loved playing with dolls and was also the star of her neighborhood baseball team. Her favorite teammate was her 10-year-old brother, Melvin. On January 13, 1972, Melvin was feeling unwell, and their mother, Juanita, who was also sick, asked Melvin and Debbie to take the family's laundry to the Duds and Suds laundromat, just half a block from their apartment. Reluctant to go due to his illness and distracted by his favorite TV show, Melvin opted to stay behind. Consequently, Debbie and her stepfather, Frank, headed to the laundromat with the laundry. Debbie wore a new pair of lavender shoes she had received for Christmas and enjoyed visiting the laundromat. where she would often stack empty detergent boxes or bring her Barbie dolls to play with other neighborhood girls. When they arrived at the laundromat, Frank loaded 2 machines with laundry and gave Debbie the change she would need to switch out the loads once they finished. He then went home, expecting her to return by 7:30 asking for help carrying the laundry. As time passed without her return, concern grew, especially with nightfall approaching. Juanita and Frank went to the laundromat to check on her and discovered a spilled box of detergent on the ground next to a Volkswagen parked about 85 feet from the store. Debbie was nowhere to be found. According to some girls who had been folding laundry at the laundromat, Debbie had gone outside at 7:15, telling them goodbye as she left. It soon became apparent that Debbie had been abducted. Debbie's father, John, was notified while he was at his job at the Ford Motor Company plant. The Marietta police were called, and they found small fingerprints on the Volkswagen smudged in a downward direction. Witnesses reported seeing a dark 1950s pickup truck speeding away from the area of the laundromat and driving erratically. Police eventually learned that a 12-year-old girl witnessed the actual abduction. She had not reported it immediately because she believed the little girl she saw a man grab must have been his child who had misbehaved and was being taken home. The man nearly ran her over as he sped away, and she could briefly see him glaring back at her in the truck's rearview mirror as he drove away. Another witness saw a man driving a pickup truck similar to the one later seen speeding away from the scene around 7 p.m. as it parked next to the Volkswagen where child-sized fingerprints were later found. These 2 witnesses were able to help develop a sketch of the driver. The official search for Debbie involved the Marietta Police Department, the Cobb County Police, and the Cobb County Sheriff's Office. In addition, the people of Marietta joined together to launch Operation Debbie, a massive search effort looking for the little girl. More than 4,000 people were ultimately involved in the search. Among the volunteers were civil defense workers, ham radio operators, and students. One of the most dedicated volunteers was Melvin Randall, who had struggled with guilt for several years over being sick and not going to the laundromat with his little sister the day she disappeared. He went door to door speaking with all of his neighbors and distributed flyers throughout the neighborhood, desperately hoping his efforts would bring Debbie home. January 29th, 16 days after Debbie disappeared, was cold and rainy, but the volunteers continued their work. A group of students from Southern Tech were searching a heavily wooded area between Windy Hill Road and the Fox Hills subdivision on Powers Ferry Road. Mike McCahan had enrolled in the school after serving with the military in Vietnam. He had been searching for several hours when he came across drag marks in the dirt around 5 p.m. When he followed them, he discovered Debbie's lifeless body. She was fully clothed but had only her socks on her feet. Her prized lavender shoes were gone. Most of Marietta seemed to show up to honor Debbie's memory at her funeral. Thousands of people were packed into Roswell Street Baptist Church for the service. Debbie was then buried at Kennestone Memorial Park. Debbie's body was found approximately 6 miles away from where she was abducted. Dr. Larry Howard of the Georgia State Crime Lab examined Debbie's body and determined that she had been raped. The most recent statements from authorities say that Debbie's cause of death was strangulation, but earlier ones state that she had been suffocated. It has been reported that Dr. Howard believed that Debbie died as the result of her killer using her coat to cover her face in an effort to muffle her screams while he raped her. A geologist was brought into the investigation to analyze dirt samples taken from Debbie's clothing. They identified dirt from 2 different locations, one from where Debbie's body was found and another ultimately matched to clay from the Dixie Cast and Stone Company on Powers Ferry Road, some 3 miles away from where Debbie's body was found. This led investigators to believe that Debbie was killed on the Stone Company property and that her body had then been dumped in the wooded area where it had been found. Brown hair was also found on Debbie's body, and the lab determined that it came from a white male, most likely between the ages of 1830. Police conducted numerous interviews and followed up on hundreds of leads, but Debbie's killer remained unidentified. The death of Debbie and the lack of punishment for her killer obviously took a massive toll on her family. She was my baby, and I loved her so much. I couldn't understand why it was her instead of me. It was the way she had to go that hurt me so bad. And it still hurts. I would at least like to know who done it before I pass away, Debbie's mother, Juanita, said in July of 2018 as she battled leukemia. Juanita, unfortunately, did not get her wish to live to see her daughter's killer identified. She passed away on September 17, 2018. In accordance with her wishes, her ashes were buried alongside Debbie's body. Describing what losing Debbie felt like to reporter Jessica Knoll in 2018, Debbie's father John tearfully said, "Somebody took my baby. Tears you up, literally tears you up. I was like a zombie around here for a while. It's just like taking a big chunk out of your body. When I found that out, it was just like losing a part of me being gone. It was gone, and it ain't never come back, and never will it come back." John participated in the interview with Jessica Knoll because he still hoped to live to see Debbie's killer brought to justice. He believed there were people who had information on the case, and he did the interview in hopes of one of them seeing it and coming forward. He believed that if Debbie's killer was still alive and could be prosecuted, he should be executed following his conviction because he obviously was not sorry for what he had done, as evidenced by the fact that he had never come forward. Like his ex-wife, John died without ever seeing justice for his daughter. He passed away in January of 2022, just 3 days before the 50th anniversary of Debbie's murder. While he was not alive to see it, Debbie's case would finally be solved the very next year. By the times of their deaths, Debbie's parents at least knew that police were still looking for their daughter's killer, and that technology that had not yet been available at the time of Debbie's murder was being used to hopefully solve the case. Luckily, the original investigators assigned to Debbie's case had preserved the evidence from the case very well. What would prove to be the two most useful pieces of evidence in the age of DNA testing, the hair found on Debbie's body and a small piece of cloth found next to her body, were preserved well enough to still be usable for testing even decades after Debbie's death. In 2001, the FBI conducted testing on the hair. They could not identify Debbie's killer, but the testing did narrow the suspect pool considerably. The case was handed over to the Cobb County Cold Case Unit in 2015. That same year, the evidence in the case was sent for more DNA testing. A partial male profile was developed, but a match to it could not be found in the combined DNA index system. Investigators with the Cold Case Unit developed several strong suspects, but each was ultimately excluded by DNA. Thanks to extra funding received in 2019, further advanced DNA testing was conducted on the cloth in 2022. A familial DNA profile was developed and investigators used genetic genealogy to search for potential suspects. The Cobb County Cold Case Unit began working with DNA Labs International in 2023. They were able to identify several relatives of the contributor of the DNA from the cloth. When authorities contacted these relatives, they agreed to provide samples of their DNA. Comparing their DNA with the DNA from the cloth helped give the authorities had his body exhumed so that samples could be taken for direct DNA testing. This testing confirmed his DNA was a match to that from the crime scene. On September 18, 2023, Cobb County District Attorney Flynn D. Brody Jr. announced that Debbie's killer had been identified as William Beale Rose, who had been 24 years old at the time of the murder. Rose could not be arrested because he took his own life in 1974, 2 years after Debbie was killed. Cold Case investigator Roy Alter stated at the press conference announcing Rose's identification that he suspected Rose may have ended his life because he was afraid of being caught for Debbie's murder. According to Mr. Alter's conversations with Rose's family members, Rose had been worried about going to jail prior to his death, but his family had assumed his concerns stemmed from minor incidents. Rose did have a criminal record but had only ever been arrested for alcohol-related incidents. He had not previously been a suspect in the case. It does not appear that Rose knew Debbie prior to her abduction. However, he did have relatives who lived in her apartment complex, giving him a reason to be a regular visitor there. He may have seen her playing outside during prior visits to the complex, but her murder appears to have been a crime of opportunity. Debbie's brother, Melvin, was present at the press conference to express his gratitude for investigators and their ongoing efforts. He was relieved both because he finally knew who took his sister from him and because her killer was not someone his family knew. Melvin had ultimately resolved the guilt he had once felt for not being with Debbie at the laundromat that day, and he has stated that he does not hate Rose despite what he did to his sister because he had learned over the years that hating someone would do him no good. Melvin expressed sympathy towards Rose's family for the difficult time he knows they must be going through as a result of this news. Rose's identification was somewhat bittersweet for Melvin because his mother did not get to see it. However, he stated, "I wish my mother was here, but I know she knows in heaven that it's finally over." In May 2003, Tiffany Rowl and Rachel Colorudis, along with many others, proudly graduated from their high school. They were stepping into a new chapter of their lives with exciting summer plans alongside friends and family. Tiffany aimed to become a social worker, while Rachel considered joining the military. Tiffany's boyfriend of 3 years, Marcus, was also heading to college, and his cousin Adalbert, who had recently relocated to Clear Lake for a fresh start, had ambitious plans as well. Following the death of Tiffany's mother, her father remarried and moved away. Tiffany chose to stay in the house to avoid changing schools so close to graduation. The following 6 weeks were filled with parties at Tiffany's, juggling jobs, saving for college, and enjoying summer together before they all headed in different directions. On the afternoon of July 18, 2003, police received a call from 2 neighbors who had visited Tiffany. They entered her house and stumbled upon a shocking scene that no one could have foreseen. For people lay dead. The floor and walls were covered in blood, and it was obvious that they had all been deceased for several hours already. It was a shocking sight for even the most tenured of police officers. The victims were 18-year-olds, Tiffany Rowl and Rachel Colorudis, Tiffany's boyfriend, 19-year-old Marcus Priscilla, and Marcus's cousin, 21-year-old Adalbert Sanchez. Tiffany, Marcus, and Adalbert had all been shot to death. And although Rachel had been shot multiple times, she had died of blunt force trauma to her head, and her skull was completely shattered. There was no forced entry. The TV was still blaring, and the way the group had been found indicated it was a total ambush that had happened in a mere matter of seconds. Rachel was found on the floor with her hand near her phone. She had managed to hit the 911 buttons to try and call for help, but before any call could go through, she was hit over the head, likely with a gun, undied. There was a clump of hair in her right hand, and she had been shot at least 12 times. Tiffany and Adalbert were on the recliners, their legs stretched out while they had been relaxing watching television, and Marcus was found behind the seats on the floor. Over 40 bullets had been fired in the house, and there was a mixture of 2 different shell casings. No guns were found at the scene, but police could tell that one was a 9mm and one was a .38 caliber. So investigators felt confident they were looking for at least 2 people involved, maybe even more. As the media got hold of the story and news began to spread, Rachel's father George recognized the address on television and headed straight over with his wife. The cameras picked up the heartbreaking moment. He pleaded with the police to let him in, but as it was now a crime scene, it was simply not allowed. They both collapsed to the ground, waiting for someone to tell them something, but knowing deep down they wouldn't see their daughter alive again. It was disturbing and shocking that something like this could happen in broad daylight in a neighborhood where very little went on. Former classmates of Tiffany said that her home had quickly become known as a party house with drinking and drugs, and often lots of people coming in and out, especially now that it was summer break. So they wondered if maybe an alcohol or drug-fueled party had become really out of control. That's not what this particular day had been. The 4 were the closest of friends, and for all intents and purposes, it had just been a very casual afternoon for them, watching television and eating food. Friends, students, and neighbors gathered together for vigils, and a sense of unease hovered over everyone. 18-year-old Tiffany always had the biggest smile on her face. As well as wanting to go into social work, she was a talented actress and loved any chance to perform. Rachel Colorudis also loved the arts and creative writing, and was very popular in school due to her kind nature. People said that she, too, was always smiling, happy, and fun to be around. Marcus's stepfather said Marcus loved nothing more than working on his car and spending time with his family and Tiffany. He had been finishing a course for an automotive technology certificate and wanted to pursue a business degree. His cousin Adalbert had moved to Clear Lake to get away from violence on the north side, and had only been there for a couple of weeks before he was killed. He loved making music and planned to go to college to study computer technology. People could not believe that something this brutal could happen to them, and this seemingly random crime had rattled the community. Sadly, there really were no witnesses. No one had heard any gunshots. The houses were very separated, and police said lots of people had their air conditioning and fans on, which could have blocked out the noise. But a couple living nearby had seen something they thought might be relevant. They had seen a very young man and a woman walking down the street at about 2:30 p.m. that day. And to the best of their knowledge, they hadn't seen them before. They were dressed all in black. The woman was wearing a bandana, carrying a big black bag, and the neighbors described her as very pretty with big eyes. The witnesses gave the best description they could to the renowned forensic artist Lois Gibson, who worked with what they could remember, putting together a potential profile. But whether these people were in any way linked was really unclear. Just 2 hours later, Lois had completed the sketches. George, Rachel's father, started working non-stop to try and raise money so they could afford to put the sketches out on billboards, and spent most of his time going door to door handing out flyers. Early on, rumors began to swirl that Marcus had been involved in dealing drugs, and maybe this was behind the ambush. It was also alleged that Marcus's family had connections to the Mexican mafia, and perhaps the other three had been collateral damage to a completely unrelated thing. A close friend of Tiffany's said, "I know Marcus was messed up with some bad people." But Marcus's aunt said, "He struggled, but he succeeded. No matter how hard he was trying, he was doing the best to do good." One detective said they were all very young, very immature, and on their own for the first time. The May 4th have exercised bad judgment at times, but certainly didn't deserve what happened to them. Officers simply couldn't find anything to solidify the claims about the mafia, and this theory was eventually ruled out. Police did wonder, however, if drugs were involved somehow, but they just didn't have anything yet that pointed to that, as both drugs and cash were found at the scene in plain view. So why hadn't they been stolen? The attack had been so ruthless and felt so personal. Police then started to wonder if it was someone close to the group. Amongst her multiple shots, Rachel had been shot in the crotch area, and psychiatrists wondered if this was a sign of sexual envy or jealousy. But they were ruling people out at a rapid speed rather than adding any suspects to the list. There was simply no one they could link to the group that would have any motive to do this. Time was slowly ticking by, and investigators had no more than they did when they first started. As the weeks turned into months, the months soon turned into years. Their confidence in catching whoever was responsible was dwindling. Fast forward to the summer of 2006, almost 3 years to the day after the shootings. After following leads that went nowhere and interviewing 100 people, police finally had a breakthrough. An anonymous tip came in via Crime Stoppers. The person on the end of the phone said they had seen the billboard and gave the police 2 names. The first was Christine Payalila, and the second was Chris. The tipster had met Christine in rehab as she was battling a heroin addiction. She had recently split from this mystery man called Chris and was seemingly trying to turn her life around. While in rehab, she made a comment about her ex-boyfriend shooting up a house and killing a group of people, and she had also participated. He didn't know if the story was true or if it was the drugs talking, but after seeing the billboard for himself, he decided to call in. A look into the name Christine Payalila told the police a lot. It turned out that Christine had gone to Clear Lake High School alongside Tiffany and Rachel, and the connections started to be made. Those in Christine's life said that she had had a tough time in school and was subjected to relentless bullying and attacks from classmates. Her mother and stepfather said that she had been diagnosed with alopecia when she was very young and began wearing wigs, which were frequently ripped off her head by other students. Her mom, Lori, said she had poor vision, so she had what I guess most folks would know as Coke bottle glasses. This, as well as her wearing wigs, meant she faced ridicule on a daily basis. Her mother said that one day Christine came home from school and said, "Mom, I made 2 new friends who were the sweetest girls I ever met, Rachel and Tiffany." None other than Rachel Kolarudis and Tiffany Rowl. People said that the 2 almost took Christine under their wings, forming a genuine and tight friendship. Rachel and Tiffany started looking out for her, trying their best to protect her from the bullying. Christine's mom said she couldn't speak highly enough about them. How much fun they were, how loving they were, how they had so much fun. Every minute they spent together was lively and fun, and they laughed all the time, and I saw such a change in her personality. Rachel's father also knew of Christine and said Rachel was the kind of person that always looked out for the underdog, always tried to help others. Rachel even kept a photo of Christine in her purse. On the back of the picture, Christine had written, "Damn, we've had some crazy memories. I love you." The three teens would often write notes back and forth to each other in class, and Lori recalled that Christine trusted them both so much, she felt okay without the wig on, which is not something she did with many of her friends. The trio would spend hours after school doing each other's makeup and trying on different wigs, having fun, but also making Christine feel comfortable and confident. The girls pushed Christine to try new things and find her creativity. And with this, Christine's confidence began to grow and she was really coming into her own. She got a huge boost when she was voted Miss Irresistible by the student body at Clear Lake High School. She finally felt like she was leaving her past behind. Christine soon met Chris Snyder. He was 2 years older than her, and the pair struck up a friendship. Lori said she immediately disapproved of this, but said her daughter wouldn't hear anything bad said about him. Chris ended up serving time for armed robbery, and when he got out, he went straight back to Christine, who was now 16 years old. Christine said that she felt bad because nobody wanted to be associated with him, and knowing how this felt, she stood by him. They soon became romantically involved, and Christine had become more and more distant from her family. Lori said Christine clung on to him for reasons she didn't understand, despite him often joining in with the bullying. Chris was using a lot of drugs at the time, and before long, so was Christine. Her parents spoke to lawyers and the police, even trying to get a restraining order against him, but Christine was now almost 18 years old and was making her own decisions. Her stepfather said she felt she was going to be able to fix him no matter what he did, but others said that the toxicity came from both of them, with people often seeing Christine hitting him and shouting and fighting in public. Although this relationship was already on a downward spiral, two people that seemed to be constantly positive and have good energy in her life were Rachel and Tiffany, who stayed just as close to her throughout her relationship with Chris. On the day the group were found dead, Lori said Christine had come home in floods of tears, crying through most of the night. She said she was so upset, she couldn't attend their funerals. So, with the police knowing all of this, it begged the question, why would someone that was so close to the victims do something like that? How could Christine possibly have been involved? The only person that could answer that question was her. And officers started searching for Christine Pila and Chris Snyder. The hunt for Chris proved harder as he was not living at his last known address. But, thanks to ATM and bank records, Christine and her husband, Justin, were located. They were hauled up in a San Antonio motel, having lived there for almost a year. When officers announced themselves and entered, they walked into what they described as one of the most disgusting things they had ever seen. Used needles, rubbish, food, vomit, and drugs littered the floor. Blood and bodily fluids covered the walls and furniture. They said the smell was unlike anything, and the state of Christine and Justin was quite shocking. Wearing blood-stained clothes and covered in track marks, just before noon on July 19, 2006, Christine Pila was placed under arrest. Police said it was clear that the pair were so deeply in their addictions, it was likely a matter of time before they died. For the last 9 months, they had been living in the same room, spending every bit of Christine's inheritance money on drugs. Christine told police she was living off of crackers and spending around $500 a day on heroin, but this amount sometimes reached over $1,000. Justin said Christine hadn't left the room once. Christine's police interview began just before 3 p.m., and over the next few hours, the detective begged her to tell the truth. She admitted to driving Chris to the home that day, but said the murders were all his idea. The plan was to buy drugs from someone inside. Christine said she waited outside in the car before they both drove away. But when Chris said he had forgot something, the pair went back. She initially said that again. She stayed outside hearing no gunshots and seeing nothing wrong. She said she only realized something had happened when he came out holding a gun. After this happened, they drove off and she clocked in to start her shift at Walgreens just 30 minutes later. But the police weren't convinced that this was down to just Chris. Neither were the experts that had analyzed the crime scene. They were still standing by their theory that this was a jealous rage or something to do with sexual envy on Christine's part. Although Rachel and Tiffany had befriended Christine, it was still entirely possible that maybe she didn't believe they were being genuine and wanted to punish them. or her anger at being treated so badly in school had poured over and she had taken it out on them. Officers were trying to get as much information out of her as they could. But as the interview drew to a close, Christine started to grow weaker and more sick. She was transported to Santa Rosa Hospital, where she informed doctors that she was used to taking heroin every 10 to 15 minutes and that she hadn't had any since that morning. After she had been given methadone and morphine, they carried on the interviews inside the hospital, but Christine was still pointing the finger at Chris. She was then put on a plane and flown out to Houston before being placed in a jail cell. A final videotaped interview commenced just before midnight. Her story had now changed. She then said she watched in horror as Chris beat Rachel to death. And according to Christine, he had threatened to do the same thing to her and her family if she told anyone what had happened that night. Police were satisfied that she had finally at least placed herself at the scene. They were still looking for Chris and visited his last known address, his parents' house. They told his family that there was a warrant out for his arrest. They began a search of the property. In his father's bedroom was a little safe which contained 2 guns. Both matched the 2 types that they were looking for. But by this point, no one had seen Chris in over a week. Detectives looked at his MySpace page and phone records, which led them to Greenville, South Carolina. But Chris had already learned about the manhunt before police could even find him. Testing the guns soon linked them back to the crime scene. But before they could place Chris under arrest, his decomposing body was found in some woods. He had taken an overdose of pills. It is thought that someone had tipped him off about the pending arrest and he had taken his own life before they could find him. There was now only one person left to talk to, and that was Christine's husband, Justin. He said that Christine had inherited some money after her father passed away, and the couple had bought a small condo with it. Soon after they started living together, a news story about the anniversary of the unsolved murders came out. Christine called Justin in to watch, asking if the billboard picture looked like her. He said Christine broke down and admitted to going to the house to steal money and drugs. She said she was a willing participant, and when Chris started shooting, she didn't hesitate to join in too. Justin also said that Christine had told him that it was her who beat Rachel to death with the gun, not Chris. He said that Christine told him Rachel was crying, asking why over and over, but she didn't stop until she was sure Rachel was dead. Justin said he was completely shocked and scared, but the couple moved out of the condo and went on the run. It later turned out that the anonymous tip that had been made to Crime Stoppers was actually Justin himself. Christine Paolilla was charged with first-degree murder, and she entered a plea of not guilty. In a pretrial hearing, Christine's defense team moved to suppress all 3 recorded statements. Although she had been advised of her Fifth Amendment rights before each interview, they argued that her statements were technically involuntary because of the medication she had taken and because she was suffering from opioid withdrawal. But this motion was denied, and the court later said Christine was lucid and capable of understanding the warnings given to her and the nature of her statements. A couple of years later, the now 22-year-old's trial got underway. The defense advised that Christine did not testify. They showed her confession tapes reiterating Christine's statement, saying that it was Chris that had killed the group while she hid. The jurors watched her videotape statement in which she told police that Chris was responsible for everything and that she was afraid of him. But the prosecution fired back saying, over 1,100 calls are made from her to him and him to her. If you are so deathly afraid of someone, what are you doing on the phone with them? For over 1,000 phone calls. Dr. George Glass, a psychiatrist testifying for the defense, said that her heroin addiction could not be overlooked. She was in withdrawal at the time she spoke to the police and was saying anything she could to get drugs to relieve the pain. Her lawyer said, "She's upset. She totally understands the grief of the families, her friends, the ones who were killed. She only wishes they could understand that she didn't want any of it to happen, but she understands their grief." Rachel's mother disagreed and said, "I couldn't take my eyes off her. I really hoped to see something in her eyes in the way of remorse. And it was unbelievable, you know. She never shed a tear unless it was for herself." The prosecution said there was plenty that pointed towards her being involved directly, and the fact that she had started her shift at work just half an hour after the ordeal, instead of phoning the police, showed that she was no victim. Her statements were inconsistent, and she had already admitted to 2 people, one of which was her husband, that she had actively taken part of her own accord. The prosecution called her denials and blaming everything on Chris a tired and pathetic tactic. Their star witness was actually her husband, Justin. But the defense argued that Justin's account could not be trusted. They said he was focused purely on money, staying with Christine for her inheritance, and cashing in on the Crime Stoppers' reward by making up a lie. But the jury disagreed. After just 3 hours of deliberations, Christine Paolilla was found guilty. She was 17 at the time of the murders, which meant she would not face the death penalty. She was, however, sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 40 years to serve. She will be eligible for parole in 2046, when she will be 60 years old. More than 5 years after the murders back in July 2003, the families of the victims said that they felt the guilty verdict would finally allow them to begin moving on with their lives. Christine has filed many appeals since her conviction, but all of them have been denied. Houston Police Sergeant Brian Harris said that he believes that Christine still does not own her part in the crime. For her to truly come to grips with what she has done, she has to acknowledge that there's a darkness in her soul, he said. Christine's stepfather Thomas said, "I'm very sorry for these families and their loss. The guy who did this is dead. He was very, very bad. He was a predator. My daughter is paying for someone else's sins. My daughter doesn't deserve this. My daughter is a victim too. It's hard to know exactly what happened that fateful afternoon and why it did. Police say there were 6 people at the scene. 5 of them are now dead, and 1 of them isn't talking. So with this, it is likely that the full truth will never be fully known." The aftermath of that awful day is still widely felt, with Rachel's father calling it an earthquake for the families and community. Marcus's stepfather said, "Our lives are very different now. We see things differently than before, and we know that we will never again feel the sense of hope that we used to feel." On January 13, 1996, in Arlington, Texas, Amber Hagerman was riding her new pink and white bicycle that she'd just gotten for Christmas. In the parking lot of an abandoned Winn-Dixie grocery store, the 9-year-old Girl Scout was with her 5-year-old little brother, Ricky. They were playing down the road from their grandmother's house, when apparently Ricky remembered they were only supposed to go around the block and headed back home. Amber stayed and continued to play around the parking lot. It was a Saturday, and they were at their grandparents' that day because their mother was being interviewed for a local news special about families that successfully got off welfare and rejoined the workforce. Amber and Ricky left their grandparents' home around 3:10 p.m., with Ricky returning shortly after without his sister. Families soon went looking for Amber, and when they arrived at the parking lot, they saw a handful of police officers surrounding Amber's bike. They were told that someone in the community saw something and that Amber had been abducted. A witness and retired police officer, Jim Cavell, 78 at the time, said he saw Amber riding alone when he saw a black pickup truck and, quote, "He pulled up, jumped out and grabbed her. When she screamed, I figured the police ought to know about it, so I called them." Jim gave a description of the abductor. He said that it was a man, Caucasian or Hispanic, in his 20s or 30s, shorter than 6 feet, medium build, with dark hair. He was driving a black pickup truck with no markings or chrome and seemed to be in clean working condition. He noted the time of the deduction was 3:18 p.m., and Amber had only been alone for a few minutes. Law enforcement, the FBI, and locals began a massive search for Amber, and her abduction made national news, but despite the nationwide attention, no other witnesses ever came forward to identify the man or the vehicle. For days later, a man was walking his dog when he saw something in a creek. When he looked closer, he found a body lying face down in the water. Police arrived at the scene, and the body was identified as the missing 9-year-old Amber Hagerman. Amber's body was found less than 4 miles from where she was abducted. She was found completely naked except for a sock on her left foot, and her throat had been cut. Police believe that she was washed down the creek as there had been considerable rainfall the night before she was discovered. Police worked hard to find anything on Amber's murder, but there was little evidence. It was later discovered that she had been alive for at least 2 days after her abduction, making police believe that someone might have seen something. Also, due to the circumstances of the abduction, They believe that Amber was targeted and may have been stalked prior to her being taken. Since Amber's death, law enforcement has followed over 7,000 possible leads. There was a laundromat next to the abandoned grocery store where Amber was abducted. Authorities know that this area had many Hispanic people who may have felt uncomfortable talking to police at the time. Police have said in more recent press releases that they do not care about legal status and they just want any information on Amber, and that it might be given anonymously, and urge anyone with information to come forward. They want justice for her family. In a 2021 press conference, it was released after all this time that they did have one piece of evidence with DNA. Police have stated that they would not reveal the evidence as only the killer would know. They had planned to test the evidence through more modern means later that year. Donna Williams, Amber's mother, said, quote, "To Amber's killer, I'm asking you today, please turn yourself in. Give Amber justice. Amber needs justice deeply. It has been over 25 years since Amber was murdered. Police have never stopped looking for her killer, and she has had a significant impact not only on Arlington, but across the country." Amber's case was what inspired the Amber Alert system, which was suggested by a local woman, Diane Simone. She wanted to help in search efforts, but didn't know how to best assist. She had an idea to utilize radio station and news broadcasting to amplify missing or abducted children cases, using the existing systems that were used to alert to weather warnings or civil defense alerts. It has been called several names in honor of other missing children in other states, but is now called the Amber Alert system nationally and even internationally, with other countries adopting the system. In the US, the Amber Alert has saved over 1,114 children. On February 28, 1983, two men entered an abandoned apartment building on Clemens Avenue in St. Louis, Missouri, scavenging for copper pipe or looking for something to fix their car. That detail is mixed. They looked around the house and then went down to the basement. When they got to the basement, they couldn't see anything, so one of the men lit a cigarette. And when he did, he saw something in the shadows. When the men looked closer, they found a child's body lying on her stomach, and the men called the police. When law enforcement arrived, they found the body of an African-American girl, naked from the waist down, wearing a yellow V-neck long-sleeve sweater. She had been restrained behind the back with a red and white nylon rope. She had red nail polish on all her fingernails. The body had been decapitated, and the head was missing. After the autopsy, the medical examiner determined the girl to be between the ages of 8 and 11. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled before she had been decapitated. She had been well nourished with no signs of previous abuse, but her stomach was empty at the time of death. They took a mold sample of her body in the area and determined the girl had been killed 3 to 5 days before her body was discovered. Authorities and first responders searched a 16-mile radius of the surrounding area in sewers and dumpsters anywhere they could think of, but they never located the skull. Very little blood was found at the scene, so investigators believed that she was killed at another location and dumped at the apartment building. Investigators looked into local and national databases for any missing children fitting Jane Doe's description. They looked into school records for absent children. Within the next 7 months, they claimed to have accounted for every African-American girl between the ages of 8 and 11 enrolled in school. It was then believed that she may have been from a different area. There were never any witnesses, and the police found no other evidence. They never identified little Jane Doe. Her case went cold. Captain Leroy Adkins in a community meeting in 1983 said, quote, "Somebody out there knows something, and talk to your neighbors, talk to your friends. Somewhere out there is a mother without a little girl, a brother without a sister, a neighbor without a little girl running up and down the street." 9 months after little Jane Doe was discovered, they gave her a funeral. The people that attended were predominantly detectives, reporters, and Reverend John W. Haywood presided over the service. She was buried in a white coffin in the Washington Park Cemetery in December 1983. Over the years, they have looked into many leads on this case, including sending the sweater to a psychic in Florida who wanted to touch the piece of clothing to see what they could discern from it. But the police never got the sweater back, and the psychic said that the sweater got lost in the mail. They also talked to a convicted murderer on death row in 2005 who had a similar MO, Vernon Brown. He had strangled other young girls in the 1980s, but he did not speak to detectives when interviewed, and his capital sentence went forward in May 2005. In 2009, police tried to exhume the body in hopes of running new tests to help identify the girl. They discovered she was not in the listed location where they went to find her. Instead, they found 3 other bodies. The Washington Park Cemetery had been neglected for years. Finally, with Washington University's help, they exhumed little Jane Doe's body in 2013. Tests were conducted by the Smithsonian Institution and the University of North Texas. They took DNA and bone samples from an isotope test. They were able to determine that she had lived most of her life in a southeastern state. On February 8, 2014, she was reburied following an hour-long ceremony. Many people attended, and she was buried in Cavalry Cemetery in St. Louis. Her grave marker identifies her as Hope. A former detective for the case, Joe Burgun, said, quote, "Back then, I thought this would be an easy case to crack. We'd find out who the girl was and would lead us to the killer." The St. Louis City Cold Case Unit formed in 2019 and has a room dedicated to the case of little Jane Doe. They have never given up hope on identifying her. Jane Doe, 1983, as she is identified on the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's website, said she is the only case with no photo or facial reconstruction. There's only a picture of the sweater. The St. Louis Police Department is still looking for any information. Little Jane Doe grew up in Southeast United States. She was approximately 4'10" to 5'2", between the ages of 8 and 11. She would have gone missing sometime in 1983. She had no distinctive marks or previous injuries. There are hopes that in identifying her, they will be closer to solving her murder. In January 2018, 19-year-old Caitlyn Dennison was living in Reno, Nevada, when she abruptly told her family that she was flying to Texas to be with an unknown man. The two had met 6 months prior in Reno, and when he had to fly back to Texas after 6 months, she decided to go with him. On January 10, 2018, Caitlyn's sister, Rachel Dennison, received what would be the last time she heard her voice. Caitlyn had called from a Walmart in Midland, Texas. On the call to her sister, she said that she wanted to come home and that "this guy makes me scared for my life." She abruptly ended the call. As the man approached, Caitlyn sent her sister a pin of her location right after the phone call had ended. No one heard from Caitlyn again. Rachel went to the police and reported her sister missing the next day. Law enforcement have said they got positive sightings of Caitlyn that day at the Walmart she called from and Rick's Cabaret in Odessa, Texas. Caitlyn was last seen wearing a fur vest over a black shirt, black leggings with braiding down the sides of the legs, and furry boots. A witness has come forward saying that they gave her a ride to her boyfriend's house, which was another confirmed sighting of Caitlyn. Police have interviewed the unknown man. The information the man gave her that has been released is that Caitlyn has been looking for work and had been having a hard time because of her noticeable arm scars. Police have interviewed the unknown man. He has been identified, but that information has been limited on what's been released to the public. The information we have is that he said that Caitlyn had been looking for work and been having a hard time because she had noticeable arm scars. One day he came home, and she and all of her stuff were just gone. When police went to interview this man again, he was nowhere to be found and has yet to be found. In August 2018, Rachel saw news coverage of a Ring doorbell of a woman in a t-shirt and arm restraints, and she thought it could have been Caitlyn as she had the same build and bone structure. However, that woman was later identified and was not Caitlyn. In this case, very little information has been released to the public by police or covered in the media. But in 2021, a YouTuber, Kendall Ray, released a video giving some more light on the case, causing a new detective to reopen the investigation. Midland Police Detective Jenny Alonzo said, quote, "The case came back to light in November of 2021 because a YouTuber had put her case online, and so it came back to our knowledge that she was still missing. I took on this case, and I believe that there are other avenues of approach that we didn't do back in 2018 that we could do more follow-ups on." In a statement to the media, Rachel Dennison said, quote, "I am just really thankful we are finally able to communicate with someone who wants to listen to us and keep us in the loop and do everything they can and are still willing to retrace steps that we thought were missed. It has been almost 5 years since Caitlyn went missing." Her sister Rachel has never stopped the fight to look for her sister, and they have an active Facebook page called Find Caitlyn Dennison and a GoFundMe in the hopes of getting a private investigator and flights to go down to Texas. Police have given very little information to the family about what has been done to look for her. To this day, they still don't know the name of the man that she went to meet. Caitlyn Dennison would be 23 years old today. At the time of her disappearance, she was 5'4", 120 pounds, with blonde hair and blue eyes. She has an alien head, an M tattoo on her left knuckle, a Libra scale tattoo on her right arm, 2 piercings on her nose on both sides, a bottom lip piercing, a tongue piercing, and a Medusa piercing. She also has scars on her arms and legs. Caitlyn's family and Texas Rangers have been working to find answers to her disappearance and are asking for the public's help. If you may have seen Caitlyn or know of her whereabouts or who she may have been with, please contact law enforcement. Harvey Eugene Whitaker, who went by Gene, was born in Kokomo, Indiana on October 6, 1926. He was a very responsible and disciplined young man. He grew up on a farm with numerous siblings with whom he was close and worked as a typesetter for the local newspaper. He joined the Army shortly after he graduated high school. He managed to rise to the rank of corporal in under 2 years. In the summer of 1947, 20-year-old Gene was in the Engineer Corps, assigned to the Armed Forces Special Weapons Project at the top-secret Sandia base, which was located on the outskirts of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Gene failed to report for roll call on the morning of July 1, 1947. This immediately signaled trouble to his superiors, as Gene was a dependable soldier who they could not imagine abandoning his duties. Gene did not smoke or drink and had never gone absent without leave before. The previous evening, Gene had been at a bowling alley in Albuquerque with an Army bowling league. He was an above-average bowler, and because he was so trustworthy, he was made the treasurer of the league. 2 days after Gene went missing, his glasses, shirt, hat, and necktie were found in an alley near the bowling alley. The shirt was bloody. Tears in the fabric indicated that Gene may have been stabbed twice in the back while he was still wearing the shirt. While some of his belongings had been found, there was still no sign of Gene himself or of his body. It was estimated that Gene had between $4,500 with him the night he vanished because of his role as the treasurer of the bowling league. However, the fact that Gene's body was not left behind, even if he had been killed during a simple robbery, and his position within the military led to concerns that his disappearance may have had national implications. The Armed Forces Special Weapons Project had taken over atomic weapons development from the Manhattan Project following World War II. Sandia was a top-secret base, meaning Gene potentially had access to important and sensitive information. This led to fears that Gene had been abducted by someone who was hoping to extract top-secret information about the base or its projects from him. Gene reportedly had done work connected to the top-secret guided missile program. Spy activities had recently been discovered at the nearby base at Los Alamos. As such, the FBI joined local and military authorities in investigating the disappearance. The War Department ultimately dismissed the possibility that Gene had information worth killing for, but the FBI remained actively investigating the case for several more years. Investigators also considered the possibility that Gene had deserted. They questioned his family members and tapped their phones, hoping to find evidence of Gene contacting them. The last piece of correspondence between Gene and anyone in his family was a letter he sent to his Rose, but it was dated June 23rd, a week before he disappeared. Gene's bank account in Indiana was monitored but never touched. Gene was declared legally dead in January of 1954. Many, but not all of his January of 1954. Many, but not all of his relatives, accepted the theory that he had been murdered during a robbery. His niece, Patty Mawson, however, believes that the circumstances surrounding her uncle's disappearance are highly suspicious and continues to work on his case to this day. She is upset that all of Gene's siblings died without knowing what happened to him, and by the fact that he is still technically considered AWOL and a deserter by the Army. She has filed a Freedom of Information Act request to get files from the FBI about the case and told that approximately 200 pages from his file are available, although the copies she will receive will have certain information redacted. However, She has been waiting for more than 3 years to receive the documents and has been told that there are 485 requests ahead of hers that have to be fulfilled first. The items of jeans that were found in the alley also appear to have gone missing. They were never logged into evidence with police in Albuquerque, and federal agencies do not appear to have record of where they are. In addition to getting answers about what happened to her uncle, Patty hopes to locate these items. If she cannot honor her uncle by finding his remains and giving him a proper burial, she hopes to at least bury these items so that there will be a location where Jean can be memorialized. 17-year-old Ivon Regler lived in Lorain, Ohio, and was a student at North Olmsted High School. Her best friend was her brother, Dan, who was only a year apart from her in age. On August 8, 1977, Ivon reported for work at the Sunoco gas station on Lorain Road in North Olmsted, Ohio. She was only at the station for about an hour before she was asked to work instead at a station approximately 3 miles away in Fairview Park. The attendant working there that morning was a mechanic, and his skills were needed at the North Olmsted station. Ivon did not have a car, so one of her co-workers drove her to the other station. At the time, the station in Fairview Park was transitioning from being full service to self-service. On this particular day, only one gas pump was operational and was full service. At 10:30 that morning, Ivon spoke to one of her friends on the phone. They discussed the upcoming funeral they were attending for the father of one of their friends and the dress Ivon had purchased for the service. Despite the somber topic of conversation, the friend reported that Ivon was in good spirits during this call. Ivon then had another conversation over the phone about the funeral, this time with one of her family members at 11 a.m. The manager at the North Olmsted station dropped off lunch for Ivon at noon, and half an hour later, 2 teenage girls saw her at the gas station. Ivon spoke to her friend on the phone again sometime between 12:30 and 1 p.m. The friend could hear the service building over the line, and Ivon told them that a car had driven through but left the station. The friend heard the bell sound again, and Ivon told them that the same car was back. Ivon then said that she would call the friend again after her shift ended at 3 o'clock. Ivon initialed the receipt when a customer used a credit card to buy gas at 1:25 p.m. Between 1:30 and 2:05, 3 people, 2 customers and a coffee machine repairman, came into the station and found no one there. They were not alarmed, however, and did not contact police. The employee who came to take over for Ivon when her shift ended was alarmed, however, when he arrived at 2:45. Ivon was nowhere to be found, but her purse, partially eaten lunch, cigarettes, and book were still there. He called over to the North Olmsted station, and the manager, who had seen Ivon less than 3 hours earlier, rushed over to help look for her. When he and the other employee could not find her, they called police at 3:30. There were no signs of a struggle inside the station, and there was still $300 in cash in the register. Police theorized that Ivon had been abducted while she was outside, potentially when she had gone out to pump a customer's gas. More than 100 tips were investigated in the following years. Local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies were involved in the investigation. Numerous persons of interest were identified, but without finding Ivon or her body, police could only theorize about what had potentially been done to her. Years and then decades passed without any answers in the case. The passage of time did not diminish Ivon's family's desire for answers. In 2014, one of her family members asked to provide a DNA sample so that Ivon's remains could be identified should they ever be located. This led to a renewed effort by authorities in the investigation. Police went back and re-interviewed all of the witnesses in the case. In 2016, on the 39th anniversary of Ivon's disappearance, the Fairview Park Police Department announced that during this process, they had identified a potential person of interest in the case. This man was known to police and had previously been connected to crimes of a similar nature to Ivon's case. Police made this news public in hopes of encouraging new witnesses to come forward with tips that could potentially help them confirm or refute this individual's involvement in Ivon's disappearance. The effort did not result in the case being solved. In 2021, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children released an age-progressed image of what Ivon may look like at the age of 62. Everyone is doing what they need to be doing on the police side, On my side, all I can do is hope that there will be closure, Ivon's brother Dan said in 2022. 29-year-old Vita Lowers was a dependable employee of St. Thomas West Hospital in Nashville, Tennessee, and the dedicated mother of 2 children. She was very close with her family and was always willing to help them. Ida began May 26, 1982 as normal, sticking to her usual routine. She left her home on 9th Avenue South and dropped her children off at daycare. She then drove over to her sister's house to pick her up and give her a ride to her job at the Continental Insurance office. It was at this point in the morning where Vita began deviating from her routine. During the drive to the insurance office, Vita told her sister that she had taken the day off from work, so instead of driving to the hospital after dropping her off, she would be going home and going back to bed. Vita's sister would be the last known person to see her. Vita did not pick up her children from daycare that afternoon, which was unheard of for her. Her family was notified and the search for her quickly began. She was not at home and neither was her car, an orange 1975 Chevrolet Monza. A formal police report was taken on May 28th and police joined the search. Vita's car was located on May 30th, abandoned on 14th Street South near Edgehill Avenue, just a few blocks away from her home. According to police, the location was unusual and it appeared that someone had tried to conceal the car so that it would not be found right away. Vita's purse and eyeglasses were found inside the vehicle. This was concerning because Vita had very poor eyesight and relied heavily on her glasses. The glasses being left behind led police to believe that foul play was involved in Vita's disappearance. Police do have a person of interest in the case, but not enough evidence to conclusively tie him to Vita's appearance. The month of May continues to be difficult for Vita's 2 children because it marks the anniversary of her disappearance as well as her birthday and Mother's Day. Vita's daughter Yolanda, who was just 9 years old when her mother went missing, continues to search for her mother and hopes that anyone who knew her mother at the time she vanished or as even the smallest piece of information will come forward. I'm just keeping it positive. Every day, the Lord wakes me up, is a day for me to try and find her, Yolanda said in 2023. Jason Knapp was a native of York, Pennsylvania. He was hardworking and smart. He was also a perfectionist from a young age, once crying for 3 days because he got a bad grade on a test in elementary school. As he got older, his commitment to excellence quickly paid off. He played 3 sports in high school and had lots of friends, to whom he was very loyal. He was accepted into the mechanical engineering program at Clemson University in South Carolina. He was a member of the ROTC. And in 1998, 20-year-old Jason was pledged into the National Society of Pershing Rifles, a national military honor society. His hobbies also required a great amount of skill as he enjoyed target shooting and mountain biking. Jason normally called back home to speak to his mother, Deborah, in Pennsylvania every day. During their call on Saturday, April 11, 1998, he told her about his induction into the Pershing Rifles and how he and a friend had been out looking for an apartment. This would be the last time Deborah spoke to her son. Deborah did not get any calls from her son in the next few days, which was unusual, but she assumed he was busy studying in preparation for the end of the semester and making arrangements for his housing in the following school year. On April 17th, Deborah finally received a phone call, but it was not from Jason. It was from one of his roommates informing her that no one had seen Jason all week. The last time anyone had seen Jason was the day he last spoke to his mother, Saturday, April 11th. That evening, his roommate had seen him watching a movie in their apartment. When Deborah learned of this, she immediately called police in South Carolina to report her son missing. Police officers checked local hospitals and searched Jason's apartment. The following day, Deborah and her ex-husband, Jason's father, John, traveled from Pennsylvania to South Carolina to help look for their son. On April 21st, Jason's white 1990 Chevrolet Beretta was reported to police as being parked at Table Rock State Park in Pickens, South Carolina, approximately 30 miles away from his college campus. According to the park superintendent, they had not contacted the police earlier despite the fact that the car had been there since April 12th because there was a trail within the park that took a full week to complete. Since there was a sticker on Jason's car indicating that he was an ROTC, Park staff had assumed he would have had interest in hiking such a long trail and the physical strength and skills needed to complete it. Even when the car remained untouched after a week, they believed that its owner may have been too tired to drive after completing the long hike and had gotten a ride home and planned to come back for the car at a later time. When the car was still there on the 9th day, however, they became concerned and notified the authorities, who quickly connected the car to the active missing persons case. Authorities believe Jason entered the park between 3:05 p.m. on Sunday, April 12th, the day after his last phone conversation with his mother. His fingerprints were found on the park ticket, so they do believe Jason was the person who drove his car to the location. Table Rock State Park consists of thousands of acres and much of it is wilderness. An extensive search was launched in the park and a nearby lake was drained. No signs of Jason were found despite the massive effort, which took more than 2 weeks. Police say there were no signs of foul play in the park or in Jason's car. Jason withdrew $20 from his bank account the day before he disappeared, and his bank account has not been touched since. In 2017, Jason's parents made the difficult decision to have Jason declared legally dead. His father John's health was declining, and his mother had medical issues as well. They hoped that the process would give them a chance to say goodbye to Jason before they passed away. The process was completed in January of 2018. A memorial marker was installed for Jason at Susquehanna Memorial Garden in his hometown. Jason's father, John, passed away in 2019. Even 25 years after his disappearance, investigative efforts to find Jason are ongoing. In 2022, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children released a new image of what Jason may look like today. Jason's mother, Deborah, had a bench installed in Jason's name at the Botanical Gardens at Clemson. She travels there yearly to remember her son and write him a letter as part of her efforts to cope with his disappearance. She still hopes she will find answers about what became of her son within her lifetime. Pamela Halapin grew up in the South Porcupine neighborhood of Timmins, a mining town in northern Ontario. Her mother, Holly Kotuk, was Inuit and her family was originally from Nunavut. Like many Indigenous individuals in Canada, Holly was sent to a boarding school. She arrived at the school at the age of 14, and a year later, she became pregnant with Pamela's older sister, Vanessa Russo. Pamela was born 2 years after Vanessa. Holly did her best to actively raise her daughters in their Inuit culture and teach them to embrace their heritage in their daily lives as much as possible. Since there were no other Inuit and Timmins, she was active in the local Indigenous community, the Cree. Holly would eventually become the president of the Timmins Native Friendship Center. Pamela and Vanessa were very close growing up and relied heavily on one another. They grew up in poverty and therefore had very few toys, so they used their imaginations to make up games and activities together. Pamela was outgoing and outspoken. She had a big personality, which was also reflected in how deeply she cared for others and the great lengths she would go to help anyone who needed anything. Pamela left school prior to graduating high school so she could go to work. Following a brief stint as a waitress, she found a job in a call center where she excelled. By 2003, 22-year-old Pamela had a common law spouse with whom she had 2 sons. She was a devoted mother. Pamela and Vanessa remained close as adults, and it was common for them to speak multiple times a day. On December 13, 2003, Pamela asked Vanessa if she could babysit her 2 boys that night. Vanessa was unable to, so Pamela made other arrangements. Vanessa went to Pamela's house on December 15th, but no one was home. She continued visiting the house over the next few days to see her sister and drop off Christmas presents for her nephews, but no one was ever at the house. Vanessa assumed that they had gone to spend Christmas with Pamela's common-law spouse's family. Pamela did not call Vanessa on Christmas Day, which Vanessa was very upset about. On December 26th, Vanessa was able to speak with Pamela's landlord. They had not seen the family either. At this point, Vanessa was still under the assumption that her sister was with her common-law spouse's family and simply failing to call her. Vanessa learned that she was wrong on New Year's Eve. That day, Vanessa and her mother were at a bingo hall when a woman came up to them and asked if they had heard about Pamela. They said they did not, and the woman told them that Pamela had left her common-law spouse. Vanessa and Holly then asked where Pamela's children were. They were still with their father. This was an immediate indication that something was not right to Vanessa and Holly. It was conceivable that Pamela would leave her spouse. There was not even a remote possibility, however, that Pamela would go anywhere without her sons. Vanessa and Holly went to police to report Pamela missing. While they made the report as soon as they realized that something was wrong, it had been more than 2 weeks since anyone had seen Pamela. She had attended a house party on the evening of December 13th and had left it in the early morning hours of 14th after reportedly getting into an argument with her common-law spouse and saying she would walk home. Police were not concerned about Pamela's disappearance, telling Vanessa and Holly that Pamela was probably out drinking and would reappear in a few days, a conclusion with no supporting evidence. Vanessa and Holly, understandably frustrated by this disregard for Pamela's well-being, began their own search, organizing friends and family members to create and distribute flyers and to search for Pamela. For months after Pamela went missing, when police finally began investigating Pamela's disappearance, they told her family that they believed Pamela was a sex worker in Hamilton, Ontario. They supported this claim with 2 nude pictures Pamela had taken of herself, presumably for her common-law spouse, that had been found on her personal computer. The case was eventually taken over by the Ontario Provincial Police, but the investigator assigned to the case faced allegations of attempted murder and arson. 2013. The case was sent back to police in Timmins, who told Pamela's sister Vanessa that the case was not active. Pamela's mother, Holly, passed away on December 31st, 2007, exactly 4 years to the day after she reported her daughter missing to police. Vanessa Russo continues to advocate and search for her sister. She is active on social media, sharing her sister's story as well as stories of the challenges facing Indigenous people in Canada. On December 1st, 2014, 47-year-old Abola Ryan, a mother of 3, eagerly anticipated spending the holiday season with her children. Unfortunately, someone disrupted her plans, preventing her from enjoying her favorite time of year with her family. Just 3 days after her murder, on December 4th, 2014, the Abu Dhabi Police Department concluded their relentless investigation into the brutal homicide by making an arrest in the city. The details that emerged following the arrest prompted authorities to heighten their vigilance, as an unexpected motive was revealed, indicating that the case was more complex than initially believed. Who was the woman taken into custody by the Abu Dhabi police? What could she have done that put the investigators in a race against time? The woman who was arrested was 38-year-old Alabadr Abdullah al-Hashemi. She was a Yemeni-born woman living in the United Arab Emirates with her husband, Mohammed al-Habashi al-Hashemi, and their 6 children. Allah's eldest child was 10 years old, while her youngest was merely 10 months old when she decided to commit an awful deed. All her kids, young and innocent, were unaware of the wicked schemes that went on inside their mother's head. On Monday, December 1st, 2014, Allah set out to bring her plans into action. She put her black gloves on and covered her face with a veiled niqabi, a usually black garment worn by Muslim women to cover their face as part of an interpretation of hijab. Leaving her house just a little before 1 p.m. that same day, Allah headed to the famous boutique mall, which was located on Al Reem Island in Abu Dhabi. Despite knowing that the mall was equipped with fully functioning CCTV cameras and that she was being watched by the security, Allah was completely unbothered. She wouldn't turn back or leave the mall without doing what she had to do. Allah entered the mall around 1:13 p.m. and took the elevator. Upon exiting the elevator, Allah spoke briefly to a security guard and then headed towards the mall's washroom, where she encountered a 47-year-old woman named Abola Ryan. Allah waited for a while, and when Abola was alone, Allah struck with full force and stabbed her to death. Moments later, after exiting the washroom, Allah rushed to the lobby once again and hurriedly got into the elevator. It didn't take long for the crowd in the mall to notice what had happened inside the washroom, and as they emerged in the lobby in a state of panic, still processing the gruesome murder that had just taken place, Ella escaped the building. And even though the security at Boutique Mall was usually tight, Ella managed to slip through the hands of the guards. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. Luckily, All her movements had been captured by the security footage. The mall security informed the Abu Dhabi Police Department of the tragic incident. And as the detectives arrived at the scene, an investigation was launched into the murder. Abola Ryan was a Hungarian-American kindergarten teacher who was originally born and brought up in Romania. In 2006, she and her husband Paul Ryan relocated to Sopron, Hungary along with their daughter Tamaya and twin sons, Adam and Aiden, before subsequently undergoing a divorce. After she had separated from her husband, Abola went wherever her work took her. Over the course of the next few years, Abola had a diverse teaching career which spanned 4 countries, including the United States, and with Abu Dhabi being her last stop. She had been residing in Abu Dhabi for almost a year, and apart from being a teacher there, she also fulfilled the duties of being a devoted mother to her 11-year-old twin sons who lived with her in their Abu Dhabi home. At the time, Abola's 13-year-old daughter, Tamaya, was living with her father, Paul, Abola's ex-husband in Vienna, Austria. Abola had devoted herself to the realm of education in the United Arab Emirates. And even though she was in a strange land away from home, she settled in quite well. Beyond the conventional scope of her teaching responsibilities, she also undertook the role of mentoring fellow teachers, contributing significantly to the professional growth of her peers. It was also evident through her actions that her main focus was to lead her students toward a better future, and she was widely recognized for her resolute dedication to her profession. Abola embodied a sense of purity in this world, serving as a beacon of kindness and compassion. She lived with a profound sense of purpose, consistently striving to create a positive impact and contribute to the betterment of the lives she touched. On December 1, 2014, as the holiday season was approaching, Abola had planned to go shopping at the boutique mall and then head home to her twins. But little did she know that fate had different plans for her. During the initial stages of the investigation, authorities faced considerable difficulty in ascertaining the identity of the suspect, who remained completely concealed from head to toe. This also led them to consider the possibility that the perpetrator might be a male masquerading in disguise. A couple of days after the tragic murder of Abola, specifically on December 3, 2014, Abu Dhabi police issued a public statement indicating that efforts were still underway to determine the identity and gender of the suspect. And although there were many people who saw the killer, none of them could provide any distinctive details such as facial features or build about the suspect because of the fully enveloping attire, consisting with a booyah, black gloves, and a face cover. The Abu Dhabi Security Media Department further shared more information by uploading a video on its official YouTube channel. This footage, featuring CCTV recordings, portrayed the killer labeled as the Reem Island Ghost. The video showcased the reactions of the people present at the scene during the heinous act. Notably, a mother accompanied by a young child was observed hastily ushering the child away, while security personnel approached the corridor in response to the unfolding events. The footage showed heightened awareness around onlookers, with particular attention drawn to activities in the restroom area. The surveillance footage, serving as a critical piece of evidence, also captured the cloaked suspect subsequently picking up a newspaper, probably to conceal the weapon, and then proceeding in the direction of the restroom. Approximately 90 minutes later, the individual suspected of the assault hastily re-emerged into the lobby, prompting disarray among shoppers who swiftly dispersed. In the midst of the chaotic scene, the alleged attacker dismissed the efforts of a woman attempting to interfere with her. As a security guard made his way towards the restrooms, the suspect rushed into the elevator and ultimately fled the scene after the crime occurred. The tape concluded by revealing a distressing visual. A trail of bloody footprints originating from one of the restroom stalls gave a glimpse of the violent and gruesome nature of the crime. Law enforcement officials reported that the unfortunate victim, Abola, met a tragic end through fatal stabbing. Detectives also discovered a kitchen knife at the crime scene and confirmed that it was the murder weapon. Questioning the witnesses, the detectives learned that prior to the murder, the two women had also gotten into a heated argument. But it wasn't clear to any of the detectives whether the attack on Abola was planned or was it just the result of an overly heated argument. The surveillance footage, as well as the official police reports, provided a detailed account of the suspect. Following the commission of the initial crime, the Niqabi suspect was seen returning to her vehicle and eventually exiting the scene. Shockingly, detectives learned that the suspect had then proceeded to a residential building situated in the Abu Dhabi Corniche, where once again, an unsettling sequence of events unfolded. The security cameras at this location captured the suspect's movement and showed her walking into the building holding a small black suitcase. She proceeded toward the apartment of a 46-year-old Egyptian-American doctor who was only identified as MH. The doctor lived there with his wife and 3 kids. She left the suitcase near their residence and exited the building. Compellingly, the police video revealed more details about the suspect. In the video, detectives were able to see the presence of blood on the suspect's steering wheel and the black suitcase, identical to the one she allegedly carried to the doctor's apartment. This chilling visual evidence added another layer of complexity to the unfolding narrative, highlighting the gravity of the suspect's actions as she went from one crime scene to the next. Fortunately, the doctor's son spotted the suitcase in the evening while going to the mosque to pray. He saw something strange in front of the house and told his family. They called a security guard for help and he contacted the police. The police were able to confirm that it was a bomb and defuse it just in time before it could explode. The security guard mentioned that a woman with gloves had come to the house just minutes before the incident. She was dragging a black suitcase. He added that she went to the floor where the doctor's family lived, and a few minutes later, quickly left the building. According to detectives, the homemade bomb was made using basic materials which were easily available in the market. The bomb was made up of a small gas cylinder, a lighter, glue, and nails meant to cause severe injuries when the bomb went off. While the detectives kept the investigation going to identify the killer, they kept their progress and measures under wraps, not sharing many details about the case. On the morning of Thursday, December 4, 2014, Abu Dhabi police caught the person responsible for the crime. The killer was identified as 38-year-old Ala Badr Abdullah al-Hashami. General Sheikh Saif bin Zayed Al Nahyan, who is Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior in the UAE, shared that the security and police forces had arrested the suspected woman known as Niqabi for brutally killing the American teacher, Abola Ryan. He highlighted that they identified the suspect in less than 24 hours and arrested her in less than 48 hours. However, the detectives refused to disclose how they successfully identified Ala. Going through Ala's internet search history, it was evident that Ala had become extreme in her beliefs because of the things she saw on the internet and the people she followed. She didn't have a specific plan to hurt a particular American person, but she wanted to hurt someone from another country at random. Ala was quite blunt when she stated the reason behind the attacks and didn't try to hide any details. Ala admitted that she chose Ebola and the doctor simply because they were American. Furthermore, Ala told the detectives in charge of the case that she committed those horrible acts because her husband, Mohammed al-Habashi al-Hashemi, was taken by the police for questioning on the suspicion that he might be connected to terrorist groups. She wanted to get back at the police force for taking her husband and make foreigners, especially Americans, British, and French people living in the country, scared for their safety. These terrible incidents happened after there were other attacks on people from Western countries and Saudi Arabia. Many people around the world heard about these attacks, and it made the international security and business communities worried. Additionally, just a few weeks from Ebola's stabbing, there had been warnings from U.S. embassies in the area because some websites were encouraging attacks specifically on American teachers. Abu Dhabi was mostly considered a safe place for people from other countries to work, and the security there was very strict when it came to terrorism. However, in light of these events, people from other countries living in Abu Dhabi began to grow fearful regarding the increasing crime rate against international citizens. The government in the Emirates said that Ebola's killing was a terrorist attack done by one person who had been influenced by online terrorist beliefs. The police clarified that Ala didn't know either of her victims. She carried out those attacks only because of the nationality of the victims and not because of any personal problems. This made the people who live in Abu Dhabi, both citizens and those from other countries, feel uneasy because terrorist attacks almost never happen in the United Arab Emirates. Detectives uncovered another threatening detail about Abonya's murder when they came across a statement made in September 2014 by Abu Muhammad al-Adani, who spoke for the group calling itself the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. In the statement, Abu Muhammad al-Adani urged the Muslim community to harm Westerners and people from any other country involved in the attacks on their group. His exact words were, "Hurt them in any way you can." The attacks that followed this threatening statement were seen as part of a pattern of violent acts inspired by ideas instead of a direct order from militant groups. Other examples included the 2014 ramming attack in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, the beheading of a French tourist named Hervé Gourdel in Algeria, and other attacks on people from Denmark and the United States in Saudi Arabia. Events of terrorism were not taken lightly by the officials in Abu Dhabi. A good chunk of the city's functioning relied on the work of many people from other countries and on tourism to keep its economy going. To make sure that the violence remained isolated, security authorities sent out a strong message to any other potential terrorists in the UAE, warning them of the dangerous outcomes of any attacks they might be planning. A security official in the UAE, who wasn't named, shared with an Emirates news agency called WAM that just before the attack, Allah had been surfing through terrorist websites on the internet, and it was through these websites that she learned how to make explosives and carry out a murder. The detectives were also keen on exploring the possibility that Allah was not working alone. The police talked to ABC News and said they arrested some other people at Allah's house, but they weren't certain whether these people were involved in the attack or not. Allah told the investigators that her husband, Mohammed al-Habashi al-Hashemi, used to support militant groups. He made her watch and listen to recordings of leaders from groups like Osama bin Laden. Her house was said to be like a base of operations, but it wasn't clear if she was part of any groups. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that Allah was also found guilty of using an online account to share information that mocked and harmed the country. As the news channels covered the report of Allah's arrest, it was revealed that she was also convicted of sending money to Al-Qaeda, a terrorist organization in Yemen, knowing that it would be used to support terrorist activities. On June 29, 2015, before announcing the verdict, Judge Fala Al-Hajari said that the UAE, with Allah's blessings, had been and always will continue to be a safe and stable place. It's an example of people living together in peace and harmony. He mentioned that in recent years, some new criminal methods not seen before in the UAE have been used to scare and hurt people. The goal was to disrupt the country's system and put society in danger by doing harmful things. When there was a threat to the overall stability of the nation, it was important to review and deal with these actions in the strictest way possible. That's why the new anti-terror law was achieved to fight against terrorism and get rid of it. The judge ordered the law enforcement to confiscate all the evidence in Allah's case and to shut down the online account Allah had been using to communicate with terrorist organizations. Later, on June 29, 2015, the Federal Supreme Court in Abu Dhabi sentenced 38-year-old Emirati woman, Ala Badir al-Hashimi, to death for committing the murder of 47-year-old Abola Ryan. Since the ruling was made by the Supreme Court, it could not be appealed. Hence, Allah's fate had been decided. During her trial, Allah requested the court to provide her with psychological help. She said that she had been having strange visions and saw ghost-like people. The court took this into consideration and called for psychiatric tests to be done on Allah. However, the results showed that Allah was well aware of what she did, and her mental state didn't seem to affect her actions when she carried them out. When the court declared the verdict and sentence, Allah, surrounded by 4 police officers, didn't show any emotion. After leaving the court, she smiled and waved at her father and brother. On July 13, 2015, a Monday morning, Ahmed Al-Dahani, Attorney General for the State Security Prosecution, announced that the ruling of the State Security Circuit of the Federal Supreme Court No. 73 of 2015 on the execution of Ala Badr Abdullah had been carried out following the approval of President Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. However, the officials didn't disclose how Allah was executed. Members of the expatriate community in Dubai held a candlelight vigil in memory of Abola Ryan and shared how her tragic death had impacted them. The process of closure for Abola's family, friends, and the teaching community was difficult. Paul Ryan, Abola's former husband with whom she had 3 children, shared his views on the verdict as well. A recruitment firm that helped bring Paul Ryan to Abu Dhabi started a fundraising campaign so he could take her body back home and support their children's education. After a few weeks, The Ryan family took over the fund and utilized it to help Ryan's family in Romania. General Sheikh Saif talked about Ebola's murder as something that went against the important values the UAE believed in. These values came from the teachings of Islam and the true Arab heritage. He mentioned that the UAE strongly supported these good values, whether it was within the country or in other places. He also shared how sad he felt to see such crimes happening in a country known for its safety and security. Later in 2015, Allah's husband, Mohammed al-Habashi al-Hashemi, faced serious charges for supposedly planning to bomb tourist places and harm a local leader in December of that same year. The name of the leader Mohammed had planned to assassinate wasn't revealed. During a court hearing at the Federal Supreme Court, Mohammed persisted that he was innocent and said he didn't do any of the things he was accused of. Mohammed was being represented by two lawyers. One was chosen by the government and the other was chosen by his family. Both lawyers dodged reporters when asked to make a comment on Mohammed's situation. Mohammed was accused of 7 things, including planning to bomb the Yas Marina Formula 1 racetrack and a nearby IKEA in the capital. He also supposedly planned to attack tourists and an American military base. Police also found evidence linking Mohammed to terrorist organizations Al-Qaeda and ISIS. His case was adjourned until January 18, 2016. But since it didn't receive enough media coverage, the public couldn't find out how the court proceedings went and what the verdict was. Do you think if it hadn't been for the detectives' quick actions leading to Allah's timely arrest, Allah would have committed even more terrorist acts? During her trial, Allah didn't have any form of guilt or remorse for her actions. Do you think this was because she had been brainwashed by terrorist groups? Teresa Scal was an incredibly loving person. She turned that trait into a career, becoming a nurse and ultimately inspiring the majority of her family to also work in healthcare. In 1986, Teresa was 29 years old and working at Lakeland Regional Health Medical Center in Lakeland, Florida. She lived in an apartment with her 8-year-old son. On October 27, 1986, Teresa's mother, Betty, received a phone call telling her that Teresa had not shown up for her shift at the hospital. Concerned, Betty drove over to her daughter's apartment around 10:30 p.m. Teresa did not answer the door. So Betty used a credit card to manipulate the lock on the door and get inside. When she got inside, Betty discovered a bloody scene and her daughter's lifeless body. Fortunately, Teresa's young son was not at home. Teresa had been stabbed to death and nearly decapitated as a result of the depth of the wounds to her neck. She also had defensive wounds showing that she had fought back against her killer. While Teresa's fight to survive did not save her life, it would ultimately identify her killer. Teresa's case did go cold, but police did not give up on it, even after decades. Cold case detective Matthew Newbold was assigned to the case in 20. Cold case detective Matthew Newbold was assigned to the case in 2015. He kept Teresa's picture in his office and promised her sister Pam that he would not retire until he solved the case. He was able to uphold that promise. On October 16, 2023, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd announced that Detective Newbold had identified Teresa's killer as Donald Douglas. Douglas had been 33 years old at the time of the murder and had lived directly behind Teresa's apartment. He had been interviewed as a part of the routine canvass of Teresa's apartment complex but had never been a person of interest in the case. He could not be arrested for the murder because he died of natural causes at the age of 54. He had never been arrested for anything during his lifetime. 2 types of blood had been identified from the crime scene, Teresa's and her killer's, because she had fought against him hard enough to make him bleed. DNA was extracted from that blood sample and run through the combined DNA index system sometime in the early 2000s, but no match had been found. Detective Newbold began working with Othram Inc. in 2022 to trace the unknown DNA through commercial DNA databases. Extensive genealogical work revealed that a third cousin of the killer had an identification of Douglas as a potential suspect. His remains have been cremated following his death, so Detective Newbold had no way to obtain a direct DNA sample from him or his body. Douglas did have a son, and Detective Newbold contacted him. The son was certain that his father could not have killed anyone, but was still fully cooperative with the investigation and provided a sample of his DNA. Analysis confirmed the biological relationship 80 to see her daughter's killer identified. "I'm 84 years old. I lived to see this done. I think that's why I lived so long," she said following the identification of Douglas. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. In 1981, 14-year-old Karen Alexander and her 13-year-old brother Gordon lived in the College Hill neighborhood of Texarkana, Arkansas with their parents and were members of Trinity Baptist Church. Karen was an 8th grader at College Hill Junior High School. She was a well-behaved student who loved spelling and English. She wanted to be a nurse when she grew up. Karen was very soft-spoken but was incredibly kind and sweet to those she did talk to. She did not like to draw a lot of attention to herself but had a few close friends. She enjoyed trading stickers and having sleepovers with them. Gordon was far more extroverted than his older sister. The 6th grade student at Washington Middle School had a gentle but outgoing spirit. He always had a smile on his face and said good morning to everyone at school. He was not simply loud, talking just for the sake of talking, but genuinely kind to everyone around him. He gave compliments freely to and made an effort to get to know everyone he met. Gordon had dreams of one day playing football despite a lifetime of health problems. These health concerns and their effects, like a special shoe he had to wear to account for a difference between the length of his legs, sometimes made him a target for bullies, but their actions did not tarnish his spirit. Gordon had been born with a congenital heart defect that required him to undergo open heart surgery as an infant. Later in his life, he suffered a stroke, which resulted in the left side of his body being weakened. In April of 1981, Gordon was confined to a wheelchair. He had broken his hip approximately 3 months earlier when he fell off his bicycle and was undergoing physical therapy. He and Karen spent the night of April 7th alone at home. Their mother, Vera, had been admitted to Wadley Hospital the previous weekend as a mental health patient. Their father, Weldon, worked the night shift from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. at a local tire factory, Cooper Tire. Weldon called police at 7:15 a.m. on April 8th, telling them that he had come home from work to find his front door open and his 2 children having been attacked. His son was dead in the kitchen, and his daughter was on her bed near the living room, potentially still alive but seriously injured. When police officers arrived 9 minutes later, Weldon told them that he had pulled a dull knife from Karen's body and placed it on a nearby bookshelf. Gordon had sustained 16 stab wounds and was deceased, but Karen was still clinging to life despite the fact that she had been beaten, strangled, and stabbed several times in the face. It would later be determined that she had been raped. She was taken to St. Michael Hospital where she remained in a coma until she died 3 days later. Her autopsy concluded that her cause of death was a stab wound to her right eye that struck her brain. The Texarkana police created a special investigative team to work the case, and they worked around the clock. All days off have been canceled. We will work full-time until this case is solved. The person who did this is an animal. We hope the courts will treat them as they would a mad dog, Texarkana Police Detective Jimmy Cowart said at the time. However, the case went cold despite their efforts. Henry Lee Lucas would later claim responsibility for the murders, but his confession, like almost all of the hundreds of confessions he made to garner attention and special treatment from law enforcement, was proven to be a lie. Gordon and Karen's mother, Vera, took her own life just 3 years after her children were killed at the age of 37. Calvin Seward was a patrolman with the Texarkana Police Department who was assigned to the Alexander investigation shortly after the murders occurred. The case was a difficult one for him as he had children the same age as Karen and Gordon, including a daughter who was one of Karen's classmates. Officer Seward was promoted to sergeant and then captain with the department before he retired from it in 2004. He went on to work with the U.S. Marshals and the Texarkana Airport Police for another 18 years before retiring again, conducted numerous interviews, and reviewed several pieces of forensic evidence. He then began working with forensic criminologist Dr. Todd Steffi as well as Kelly Dixon, a DNA scientist at the Arkansas State Crime Lab. DNA testing had last been done on the evidence from the Alexander case in 2012, and the three of them agreed that the evidence should be retested based on advancements made in the field since then. DNA was found under both Gordon and Karen's fingernails, which had been preserved. DNA was also found in semen on Karen's bedsheets. This DNA was compared to Karen and Weldon Alexander being his children's killer. Trace evidence was found on Karen's body and in dried blood on Gordon's hands. It contained fibers, brass, copper, and zinc, all of which Weldon Alexander would have been exposed to at work at a tire manufacturer. Police had initially believed that the children had been killed while their father was at his overnight shift. However, Captain Seward's investigation revealed that this timeline was incorrect. He learned from the officer who first responded to the scene that Gordon's body had been cold to the touch when he arrived. Police had also originally believed that Karen and Gordon had let their killer inside and had been visiting with them before they were killed. There had been no signs of forced entry, and Police Captain Jimmy Cowart stated that he believed Karen had changed out of her nightgown and into a pair of shorts and a shirt because someone had come to the house after she had gone to bed. It was determined that Karen and Gordon had, in fact, been found in the clothes they had been wearing the previous day. Knowing all this, Captain Seward now believed that Weldon Alexander had attacked his children prior to leaving for work and called police pretending he found them like that when he returned from his overnight shift. It appeared that when Weldon began raping his daughter, Karen, his son Gordon, despite being in a wheelchair, tried to protect her and was killed for his bravery. Weldon Alexander had died on November 6, 2014 at the age of 80 and, as such, could not be arrested for killing his own children. However, Captain Seward and Dr. Steffi still submitted an affidavit of probable cause to the Miller County prosecuting attorney, naming him as the most probable suspect in the case. In a letter dated October 11, 2023, Miller County prosecuting attorney Connie Mitchell stated, "After reviewing your comprehensive report and meeting with you personally to discuss the case, your findings, and theories, it is my opinion that Weldon Alexander, father to Karen Alexander and Gordon Alexander, is the sole viable suspect in their murder. I believe probable cause exists for the issuance of a warrant for 2 counts of capital murder. While this warrant could not be issued, finally having answers in the case will hopefully be beneficial to those who loved Karen and Gordon and never gave up on solving their murders." At the press conference announcing the resolution of the investigation, Police Chief Michael Cram stated, "It is our hope that the friends and remaining family of Gordon and Karen Alexander may find some peace in knowing that scientific and circumstantial evidence has been revealed sufficient to resolve this 42-year-old case." Ellie was born on February 6, 2002, to parents Carol and Matthew Gould, both in their late 40s. As a Year 12 student at Hardin Hewitt School, she approached her A-levels with ambition evident in her eyes. However, Ellie was more than just a diligent student. She found solace in the open fields while riding her cherished horse. She had a natural talent for it and even dreamed of joining the mounted police. Beyond trophies and achievements, Ellie played a vital role in her family's life. Her peers recognized her as a true friend, someone who would listen to your deepest secrets and make you laugh until your sides ached. Ellie was not only wonderful with her friends, but also with her cousins. One of her closest cousins was 17-year-old Jess Vine. They were inseparable. She also wanted to study psychology. Those A-levels were stepping stones to understanding the complexities of the human mind, the good, the bad, and the fascinating gray areas in between. She wanted to help people, see what made them tick, and make the world a little brighter. But life took an unexpected turn for Ellie. No one could have fathomed the gruesome way she was taken away. On May 3, 2019, Ellie Gould chose to study at home for her A-levels instead of going to school. But this day turned out to be different. When her dad, Matthew Gould, came back from work, everything changed. The usual routine and laughter disappeared, replaced by a silence that lingered in the house forever. Matthew, Ellie's dad, panicked and called for the ambulance. In a state of shock, he then reached out to Carol, Ellie's mother, not knowing what to do next or how to handle what he had just witnessed. His once vibrant daughter now lay on the floor, eyes open and emotionless, her lovely face scarred, and her laugh gone. The Wiltshire police investigation revealed that Ellie had been lying lifeless in her kitchen for at least 4 hours. Shockingly, she had suffered 13 separate stab wounds to her neck and showed signs of strangulation. The manner of the stabbing was so aggressive and disturbing that even the best surgeons or any form of first aid wouldn't have been able to save her. It was a tragic and horrifying situation beyond help. The police quickly concluded that Ellie couldn't have done this to herself, and the chance of a stranger being responsible was very slim. Everything in the house remained undisturbed, leading them to believe it wasn't an outsider. The police were baffled as the evidence suggested that it wasn't an outsider. They started exploring closer circles, family, friends, or someone known to Ellie. The motive remained a mystery, making this case even more complicated. Her parents, still bewildered, initially considered the possibility that Ellie may have fallen accidentally from a chair or may have caused harm to herself unknowingly. However, Matthew, her father, paused and reconsidered the entire scene. Perhaps he sensed that something was amiss or realized that there might be more to the situation than initially thought. The breakthrough came when a neighbor provided a crucial lead. They had seen a slim, unidentified male visitor in Ellie's house earlier that day. Though they didn't catch a glimpse of the person's face, this description became the focus of the police investigation. The hunt for this mysterious young man began, marking a significant turn in the case. As soon as they caught wind of this lead, Diaz Jim Taylor, the investigator, and his team swiftly moved to interview all of Ellie's friends. They started with Ellie Welling, a 17-year-old classmate and friend of Ellie Gould. Ellie Welling was supposed to pick Ellie Gould up on the day of her tragic death, May 3, 2019. After conversing with Ellie's friends, the police hit a dead end. However, their attention was drawn to an unusual vehicle that was seen approaching Ellie's residence. This car was out of place in the neighborhood and showed up on surveillance cameras shortly after Ellie's demise. Now, to push the investigation ahead, the police needed Ellie's parents to point to anyone they suspected among her friends. But because Ellie's parents were familiar with all her friends, they couldn't think of anyone right away. Then the police directly asked if Ellie had a romantic relationship, and that's when it clicked for Ellie's parents. They mentioned 18-year-old Thomas Griffiths. Thomas Griffiths, an 18-year-old A-level student, served as a rugby player for the premier team and held the esteemed position of a prefect at Harden Hoy School in Chappenham, Wiltshire. He came from a respectable family and was also someone who worked hard to earn the prospects of having a bright future ahead of him. Ellie knew him since the 7th grade and had a huge crush on him. So undoubtedly, she was very excited when they finally entered into a relationship. They officially started dating in January 2019, and their connection flowed smoothly, marking Thomas as Ellie's first boyfriend. Ellie's parents were well informed about every aspect of her life, so inevitably, she confided in her mom about Griffith. While her parents wished she'd prioritize her studies over boys, they also understood the fragility of teenage love, something they aimed to navigate carefully. Despite their preference for her focus on schooling, they agreed to let her date. However, they insisted on meeting Thomas and invited him over for dinner to become better acquainted with him. One evening, as they sat in the kitchen having dinner, Ellie's parents kept a close eye on Thomas as they tried to get an idea of his character. Although there weren't any obvious red flags, he was pretty quiet and seemed introverted. They thought it was probably due to his young age and the nerves of meeting Ellie's family. Understanding and supportive, Ellie's parents were keen on granting her space, knowing she was a bright and independent child. However, they observed Thomas and quietly wondered as to why Ellie chose someone who didn't quite seem to match her. Despite their certainty that Ellie and Thomas were incompatible, they held back from expressing their thoughts, respecting Ellie's judgment. Hoping for Ellie's happiness, they decided to give Thomas a chance. Thomas had even joined the celebration of Ellie's 17th birthday right in their own kitchen on the February 6, 2019. It was a moment where her parents warmly welcomed him into their home and extended gestures of affection and acceptance toward him. The honeymoon phase of Ellie and Thomas's relationship didn't last long. 3 months in, cracks began to show. Ellie, who was initially swept off her feet, felt her independence suffocated under Thomas's constant need for her. He craved her presence 247, and the spark of excitement morphed into a smothering clinginess. Any attempt of hers to meet friends or prioritize her levels was met with grumpy disapproval. The future Thomas envisioned, sprinkled with talk of marriage, clashed wildly with Ellie's desire for space and growth. Their dreams for their relationship were running on parallel tracks, destined to collide. Ellie, who yearned for freedom and a chance to be herself, felt trapped in a commitment she wasn't ready for. The once picture-perfect romance had become a struggle to balance expectations and maintain her own identity. She felt she wasn't ready for a serious relationship and wanted to focus on school, especially her upcoming exams. In early May 2019, Ellie informed her mom about her intention to end things with Thomas. Unsurprised by the news, her mom inquired if there was a specific reason or if Ellie needed to talk. Ellie reassured her mom that nothing had happened, and she simply wanted to stay single for a while. She urged her mom not to worry and that she had everything under control. Later, Ellie went to a room and broke up with Thomas through text. Thomas persistently denied the breakup and professed his love along with their compatibility, but Ellie stood strong on her decision. Sharing the news of their breakup with friends on May 2, 2019, she knew Thomas might feel upset, but hoped they could still remain friends. The following day, when police discovered Ellie in their kitchen, doubts arose about whether Thomas, an A-level student, could even possess the capability for such a thing. On the night of May 2, 2019, Ellie asked her parents if she could stay home the next morning because she didn't have classes until the afternoon. She planned to study for her exams before heading to school in the afternoon for her history class. The next morning, on May 3, 2019, she arranged for a friend, Ellie Welling, to pick her up at 12 p.m. to go to school together. On that day, Griffith's mother dropped him off at Harden Hoy School in Chippenham, where both he and Ellie were enrolled as sixth formers. Thomas entered the school cafeteria and inquired with Ellie's friends about her whereabouts. He had been searching for her since morning, eager to discuss the breakup they had the previous evening. When he got to know that Ellie wasn't in school, quickly decided to leave. Thomas clearly lied to inform a teacher that he wasn't feeling well and made his way to the nearby bus station as he headed back home. On reaching home, he swiftly changed his attire. He wore a black hoodie and different sneakers. However, as he prepared to leave, his mother unexpectedly returned home. He panicked and quickly hid in a cupboard until she left. When his mom left and he was by himself, Thomas took the spare car keys and drove to Ellie's house, which was about a 10-minute drive. When he got there, he knocked on her front door wanting to talk to her. It's said that they argued in the kitchen when Thomas understood Ellie was serious about breaking up. In the middle of the argument, he started choking Ellie when she tried hard to protect herself. Even though she fought back, Thomas didn't stop and Ellie passed out. He took a knife from the kitchen and stabbed Ellie in her neck, not once, but 13 times, even though she couldn't fight back. When he saw she was no longer moving, he washed the knife to remove his fingerprints. Then he made it look like Ellie hurt herself and arranged things in a way that seemed like she did it. After that, he cleaned up where it happened and then used Ellie's phone to text a friend while pretending to be her. He did this to make sure no one found Ellie's body until much later in the day. As Ellie fought to protect herself, she accidentally scratched Thomas on his face and neck. When Thomas saw these marks, he came up with a plan to cover up what he had done. He told his friends in a group chat that he was really upset because of the breakup and even said he was hurting himself on purpose, then sent messages to Ellie's phone as if he was unaware of anything unusual and suggested that they meet up to talk about their relationship. Police went to Thomas's house to inquire with him about Ellie. They immediately noticed his neck, which had fresh scratch marks that Ellie left on him when he had ruthlessly murdered her. Thomas denied having anything to do with Ellie's murder, but police knew there was more to the story. Examining the family's Wi-Fi router settings, investigators discovered Thomas's phone disconnected from the home network soon after he returned from school on the morning of May 3rd. It remained offline for several hours, reconnecting only after 12 p.m. Suspecting this time frame aligned with Ellie's murder, they scrutinized surveillance footage around Ellie's residence to gather more information. At 11:56, a passing bus's CCTV recorded a silver Ford Fiesta departing from Ellie's neighborhood. The vehicle's registration number was visible, leading the police to trace it back to the Griffiths family. As no other family member was at home at the time, it strongly implicated Thomas as the driver. Despite this evidence, Thomas persistently denied any role in Ellie's murder or being present at the crime scene. Upon further scrutiny of the family's Wi-Fi router, Police discovered that Thomas's phone connected to the home network after 12 p.m., only to disconnect for an 18-minute window. The police turned their attention to the surroundings and identified a nearby wooded area. Walking out of Thomas's front door, they precisely timed a 9-minute walk towards the woods. Upon reaching the 9-minute mark, they halted and scrutinized the area. Swiftly, they uncovered a black bin liner that contained blood-stained napkins, clothes, and towels, later confirmed to hold Ellie's DNA. From the search in Thomas's room, investigators discovered a pair of black sneakers that contained Ellie's blood and that added on to the mounting evidence. Subsequently, Thomas was arrested and charged with the murder of Ellie Gould. In August 2019, Thomas confessed his intent to plead guilty to the crime. He recounted visiting Ellie's home on the morning of May 2nd, admitting to an argument and alleging a blackout, claiming inability to recollect subsequent events. In a heart-wrenching statement, Ellie's mother Carol expressed the family's trust in Griffith, recalling how they welcomed him into their home, even celebrating Ellie's birthday together. She painfully described the unimaginable act of holding Ellie's cold hand after her murder, a pain no parent should endure. Initially, she couldn't believe Griffiths. The innocent boy who loved their daughter would harm Ellie. Matthew, Ellie's dad, described how the haunting image of her motionless body continuously disturbed his mind and affected his sleep and everyday routines. In court, it came to light that Griffiths, driven by Ellie's rejection, violently assaulted her. The autopsy indicated initial incapacitation from pressure on her neck, followed by over a dozen knife wounds. Before fleeing, Griffith staged the scene and placed Ellie's hand on the knife that he left near her neck to deceive investigators. He even tried to disguise the scratches on his face as self-inflicted, fabricating anxious messages to his friends. In November 2019, the Bristol Crown Court sentenced Thomas Griffiths to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 12 years. In court, a letter of apology from Griffiths was read aloud. Ellie's mother stared at Thomas and shook her head. Considering his age is a mitigating factor, as UK law doesn't permit life sentences for those under 18, the court also noted that his use of a knife from the victim's household doesn't suggest premeditation. Thomas Griffiths would become eligible for parole in 2031 at the age of 29. Ellie Gould's story was a heart-wrenching reminder of life's fragility and the cruel theft of dreams. Her hopes, love, and future were stolen. Besides, her plight highlighted the complexities within seemingly perfect relationships. The sadness of losing Ellie and the relentless pursuit of justice served as a cautionary tale for us to be mindful about those whom we let into our lives in a broader context. Carol Gould's push for tougher sentences in cases like Ellie's sparked essential conversations about domestic violence and sentencing for young offenders. Carol's initiative, Ellie's Law, sought fairness in sentencing, addressing the imbalance between those who bring weapons and those who use found weapons in terrible acts and for teenage murderers. After 2 tireless campaigns by Ellie's mother, Carol, and her family, they found victory after 2 years. This new legislation meant that teenage killers would now face potential sentences of up to 27 years and thus brought a sense of relief to those who fought so hard for justice. Silk Air Flight 185 took off from Jakarta, Indonesia, on December 19, 1997, for what was intended to be an 80-minute journey to Singapore. The flight was piloted by Captain Su Wei Ming, 41, and First Officer Duncan Ward, 23. The first half hour was uneventful, with calm weather and normal communication between the pilots and air traffic control. However, things quickly took a tragic turn. 35 minutes after takeoff, Flight 185 suddenly banked sharply to the right and began a rapid descent from its cruising altitude of 35,000 feet. The plane crashed into the Musi River in Sumatra less than a minute later, approximately halfway between Jakarta and Singapore. Local witnesses jumped into boats to search for survivors but found only small pieces of debris. When Indonesia's National Transportation Safety Committee, NTSC, arrived at the scene, they faced the same disheartening outcome, officially confirming that all 104 individuals on board, the 97 passengers and 7 crew members, had lost their lives. Since the Boeing 737 was manufactured in the United States by an American company, the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board NTSB, became involved in the investigation. The NTSB had extensive experience in both 737 crash investigations and in underwater salvaging, the latter of which proved especially beneficial. The water of the Musi River is very murky, thanks to the deep layers of clay and mud that make up its riverbed. The poor visibility and enveloping riverbed made recovering what remained of the plane almost impossible. Investigators would eventually determine that in the final seconds before Silk Air 185 crashed, it had been traveling faster than the speed of sound. This great power behind the impact forced pieces of debris as far as 15 feet into the thick mud. This created the first major problem facing the investigation, the lack of a debris field. Normally, air crash investigators look at the pattern in which the debris is scattered in order to determine the state the plane was in upon impact and if any pieces had come loose from the main fuselage before impact. For example, investigators can tell that a plane disintegrated on impact if its debris field is relatively small and contained. If a plane had broken apart in the air, its debris field will be spread out over a larger area. Even in cases where a plane has crashed in water, investigators usually can map out a debris field based on components of the plane that float, like seat cushions. The mud and clay at the bottom of the river were so thick that they held down most of even these buoyant objects. This caused a great delay in the mapping of the crash site, which would normally be available to investigators very early on in the investigation. As with any investigation, the most important items to recover from the crash site were the two so-called black boxes, the cockpit voice recorder, CVR, and the flight data recorder, FDR. The CVR records all noises made inside the cockpit, allowing investigators to hear not only what the pilots were saying during the flight and the eventual crash, but also how many and what kind of alarms may have been going off before impact. The FDR provides more technical data about how the plane and all of its systems had been functioning. Humongous cranes were brought in to dredge the bottom of the river for debris and hopefully locate the two recorders. Understanding the exact nature of Flight 185's sudden dive was of vital importance in determining what component of the plane had evidence from the FDR. Investigators used Indonesian air traffic control data to track Flight 185's flight path and calculate the plane's speed. Planes no longer appear on radar returns when they go below 20,000 feet above ground. As such, investigators only had Flight 185's descent from 35,000 feet to 20,000 feet to examine. Even with this narrowed window, Flight 185's rate of descent was calculated as approximately 30,000 feet per minute. Terrifyingly, the maximum rate of descent for a 737 is normally 7,000 feet per minute. This gross anomaly provided the first major break in the investigation, but also served as a grave reminder of just how terrifying the final seconds on board the plane must have been for the passengers and crew. The first major pieces of the plane to be recovered were actually found outside of the massive search area in the river, about 2.5 miles east of the crash site deep in the Sumatran rainforest. Investigators found the horizontal stabilizer from Flight 185. Horizontal stabilizers are used to control the pitch of an airplane and are found in its back tail section. The distance from which the horizontal stabilizer fell from the rest of the plane indicated that it came off during the flight. Flight 185 had been flying during good weather and there were no obvious conditions that would have minimized the pilot's visibility. The investigators' initial theory of the crash was that there had been some sort of catastrophic mechanical failure on the plane. This theory made quickly discovering the cause of the crash of Flight 185 of utmost importance. In 1997, the Boeing 737 was one of the most widely flown commercial airliners in the world. 5 new 737s came into service every month. Flight 185 had in fact been Silk Air's newest 737, only been in service for 10 months. If a mechanical flaw inherent in the design of the 737 caused the crash of Flight 185, thousands of lives around the world were in danger every single day. These fears about the safety of the Boeing 737 received added merit from the model's troubled past. The 737 had been involved in several incidents of rudder hardover. Rudder hardover occurs when a plane's rudder, which controls the direction in which the plane's nose is turned, becomes jammed to one side and cannot be controlled by the pilot. By the time of the Silk Air crash, the NTSB had officially attributed the crashes of 2 737s, resulting in the combined loss of 157 lives to rudder hardover, and suspected that it played a part in at least 2 other incidents, which thankfully did not result in any loss of life. The separation of the tail section of Flight 185 would have been consistent with an occurrence of rudder hard-over. This possibility raised serious alarm bells for investigators. Boeing had engineered a fix for this problem before the construction of the plane that would eventually serve as Silkair Flight 185 even began. If this crash had been caused by rudder hard-over, then the perceived fix for the problem was in fact no fix at all, and thousands of modified 737s were still prone to rudder hard-over. As a result, closely inspecting Flight 185's Power Control Unit, PCU, the piece of the plane that Boeing had modified to correct the 737's rudder hard-over problem, became vital to the investigation. Fortunately, the PCU was one of the pieces of the plane that could be recovered from the crash site. The PCU as a whole and the servo valve within it that had failed in 2 previous fatal 737 crashes were available for examination. They were inspected for corrosion, but none was found. Everyone who examined the component found it to be in working order, and rudder hard-over was ruled out as a cause of the crash. Investigators now attributed the plane's tail ripping off of the back of the plane to its rapid and violent descent and not to a mechanical failure in the tail itself. While this was good news for Boeing and for 737 passengers around the globe, it left the team working on the Flight 185 case, still without an explanation for the crash. On the 5th day of the investigation, Christmas Eve of 1997, investigators, somewhat miraculously, located the flight data recorder of Flight 185. In an even more seemingly impossible stroke of luck, the cockpit voice recorder was found in the new year on the very last day the river was being searched. It was buried under 27 feet of mud. Both black boxes appeared to be in usable condition. However, because Indonesia did not have a laboratory capable of analyzing the data on them, the recorders had to be sent to NTSB headquarters in Washington, D.C., creating another delay in the investigation. When the data from the recorders was finally analyzed, 3 weeks after the crash, it raised more questions than it answered. The FDR had somehow stopped recording while the plane was still in the air. Data was available for the first 34 minutes and 14 seconds of the flight, and it all fell within the expected ranges. After that, there was no data whatsoever. Since the recorder cut off roughly a minute before Flight 185's sudden descent, investigators could not blame the dive for the stopping of the recording. Whatever caused the tape to cut off happened before whatever caused the plane to crash. This left the investigative team with one more question it needed the recordings from the CVR to solve. Furthermore, with the loss of the final minutes of FDR data, the CVR was the only means investigators had of gaining insight into the last moments the plane was in the air and what was happening on board Flight 185 during its final terrifying descent. This loss of information posed a major problem for investigators, but the absence of the recordings itself will become a major clue in piecing together the final minutes of the flight later on in the investigation. Unfortunately, the CVR data was just as puzzling as the FDR data. The first 34 minutes of the recording contained nothing but normal communications, such as the captain's welcome to the passengers over the intercom and the standard checks the captain and the first officer would have gone over together. Neither pilot made any mention of anything unusual happening. Then, like the FDR, the CVR abruptly stopped recording. This was puzzling enough on its own, but the CVR also stopped recording almost 6 minutes before the FDR did, meaning there had most likely been 2 different causes for the 2 devices ceasing their recording. Because they are built to withstand a plane crash, black boxes are designed to be very durable and dependable. Any kind of power failure that would cause them to stop recording is exceptionally uncommon. There was also no indication that there had been anything wrong with the plane's electrical system, and such a flaw would not have explained the delay between the 2 units failing, as they were on 2 different circuits. The odds that both units would independently fail, much less right before the plane crashed, were almost too minute to be considered. Investigators began experimenting in a test plane to see if some sort of overload could have shorted the circuit and what effects it would have had on the devices. They discovered that it was possible to overload the circuit, but they also discovered that doing so resulted in a loud sound as the breaker popped. This sound was the last noise on the recording from the CVR on the test plane. However, the sound could not be heard on Flight 1805's CVR. With the investigators' possible causes for the failure of the boxes becoming increasingly more limited and simultaneously more disturbing, they ran one more scenario in the test plane, pulling the circuit manually. Doing so did not cause any noise on the recording. Having ruled out a physical cause for the failure of Flight 185's black boxes, investigators began looking into the unsettling reason why someone in the cockpit would disable the recorders. Lacking data about the plane's performance during its final minutes of flight from the FDR, investigators turned back to alternative sources of information. The radar data was used in a series of test flights in a simulator to determine what exact set of circumstances would result in Flight 185's descent from 35,000 feet to 20,000 feet on the specific path shown by radar returns. They tested over 20 different scenarios, including various mechanical failures, trying to match the path taken by Flight 185. None of the scenarios, including the initially suspected rudder hardover, fell within the parameters in the radar return data. The only way to get the simulated 737 to drop as steeply and as quickly as Flight 185 did was by having the pilot accelerate and continuously bank the plane sharply to the right. The only explanation for the accident was that it wasn't an accident, but an intentional maneuver made by one of the two pilots. Before going public with a horrifying theory, investigators began looking for physical evidence to support their version of events. The key piece in confirming that the plane had been in a commanded dive was its jack screw. A jack screw is a part located in the horizontal stabilizer of a plane that rotates when pilots push a switch on their control column. This turning moves the horizontal stabilizer up and down, changing the pitch of the plane. The NTSB was able to calculate the final pitch angle of the stabilizer based on the last setting of the recovered jack screw. The calculations confirmed that the horizontal stabilizer had not been in the expected cruising position. It had instead been in the nose-down position. The logical but horrible conclusion was that one of Flight 185's pilots intentionally crashed the plane into the river. According to the CVR, First Officer Duncan Ward had been alone in the cockpit shortly before the crash. Captain Su Wei Ming is heard asking his first officer if he would like some water and telling him that he is heading back into the cabin. The last sound the CVR captured was, rather than the popping noise of the CVR circuit as investigators had been looking for earlier, the sound of the captain's harness buckle clanging against the bottom of his chair as he stood up to leave the cockpit. In Indonesian flight traffic controllers confirmed that it was Ward they spoke to when they checked in 2 minutes before the plane began its fatal dive. However, with these final minutes unaccounted for by the CVR, investigators still had to work to determine who had been at the controls of the plane at the time of the crash. At this point, the investigation turned mainly towards the two pilots and their personal lives, trying to discern any reason as to why either of them would kill not only themselves but also 103 other people. Interviews with Silkair staff showed that New Zealand-born First Officer Duncan Ward was generally well-liked and easy to work with. He had no debts, no troubled romantic relationships, and no history of any sort of mental illness. Initially, there was some suspicion that the pressures of living and working so far away from his home country and his entire family may have caused psychological problems for Ward, but his family members insisted that this was not the case. According to them, Duncan had loved flying since he was a teenager and considered himself very lucky to have the opportunity on paper. Captain Su Wei Ming similarly seemed to have plenty to live for and no motive to sabotage the flight. He was married and the father of 3 young boys and, as a former Air Force pilot, had risen through the ranks at Silkair quickly. However, interviews with other pilots revealed that Captain Su had a reputation for often being willing to cut corners and take chances in order to decrease his flight times. 6 months before his death, he had been investigated by the airline because of a sharp landing he had made at an unsafe speed. The landing had been so violent that many of the passengers on board had gotten sick because of it. Captain Su had been demoted from an instructor captain to a regular captain as a result of the investigation. Looking further back into Captain Su's history as a pilot revealed a troubling coincidence. Silkair, Flight 185, had crashed on December 19, 1997. On December 19, 1979, Su Wei Ming, then an Air Force pilot, took off for a training mission with 3 other fighter pilots. A mechanical problem with his jet caused him to have to turn around and return to base during the course of the mission. His 3 squadron mates continued on without him. all three died when their planes hit a mountain obstructed from their view by clouds. At least two of the other pilots were believed to have been close friends of Captain Sue. Such a heavy loss and a potential case of survivor's guilt would have potentially made the date of December 19th highly emotionally charged for the captain. Su Weiming's finances also turned out to be a source of pressure at the time of the crash. He had lost over $1 million in the past 4 years through high-risk online securities exchanging. He had so many outstanding debts that his trading privileges in the Singapore stock market had been suspended at the time of the crash. On the morning of the crash, he had pledged to repay his large debts as soon as he returned to Singapore. Investigators suddenly had a mountain of motives for Captain Sue to want to not only end his life but also to damage the reputation of Silk Air. However, just because Captain Sue had a motive to crash the plane did not mean he actually did. The last known person to be in the cockpit before the crash was First Officer Ward. Furthermore, he had been alone, which would have given him the opportunity to crash the plane. However, these circumstances, in fact, seemed to exonerate him from suspicion. The cockpit voice recorder is on the captain's side of the cockpit in a 737. When Captain Sue left the cockpit, his hand would have been within inches of it. He could have easily pulled the circuit to stop the CVR from recording without his first officer noticing. If First Officer Ward had been the one to pull the circuit, the CVR would have recorded the sounds of him unbuckling his harness and getting up to go over to where he could reach it. As such, it is most likely that Captain Sue pulled the circuit as he left the cockpit as heard at the end of the CVR's recording. It is hard to imagine why the captain would want the CVR to stop recording unless he planned to do something that he would not want there to be a record of, like crash the plane. It is impossible to know exactly what happened in the final minutes of Flight 185. However, the circumstantial evidence leads investigators to believe that after First Officer Ward completed his last radio call, Captain Sue re-entered the cockpit. He made up a reason to send First Officer Ward into the cabin. Maybe he told him a flight attendant asked to see him, or perhaps he ordered him to take a final break before they needed to plan for landing. After the first officer left, Captain Sue would have locked the door. Pulling the circuit to the FDR, unlike the CVR, causes a loud master alarm. Captain Sue, by disarming the CVR, had shown that he was actively trying to prevent there being any record of what he planned to do. As such, he would have had to disarm the FDR as well. He had to have locked the door so as to prevent First Officer Ward from rushing back into the cockpit and potentially stopping him from crashing the plane when he heard the loud alarm. Captain Sue would have had to use all of his strength to push on the control column enough to cause the sharp descent recorded by the radar data, and he would not have been able to accomplish it while fighting off his first officer. Without the CVR, it is impossible to know if Ward tried to re-enter the cockpit to help when he heard the alarm, or if he had realized what was going on when he found the door to be locked. Since Captain Sue sent the plane into its final dive less than a minute after disarming the FDR, it is possible that Ward did not even have a chance to make it back to the door and try to re-enter the cockpit. It is probable, however, that First Officer Ward was standing at the time. Being unsecured by a seat belt or a harness, he would have likely been slammed into the ceiling of the cabin when the plane began its sharp bank. First Officer Ward could very well have been deceased or unconscious within seconds of the beginning of the plane's descent, unable to do anything to try to prevent it. Indonesia's NTSC released its report about Flight 185 3 years after the crash. Shockingly, the formal report disregarded the evidence presented by investigators and announced that no cause of the crash was discovered. The report claimed that there was insufficient evidence to determine a cause for the accident because the final minutes of the flight were not recorded. The NTSB publicly report cited a deliberate act on the part of Su Weiming as the cause of the crash and detailed the evidence with which that determination was reached, challenging both the notion that the cause of the accident was unknown and that there was insufficient evidence to reach a conclusion that the plane. There are obvious biases that could be influencing these differing opinions. The NTSC, publicly blaming a pilot flying out of their country's main airport for bringing down a plane, could have potentially damaged customer confidence in commercial air travel. The airport Flight 185 had taken off from alone serviced over 18 million passengers a year at the time of the crash. The NTSC had an obvious motive to try to protect the large and rapidly expanding Indonesian air travel industry. Similarly, the NTSB had motive to protect Boeing, the makers of the 737, from civil lawsuits and the loss of its strong reputation. Allegations that the NTSB report was fabricated to protect the company persist to this day. Boeing was and still is one of the largest manufacturers of commercial airliners in the world and also had and has large aerospace and defense operations, including numerous contracts with the United States government. In 1997, the year of the Flight 185 crash, Boeing employed almost 250,000 million people and generated almost $46 billion in revenue. The company had weathered the crisis of the two US 737 crashes because it had corrected the problem with the model servo valve once it was discovered. If Boeing had incorrectly addressed this problem, the impact on its reputation and therefore its sales could have been catastrophic, since that could lead to the loss of 1,000 of American jobs and severely damage the US economy. The NTSB could have been biased against blaming the crash on a mechanical failure. Both agencies had serious economic and governmental pressures on the results they reported. Despite the conflicting reports issued by their government agencies, both American and Indonesian members of the team that actually investigated the crash take the available evidence to mean that Flight 185 was brought down by an intentional command, most likely by Captain Su Wei-ming. Furthermore, the NTSB report was authored by Greg Fife, who had been directly involved with the investigation and had personally dealt with the evidence. The NTSC report, on the other hand, had been released by the head of the committee, who would have been more aware of and concerned with the political and economic consequences of the committee's ruling. On top of the two conflicting conclusions about the cause of the crash presented by the two government agencies that were in charge of the investigation, blame was assigned to another party in 2004. A jury in a Los Angeles Superior Court concluded that the servo valve in the PCU was what brought down the plane. They ordered Parker Hannifin, the manufacturer of the PCU, to pay the three families who had brought the suit $43,600,000. The servo valve had been suspected early in the investigation into the crash of Flight 185 because problems with it had resulted in two previous 737 crashes. The NTSC, NTSB, and Parker Hannifin had all examined the servo valve and surrounding PCU and found it to be in working order. Evidence collected by the NTSB and the report it issued evaluating it were not allowed into evidence in the Los Angeles case. As such, jurors did not hear about the conclusion that Flight 185 was brought down intentionally, nor did they have access to the majority of the evidence available about Flight 185 because it was collected as part of the official investigation. Lacking the majority of the information about Flight 185's crash, the main source of information in the trial was testimony from a metals expert hired as part of a private investigation for the lawsuit. The expert presented photographs from a scanning electron microscope showing chips in the servo valve of the PCU recovered Flight 185. This expert also testified that these microscopic chips could have interfered with the operation of the plane's rudder, leading to rudder hardover and the crash. However, it is impossible. It initially announced that it would appeal the Los Angeles verdict. However, they eventually decided to settle out of court and pay an unspecified amount of money to each family involved in the crash. They did not, however, ever accept any liability for the crash of Flight 185. In addition to the settlement from Parker Hannifin, each victim's family received $100,000 from Silk Air and an undisclosed amount of compensation from Boeing. Because the NTSC report did not implicate Su Wei-ming in the crash, his family received the entirety of his death benefits. The cause of the crash of Silk Air 185 will probably always be a source of controversy. However, the evidence collected during the investigation most comprehensively points to the loss of the plane and all those on board as being a result of Captain Su Wei-ming intentionally piloting the plane into the Musi River. While the NTSB's evidence for its version of events is circumstantial, it is overwhelming. Around 11:25 p.m. on July 2, 1995, Shocker Road in Janpath, New Delhi, was beginning to quiet down. Two policemen, Constable Abdul Nazir Kunju and Home Guard Chandler Paul, were on patrol in the area. As they neared the Ashok Yatri Niwas Hotel, Kunju spotted flames coming from some nearby buildings. Alarmed by the possibility of a fire outbreak, the duo quickly initiated an investigation. Kunju headed toward the main entry gate of Yatri Niwas, making his way directly to the front of the Bajia Barbecue restaurant, located on the left just inside the hotel's main entrance. From this vantage point, he saw flames rising from the rear kitchen area of Bajia. As he approached, a uniformed security guard intercepted him, already informed about the situation. The guard explained that the fire had started from ignited waste paper and cardboard near the outdoor tandoor, reassuring Kunju that everything was under control and there was no cause for alarm. Satisfied with the explanation, policeman Kunju and Chanderpal proceeded to walk away towards John Path Lane. As they began to move, Anaru Devi, a middle-aged vegetable vendor often seen showcasing her produce beside the Mother Dairy Milk booth at the lane's entrance from Ashaka Road, hurriedly approached them. With her voice trembling in fear, Anaru exclaimed about the hotel being on fire. Her panicked outcry had attracted the attention of several men nearby, who also began to raise the alarm. Kunju realized how serious the situation had become upon seeing the size of the fire. The flames were already clearly visible from the lane, showing that it was more than just a small fire, with thick smoke soaring high, reaching to about 30 to 35 feet above Bagya's outer wall on John Path Lane. Kunju and Chander hurried back to the closed restaurant's entrance. By that time, Kunju started quietly cursing as he expressed his frustration, mentioning that those involved were attempting to burn the entire hotel down. Kunju then moved beyond the hotel entrance and approached the canvas screen situated in front of the Bajia barbecue. Upon lifting the screen and gazing into the dimly lit restaurant, he encountered a slender man approximately in his late 20s or early 30s, standing about 5 foot 10 inches tall and attired in a white kurta, a traditional Indian garment. This man casually informed Kunju that they were just burning some old posters and reassured him that the fire was under control. He mentioned that they had taken adequate precautionary measures and there was no reason to worry. Despite the man's reassurance, Constable Kunju remained unconvinced. He left Chanderpal near the hotel and quickly made his way to a nearby phone booth, only to find it closed. He then jogged towards the police picket situated at the rear of the Western Court complex, located a couple of 100 meters away. Once there, he urgently relayed a wireless report of the fire to the Carnot Place police station and made calls to the police control room and the fire brigade requesting immediate assistance. Upon his return to the hotel, Kunju was dismayed to witness that the blaze had escalated during his absence, with thick smoke rising high above the hotel complex. They marched towards the entrance of the restaurant and assertively demanded entry to inspect the fire. Once more, the men at the restaurant refused to allow him entry. Determined, Kunju wouldn't be discouraged this time. Pretending to retreat from the Bagya, he and Chanderpal exchanged secretive words as they walked away together from the front of the hotel. Rushing down John Path Lane, they swiftly scaled the 7-foot-high wall at the restaurant's rear without hesitation. Kunju managed to enter the covered rear area of the garden restaurant. Without delay, they headed straight for the fire. The fire presented an alarming and disproportionate scene within the kitchen. Fueled by a heap of wooden logs, planks, and assorted materials piled atop the tandoor, it blazed with ferocity. One slender man, the same individual who had earlier dismissed Kunju at the front of another man dressed in a blue-printed shirt and a muscular young man stood nearby. At a distance, adjacent to the canvas screen by the hotel's entrance, stood a robustly built man wearing white. Curiously, these individuals appeared entirely indifferent to the foul smell emanating from the inferno. Kunju warned the man stoking the flames, cautioning him about the potential risk of causing a fire that could engulf the entire hotel. Upon being informed by the individual tending to the fire about his affiliation as a Congress Party worker engaged in burning old materials, including posters and waste paper, Kunju remained composed. Instead of being deterred by the political association, he immediately looked around for a bucket. This marked a moment where the young constable truly showcased his determination. Some individuals might have hesitated upon hearing about the political connection, particularly with the influential Congress Party. They might have offered a mild caution about fire safety before ultimately withdrawing. However, Kunju stood firm. He was alarmed by the considerable blaze before him and, alongside Chanderpal, swiftly gathered any available buckets and containers. They filled these from a nearby kitchen tap and promptly began extinguishing the flames. Soon, Sub-Inspector Rajesh Kumar arrived at the scene just as Kunju and Chanderpal were diligently working to suppress the fire. Unlike the attempt to dismiss a constable earlier, no one dared to send a sub-inspector away. Accompanied by 2 security guards from the main hotel, Rajesh and his constables entered the restaurant and joined Kunju in combating the blaze. Working together, they successfully extinguished the fire within a matter of minutes. The intense flames had ignited certain plastic-coated overhead cables, causing further damage. Kunju, Sub-Inspector Rajesh Kumar, and the hotel guards proceeded to investigate the extent of the cable damage. Their objective was to determine whether the fire had spread to the building's first floor. They advanced towards the main lobby of Yatri Niwas, which led to the Coconut Grove restaurant. Ascending 2 flights of stairs, they reached the lower split-level first-floor terrace, overlooking the Bajia complex. Constable Kunju leaned over the edge of the mezzanine roof in search of the wires that had caught fire. Instead, he was met with a rush of hot air and foul-smelling smoke billowing upwards. To his surprise, he noticed that the fire above the tandoor, which they had previously extinguished, had reignited. The man he had observed earlier in the Bajia, the sturdy individual clad in white, was once again fueling the flames. Kunju's initial alarm transformed into exasperation at the careless disregard for safety displayed by these people. Hurrying to the rear edge of the roof without considering the steep drop below, he leapt down, landing forcefully on the paved rear courtyard of the restaurant. Swiftly advancing towards the fire, he pushed aside the wicket fence obstructing his way and approached the tandoor from the rear. Kunju discovered that the man in the kurta pajama and his 2 companions had vanished. Yet the fire continued to rage. It was at this moment that Kunju noticed a peculiar scent. Amidst the pungent and unpleasant odor, a distinct smell of roasted meat filled the air. However, this scent was not of ordinary food cook. Rather, it carried the unmistakable and haunting odor of burning flesh. Instead of finding chicken meat being prepared, they came across something profoundly disturbing. The oven contained a human body, dismembered and partially burnt. This unsettling discovery reverberated throughout the city, leaving its residents deeply disturbed and shocked. Now 2 key questions surfaced. Who might the body have belonged to, and who could have been responsible for this gruesome deed? And so began the quest for information regarding the disturbing tandoor kund. The dismembered and burned body parts underwent testing, and upon receiving the results, the victim's identity was unveiled. She was 29-year-old Naina Sahini. Naina, a Congress worker in New Delhi, was married to 34-year-old Sushil Sharma, who was also a youth Congress leader. The initial postmortem, conducted at Lady Harding Medical College in Delhi, concluded that the cause of death was burn injuries. Subsequently, a second postmortem was ordered by the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. This examination was carried out by a team of 3 doctors from different hospitals, led by T. Deeb Dogra. During this examination, 2 bullets were discovered in the head and neck region, leading the conclusion that the cause of death was due to firearm injuries. Now, as per protocol, the police intended to meet with Sushil Sharma, but he was nowhere to be located. However, the same fate did not befall the man who was involved in burning the remains at the hotel. The individual responsible for burning the remains was apprehended and identified as Kishiv Kumar, the restaurant manager of the Bajia Hotel. It didn't take long for him to disclose the identity of the other person involved, who indeed turned out to be Naina's husband, Zushil Kumar. The case seemed close to resolution almost immediately upon the initial disclosures. Yet the grim and sinister nature of this case cast a long shadow over the city, leaving a haunting impact for a prolonged period. A few days later, on July 10, 1995, Sushil Sharma surrendered. Now all that remained was to uncover the events that transpired on the day Naina was killed and ensure that justice was served. During the interrogation, it was disclosed that Sushil and his wife Naina had a friend named Matlaub Karim. Matlaub and Naina had been classmates and were colleagues in the Congress Party, sharing a close bond. However, Sushil disapproved of Naina's friendship with Matlaub. Arguments frequently arose between the couple over this issue, but his possessiveness took a much darker turn on the night of July 2, 1995. On that tragic night, upon returning home, Sushil encountered Naina conversing on the phone while consuming alcohol. As Naina noticed Sushil's presence, she ended the call abruptly. In a fit of anger, Sushil redialed the phone and discovered Matlaub on the other end of the line. Enraged beyond control and despite Nina's attempts to explain, Sushil fatally shot her. Subsequently, he wrapped the body in a plastic bag, placed it in the trunk of his Maruti, and proceeded to transport it to the Bajia barbecue restaurant, and conspired with the restaurant manager, Keshav Kumar, to dispose of it. Naina's body was dismembered and then incinerated in a tandoor oven. With this information gathered, along with a few DNA tests to confirm the killer's identity, the Delhi police conducted an investigation into the case and submitted a charge sheet on July 27, 1995 in a sessions court. Subsequently, on November 7, 2003, Sushil Sharma was sentenced to death while the restaurant manager Keshav Kumar received 7 years of rigorous imprisonment. Sushil appealed against the district court's verdict in the Delhi High Court, yet the High Court upheld the decisions made by the lower courts. His death sentence was subsequently confirmed by the Delhi High Court in 2007. However, in 2013, the Supreme Court commuted his death sentence, citing the absence of evidence that Sushil had dismembered his wife's body. On October 8, 2013, a three-judge bench consisting of Chief Justice Sathasivam and Justices Ranjana Desai and Ranjan Gogoi upheld Sharma's conviction. The court reduced his death sentence to life imprisonment, due to Sushil's lack of a prior criminal record and the nature of the crime. Although both the trial court and the High Court had ordered Sushil Sharma's execution, the Supreme Court modified the sentence stating, "It is not a crime against society, but a crime committed due to his strained relationship with his wife." On December 21, 2018, the Delhi High Court issued an order for the immediate release of Sushil Sharma. The court questioned whether a person could be detained indefinitely for a murder offense even after completing a designated sentence. However, by that time, Sushil had already been released after serving 23 years in jail. According to Sushil, if he hadn't committed the crime, he believed he could have potentially become a union minister. After his release from jail, Sushil appeared to have changed as a person. Yet one cannot really know the truth that lurks beneath the superficial demeanor. When questioned about the dismemberment of Naina's body after the murder and the events of that night, here's what Sushil had to say. Regarding his future plans, despite once being a full-fledged politician, he stated that he would not pursue his career in that direction anymore and instead had different ideas in mind. On the other hand, the hero who made justice possible, policeman Kunju's life had taken a turn. Kunju, speaking to Times of India, mentioned that he had received only 5 rupees as his reward for his brave actions. Despite making headlines in various media outlets, he now sees the incident as a brief moment of attention. Kunju claimed that the Delhi police did not acknowledge or value his policing abilities, quick response, and vigilance. He opted for voluntary retirement in 2012 and relocated to Kerala to care for his unwell mother. The 51-year-old retired officer shared that while he received an out-of-turn promotion, he was deprived of all the accompanying benefits associated with it. He mentioned being denied a salary increase under the 6th Pay Commission, highlighting that even lower-rank constables who joined after him were earning more. Despite holding the position of head constable, Kunju stated that his requests were consistently rejected. Kunju discovered a blood-stained plastic bag nearby containing the remaining parts of Naina's body and was threatened by Sushil and Keshav Kumar. Despite this threat, Kunju remained steadfast and fulfilled his duties, including attending court proceedings even after his retirement. His story shows that sometimes even the just are treated poorly when they go against those in power. Do you believe that Sushil shot Naina due to insecurity, or was there something else? Do you think the punishment he received was fitting, or should it have been a death sentence? In 1930, the Maroney family from Chicago faced a challenging period. Michael and Catherine, the couple, had 2 daughters, 2-year-old Mary Agnes and 11-month-old Anastasia, and they were expecting their 3rd child. The Great Depression had severely impacted them, and the limited work Michael could find was low-paying. In desperation, he published a letter in a local newspaper outlining their situation and seeking employment. As a result of the letter, the Maroney family received some support. A man named Edgar Gilpin came to their apartment, which was above a grocery store on Wentworth Avenue in Chicago, and brought Michael a suit and a pair of shoes. Another individual came to the home on May 14th looking to help the Maroney children. A woman, calling herself Julia Otis, arrived at the apartment claiming that her social worker had sent her to see how she could help the family. She had gotten their address from the newspaper that had published Michael's letter and arrived at their door with fruits and vegetables she had purchased at the grocery store downstairs. While she was there, the woman became taken with Mary Agnes, saying that she had always wanted a child just like her. The woman returned the following day, May 15, 1930, this time bringing a large bundle of clothing for the Maroney's unborn child. She offered to take Mary Agnes around the corner to buy clothing for her as well. Catherine agreed to let Mary Agnes go with her. The woman never returned with Mary Agnes. The Maroneys contacted the police and provided them with a general description of the woman, calling herself Julia Otis. She was approximately 5 feet 2 inches tall, 125 pounds, 22 years old, and smartly dressed in a gray suit and a gray lace hat. The day after Mary Agnes was taken, her parents received a letter wrapped around a $5 bill from Julia Otis. In the letter, she said that she was taking Mary Agnes to California but would return her in a few months after Catherine gave birth and the family adjusted to having the new baby. She said she had hired a special nurse to help take care of Mary Agnes and the little girl was being well taken care of. She promised to help the family get back on their feet and told Michael and Catherine not to worry about Mary Agnes. They, of course, did not follow this advice. Chicago police searched train stations and interviewed individuals who worked on board trains, looking for any indication that Mary Agnes had been transported out of town. They also traced the baby clothes Julia Otis had brought to the Maroneys to the Goldblatt's department store at Ashland and Chicago Avenues. The clothes had been paid for using a brand new $50 bill. The police also took Edgar Gilpin, the man who had donated clothing to Michael Maroney, into custody in case he had been involved in the plot to abduct Mary Agnes. Another letter came in the day after first, trying to explain the actions of Julia Otis. The letter was signed Alice Henderson and claimed to be from a cousin of Julia Otis. The letter claimed that Julia's husband had previously passed away and her child had recently died as well. The loss of her child had caused her to have a nervous breakdown. It again assured the Marones that their daughter would be returned to them in a few months. For days after Mary Agnes went missing, her parents were able to secure a warrant from a judge charging Julia Otis with Mary Agnes kidnapping. However, Julia Otis was not found to face these charges, and Mary Agnes Maroney was not found to be reunited with her family. The assurances of the two letters proved false, and Mary Agnes was never returned, no matter how many months passed. More than 20 years after Mary Agnes went missing, a Chicago newspaper claimed to have solved her case and reunited her with her parents. In 1952, the Chicago Daily News partnered with a newspaper in California where Mary Agnes was believed to have been taken based on the letter from Julia Otis. The Oakland Tribune published photographs of various members of the Maroney family, which were seen by a man who believed they all looked very similar to his wife, 24-year-old Mary Beck McClelland. Mary had been adopted the year Mary Agnes was kidnapped. The Chicago Daily News arranged for a variety of tests, which they claimed did not exclude Mary McClelland as possibly being Mary Agnes, although the value of these tests is questionable based on current scientific standards. These tests included the examination of dental casts taken from Mary McClelland, and members of the anthropologists claimed that genetic factors in teeth proved that Mary McClelland was in fact Mary Agnes Maroney. The paper arranged for Catherine Maroney to meet with Mary and declared the case solved on their front page. While the paper reported that Catherine believed Mary was her daughter for their story on what they claimed had been an emotional family reunion, the Marones did not believe that Mary was their daughter. Mary did not have a birthmark on her cheek as Mary Agnes did, or a scar Mary Agnes had as the result of a surgery to repair a herniated navel. After meeting Mary, Catherine said that she was a wonderful person, and while she wished Mary was her daughter, she was not. Mary did become a friend of the Maroney family and stayed in contact with them. The media coverage in California also brought another woman who thought she could be Mary Agnes into the Marones' life. She too became a family friend. In 2008, a DNA test conducted after Mary McClelland's death showed that she was not Mary Agnes. And 10 years later, DNA also proved that the other Maroney family friend was not Mary Agnes either. Catherine and Michael Maroney would go on to have a total of 8 children. Neither of them ever recovered from Mary Agnes kidnapping. Catherine fell into a deep depression and died in 1962 at just 49 years of age. Michael died at age 58 with his last words reportedly being, "They never found my baby girl." Michael and Catherine both made their other children promise to never give up looking for their sister until they found her. As the 100th anniversary of Mary Agnes kidnapping grew closer, cold cases were getting a lot of attention both nationwide and in Chicago specifically. In 2011, the office of Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart had undertaken a major investigation trying to identify John Does killed by John Wayne Gacy, successfully uncovering the identities of 3 of them in the next 10 years. In addition, the office's Missing Persons Project is working to solve cases of women who have been missing for more than 3 years, and used cases are listed in the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, or NAMUS. One of the investigators assigned to the unit was Detective Jose Rodriguez. On June 10, 2022, Detective Rodriguez was tasked with investigating Mary Agnes' disappearance. He turned to the technique that was being widely used nationwide and had been successfully used in the Gacy investigation, genetic genealogy. Detective Rodriguez reached out to members of the Maroney family and learned that several of Mary Agnes' relatives had profiles on commercial DNA sites like 23andMe and Ancestry.com. Some members of family had hoped that these sites would help them find Mary Agnes on their own. When they learned that Mary Agnes' case was being reopened and that their DNA could help, another relative submitted their DNA as well. Their results all ultimately revealed a second or third cousin that none of them knew. Detective Rodriguez was able to get in contact with this individual, a woman named Lori Hart. She, in turn, gave the contact information for her aunt, Terry Arnold, whose mother, Jeanette Burchard, was now being considered as potentially being Mary Agnes Maroney. Jeanette Damon spent the first 6 years of her life in Chicago, just 11 miles away from the Maroney family. She had been told that her date of birth was April 14, 1928, and that her father had died when she was just 2 months old. She was raised by her mother and later a stepfather. She was never abused, and, unlike many children growing up during the Great Depression, she never went hungry and always had anything she could possibly want. She was raised as a devout Catholic and received a good education. Her family moved to Virginia in 1934 and then to Florida during World War II. Sometime in 1940s, she married Edgar Jennings and had 3 children. She and her husband divorced in 1961, and she remarried to a man named Earl Thomas Burchard in 1977. Earl died in 1989. Jeanette worked as a nurse for more than 50 years and loved the opera, particularly Madame Butterfly. She was also a fan of the Miami Dolphins from the day the team was established in 1966. Jeanette was a devoted mother who loved all of her children dearly. She would later become a grandmother who was always there for her grandchildren. She was also very attached to her pets. She had all of her cats and dogs cremated, and their remains were buried with her when she passed away in 2003 at the age of 75. When Detective contacted Jeanette's daughter, Terry, she was initially positive her mother could not be Mary Agnes Maroney. She could not imagine her grandmother being involved in a child abduction. She decided to take a commercial DNA test to prove the detective's theory wrong. However, when she received her results, they were not what she was expecting. While her mother's family was Polish, Terry's DNA showed that she did not have Polish ancestry. Rather, she was of Irish descent, like the Maroney family. Furthermore, the test identified Mary Agnes's nieces and nephews as her cousins. Terry's initial reaction was anger at her grandmother. It is still unclear how exactly Mary Agnes came into her custody and was raised as Jeanette. Previously, the family had no reason to believe Jeanette was not her mother's biological child. The only suspicious event in her life was an occasion when Jeanette's stepfather alluded to her not being her mother's natural child. He did not provide any other information. Jeanette contacted her cousins in Chicago to see if they had any information about this claim, but they had no idea why he would say this. Terry has been working through these complex emotions. She has been working through these complex emotions. She has been in contact with the Maroney family and is enjoying getting to know them. She has spoken to them several times over the phone and sent them photographs of her mother. She believes that had her mother been alive when the truth about her origins was revealed, she would have pursued a relationship with the Maronis. She would have wanted to reassure them that she was alive and well and had lived a good life. Terry also believes that her mother would have loved being part of such a big family. While the DNA evidence seems to prove that Jeanette Burchard was Mary Agnes Maroney, the evidence is indirect. In order to prove this identification to an adequate legal standard, both Jeanette and Catherine Maroney's remains would need to be exhumed for direct DNA samples to be taken and compared. Terry Arnold told Detective Rodriguez from their earliest communications that she is not comfortable with an exhumation of her mother's remains. The missing person's remaining means of investigating how exactly Mary Agnes came to live with the woman who raised her as her daughter. Therefore, Mary Agnes' case does not fit the official criteria needed for it to be removed from NAMUS. Even after police announced that the investigation was closed on February 3, 2023, the case remained listed in the database as the oldest case from Illinois. As the Maroney family accepts that Mary Agnes lived out her life as Jeanette, they consider it solved and are no longer looking for her. Investigators were apparently ultimately successful using their acceptance as a means of getting the case removed from the database several months later. While Mary Agnes was never reunited with her family, the Marones feel that this resolution was still, in some ways, positive. Mary Agnes's nephew, Don Maroney, told the Chicago Sun-Times, "One of our hopes was that, when Mary Agnes was taken, that she led a good life and she was taken care of, and she was." On December 5, 1975, Lindy Sue was discovered stabbed to death in her Lancaster, Pennsylvania apartment. Her aunt and uncle discovered her body soon after the attack around 8:30 p.m. There had been no sign of forced entry, and Lindy Sue had last been seen grocery shopping at 6:30 p.m., leading detectives to believe that she'd been attacked shortly after returning home. Her shopping bags were still on the dining room table. Lindy Sue was married, and her husband Phil was quickly cleared as a suspect. Her autopsy revealed she'd been stabbed 19 times with 2 different knives. One was still embedded in her neck and come from within the home. The other wasn't found at the crime scene. It was a horrific scene and had been a violent death. Lindy had several defensive wounds on her hands and arms, but she fought back. At some point, she'd been able to injure her attacker, and blood evidence from an unknown male was able to be preserved. Unfortunately, despite an exhaustive investigation, all suspects in the case were able to be eliminated. And eventually, without anything new, the case went cold. Over the next 4 decades, the case would be reopened and re-examined. The DNA was retested in 1997 against all the suspects in the original investigation, but they were cleared. The 4 male DNA was uploaded to Cody's in 2000, and the FBI BAU reviewed the case and hypothesized the killer was a male who knew Lindy and committed the crime in a fit of rage. When the Golden State Killer was identified using genetic genealogy in 2018, the Lancaster District Attorney's Office put forth Lindy Sue's cold case forward for consideration. The genetic genealogy testing was approved. They began working with Parabon Nanolabs. In 2019, Parabon created a computer-generated image of what the suspect might have looked like based on his DNA. Next, they worked on a new method of establishing a family tree for the suspect. They were able to identify a suspect who was discovered to be living and had never moved from the Lancaster area. 65-year-old David Sinopoli had never been a suspect in the original investigation, but detectives learned he lived in the same building as the Beechlers in 1975. Sinopoli was placed under surveillance and was seen to have discarded a to-go coffee cup, which was collected and used to compare to the suspect's DNA. It was a confirmed match. Sinopoli was arrested at his home on December 11, 2022, nearly 47 years to the day of Lindy Sue's murder. Sinopoli didn't have a significant criminal history. In 2004, he pleaded guilty to invasion of privacy and disorderly conduct. He had been working at a tanning salon and admitted to spying on a woman tanning. Since then, he has kept a very low-profile life. He married in 1974, divorced in 1986, and was remarried a year later. His 3 children was an avid hunter according to social media and frequently traveled to Italy. He was charged with 1 count of criminal homicide and is being held without bail while he waits for further court proceedings. No word yet on if he has any further court dates. It was during a blizzard on November 6, 1988, when Betty Rolfe decided to walk to work at the Appleton County Air Banquet Room in Appleton, Wisconsin. It wasn't her normal routine to walk to work, but 60-year-old Betty didn't like to drive in the snow, and her son wasn't able to give her a ride that morning. It shouldn't have taken her long. It was only 10 blocks from her home, but she never arrived. She was reported missing when her husband discovered she hadn't returned home from work. It was then that he learned she'd never arrived that day. Her body was found covered in gravel and partially clad under a railroad bridge 2 days later. An autopsy showed she'd been strangled to death, sexually assaulted, and beaten. The murder case shocked the community. Betty had been well known to the area. She was well liked. No one could imagine anyone setting out to hurt her. That, paired with the differentiation between her normal routine and the snowstorm, led law enforcement to believe it was a crime of opportunity. DNA evidence was collected at the time of the initial investigation, but all that could be done was tested against the suspects they had, which eliminated all. Eventually, the case went cold. In 2001, the DNA was input into CODIS, the federal database, and the state database, but nothing came up. In 2019, the case was reopened in hopes of using genetic geology to find the suspect. This year, they were able to narrow down the DNA to 2 brothers. Law enforcement approached one of the brothers who cooperated with police, but believed his brother to be deceased. He supplied a DNA sample, which eliminated him as a suspect, leading law enforcement to believe that 66-year-old Gene C. Meyer of Tacoma, Washington, was their suspect. In the 80s, Meyer lived within a mile of Betty Rolfe and left Wisconsin shortly after her murder, relocating to Washington. Law enforcement in both states worked together to locate Meyer, and he was put under surveillance. Law enforcement were able to collect DNA sample from the handle of his truck. Once it was positively matched with the suspect's DNA, he was arrested. He is currently being held and is awaiting extradition to Wisconsin. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. It was January 22, 1980 in Miramar, Florida, when Evelyn Fisher Bamforth opted to stay home for the evening. The 32-year-old nurse had hurt her knee and decided it would be best to rest it so she could get back to work. Her husband, John, went out for the evening. The couple were newly married. They had only just moved to Florida from the Cayman Islands. John worked in restaurants as a bartender and manager and was just settling into Miramar. Evelyn was from Chilliwack, British Columbia, and was a shining star in her family, the first to become a nurse in her family, and she was described as caring, smart, and a joy to be around. When John came home that evening, he said that he saw a police tape on their front door advising no one to enter. He had no idea what was going on and entered anyway. Immediately, he noticed something was wrong. Furniture had been strewn about, and there was stuff everywhere. When he went into their bedroom, he said that their bed was half soaked in blood. Evelyn was nowhere to be seen. Law enforcement hadn't notified him or stayed at the crime scene. It would only be when he went to the police department that he was notified that his wife had been murdered earlier that evening. He was given little details about what had happened, and he was devastated by the news. A friend had discovered the murder when she forgot her keys and went over to Evelyn and John's house. She knew Evelyn was home that night and knew she was supposed to be in. She knocked on the door several times, but there was no answer. Then she saw one of the panes of glass next to the door had been broken and called the police. When police entered, they found Evelyn's body in the bedroom. She had been brutally bludgeoned to death, and she had been sexually assaulted. John had been at work, and his alibi was quickly cleared. Months later, they did have a strong suspect in the case when another county's police department approached Miramar PD with a nearly identical murder. The suspect in that case was Ronald Eugene Richards. The 32-year-old was out on parole for murdering his girlfriend in 1975 in Ohio. When law enforcement went to question Richards, they discovered he lived only 12 doors down from Evelyn and John. The Miramar PD didn't have enough evidence to charge Richards, but in the other case, the Volusia County PD had enough to charge and arrested him. He was convicted in that case in 1982 and served 38 years in prison before he was released in 2020. In 2022, Evelyn's case was reopened and the evidence in the case was retested for DNA. There, they found a sample of foreign male DNA and ran it through a CODIS. From there, they were able to positively identify it to Ronald Eugene Richards. Richard was out on probation and was quickly arrested in Ohio. He is now waiting to be extradited back to Florida, where he was charged with Evelyn's murder. Miramar PD have also stated that they believe Richards was a serial predator and are looking to see if any other cold cases are connected to him. John, who now resides in the UK, has expressed relief about the new development. He said that the murder of his wife had a devastating impact on his life, leading to substance abuse to numb the guilt he felt, which became an issue he struggled with for decades. He told the media that despite the relief of the arrest, the news also brought up difficult memories. He said, quote, "But for Evelyn, justice is the most important thing. No word yet on what is next for Richard. He may opt to take a plea agreement if offered. In Florida, the death penalty remains on the table at this time." Frank Batts was a United States Marine and a veteran of World War II. During his service, he was stationed at Camp Pendleton in Southern California for a period. After completing his military duty, Frank and his family decided to stay in California, settling in San Diego. He and his wife Elaine had 3 children, a son and 2 daughters. Frank often took his son John fishing on a barge anchored off the coast near Oceanside. Frank and Elaine opened a small store, Bott's Gift Shop, in the College Grove Shopping Center. On the afternoon of Saturday, April 2nd, 1977, a customer came into Bott's Gift Shop, but no one was there to greet them. When they walked to the back of the store, they discovered Frank's body in the store's office. He had been stabbed to death in what would later be determined to be a robbery. He was 61 years old at the time he was killed. It would take 46 years and 5 labs in 2 states to finally solve Frank's murder. A renewed investigation into the case began in 2021. In the summer of that year, a match was found to a set of fingerprints collected from the glass counter at the gift shop when the scene was processed after Frank's murder. The technology required to adequately process these years-old fingerprint lifts had only been developed within the previous decade. Still, investigators hope to find more corroborating evidence. They therefore use multiple labs to look for and process DNA evidence. A hat, which investigators describe as distinctive, had been found in the office along with Frank's body. It did not belong to him, and police believed his killer had lost it in the struggle that had ended with Frank's murder. One of the labs working with the investigators from the San Diego District Attorney's Office ultimately developed technology that allowed them to pull a DNA sample from the hat and match it to an individual whose DNA was on file. The DNA profile from the hat matched a DNA profile later extracted from scrapings taken from Frank's fingernails at his autopsy. The DNA profile belonged to the same individual, identified in 2021, as having left their fingerprints at the scene. In May of 2023, the San Diego District Attorney's Office identified the person responsible for the murder of Frank Batts as Norman Lamont Jones. Jones had been just 16 years old at the time of Frank's murder, but he was already 2 years into his criminal career. He would go on to have an extensive criminal record and be in and out of jail until 1991, when he was killed in an officer-involved shooting after a robbery at a store in the Fashion Valley shopping mall. Frank's son, John, has expressed relief both at finally having resolution to his father's case and at knowing that his father's killer had not been able to hurt anyone else after 1991. Joyce Casper was a generous, vivacious woman and the mother of 2 daughters and a son. She was loved by her children as well as their friends. Joyce owned a drugstore and soda fountain in the Vista Village Shopping Center in Boise, Idaho. Her children's friends from the local junior high school would come in to have lunch there, and Joyce would dote on all of them. Decades later, they would still remember the affection she showed towards them and the attention she gave to them. By 1987, Joyce's soda fountain no longer existed, but 65-year-old Joyce still owned a business at the location on Vista Avenue. She was now the owner and operator of Casper's Vista Hallmark and gift shop. On the morning of October 13, 1987, Joyce's vehicle was found near some railroad tracks at Day Drive and Robert Street, just a few blocks away from her store. Her body was inside of the car. While evidence suggested to police that Joyce had been murdered, they could not determine the exact cause of her death. They were able to determine that she had been sexually assaulted. Joyce was known to be a hard worker who often kept very late hours at her shop. The doors to the store were locked when police went there after the discovery of her body. They believed she had been abducted outside of her shop as she left in the early morning hours of 13th. She was then sexually assaulted and killed, with her body being found a few hours later. Those who knew Joyce could not fathom that someone would want to hurt her, and those who lived and worked around her shop were shocked that such a violent crime could occur in their neighborhood. However, a recent incident had placed Joyce in danger. Just a few weeks before she was killed, Joyce called police to report that she had been attacked in her store. A young man, believed to be between the ages of 17 and 25, with slicked back, black hair, had attacked Joyce in her store but had run off when she fought back. Police were not able to identify this individual, but after Joyce was killed, they feared he may have been the person responsible for her murder. Joyce's purse had been emptied and one of her credit cards was missing. There were no security cameras in the area of her store or where Joyce and her car were ultimately found, and no witnesses could be located. Nearly 150 suspects were investigated in the following years. Semen was found at the scene, and eventually DNA was extracted from it. However, no match to it was ever located in criminal databases. The case was formally reopened in 2017 for the 30th anniversary of Joyce's murder. 2 investigators were assigned to work on her case full-time. They submitted the DNA from Joyce's crime scene to Parabon Nanolabs, who used it to generate an image of what the contributor of the DNA may have looked like. They found that the DNA profile was consistent with an individual who had dark hair and dark eyes and may have had Colombian or Puerto Rican ancestry. The image was released to the public, but no one called in to police, reporting that they recognized the man in the image. In 2019, what would ultimately be a years-long effort to use genetic genealogy case started working with another company, Identifiers International. An extensive family tree was developed, and detectives looked into records of 100 of individuals trying to ascertain how they were related to Joyce's killer. They also collected DNA samples from numerous distant relatives of the killer, trying to figure out exactly where he would be situated within the family tree. Various social media sites and genealogical databases from all over the country were searched for leads. Investigators ultimately came into contact with a man who told them he had a half-brother who had lived in Idaho. They were able to get in contact with the half-brother's ex-wife in California. She had 2 sons with this man, but they were both homeless and difficult to contact. A detective did eventually find them in Los Angeles, and they provided samples of their DNA. Their DNA profiles confirmed that the DNA from the semen found at Joyce's crime scene belonged to their father. On July 7, 2023, the Boise Police Department announced that they had identified the individual they believed was responsible for Joyce Casper's murder as Frank A. Rodriguez. He had been just 17 years old at the time of Joyce's murder. Rodriguez could not be charged with the murder because he had taken his own life in 2007. Rodriguez's family cooperated with police, and his mother is still alive. Boise Police Detective Paul Jagosh likened informing her of the DNA match to a death notification based on how devastated she was to learn of what her son had done. The Boise Police Department is currently looking into the possibility that Rodriguez may have been involved in other unsolved cases. 26-year-old David Malcolm hailed from Connecticut and was living in Ithaca, New York while enrolled at Cornell University. According to Nina Miller, one of his co-workers, the sheer gentleness of the man made him very special. He also had a wonderful sense of humor. He was the best of what young people can be. He was idealistic, sensitive, warm, very bright. David has also been described by others as being wise beyond his years and a good role model. David dedicated much of his time to helping others. He worked at a Red Cross emergency shelter and at a suicide prevention network. On February 11, 1987, David worked a 24-hour shift at the Red Cross shelter, which was located on West Ford Street in Ithaca. On the morning of February 12th, his body was discovered in the shelter's office. He had been stabbed to death. Police initially suspected that David had been murdered by one of his co-workers and focused their investigation on this man for years. The case was investigated throughout 1987 and 1988 and then periodically up until 2010. The case was formally reopened in 2015 in hopes of using forensic science to solve it. The Ithaca Police Department worked with the New York State Police Troop C Major Crimes Unit, the New York State Police Forensic Identification Unit, the New York State Police Forensic Investigation Center, and the Tompkins County District Attorney's Office in the renewed effort. Following years of work, on May 26, 2023, the Ithaca Police Department announced that, based on DNA evidence and other investigative efforts, they had identified the individual they believed was responsible for the murder of David Malcolm. However, they are choosing not to reveal his name to the public because he cannot be charged with the murder. He died in 2019. The exact source of the DNA that tied him to the murder was also not disclosed. According to investigators, David was killed by the boyfriend of a young woman who had come into the shelter where David worked for help. On February 11, 1987, a teenage girl from the town of Newfield came to the shelter following an altercation with her boyfriend looking for assistance in being relocated somewhere away from him. Investigators believe that the deceased suspect came into the shelter looking for the young girl, and David refused to reveal where she was. According to the press release from the Ithaca Police, Mr. Malcolm's heroic actions for not disclosing the whereabouts of the young teen sadly cost him his life. Investigators from the Ithaca Police Department, Tompkins County District Attorney Matthew Van Houten, and Deputy Chief Vincent Monticello all met with David's family prior to the announcement that the case had been solved. They apologized for the fact that the case took 36 years to solve, attributing the family's long wait for answers to limited resources and the necessary technology being unavailable to them in 1987. This incident would transform the diving industry worldwide. An American couple diving in the stunning Great Barrier Reef of Queensland, Australia, was abandoned in open water by the diving company tasked with their safety. None of the other divers, the captain, or the crew noticed they were missing when the boat departed at the scheduled time, making the hour-and-a-half trip back to shore and leaving the Lonergans in shark-infested waters. They would remain undiscovered for over 48 hours, and when the search commenced, there was no evidence of their presence. Since their vanishing, various theories have circulated: suicide pact, murder, or an elaborate scheme to fake their deaths and start anew. But no one can say with certainty what happened to Eileen and Tom Lonergan. Let's delve into the details. It was a perfect day for diving on January 25, 1998. The married couple, 33-year-old Tom Lonergan and his 28-year-old wife, Eileen, were enjoying a weekend getaway after completing a 2-year teaching contract with the Peace Corps in Fiji. The water was described as crystal clear, with no wind and nearly flawless visibility. That morning, they left their hostel in Cairns, Australia, and took a pre-booked 40-minute bus ride to Port Douglas. They had booked the round-trip shuttle ahead of time, and they were set to return when the dive tour completed around 4:30 p.m. The Australian trip was going to cap off their time in the South Pacific. They were headed back to a new chapter of their lives, going back to a quote-unquote normal life back in Baton Rouge, Louisiana for the first time in years. They seemed to both struggle with what their lives were going to be moving forward. Tom had enrolled in college but didn't have a lot of direction. We know this because they both kept extremely detailed and poetic diaries. The way they wrote was lyrical, expressive, and dramatic. They wrote in hand-bound leather books, and they wrote in a way that left all of their emotions, thoughts, and fears on the page. And they wrote a lot near daily with pages and pages of entries. In Fiji, they had lived in a remote village. For years, they lived without electricity and running water. They taught together, but Eileen struggled with the students. Tom was better at it, but neither shared a passion for teaching, but they did care about their students. They both shared a deep love for the ocean. They were very experienced, incompetent divers, and their love of the sea was something that really bonded the pair together. Diving had been something Eileen had been passionate about before she'd met Tom, and was something that she'd passed on to him. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. Okay, let's continue. While diving in Fiji, Eileen wrote to her mother about an extremely emotional experience that they'd had in the water. They'd been approached by a whale so close they'd been able to reach out and touch it. Eileen looked into the whale's eyes and felt a deep connection to the animal. It had been a spiritual experience for both Tom and Eileen, and it left them buzzing. Tom wrote after the experience, quote, "Like a student who has finished an exam, I feel that my life is complete and I'm ready to die. As far as I can tell from here, my life can only get worse. It's peaked. It's all downhill from here until my funeral." They arrived at the harbor at 8:30 a.m. and boarded the tour boat operated by the Outer Edge. They were joined by 26 other guests. Not everyone was diving. Most were snorkeling, but all had been promised a spectacular day on the water. It was absolutely ideal conditions, and the group was incredibly excited to get going. The crew loaded the gear on the boat and put air tanks and other diving gear, accounting for everyone diving that day. Outer Edge had planned on taking the group to 3 different sites, staying at each area for about an hour and a half before heading back to port. It was an all-day package, and there wasn't a second tour booked that day for the boat or the crew. The Lonergans had a lot of their own diving gear, and despite the heat of the day, they opted to dive in full protective gear. And their experience allowed them to maximize their air tanks, allowing them to be in the water just a little bit longer. For the first 2 dives, they've been the last 2 people back on the boat, capitalizing on every second they could be in the water. Their last dive for the day was an area of the reef called Fish City. It had spectacular displays of thousands of fish, and it was going to be the highlight of the tour. There are some reports that the boat that day was running late. It was about 3:30 p.m. when Outer Edge started up the engine to depart the area. So every time a passenger went into the water, they were supposed to log out and then log back in when they were back on the vessel, and another measure of security is conducting a head count. The boat sat for about 15 minutes while the crew checked everyone back onto the boat, put away all the equipment, and passed out refreshments to the passengers and counted everyone up before heading back to Port Douglas. Not one of the crew members had noticed that 2 of their guests for the day hadn't checked back in and their head count was too short. Once back at the port, the guests departed, taking all of their belongings with them. And again, no concerns were raised when 2 pairs of shoes and 2 backpacks were left on the boat. The bus driver also waited nearby. The bus company knew that the Lonergans had gone out without her Edge, so after waiting for about an hour, the driver went up to the crew and asked if they knew where the Lonergans were, as they'd booked a shuttle back to Cairns and he needed to get going. The captain, Jack Nairn, reassured the driver that the Lonergans must have taken another method back to their hostel and to just head out. The driver felt that it had been very strange and called his supervisor, who also spoke to Outer Edge, but both times they were reassured that maybe the Lonergans had made friends with other guests and had gone out with them, just tourists doing tourist things. The bus driver eventually left, and the crew brought the Lonergans' belongings back to their office, and then everyone went home. Well, everyone except Tom and Eileen. The next morning, Outer Edge returned to the same area that they'd been the previous day, and a crew member with the company was out at Fish City with clients and discovered 6 loose diving weights on the seabed with the Outer Edge label on them. However, again, this wasn't marked as odd. There were lots of different diving companies, and some people were careless with the equipment, so it was normal for crew members to tidy up after clients. It wouldn't be until Tuesday evening, 2 full days since the Lonergans had been left at sea, when employees at the Outer Edge office decided to open up the bags left behind from the Sunday excursion. Inside, they found the Lonergans' wallets, travel documents, and cash, things they had been unlikely to forget for 2 days traveling. Panic and realization began to set in for the employees at Outer Edge. Phone records showed staff members making frantic calls trying to find a better outcome than what they assumed might have happened. When they called the Lonergans' hostel, the Walkabout, and spoke to the owner, Barry Waymans, Barry confirmed that they hadn't seen the Lonergans since they took a shuttle out to Port Douglas. The hostel owner had been the one who was furious, and it was he who called the police to report the couple missing. Police were called 52 hours after the Outer Edge had left Fish City and left Tom and Eileen in the water. By the time the police had been called, search conditions were not good. It was too dark and the search couldn't be started until dawn. In addition to law enforcement and local searchers, the Australian Navy had been called in to aid the search. 20 aircrafts were also deployed to search 86 100 nautical square miles. In total, there were waterplanes, helicopters, boats, divers, and people on foot searching the coastlines near the reefs. All were looking for any sign of the missing American couple. Once the search was underway, there had been maintained hope that Eileen and Tom could have survived for up to 4 days in the water. They had already lost nearly 3 days in the delay, but there was still hope. Unlike many of their companions, Tom and Eileen had gone out that day in full gear despite the warm weather. They had on heavy, long-sleeve wetsuits, hoods and gloves, which would have been critical and had the potential to really increase their chances of staving off hypothermia. However, dehydration was still a concern, and a deadly predator known to stalk that area, tiger sharks. After 4 days of searching and finding no sign of Tom and Eileen, the search was eventually called off. Law enforcement found several things strange. The first was with Outer Edge, how they left 2 of their passengers out in the water that day. The company was thoroughly investigated by law enforcement. The captain took full responsibility for the mistake, but it had been the whole crew ultimately responsible. The captain stated that the logbooks not being filled out was a negligent mistake and a bad habit picked up over time, where the crew would fill the logbooks out while they were heading back. But for some reason, it had just been missed entirely that day. He said that a head count had been conducted while people were still coming onto the deck from the water, and initially the count had come up short, but a recount had accidentally accounted for a couple who'd been in the water at the start of the count, and then they were accounted again when they came up onto the boat. Other guests who were also diving reported seeing the couple about 15 minutes before they were all supposed to wrap up their dives for the day, so they couldn't have been that far from the boat. Sound carries underwater quite a distance, and the boat had been idling for some time while the crew got everything in order to leave and also handing out drinks to guests. No one can understand how Tom and Eileen had missed the boat even if they were a bit far away initially. Next were the circumstances of Tom and Eileen's disappearance. What also stood out as odd with law enforcement was when they discovered that there had been other vessels anchored at St. Crispin's Reef, the area where Outer Edge had anchored at. Many of the other boats were there long after Outer Edge had left, and no one reported seeing or hearing anyone in distress. One fishing boat had stayed in the area as late as midnight and had remained lit. The waters had been calm and the boat would have been easy to spot. They also heard nothing, and in those conditions, they should have been able to hear someone calling for help in the water, even from quite a distance. Without any sign of the couple, this was when the theory started rolling in about what kind of people the Lonergans were. Their diaries were located amongst their belongings left behind at the hostel, and detectives started to pick apart their lives. The couple had met while attending the University of Louisiana. They got married in Jefferson, Texas on June 24, 1988. The two had always had a very intense and passionate relationship. They were both extremely intelligent people. Tom describes himself as having few great loves in his life, and they were his intellect, his wife, his students, and diving. Tom was known to be kind of harsh and intense, and Eileen was the complete opposite of him and softened him. She was also the adventurous one of the two, and it had been her idea to join the Peace Corps. In Tom's diary, he writes that Eileen had been a gift from God and wrote of his utter devotion to his wife. Eileen wrote of her concerns for their marriage, and not that she didn't love Tom, but that she felt that she was losing her individuality. In their time on the remote islands in isolation, they had become one, but over time, the relationship had become too codependent for Eileen's taste. They both wrote about concerns they had for the future. Tom's diary starts to get a bit macabre. He wrote about life and God and their meanings. They each wrote of these kind of large philosophical discussions that they'd been having. Eileen wrote, quote, "Tom hopes to die a quick and painless death, and he hopes it happens soon. Tom's not suicidal, but he's got a death wish, and that could lead him to what he desires, and I could get caught in that." It had been that passage that led to several speculations that their disappearance hadn't just been a simple accident. Accusations that Tom had wanted to die and had perhaps wanted the two of them to die together and had purposely missed the boat. However, it's important to note that they were really reading between the lines with that conclusion. Their writing style was consistently very dramatic and lyrical. There were also permanent pontoon structures built all around St. Crispin's Reef. The closest one had only been 6 kilometers from where Outer Edge had anchored. The structures are used as docking structures for various tours. It helps to not damage the reefs by using anchors near the delicate ecosystems. Experts speculated that they could have swum to them and hid there overnight and then got onto another boat when the tour started coming back in. There had been reports that at the Agincourt pontoon or Quicksilver pontoon, there had been a large vessel filled with Italian tourists. The head count before departure had been over by 3 guests, but it was chalked up to a miscount. However, Tom and Eileen's disappearance drew media attention. The vessel came forward with the report in case it turned out to be relevant. There were sightings of the couple all over Australia, which again drew law enforcement's attention to theories that the couple had staged their deaths to start a new life. What hadn't helped was that Tom and Eileen had been adamant that they didn't want to dive with others or with a dive master, and they wanted to go off on their own that day, which at the time hadn't drawn any concerns given that they were very experienced divers. But after the disappearance had led to more questions on why they wanted to be by themselves. 3 months went by, and Eileen's family went to Australia to see where Aileen and Tom had disappeared. They even dived the waters in the area with the help of Australian authorities escorting them. They eventually held a funeral for the couple and, after seeing the area for themselves, came to terms with the fact that the couple were no longer with them. 6 months after their disappearance, a team still looking for any signs of the Lonergans was combing a remote beach in Port Douglas when they saw something sticking out of the sand. The first item found was a woman's wetsuit. It was the same style that Aileen had been wearing the day that they had been last seen. It was the same size. It had a little damage on the bottom and the armpit area, but it had likely come from rubbing against coral in the currents before washing ashore. Otherwise, the suit was in pretty pristine condition. Once one item was found, a larger team was deployed to the area, and soon other items tied to the Lonergans were discovered. Over 100 kilometers or 75 miles from Fish City, they found 2 inflatable dive jackets, and these had Tom and Eileen's names written on the inside, so there was no speculation of who they belonged to. The next items found were dive tanks and 1 fin. Like the wetsuit, none of the items appeared to be damaged. They had searched for any sign of shark attack, but other than some sun damage and barnacle growth, the items were in incredible condition. The clasps on the dive jackets also seemed to have been manually released rather than slipped off. It appeared that they had removed the gear themselves. They searched the area hoping to recover bodies, but they weren't found. Then, a diver's slate was found by fishermen 90 miles from where Eileen and Tom had been diving around 6 months after their disappearance. The slate had been badly exposed to the elements, but once the fishermen made it out, they knew exactly who the slate had belonged to. It said, Monday, January 26, 1988, 8 a.m. To anyone who can help us, we have been abandoned here on Agincourt Reef by the MV Outer Edge. January 25, 1998, 3 p.m. Please help us or we will die. Help, Tom and Eileen Lonergan. 1502, Lenmore. The slate went through an extensive authentication verification. Based on the algae growth and the handwriting, experts believe that the slate was Tom Lonergan's, and he did write that note. According to the slate, it appeared that the Lonergans had made it at least until the following morning, only missing the next round of tourist boats by hours. But the slate still didn't explain why other vessels nearby hadn't seen or heard any sign of them that first night. Despite finding all of the belongings of Aileen and Tom, it still ultimately only caused more questions than answers. Had delirium caused them to take off their equipment? Without the buoyancy vests, it would have made it impossible for them to tread water that long. And why did Aileen take off her wetsuit? Outer Edge and the owner, Jack Nairn, were charged with unlawful killing. At trial, Nairn was found not guilty, but Outer Edge was fined severely after pleading guilty. The company soon went out of business, and one report has said that none of the crew connected to the Lonergan trip worked in the diving industry anymore. Narain deeply apologized to Eileen's family, and they gave him a hug after the trial and said that they forgave him. 9 months after their disappearance, Tom and Eileen were declared deceased by the Australian coroner's inquest. Their cause of death was listed as drowning or shark attack. One tiger shark expert from Port Douglas stated, quote, "My personal feeling is that they were taken by a tiger shark in the first 24 to 48 hours. Dead or alive, you wouldn't last too long out there." Because of the case, Australia implemented new regulations for the diving industry, including mandatory head counts conducted by captains and dive masters, more thorough regulations regarding the logbooks, more training for staff, and mandatory lookouts on board every tour boat, as well as harsher regulations and fines for negligence and non-compliance. Though there's no evidence that directly points to Eileen and Tom having made it out of the water, it wouldn't have been an impossible feat. Another former Baton Rouge resident, Milton Windsor Harris, had been on the run for 16 years, escaping prison for corporate embezzlement, and fakes his death by jumping off of a ferry in New Zealand. He was discovered on the other side of the planet in Northern Ireland with his wife and 3 children. We may never know what happened to Eileen and Tom Lonergan, and without the discovery of their bodies, there will be no certainty in their disappearance, ultimately chalked up to an avoidable tragedy. In 1994, Tanya Fraser lived in the Mount Baker neighborhood of southeast Seattle with her mother and sister. The 14-year-old tomboy was sweet and generous, bringing joy to those around her despite her somewhat shy nature. She served as an altar server at St. Clement's Episcopal Church and spent July 17th at a church picnic, where she participated in potato sack races and shared news of her new haircut with fellow parishioners. The next day, Monday, July 18, 1994, Tanya attended summer classes at Meany Middle School in the morning. She was last seen leaving the school around 11 a.m., as expected. Afterward, she was supposed to take the bus to her part-time job at a thrift store on Jackson Street run by the Chicken Soup Brigade, a local nonprofit. When she didn't return home by 6 p.m., her mother, Teresa, went to the thrift store to check on her. There, she discovered that Tanya had never arrived for her scheduled shift. Teresa then went to Meany Middle School to look for Tanya, but there was no sign of her there. Teresa contacted the police to report Tanya missing around 7:30 p.m. Police did not seem to view Tanya's disappearance as an urgent matter. They repeatedly tried to get her younger sister to say that Tanya had plans to run away from home and referred to Tanya as a runaway throughout their initial report. This was an important distinction because while a missing child would have a detective assigned to their case, a runaway would only be assigned a community service officer. An officer spoke to 2 of Tanya's friends and called Teresa a few days later to ask if she had heard from Tanya. Tanya's mother did not believe her daughter had run away, both because it would have been out of character for her and because of practical considerations. If Tanya had left on her own accord, she had done so without any of her belongings or any money. At the time she disappeared, Tanya was excitedly waiting for her first paycheck from her part-time job, which she was due to receive in just a few days. She planned to use the money to buy pagers for herself and for her 12-year-old sister, Tina. Tina herself was another reason why no one who knew Tanya believed she had run away. Tina and Tanya were very close and were described as soulmates. Tanya would almost certainly never have gone anywhere without Tina and would have at least talked to her if she had any plans to leave. Tina spent the night after Tanya disappeared with her bedroom window open just in case Tanya came home. While she could not imagine Tanya running away, the idea of something bad happening to Tanya was even more difficult to fathom. Tanya's church quickly came together to organize on Tanya's behalf when she disappeared. Corporate policies prevented them from posting flyers in many stores, but they still covered the area in over 1,500 missing persons posters. The police have a hell of a task. I want to be supportive of that, Father Ralph Carskadden, Tanya's pastor, told the media. But I also feel that had Tanya not come from our neighborhood or not been mixed race, would more people have known this terrible thing had happened to her? On July 23, 1994, 5 days after Tanya went missing, a 62-year-old man was walking his dog along East Highland Drive when he noticed the smell of death. He had become familiar with that smell during his time serving during the Korean War. He stepped into a wooded area along the street and saw someone lying at the base of a tree at the bottom of a ravine. He stared at the person for several seconds before he fully processed the fact that he was looking at a human body. The body belonged to Tanya Fraser, who had been stabbed to death. The medical examiner believed she had not been killed until July 20th, 2 days after her disappearance. This caused fear in Tanya's mother, Teresa, that the police initially dismissing her daughter as a runaway may have resulted in her death. From the first report, I often wondered if they took it as more serious. If they looked in that first 24 hours, would there have been a chance she maybe would have been saved? That's a big question, she later told the Seattle Times. Tanya's community came together to mourn her loss. A memorial was established near where her body was found, and members of her church took to the streets for walks of remembrance. It was a member of her church who donated the cemetery plot where Tanya would be buried. Tanya had a routine of picking out one of her stuffed animals to take with her on her walk to school every day. Other students now took up this habit. Tanya was last seen alive at 21st Avenue and East Thomas Street, approximately 11 blocks away from where her body would later be found. Her friends reported seeing her speaking to an unfamiliar, unkempt man. This man has so far never been identified. Despite the best efforts of her loved ones, Tanya's case received little media attention. Talking about her daughter's murder was unbearable for Teresa, but she tried to find any opportunity to do so that she could in order to keep the case in the news and hopefully reach a witness who could help solve the case. Flyers posted by Crime Stoppers generated just 3 calls to the tip line, none of which helped advance the investigation. Private investigator Rose Winquist began working with Tanya's family the week she went missing. She continues to work on the case and forwards every credible lead she finds to the police. Seattle Police Detective Ralph Norton, who has been the lead investigator on Tanya's case since June of 2016, says that there are numerous persons of interest in the case, none of whom will be cleared until the case is definitively solved. Despite the fact that almost 30 years have passed since Tanya's murder, her sister, Tiara, is still hoping that one day the case will be solved. I am hopeful. I can't imagine this just never being solved and never having that closure, so I'm hopeful that it will be, she said in 2023. Natalie McNally grew up as one of 4 children and her parents' only daughter. Her parents and 3 brothers treated her like a princess, but this did not cause her to become soft and spoiled. She was fiercely independent and fought for herself and for others. She had type 1 diabetes from a young age, but always fought through the health challenges the condition caused for her. She campaigned for women's political issues and fought for animal rights. She had a bright and loving personality that earned her many friends, for whom she would have done anything. Natalie had a career in marketing and worked for the public transportation company TransLink. She lived in the Silverwood Green area of Ligon, County Armagh, Northern Ireland. In December of 2022, 32-year-old Natalie was pregnant with her first child and looking forward to becoming a mother. She would be the first of her siblings to have a child, making her baby her parents' first grandchild. Natalie planned to use the name Zara for a girl and Dean for a boy. She had an ultrasound scheduled for December 20th, where she would learn her baby's sex. While her immediate family knew she was pregnant, she planned to announce her pregnancy, as well as her baby's sex and name, to her extended family on Christmas Day. Natalie went to see her parents, Noelle and Bernadette, on Sunday, December 18th. Around 10 p.m. the following day, December 19th, emergency services were called to her home. Natalie's body was discovered inside. She had been stabbed numerous times, with some of her injuries being defensive wounds. It was determined that Natalie had been murdered on the evening of December 18th, sometime after arriving home from visiting her parents. She had been due to have the ultrasound where she would learn if she was having a boy or a girl 2 days after she was killed. During her post-mortem examination, it was discovered that she had been expecting son. A vigil for Natalie was held on her street on December 23rd. Friends and family members addressed the crowd before pink and blue balloons were released in Natalie's memory. Natalie's funeral was held at her parents' home on December 26th, with hundreds of mourners gathering outside the house before traveling to St. Coleman Cemetery, where Natalie was to be buried. Music was played over a loudspeaker during the service, which ended with the song Humans by The Killers, Natalie's favorite band. A 32-year-old man was arrested on the day Natalie's body was found, but he was subsequently released and cleared as a suspect. Another 32-year-old man was arrested on December 21st, but he was also later released, and no charges had been filed in the case. More than 3,000 hours of CCTV footage from the area around Natalie's home has been collected as a part of the investigation. Authorities believe that some of this footage captured Natalie's killer coming and going from her home. They have released images of the man they think is the killer, carrying a rucksack and wearing shoes with white soles in hopes that a member of the public can identify him. He is seen in the footage arriving on Natalie Street at 8:52 p.m. on December 18th and leaving at 9:30 p.m. Police are asking for anyone with footage taken in the area on the night of the murder to submit it to them for analysis. They are also still looking for witnesses and have reminded the public that Natalie was killed on December 18th, the same day as the World Cup final, in hopes that it will help potential witnesses recall the correct evening. Investigators have stated that they believe Natalie knew her killer. There were no signs of forced entry into Natalie's home, and authorities believe she willingly let her killer inside. Whether the killer had come to Natalie's home with the intention of killing her or decided to kill her after arriving remains unclear. At a press conference on January 5, 2023, Detective Chief Inspector Neil McGinnis stated that he believed the murder weapon had been recovered and that it had come from within Natalie's home instead of being brought to the residence by the killer. On January 6th, police conducted a search of the grounds of the Silverwood Golf Club, which is located next to Natalie's home. The search was reportedly a general part of the investigation and was not conducted based on a particular tip. The search focused mainly on the pathways and shrubbery within the club's grounds. Police also made house-to-house inquiries in Lisburn on 6th. As part of the investigation, they seized a vehicle from the area for further examination. Police activity refocused on Natalie's neighborhood on 8th, with detectives returning to the scene of the crime and officers passing out flyers and speaking to motorists and pedestrians in Lugan looking for witnesses. Natalie's family is devastated by her loss and by the fact that they will never meet her baby. It's just unimaginable. I can't see a future. There will be no joy in life now because she's gone, Natalie's mother, Bernadette, has said. The family remains in regular contact with the police and continues to speak to the media so as to appeal to the public for information. They have also publicly thanked the community for supporting them, saying that the messages they have received are helping them get through this ordeal. Crime Stoppers is currently offering a reward of up to £20,000 for information that leads to the arrest and conviction of Natalie's killer. Natalie's brother, Declan, has appealed to the public. We just can't reiterate enough that if anyone has any information whatsoever, even if it seems insignificant, bring it to the police or bring it to Crime Stoppers. We need justice because that's all we have left now is to try and find out who did this to Natalie. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Imagine a little girl found alone in the harsh Arizona desert. Her identity a mystery and her fate a chilling question mark. For years, her story has haunted the annals of unsolved mysteries, leaving investigators puzzled and a community in deep sorrow. Today, however, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment of discovery and heartbreak, as this cold case has thawed just enough to reveal a glimmer of truth. We will explore the perplexing saga of Little Miss Nobody, delving into the severity of her abduction, the eerie circumstances of her murder, and the recent revelation that has sent shockwaves through the realm of crime solving. Join us as we navigate this intricate web, a 62-year-old cold case where casual curiosity intersects with the sobering reality of a mystery that refuses to fade. On July 31, 1960, in Sandwash Creek, Arizona, a cool breeze swept through as residents began their day. A schoolteacher from Las Vegas had come to Sandwash Creek in search of rocks for his class when he noticed something unusual in the distance. It stood out starkly against the natural surroundings. It was black and charred. As he approached, he uncovered a grim truth that would spark a 6-decade-long mystery. Upon getting closer, the teacher spotted a small mound of dirt. After gently brushing it away, he discovered a crudely and shallowly buried body. It was small, and he quickly realized it belonged to a child. The remains were severely decomposed due to the Arizona heat and the conditions in which she had been disposed of. Moments later, the heartbroken teacher directed the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office toward the grim discovery. The county medical examiner's office was not far behind them, and the crime scene investigation began. Officers discovered the remains had been placed in a shallow grave, and the person responsible for dumping and burying the remains had then set them ablaze, perhaps to hide the evidence or make the identification more difficult. 2 sets of footprints were found near the makeshift shallow grave, with one of them distinctly belonging to a male adult. Disturbingly, 2 other mounds of disturbed and charred soil were found, indicating her killer had tried to burn and dispose of the remains twice before settling on a final spot, a detail that remains perplexing to this day. The remains were transported to the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office, where the heartbreaking autopsy would take place. Medical examiner determined that the remains likely belonged to a Caucasian female, aged 2 to 7 years old, although this was later refined to 3 to 6 years old. The girl had brown or auburn hair, was 3'5", and was 50 to around 55 pounds. All of her baby teeth were present and in pristine condition, and there were no signs of trauma to her bones. Given that the remains had been burned and left in the Arizona heat for at least 1 to 2 weeks before being discovered, the remains were too decomposed to draw a full conclusion on how the girl had died or exactly when. There were no fractures, yield or new, and due to the nature of her discovery, the case was marked as a homicide. Medical examiner investigators next turned their attention to the clothes that the girl had been found wearing. According to the Doe Network, she was wearing a sunsuit with white or pink shorts, a contrasting blouse with a chain design, and a pair of men's adult flip-flops purposely cut down to her size and affixed to her feet with brown leather straps. Her fingernails and toenails had also been painted red. By all accounts, it appeared that the young girl had been physically well looked after. So how had she come to be dumped in a shallow grave next to a creek? Investigators broadcasted information about the girl's discovery across local media outlets, but few viable leads emerged. The discovery of such a young girl dumped in such a callous way deeply affected the community. The community of Prescott came together to raise money for her funeral and headstone. Midway through 1960, the little girl was buried in Mountain View Cemetery in Prescott, Arizona. The headstone that read "Little Miss Nobody" and "Blessed are the pure in heart." Around 70 people from the local community gathered to remember Little Miss Nobody, a name she would carry for 62 years. Meanwhile, investigators had another clue they had held back from the public. At the scene, they had discovered tire tracks. The first proved that the killer had driven onto the creek from the direction of Highway 93 before parking and finding a spot to dump the young girl. After disposing of her, they jumped back into their vehicle, pulling partway into the desert sand and taking a left, turning and driving away from the site. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear as though investigators were able to determine the make or model of the car from its tire tracks. The footprints had also become a key area of importance for investigators. One pair had been made by an adult, with the other being made by a child in flip-flops, an eerie coincidence to the details of the case. Investigators speculated that the girl was forced to walk to her burial site with the attacker before being buried. Close to the crime scene, the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office found a rusted blood-stained knife. The knife was sent to the FBI for further testing, but it's unclear whether this was ever conclusively linked to the case. In 1960, DNA testing was not available, so the FBI would only have been able to obtain the blood type from the knife. Whilst this may seem insignificant, it may have helped investigators narrow down their pool of possible victims based on this parameter. Shortly after the details of Little Miss Nobody's case went public, an anonymous witness came forward with a fascinating story. In the days before Little Miss Nobody had been found, he had witnessed a family walking through the desert. The group consisted of a man, a woman, 2 boys, 2 girls, and a baby. The witness was able to describe the clothes of one of the girls, which fit the description of Little Miss Nobody's body. The day the witness saw this group was the day before Little Miss Nobody's body had been found. Another witness came forward to have claimed to have seen the same family, but this time there was only 1 girl, 2 boys, a baby, and the 2 adults. The witnesses both believed that the family had been transient based on their appearance and commented that they were wearing overalls and cloth caps. Investigators honed in on the transient family and were able to find a family fitting their description in the area. However, despite extensive questioning, nothing ever came of this lead. And like all the others, it eventually fizzled into nothing. There were several possible candidates of missing children that could have possibly been Little Miss Nobody, one of which was 4-year-old Sharon Lee Gallegos from Alamogordo, New Mexico. The possibility that Sharon Lee Gallegos was Little Miss Nobody was greatly overlooked when the medical examiner determined that the body had likely belonged to a 7-year-old girl, making her much older than Sharon. In the years that have passed, this number was revised several times based on new analysis. The clothing found on Little Miss Nobody also didn't match the clothes that Sharon had last been wearing when she'd been abducted. Add to this that Sharon had disappeared over 500 miles from Sandwash Creek, and investigators felt hope slipping through their fingers. The final nail in the coffin for this lead were the results of the FBI footprint analysis that were carried out in August 1960. Footprints from Little Miss Nobody and Sharon were compared and were found to not be the same. After this, investigators were forced to drop this lead and consider other missing girls. Some investigators never let go of this thought, though, and it lingered in their minds for decades to come. After Sharon was ruled out, the case's leads also dried up, and the case eventually fell cold. Occasional tips and leads would be called in, but none of them ever led to the identity of Little Miss Nobody. And in a devastating blow to the case, the storage area that housed the evidence for the case, which included the knife, the clothing, and other pieces of items collected from the scene, were damaged in a water leak that had gone unnoticed for some time. All of the evidence collected for the case had to be disposed of, and who knows what critical evidence had been lost. The case fell silent until 2015 when the NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, paid to have the remains exhumed. By this time, the case had garnered attention in online sleuth circles, many of whom had a good idea of who the body belonged to. Little Miss Nobody was exhumed in 2015, and a DNA sample was extracted from the remains. According to Othram Labs, this sample was able to give them a mitochondrial DNA profile which was passed down through their maternal lineage. This DNA sample was uploaded to CODIS, and initially no matches were found. Whilst this was a small setback, investigators felt confident that this new DNA evidence would be the key to unlocking the case. In 2018, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children also worked with forensic specialists to create the first ever facial approximation sketch of Little Miss Nobody. After decades of being faceless, the public now had a possibility of what she may have looked like. This new reconstruction was circulated in the media, and soon after, the calls started to roll in. Many believe that the girl in the reconstruction bore a striking resemblance to the abducted child, Sharon Lee Gallegos. Although Sharon had been initially ruled out in August 1960, the UPI investigators knew better than to discount the unlikely. The county sheriff's office contacted Othram in 2021 and requested their assistance. Othram used Little Miss Nobody's remains to obtain another DNA profile despite what they called a substantial degradation and extreme non-human DNA burden. With this new sample, Othram hoped to perform a KinSnap rapid familial testing, which is a DNA test that confirms relationships between siblings. Genealogists have been working hard behind the scenes using the information obtained by Othram and the public and were able to track down possible siblings of Little Miss Nobody. Thanks to the KinSnap testing, it was only a matter of weeks until the truth could finally be discovered. In March 2022, Othram and the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office held a joint press conference in which they announced that Little Miss Nobody was the missing 4-year-old Sharon Lee Gallegos of Alamogordo, New Mexico. On July 21, 1960, just 10 days before her body had been found, Sharon was abducted from the backyard of her grandmother's home. At the time, Sharon was outside playing with her cousins when a man and a woman in a dark green sedan, a 1951 or 1952 Plymouth or Dodge, pulled up to the curb. According to her cousins, a freckle-faced young boy was also in the car, along with another child. The woman first wound down her window, called out to Sharon, asking her to come with them under the promise of sweets and new clothes. Sensing danger, Sharon said no, which only angered the woman. Within seconds, she flew out of the passenger seat, grabbed Sharon by the elbow, and threw her into the car. The vehicle then sped off into the distance before anyone in the Gallegos family were able to react. Sharon was swiftly reported missing, and investigators immediately began their search for her. Roadblocks had been set up within minutes of her abduction, and to this day, it remains unclear how Sharon had been spirited out of Alamogordo. Her cousins described the man behind the wheel as white and thin with a long nose and sandy hair. The woman was described as white, short, in her 30s with dirty blonde hair. In the days before Sharon disappeared, her family had noticed a few bizarre goings-on. At a church service, a woman had been asking about Sharon and her mother, Guadalupe. Days later, the same woman arrived at a neighbor's house asking probing questions about Sharon and her mother. The woman was keen to know all about Sharon, whether Guadalupe had any other children, and who else lived in their home. There are also reports that Sharon had become timid and withdrawn in the days before her abduction and had mentioned a dark green car following her. Investigators believe that Sharon's kidnappers had planned the attack and had been following her for some time before they struck. But to this day, their identities remain a mystery, as does the identity of the freckle-faced boy who was also in the vehicle. Is he also a John Doe waiting to be uncovered deep in the Arizona desert? While one door in this case is closed, another remains open, and investigators are determined to uncover who did this to Sharon. Why had these people taken her and spent so much time stalking her to only then kill her 10 days later? There had always been a hope that Sharon had been out there somewhere, maybe had been abducted, to have been raised by another family. Sharon's brother, Roberto Juan Gallegos, had been the one to provide the all-important kinship DNA test, which confirmed the remains belonged to his lost sister. He now resides in Germany. Their parents have since passed, but there remain living aunts, uncles, and many cousins. Those who were still around made a statement to the press expressing their gratitude to bringing Sharon home. How and why she ended up 500 miles away, dressed in different clothes, remain a mystery to both them and the investigators. Her family is also trying to come to terms with the fact that those who took Sharon may have been close to the family or their community. Also made aware of the identification was the last surviving detective who had worked the original case. Now 91 years old, he had been relieved there had been identification on the case. On October 25, 2022, Sharon's body was interred at the St. Francis Delaware Paula Catholic Church in Tela Rosa, New Mexico, with the remains of her mother and grandmother who had never given up looking for her. The Little Miss Nobody headstone has been removed, and instead, Sharon now has a headstone that bears her name, something she has deserved for over 6 decades. Sharon's abduction and murder case remain open and active. Anyone with information of the case of Sharon Lee Gallegos is asked to contact the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office at 92877-13260. As we draw the curtains on the heart-wrenching story of Little Miss Nobody, now known as Sharon Lee Gallegos, we find ourselves at a crossroad of revolution and lingering questions. Sharon's journey from a nameless victim to a beloved daughter, sister, and cousin, whose memory is finally adorned with dignity of her own name, is nothing short of astonishing. The discovery of Sharon's identity brought with it a flood of emotions, relief for her family, validation for the tireless investigators, and renewed sense of hope for justice. But it also left us with a profound sense of sadness as we grapple with the lingering mystery that shroud her abduction and murder. The details of Sharon's tragic story, from our heart-wrenching abduction to the puzzling circumstances surrounding her discovery, have captivated our hearts and minds. Tyler's efforts, investigators, genealogists, and forensic experts have finally pieced together. Why were Sharon's abductors so meticulous in their planning? What drove them to carry out such a heinous act? Who was a freckle-faced boy who was in the dark green sedan with her captors? These questions, like ghostly echoes from the past, remain unanswered. Sharon Lee Gallegos has found her resting place alongside her mother and grandmother, a poignant reunion after 6 decades of separation. These questions, like ghostly echoes from the past, remain unanswered. So, what do you think of this mystery? January 9th, 2009, began like any other day for Robert and Janice Che. Around 5 a.m., they were getting ready to leave for work. The couple owned Penn Station Beauty Supply, a thriving beauty supply store situated in Suburban Station, a key train station in central Philadelphia. Their successful business enabled them to purchase a 4-bedroom home in North Wales, Montgomery County, located north of Philadelphia. Each day, they drove into the city to manage their store. They did not get to leave, as was their routine on this day, however. Janice was in their garage, putting on her shoes, and Robert was in their driveway, on his way to warm up his vehicle when they were ambushed by 3 armed men. The attackers dragged Robert into the garage as he asked why they were doing this and tried to fight them off. The 3 men then began beating him and binding him with duct tape and flex ties. Janice was then forced inside the home by 2 of the unknown men. She was taken upstairs where the attackers forced her to help them get into the safe in her bedroom. They stole between $15,000 and $20,000 in cash, some gold jewelry, a passbook for a Korean bank account, and a family symbol stamp. The Chase's 2 adult children also lived in the house but had been asleep when the attack started. 23-year-old Mina awoke to the sound of her mother hyperventilating in the hallway and got up to check on her. One of the attackers put a gun to her head and demanded access to the safe, as her mother had not yet provided it. When Mina said she did not know how to open the safe, she was taken to the garage and forced to kneel on the floor next to her severely injured father. 29-year-old Richard was awoken by the attackers coming into his bedroom and shining flashlights in his face. They pistol whipped him, and he fell to the floor before being dragged from the room. Janice, Mina, and Richard were all taken to the basement and bound with duct tape. One of the attackers stayed in the basement to guard them, but he then went upstairs. As soon as she and her children were alone, Janice was able to free herself enough from the duct tape to run out of the house through a door in the basement. She ran to a neighbor's house to call 911. When the attackers realized that Janice escaped and had most likely gone for help, they immediately fled. Richard was able to free himself and his sister and ran upstairs to lock the door to prevent the men from coming back inside the home. Richard and Mina then went to their father in the garage. Duct tape had been used to bind his feet together and his arms behind his back. Robert's head was also almost completely covered with duct tape. By the time police arrived on the scene, Robert was dead. He was 58 years old. His autopsy found that he had died as the result of asphyxia. The duct tape covering his head restricted his airway, and due to the severe beating he was subjected to, he bled extensively, and his blood went into his airway. Robert was born Jimchiki in a small village in Korea in 1950. He grew up very poor and was able to leave his village by joining the military. When he first came to the United States, he had only a few $100 with him and no English language skills. Despite these circumstances, he got married, had a family, and started his successful business. When he became a naturalized U.S. citizen, he changed his first name to the more American-sounding Robert. There had been a string of home invasion robberies targeting Asian business owners in Philadelphia, so the possibility that Robert's murder had been connected to these crimes was considered. However, the victim profile appeared to be the only thing in common between the attack on the Che family and the other robberies. In those crimes, the victim was accosted by armed perpetrators who quickly took money and valuables and left. None of these other robbery victims or their families were restrained or assaulted. Furthermore, the perpetrators in these crimes wore ski masks to prevent their victims from being able to identify them. The fact that the individuals who attacked the Che family and killed Robert had not worn masks raised concerns that they had not been worried about the Che's being able to later identify them. They may not have worn masks because they planned to kill all the members of the family to eliminate any witnesses, a plan that was ruined by Janice Che's escape. Richard J. had poor eyesight and relied on glasses to see clearly. Since he obviously did not sleep with him on, he could not clearly see the individuals who pulled him from his bed and forced him into the basement. Mina and Janice J., however, were able to provide detailed descriptions of 2 of the men who had invaded their home. They worked with a sketch artist to develop composite images of the men, which were then released to the local media. Because Janice and Mina could potentially identify the men who attacked them and killed Robert, police feared that the men may return to kill them to prevent them from ever making such an identification. The Che's did not feel safe in their home because they shared such fears and found it difficult to be in the place where they had been attacked and Robert had been murdered. They therefore went to stay with family, and police kept them under surveillance there for their safety. While only 3 men had forced their way into the Che home, more people may have been involved. According to the surviving members of the Che family, the 3 attackers inside the home had been talking on cell phones. The conversations the Che's overheard indicated that the people on the other end of the line were also involved in the crime. Cell phone data would prove to be critical to the investigation. Police obtained a subpoena which allowed them to access the records of the cell phone tower located closest to the Che home in order to see what calls were being made in the area at the time of the home invasion. They were able to identify at least 3 phones that had been in contact with each other in the area at the time in question. Unfortunately, they were all prepaid cell phones, meaning there was no account owner on record for any of them. However, investigators were able to identify other numbers each of these phones had been calling. In analyzing these records, they came across calls made to someone close to the case, Angelo Shin. Shin was the nephew of Robert Che. While he was in high school, Shin had lived with the Che's for a year and a half while his parents had been in Korea, meaning he was familiar with the layout of the Che house and aware of the location of their safe. Robert and Janice treated Shin as though he were their own son, and their son Richard considered Shin to be a brother. Shin had a minor criminal record, 1 drug arrest, and would later be labeled by prosecutors as a wannabe gangster. Police were surprised that a member of the Choi's own family could have been involved in the attack on them that resulted in Robert's death. The possibility was also concerning because it meant the surviving members of the family were potentially in serious danger. They had been staying with Shin and his family since the murder, meaning he had easy access to them should he and his accomplices decide to kill them to prevent them from identifying the men who had invaded their home and killed Robert. Therefore, once Shin was identified as a potential suspect, police quickly tried to get the Choi family away from him. When they contacted Mina and Richard Choi to ask if they knew where their cousin was, they were with him. Investigators asked them to come with their cousin to the police station so that they could all be asked some more routine questions. When the 3 of them arrived there, Shin was placed in one room and Mina and Richard in another. While Shin was questioned by police, Richard and Mina were informed that their cousin may have been involved in the attack that had resulted in their father's murder. The news was devastating. At this time, police did not have enough evidence to charge Shin with murder or any charges related to the robbery, but they were afraid for the Chase's safety should he be released. In his statement to police, Shin had claimed that he had never been in contact with anyone involved in the crime. Using the cell phone records that showed him communicating with the cell phones used in the area at the time of the murder, they were able to arrest him on a charge of providing false information to police and hold him. After just a day in jail, Gene changed his story and admitted to his involvement in the home invasion. He told police that he had been bragging about his rich uncle to his friend Joseph Page, a 23-year-old from Philadelphia. Shin told Page that his uncle kept over $100,000 in the safe in his home. Page had a history of committing home invasion robberies and decided that Shin's uncle sounded like an ideal target. He recruited 5 more people to execute the robbery, 2 who would enter the house with him and 3 who would later be referred to as the cleanup crew who acted as lookouts and getaway drivers. Shin worked with Page for over a month to orchestrate the robbery. He also attended a meeting to plan the home invasion where he provided everyone involved with information about his aunt and uncle's daily routine and the location of their safe. He claims to police that his family was supposed to be left unharmed. It is unclear how he could honestly have been so confident in his relative's safety, given the fact that he saw the duct tape, knives, and guns the others had collected to use during the crime at this meeting. Shin told police that he had learned of his uncle's murder when Page called him, upset about the much smaller amount of money in the safe than he had been promised. Page allegedly told Shin that Robert had died because they needed to hurt him a little after he tried to resist during the attack. Because so many people had been involved in the crime, each perpetrator received a relatively small amount of money for their participation. Angelo Shin betrayed his family and got his uncle killed for just $2,000 on February 4, 2009. Shin and the other 6 alleged participants in the home invasion were charged with the crime. Shin was charged with 3rd-degree murder, and the others, 5 of whom had been present at the scene, were all charged with both 2nd and 3rd-degree murder. Page, 25-year-old Amitati Latham, and 18-year-old Carrie Pitts were identified as the 3 men who entered the house. Julius Wise, 32, Robert Eatman, 33, and Sybil White, 17, all of Philadelphia, were all charged as members of the so-called cleanup crew. Unfortunately, what this investigation has revealed is far more sinister than a simple robbery. Angelo Shin is a traitor of the worst kind. He is a traitor to his family, he's a traitor to his people, and his treachery is of the lowest kind we've ever seen here. Montgomery County District Attorney Risa Vetri Furman, stated when the charges were publicly announced. Page and Latham were tied to the crime by the cell phone data. After they were arrested, they were obligated to provide samples of their DNA, which also tied them both to the scene. Page's DNA was found on the inside of a portion of a finger from a black latex glove, consistent with the type the Chays said their attackers wore, found near Robert's body, and Latham's DNA was found on some of the duct tape used to restrain the Chays. Investigators believe it got there when he used his teeth to rip the tape. White, who had been the getaway driver, pleaded guilty to third-degree murder. At her sentencing hearing, she took full responsibility for her participation in the crime, but also said she had been convinced to participate because she was foolish, stupid, naive, and gullible. She was sentenced to 4 to 8 years in prison, plus 20 years of probation. Eaton also pled guilty to third-degree murder and apologized in court. He received 20 to 40 years in prison, plus 4.5 to 9 years for a robbery charge. Wise, who had participated in the planning of the home invasion and helped cover it up after the fact, pled guilty to third-degree murder the day after his trial for second-degree murder began. He was sentenced to 16 to 32 years in prison. Eatman and White were both witnesses for the prosecution when Page, Pitts, and Latham went to trial. Page and Latham were both found guilty of second-degree murder, robbery, burglary, and conspiracy. Page was given a consecutive 40 to 80-year prison term over and above a life sentence. Latham was sentenced to life plus 32 to 64 years. Pitts, alleged to have been the third man to actually enter the Che home, was found not guilty at trial as there was no cell phone or DNA evidence tying him to the crime, and Mina and Janice Che had not gotten a good enough look at him to be able to identify him. Angelo Shin pleaded guilty to third-degree murder. In October of 2010, he was sentenced to 20 to 40 years in prison for his role in the robbery that cost his uncle his remorse he expressed. Robert's death, the trauma of the home invasion, and Angelo Shin's betrayal left the surviving members of the Che family unable to live a normal life. Robert's son Richard has stated that he could not comprehend how someone could betray their family in such a manner. Susan Priest lived in an old vicarage on a traveler's site in Pontefract, West Yorkshire, with her 6 siblings and their mother. Struggling to raise her children alone, their mother often had to place them in foster care temporarily. In 1969, a family of travelers from Scotland befriended 4-year-old Susan while staying on the site. The parents told Susan's mother, Maureen, that they were taking their 2 sons to Disney World for 2 weeks and offered to take Susan along with them. Wanting her daughter to experience the trip, Maureen felt she could not provide for her in the way the travelers could. Maureen agreed to let Susan go with them. At the time, a child Susan's age did not require a passport to travel from the UK to the United States, just their birth certificate and a parent's signature, which Maureen provided the couple. However, 2 weeks passed and the couple did not return Susan as they said they would. Maureen would spend the rest of her life searching for Susan. She regularly visited various traveler sites looking for the family who had taken her daughter and frequently made trips back to the site where she had previously lived long after she moved away. She passed away in 2014 without ever seeing Susan again. The couple had not taken Susan to Florida as they had told Maureen they would be. Instead, they took her to Canada, then Australia and New Zealand. Susan grew up being told that she was adopted after her biological family had disowned her. She enjoyed her life within the traveling community and later said that the couple she was told had adopted her spoiled her rotten. Susan did not learn the truth about how she came to live with her traveler family until she was 16. The family traveled from Australia to New Zealand, and Susan did not need a passport upon entering New Zealand. However, she did need one to return to Australia. She went to apply for one, but the application required the signature of a parent. When she went to the man, she called her father to get his signature. He tearfully admitted why he could not sign it. Susan's birth family had never disowned her, and he and his wife had never adopted her. They had stolen her from her family instead. The couple had 2 sons, and Susan later theorized that they had taken her because they wanted a daughter. Susan was shocked but did not fully comprehend what her situation meant. She stayed in New Zealand until she could apply for a passport as an adult. She returned to Australia when she was 19 and went on to marry a traveler, becoming Susan Gervasi. She had 3 children, and eventually 4 grand. She and her husband ran a charity for travelers. It was not until 2022, when she had a conversation with someone who had been adopted, that Susan processed how serious her abduction was. The woman asked her if she was curious about how her birth family was. The woman asked her if she was curious about how her birth family was feeling about her being gone, and Susan experienced what she later described as a light bulb moment, realizing that her birth family may have actually cared for her and wanted to know where she was. Susan remembered where she had lived back in England, so her husband posted about her story in a Facebook group for the area. Within half an hour, her family had been found. Their efforts to find her had always been hampered by the fact that they did not know the surname she had been given by the couple who took her, or later her married surname. When Susan was able to speak to her siblings on the phone, they were crying hysterically with joy at the news that she was alive and located. While her disappearance was solved and Susan was reunited with her family, neither of Susan's abductors could face any charges, as the woman who had multiple sclerosis passed away when Susan was still a child, and the man passed away when Susan was 21. In the fall of 2022, more than 50 years after she was taken from her family, Susan traveled back to England to be reunited with her siblings and celebrate her 57th birthday. While she was not reunited with them until after their mother passed away, the reunion came just in time for one of her sisters who has Parkinson's disease and dementia. She was able to see Susan before her condition worsened to the point where she could not understand what was happening. Susan hopes her story will give strength to the loved ones of other missing people. It gives a message to anybody who has lost somebody that miracles do happen. There is hope. That miracles do happen. There is hope, she said after her reunion with her family. One day in the summer of 1992, Bob Copta returned to his home in Ross Township, Pennsylvania. But his wife of 20 years, 52-year-old Patricia, was not there as he had expected. It was not uncommon for her to leave home for short periods of time without telling anyone, but he ultimately reported her missing. In school, Patricia had been a straight-A student who worked as a model and a dance instructor. After graduating from high school, she continued dancing by attending weekly ballroom dancing events and took a job working in finance at a plate glass company in Pittsburgh. She met Bob Copta near a river in Pittsburgh, and he offered to give her and the friends she was with a ride on his boat. Bob and Patricia fell in love and married in 1972. By the time she disappeared in 1992, Patricia's life had become far less idyllic than it once had been. She had resigned from her long-time job at the glass factory because she suffered from migraines, which her doctors told her were the result of stress. She then went to work as an elevator operator at the Art Institute of Pittsburgh. While she was employed there, her family began noticing concerning changes in her behavior. It was at the Art Institute where she claimed to have started receiving visions, saying she had seen an angel while she was there. Patricia then soon became a well-known street preacher in the area, dubbed the Sparrow because of her small build. She frequented parking lots and busy streets in Ross Township, as well as concert venues and stadiums in Pittsburgh, preaching to people as they walked or drove by. She preached about her religious visions and tried to warn people about the end of the world, which she believed to be imminent. Patricia was briefly institutionalized prior to her disappearance. Doctors at the facility diagnosed her as having delusions of grandeur and stated she was showing signs of schizophrenia. Patricia was afraid of being placed in an institution long-term, so when she went missing, police theorized that she had voluntarily disappeared to prevent this from happening. Patricia's family and the police tried every avenue of investigation open to them. They even went so far as to consult a psychic to try to find Patricia. However, they could not find any trace of her. After Patricia had been missing for 7 years, she was declared legally dead. More than 30 years later, Patricia's shocked surviving family members were present at a press conference on March 3, 2023, during which Ross Township Police Department Chief Brian Colehep announced that Patricia's disappearance had been solved. She had been found alive living in a nursing home in Puerto Rico. Patricia being in Puerto Rico made some level of sense to her family. She had previously vacationed there multiple times with friends before she got married and had talked about wanting to travel there again because she enjoyed the climate. Bob Copta had even taken out newspaper advertisements about his wife's disappearance there in hopes that someone on the island had seen her, but he never received any information from the effort. While Patricia's location was logical enough to her family, they were still shocked to learn that she was still alive after 3 decades. Patricia's twin sister died without knowing what happened to Patricia, but Patricia's husband Bob and younger sister Gloria finally learned her surprising fate. Patricia had been in Puerto Rico since at least 1999, around the time she was declared legally dead back in Pennsylvania. She had been wandering around several towns in the northern part of the island. She was found living on the streets and identified as a person in need. This allowed her to be placed in a care home for adults. At the time, she would not reveal any details about her past or her identity. At one point, she hinted that a cruise ship from Europe had brought her to Puerto Rico. Patricia developed dementia years later, which led to her, perhaps inadvertently, revealing more details about her origins to her caregivers in passing. They were eventually able to piece together enough of the random pieces of information to find Patricia's case back in Pennsylvania. They contacted authorities there, and DNA samples provided by Patricia's sister and nephew confirmed that the woman in Puerto Rico, who now required more intensive care in a nursing home, was Patricia Copta. Since Patricia was located, Bob Copta has stated that he is relieved that his wife was not murdered or otherwise harmed. He is also happy that she is being taken care of so well in the nursing home. In the decades since Patricia disappeared, he would always fear that his wife had been killed and her body had been found any time he heard about police finding human remains on the news. He never remarried even after Patricia was declared legally dead. However, he has no plans to visit Patricia in Puerto Rico. Patricia's sister Gloria does plan to travel to Puerto Rico to see her, even though she understands that Patricia will most likely have forgotten her due to her dementia. Whether she knows me or not, I still want to see her and give her a hug and tell her I love her. I thought maybe she had died, Gloria said at the press conference. 28-year-old Judith Bello lived on Saratoga Drive in Stanwood, Washington with her husband and 3-year-old son. She was employed at the National Food Corporation in Savannah. It was at work where she was last seen on December 13, 1993. She left the facility at 9:30 that morning and was not seen again. She did not pick up her son from daycare and did not return to her home. Her car was later found abandoned at the post office in Stanwood. Police investigating her disappearance did not believe that she had left voluntarily because she would not leave her son behind and she was very close with her siblings. They believed that she had most likely been the victim of foul play. Their investigation did not locate Judith or her body, and her case eventually went cold. Years later, Judith was featured as the 8 of Hearts in a deck of playing cards issued by the Snohomish County Sheriff's Department. Each card in the deck featured an individual who was the subject of an ongoing cold case investigation, including missing people and murder victims. The decks of cards were distributed throughout the community in hopes that someone with information about one of the cases would see them and call in a tip. A tip did later come in finally solving the case. However, it did not come from a witness, it came from Judith Bello herself. On November 23, 2011, a woman claiming to be Judith called the Snohomish County Sheriff's Department and left a message stating that she was alive and living in California. In the following weeks, the Sheriff's Department investigated this claim and ultimately determined that the woman who contacted them was in fact Judith Bello. According to Judith, she had voluntarily disappeared because of serious problems in her marriage. She had cut off contact with her family because she was afraid of her husband and feared her siblings would face harassment from him if they knew where she was. She left Washington State in August of 1994 and was living in California when she saw her case on the Sheriff's Department's website. Since she left Washington, she had given birth to 3 more sons. Judith was not the only relative her family had spent years looking for. 3 months after Judith disappeared, her husband had abruptly left town with his and Judith's son, cutting off contact with Judith's family. They did not hear from Judith's son until he was a teenager and chose to reach out to his mother's family on his own accord, contacting his maternal grandmother in Mexico shortly before she died. Judith's siblings were ecstatic to find her and to learn that they had 3 more nephews. Several of her brothers began making plans to go to California to spend Christmas with Judith and her sons once the Sheriff's Department put them in contact with her. By 2009, 81-year-old Robert Merle Herod was ready to embrace a slower pace of life. Having recently lost his beloved wife, Georgia, after 50 wonderful years of marriage, he was also preparing for his own eventuality. While Robert drove a modest 1997 gold Toyota Camry, his finances were anything but ordinary. Some articles speculated his net worth to be around $5 million, thanks to savvy investments and valuable assets. True to his modest lifestyle, Robert chose to live at 522 Carnation Drive in Placentia, California, in a 3-bedroom, 3-bath home that was ideal for raising a family. However, by 2009, all of Robert's children were adults with families of their own. Although his life had been marked by sorrow, brighter days lay ahead. Back in 1950, Robert had met and become engaged to a woman named Frontel Heater. The two were deeply in love, but unfortunately, they did not get their fairy tale ending. Shortly after their engagement, Robert joined the military, and they went their separate ways. Robert ended up marrying Georgia, and Francel also married someone else. However, even after 60 years, the two couldn't stop thinking about each other. After the pair's spouses had passed, and thanks to the internet and modern technology, Robert was able to connect with his long-lost love, and the spark between the two was undeniable. Facing the fact that neither of them was getting any younger, they threw caution to the wind and married on June 29, 2009, only 6 days after they met in person for the first time in decades. Frontel lived in Missouri at the time of their union, and she had arranged to move in with her new husband. In July, Robert and his children began doing up the house and preparing for Frontel's arrival. Robert glowed to his housekeeper about his wife's arrival, and nothing seemed amiss in his life. On the morning of July 27, 2009, Robert's son-in-law arrived at 522 Carnation Drive to help Robert with the house. After a cup of coffee and a little chat, game planning the tasks ahead, Robert's son-in-law left for Home Depot to grab supplies between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. For a few hours, the son-in-law milled around Home Depot, grabbing the necessary supplies and tools for the jobs at hand. At around 1 p.m., or some sources report closer to 2:30 p.m., the son-in-law returned to Carnation Drive only to find it empty and locked. Robert's housekeeper was also sitting in her car out front, waiting to be let inside. She explained that Robert usually left a hidden key if he was going to go out, but this time there was no key present. The front door was locked, and Robert wasn't responding. Luckily, the son-in-law had a key and was able to get the pair in. The housekeeper finished her duties, noting that Robert's bed seemed to be in a state of disarray, something she hadn't seen before. Robert's time in the military had drilled in the necessity for a made bed. Even at 80, it was something he did daily. Nevertheless, she cleaned and left the home that evening. Robert's son-in-law desperately tried to find Robert in the home, fearing that he'd had an accident or a fall, but the house was silent. Robert wasn't responding to his calls, and that is when he rang his wife, Robert's daughter. Eventually, the rest of the family was filled in on the situation, and the Placentia police arrived at Carnation Drive by nightfall. Bizarrely, Robert had apparently left with his wallet and keys, but hadn't taken his beloved gold Toyota Camry or his glasses. His children also mentioned that Robert had bad knees and wasn't able to walk long distances. He also couldn't see a few feet in front of him without his glasses, so it seemed unlikely that he'd just walk out of the house. There are some reports that on the night before Robert disappeared, there was a heated argument between him and his daughter over her mother's estate and about what she was set to receive, although this can't be verified. Robert had planned to put Frontel's name on some of his assets that made up his $5 million estate. When law enforcement learned this information, their ears immediately perked up. Through further digging, they discovered that the transfer of assets had yet to occur, and Robert had disappeared before he had the chance. A week after their father's disappearance on August 7, 2009, 2 of his children filed for conservatorship, which would allow them to seize control of their father's assets. They would later tell law enforcement that they wanted the control to maintain his home, pay his bills, and gather reward money. According to reports, Frontel was staunchly against the conservatorship, contesting the application in court, and she continued her plan to move into 522 Carnation Drive. After she moved in, she changed the locks on the house. A protracted legal battle ensued between Fintel and Robert's children. By 2014, the courts declared Robert deceased and passed control of his estate over to his children. Fintel was subsequently evicted from the home and is now said to be living in Kansas. A bulk of the attention was focused on Robert's money. But where was Robert? And in another bizarre twist, Robert's barber was named as a possible suspect by the Placentia Police Department. His barber, who was a woman several years his junior, had once been Robert's girlfriend or in some sort of romantic relationship. Apparently, throughout their relationship, Robert had lent her over $86,000. The Placentia police naturally looked at her and her husband as suspects, although they claimed that the money had been repaid before Robert's disappearance. The only other suspects in Robert's case are his son-in-law and housekeeper. With differing reports on how long his son-in-law was gone, it's possible he may have had time to attack Robert and dump his body somewhere remote. CCTV footage and receipts prove he did go to Home Depot that day, but it doesn't appear that anyone was able to vouch for what time he returned to 522 Carnation Drive. The Placentia police did look into the son-in-law and barber, although neither of them nor anyone in Robert's family has been officially named as a suspect. In 2019, the case was revitalized 10 years after Robert's disappearance, when it was announced that 2 people had been arrested in connection with Robert's disappearance and now presumed murder. The pair were eventually released without being charged, and their identities were never made public. Many believe that the barber and her husband were the ones held by police, but no entity has ever confirmed this. The only other conclusion left in Robert's case is that Robert was attacked in his home by a stranger, although this seems unlikely. There have never been any reports that anything valuable was taken from the home. There was no blood or sign of struggle in the home other than the unmade bed. Moreover, the neighbors did not report hearing a disturbance, and despite his age, Robert was not a frail man. The other conclusion is that Robert wandered off. His family did tell investigators that they believed he was in the early stages of dementia or Alzheimer's. He had begun forgetting things like phone numbers and addresses, although this could be chalked up to old age. Did Robert wander off? Was he attacked by a stranger who bizarrely had no interest in his valuables? Was he attacked by someone he trusted, perhaps even loved? Robert Merle Herod is described as a white male with gray hair, blue eyes, 5'11", and 140 pounds to 170 pounds. Robert is bald on top with short, thin hair around the sides. He usually wears glasses, but these were left behind. He was last seen wearing white shorts, a white V-neck undershirt, white knee socks, a white belt, a white hat, white Reebok sneakers, a plain gold wedding band, and possibly a Masonic ring with a red stone. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Placentia Police Department. September 21, 1982 started like any other for loggers working on land near Highway 25 near Richland, Barron County, Wisconsin. Part of the adjacent land was private property, but that afternoon, one of the loggers crossed the threshold and risked trespassing. While assessing the situation, trying to ascertain what property he was on, around 100 yards from the tree line, the logger spotted a small mound of clothing. The clothing struck him as odd. As the area was private land and mostly deserted, it wasn't near any roads or junctions, and it gave him an uneasy feeling. The logger got the attention of co-workers, and the group approached the clothing together. As they drew nearer to the clothes, their hearts sank. It wasn't just a pile of clothing. A skeleton lay inside them, and with the skull being several feet away. The men ran back to their vans and called the Barron County Sheriff's Department, who in turn called the medical examiner to the scene. Once the remains were located and photographed, they were sent to the medical examiner's office, who, in conjunction with local forensic anthropologists, started their investigation. The bones were categorized and counted, and the investigation could begin. It didn't take long for the medical examiner and the anthropologist to determine that the remains belonged to what they believed was a white male, aged 18 to 24, with brown hair, 5'7" to 5'9", and a 180 to 195 pounds. His remains were entirely skeletal, and it's estimated that he'd been out and exposed to the elements since May or April of that year, possibly earlier. Disturbingly, the man had met a violent end. with the medical examiner finding 3 puncture wounds to the chest, so deep that they left marks on the thoracic vertebra. Investigators couldn't discern whether the man had met his end in the woods or whether he'd been dumped there after the fact. With few pieces of evidence to work with, investigators turned to their next clue, the clothing. The man was found wearing blue Sears brand jeans in a size 38 waist, a long-sleeve cotton Western-style plaid shirt with pearl buttons, a denim jacket, Maverick brand white underwear, white athletic socks with a blue trim, and size 10 blue tennis shoes with white stripes. Investigators found corresponding cut marks on the man's shirt and jacket to where he had been stabbed. The man didn't have a wallet with him, and it doesn't appear that the clothes held any names or labels or clues to his identity, but investigators were not done with his bones. In fact, they had a story of their own to tell. According to the Doe Network, the Barron County John Doe, as he'd come to be known, had a surgically repaired left knee with a screw and staple in his tibia. The screws and staples had serial numbers on them, but the manufacturer couldn't trace them to a specific hospital. The Doe Network also noted something very interesting. In their reports, they wrote the procedure would have required a sophisticated hospital, an extended hospitalization, and a long recovery period 6 months to a year. This points to the young man coming from a comfortable middle class, perhaps very affluent family, as they would have been able to provide him with the money for the procedure and recovery. Despite all of this information and extensive searches in dental records, hospital records, no one came forward to claim him, leading him to be dubbed the Barron County John Doe. With so much medical information in this case, investigators found it hard to believe that it would go unsolved for so long, but it did for 38 years. In 2019, a new breath of life was given to the case when the Barron County Sheriff's Office contacted the DNA Doe Project, a non-profit organization specializing in unidentified human remains. By December 2019, the DNA Doe Project had uncovered their victim's identity. Shortly after, the Barron County Sheriff's Office collected DNA from the victim's family to confirm the match. In early 2020, the Barron County Sheriff's Office was finally ready to announce that the 1982 Barron County John Doe was Craig Patrick King. He would have been 20 or 21 years old at the time of his death. Craig was born in 1961 in White Bear Lake, Minnesota, and graduated White Bear Lake High School in 1979. According to Craig's parents, they last saw him in White Bear Lake sometime in 1981. Craig had a documented history of mental illness, and the last time they had seen him, he'd been carrying several $1,000 of cash with him. White Bear Lake is around 82 miles from Barron County, and it's unclear how he ended up there as he didn't own a car. He was remembered as a well-liked young adult. In school, he'd played hockey and golf. He was an avid athlete and he had been reported missing, and it's unclear why he had been reported missing, and it's unclear why his missing persons case wasn't connected to the body discovered in 1982. Though his family is relieved to have him home finally, but the manner of Craig's death has caused them a lot of pain. They're now appealing to the public for anyone with information to come forward. Please contact the Barron County Sheriff's Office. In 1972, Sherry Lee Dean married for the first time at 17 years old, but their marriage only lasted until February of 1974. According to the Charlie Project, Sherry married her second husband, whose last name was Taylor, 3 months after the divorce from her first husband had been finalized, around May or June of 1974. Sherry and her second husband lived in Fort Worth, Texas, and by 1976, the pair had a 1-year-old child. This is where Sherry's case takes a strange turn due to a lack of evidence. According to her second husband, Sherry was last seen on July 15, 1976. Her husband reported her missing soon after, telling the Fort Worth Police Department that Sherry had walked out on him and their child, but couldn't provide a reason why. Interestingly, it appears that the husband had filed for divorce exactly 1 year after he reported her missing. By July 1977, the divorce was finalized, but Sherry was still nowhere to be found. One web sleuth user has suggested that Sherry might be Nipton Jane Doe 778 Ufka. The Nipton Jane Doe was found in May of 1976, although it's possible that Sherry disappeared long before her husband reported her missing. When looking at mortuary photographs of the Nipton Jane Doe, a resemblance to Sherry can be seen. The Nipton Jane Doe does fit the general description, but had no signs of prior pregnancies or birth, something that Sherry would have likely displayed. While the similarities between the Nipton Jane Doe and Sherry may seem a lot, it's important to remember that these details are guidelines, and many details have been found to be wrong in the past. The Nipton Jane Doe was found in Nipton, California, 1,200 miles from Fort Worth, Texas. Again, it's not outside the realm of possibility that someone traveled a fair distance to ensure the woman couldn't be identified. We can only speculate and spread awareness in cases like Sherry's, where there's little information and no one to advocate for them. Sherry Bethel, also known as Sherry Dean, her maiden name or Sherry Taylor, is described as a white female with brown hair and brown eyes, 5'6" and 130 pounds. She was 21 years old at the time of her disappearance. Her husband's full name has never been revealed to the public, and law enforcement hasn't revealed much information about the case. Anyone with information is asked to contact Eric Martinez at the Fort Worth Police Department. Rita Curran loved to sing and shared her love of music with her family. She was a beloved second-grade teacher at Milton Elementary School in Milton, Vermont when she was off from her full-time job for summer breaks. Rita also worked part-time as a maid at the South Burlington Colonial Motor Inn. 24-year-old Rita remained living at home with her parents and siblings even after she began working full-time. That changed in the summer of 1971, however, when Rita saw a room that was for rent for the summer in an apartment on Brooks Avenue in Burlington, Vermont. After deciding she was a good fit with the potential roommates, Rita decided to move in for the summer. She shared one room with a young woman named Beverly, and a couple, Carrie and Paul, lived in the apartment's other bedroom. On July 19, 1971, Rita had only been living in the apartment for 2 weeks. That night, her roommates Carrie and Paul went out to dinner and then went to a bar called the Harbor Hideaway. Around 11:15, they called their apartment to see if their roommates wanted to join them for a drink. Beverly answered the phone and told them she would meet them there. She did not invite Rita because she was already asleep. Beverly left the apartment at 11:20 p.m. Paul and Carrie returned home at 12:30 a.m. on July 20th, and Beverly arrived shortly thereafter. When Beverly entered her bedroom, she discovered Rita's body and called out to her roommates for help. Rita had been viciously attacked. Her autopsy found that she had been severely beaten, raped, and then strangled to death. She had fought fiercely against her killer. She appeared to have been asleep at the time the attack began, as she had curlers in her hair and was surrounded by scraps of her clothing, including her nightgown. All of her clothes had been ripped from her body during the attack. Based on her roommate's movements, it was determined that the window of time during which the murder occurred was just 70 minutes. Police collected evidence, followed up on leads, and interviewed neighbors. No arrests were made. Authorities later actively investigated the possibility that serial killer Ted Bundy was Rita's murderer. He had been actively killing at the time of her murder, and the motel where Rita worked was next to the Elizabeth Lund home for unwed mothers where Bundy had been born. Rita's sister Mary even wrote to Bundy asking him if he had been involved in Rita's murder. No evidence was ever found tying Bundy to the crime, and 45 minutes prior to his execution in 1989, when asked if he had ever killed anyone in Vermont, Bundy said no. Decades would pass, but police interest in solving the case did not diminish. In 2014, authorities in Vermont went out of state for help in processing evidence from the scene. The New York City office of the chief medical examiner processed evidence looking for DNA. While the slides made from vaginal swabs taken during Rita's autopsy were too degraded to identify DNA, they were able to sequence a male DNA profile from a cigarette, but that had been found next to Rita's body. It would later be determined that this profile was a match to DNA also found on Rita's nightgown. However, there was not a match to the profile in any criminal database. Rita's case was reopened in 2019, and instead of having one investigator working on the case, as was protocol for cold cases, an entire team was assigned to investigate her murder. Genetic genealogy was used to identify relatives of the man whose DNA was found at the crime scene. In combing through their family trees, investigators came across the name of someone who had been interviewed about the case back in 1971. This man had since died, but he had a half-brother living in Alabama who agreed to provide a sample of his DNA. This sample confirmed that this man's half-brother was the contributor of the DNA that was found at the crime scene. On February 21, 2023, Burlington police announced that they had identified the suspect in Mita's case as William DeRuiz. DeRuiz and his wife had lived in the same building as Rita, 2 floors above her apartment. Shortly after Rita's murder, DeRuiz had moved to Thailand to become a Buddhist monk. He and his wife divorced after not seeing each other for some time. DeRuiz eventually moved back to the United States and remarried. He died of a drug overdose in San Francisco in 1986. An informant had identified DeRuiz as a potential suspect early on in the investigation. However, when police interviewed his wife, Michelle, she said that her husband had been with her at the time of the murder. When she was re-interviewed 50 years later, Michelle admitted that DeRuiz had not been with her. He had argued with her that night and then gone out for a walk to cool off. Because they lived in Rita's building, police had notified Draus and his wife of the murder the morning after it occurred. According to Michelle, as soon as he closed the door, her husband had turned to her and told her to say she had been with him all night if police asked her any questions. Therefore, when she was formally interviewed by police, Michelle provided her husband an alibi. Police do not believe Michelle knew her husband killed Rita. They view her dishonesty as the result of her being coerced by her husband rather than as her being a willing accomplice in covering up his crime. Giroux did have a history of manipulating women and went on to commit acts of domestic violence and violence against women. He once strangled his second wife until she became unconscious, and on another occasion he stabbed one of her friends, seemingly at random. Rita's parents passed away before DeRuiz was identified, but her brother and sister did get to learn who took their beloved sister from them. While DeRuiz cannot be prosecuted for the murder, investigators say they are unanimously certain that he killed Rita and the case is now closed. Sarah Mobley Hall experienced loss early in life, but it only made her more dedicated to helping others. She was raised by her grandmother because her mother died shortly after the birth of Sarah's sister, Mary. According to Mary, Sarah treated her as though she were her own child and always had faith in her. Sarah was very outgoing and well-liked by those who knew her. In 1984, 27-year-old Sarah was a single mother living in the Hidden Valley neighborhood of Charlotte, North Carolina. She worked with children with special needs like her son, 10-year-old Derek Mobley. Derek had a jovial personality and was very close with his mother. On March 14, 1984, police were called to Sarah and Derek's apartment, which was in a complex on Ventura Way. They had been called because the door to the apartment was open and a foul odor was coming from inside the home. When police entered the apartment, they discovered the bodies of both Sarah and Derek. They had both been strangled, and Sarah had also been badly beaten. Sarah's sister, Mary, worked near Sarah's apartment and spent a lot of time at the home with her sister and nephew. "I carried a burden for years because I felt like I should have been with her," Mary later said. "It would have never happened if I was with her." Decades would pass before an arrest was made in the case. Finally, on February 1, 2023, 60-year-old James Thomas Pratt was arrested without incident in York County, South Carolina. He was extradited back to North Carolina to be charged with Sarah and Derek's murders. While he does have a criminal record, he's only ever been charged with minor misdemeanors. He lived in the same neighborhood as Sarah and Derek at the time they were killed and is believed to have had a friendly relationship with them. It was DNA that finally led to Pratt's arrest. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department received a grant from the Bureau of Justice Administration, which allowed them to use new technology in the investigation. DNA was found on the pillow Sarah's body had been found resting on, but there was no match to the profile in criminal databases. Investigators then attempted to use forensic genetic genealogy in the case, looking in commercial DNA databases for relatives of the contributor of the DNA found at the crime scene. This effort did not identify a potential suspect. They then partnered with state police to use familial DNA technology. Instead of using commercial DNA sites, this technique involved searching the state criminal DNA database looking for people who were related to the individual whose DNA was found on the pillow. This effort is what ultimately led to Pratt being identified as a potential suspect. Police then worked with the FBI to obtain a sample of Pratt's DNA, which proved to be a match to the DNA from the crime scene. According to the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, this is the first time familial DNA has been used to solve a murder in the state of North Carolina. The technology was previously used in the state to make an arrest in a previously unsolved rape case and to identify a Jane Doe in 2022. Pratt is currently being held at the Mecklenburg County Jail. After Pratt's arrest, Sarah's sister Mary said, "I'm so grateful the police have found this person, and I hope he spends the rest of his days behind bars." Wilhelmina Filkins, who went by Violet, came from a large family, growing up with 7 sisters and a brother. She never married or had children of her own, and in 1994, she was 81 years old and living alone in a ground-floor apartment in East Greenbush, New York. She retired after a long career with the State Department of Education but remained active. Despite her age and the fact that she did have a car, she made almost daily walks to a local convenience store, where the employees were fond of her to buy grocery items. She loved to garden and volunteered often. She was a quiet woman who lived a simple life, attending Mass regularly and always keeping her weekly hair appointment. She was close with her family and friends, and her neighbors all liked her. Violet was last seen alive on Wednesday, August 17, 1994. 2 days later, on August 19th, her brother Sterling and her niece Carol went to her apartment to check on her. They realized that something was amiss before they even reached the apartment. They noticed that the curtains were caught in the apartment's sliding glass door, which meant the door could not be locked as Violet normally kept it. When they opened the door, they discovered Violet's body lying close to it. Violet had been beaten severely about the head. From 1989, Plymouth Reliant was located at the apartment complex but was not found in the manor Violet usually parked at. Police believe that Violet was killed during a daytime robbery and that her killer had used her vehicle to transport items stolen from her home before returning it to her apartment complex. Her killer did not appear to profit very much from the robbery and murder, as it is believed he disposed of many of the stolen items right after killing Violet. The items were found abandoned behind a local cemetery 3 years after Violet was killed. An arrest was not immediately made despite the best efforts of investigators. In the following years, the case was investigated by numerous law enforcement agencies, including the State Police Troop G Major Crimes Unit, the Bureau of Criminal Investigations Unit at the State Police Barracks, and the East Greenbush Police Department. However, it would be more than 28 years before the case was finally closed. On January 19, 2023, police announced that they had identified the man they believed killed Violet. His name was Jeremiah Guyette, and he had been 18 years old at the time of the murder. He had been living in the same apartment complex as Violet when she was killed in a unit he shared with his father just around the corner from where Violet lived. He had been interviewed about the case in 1994 when police canvassed the neighborhood but was not considered a suspect at the time. He went on to serve in the Air Force and live in Florida before returning to upstate New York, where he worked as a bus driver, transporting both children and the elderly. Unfortunately, Guyette could not be prosecuted for Violet's murder. Investigators had identified him as a potential suspect in 2019. They went to see him on October 1st that year. When they told him they wanted to speak with him about an incident that had taken place 25 years earlier, he immediately became visibly upset. He told the investigators that he would not speak to them without an attorney present, and they left. The next day, police came to the home after receiving a report of a shot being fired there. Guyette had shot himself in the head. He did not survive. A relative later told police that Guyette had called them after investigators came to see him and stated that he did not want to go to prison. Guyette had been brought to investigators' attention by one of his ex-girlfriends. In 2009, he made statements to her while crying like, "That poor old woman, I robbed her, I hit her, and I just left her there." She did not think anything of these statements until 2019 when she was watching programming about cold cases on Netflix. She did some research and found out that an old woman, Violet, had been robbed and killed while Guyette was living near her. She then went to the authorities with this information. Guyette's DNA and fingerprints were taken during his autopsy, but due to a backlog of cases at the lab and the pandemic, it was years before they were analyzed. When the evidence was finally examined, Guyette's left thumbprint was matched to a print taken from Violet's coffee table. According to police, at the time of the murder, Guyette had plans to steal a car and rob a bank in order to pay for college. Violet's family is grateful to finally have the answers they feared they might never receive. In 2015, Marty and Glenna Durham, both 46, lived in Sand Lake, Michigan. The couple had been married for 10 years, each having previously been married and having grown children. Marty was known for being security conscious, wary of strangers, and diligent about locking the doors to his home. However, he was also a good friend and neighbor to the few people in his social circle. Keith and Connie Ream, who lived across the street, communicated with the Durhams daily via calls and texts. Concern grew when they suddenly stopped seeing or hearing from the couple, despite multiple messages and 2 visits to their home. On May 13, 2015, after 2 days without contact, Connie decided to check on Marty and Glenna again around 4:30 p.m. As soon as she attempted to enter the home, she sensed something was wrong. The door was unlocked, which was unusual for Marty. The house, typically well kept, was now in disarray, with various items scattered about and a lamp broken. In a bedroom, she discovered Marty and Glenna lying on the floor, both covered in blood. She ran outside to get help from firefighters who had been attending to a fire down the street. First responders initially believed that both Marty and Glenna were dead. However, an hour after authorities arrived on the scene, a trooper from the Michigan State Police was trying to lure the couple's upset dog out of the bedroom. He noticed that Glenna appeared to still be breathing. When he went to check her pulse, her eyes opened, and she cried out, "What are you doing?" Despite a serious injury from a gunshot wound to the head, Glenna was still alive, and she was taken to the hospital. Marty was not as lucky. By the time he was found, he was dead, having been shot 5 times. 3 shots fired at close range had entered his chest. He had also been shot once in the back and once in the forearm. He was survived by both of his parents, 3 children, and 4 grandchildren. Marty had been an avid outdoorsman, and he had found ways to continue enjoying some of his favorite outdoor activities, even after he required the use of a leg brace. The leg brace was used to help treat lingering injuries from a serious car accident Marty had been involved in back in 1995 when his car was struck by a truck speeding through a red light. The accident left him in a coma for weeks and with extensive injuries. The entire left side of his body had been severely injured, and his brain had been jolted against his skull with enough force to cause permanent damage to his frontal lobe. He required months of intensive medical care and rehabilitation. While he was able to eventually lead somewhat of a normal life, he did have ongoing medical problems as a result of the accident. In 2010, Marty's condition worsened, and he required more daily care as a result of the ongoing effects of his injuries. Glenna began receiving $3,153 a month from the state of Michigan to serve as his caregiver. Marty also received $1,100 a month in disability payments. Marty was notoriously frugal. He did not like to pay to have his home heated, so visitors had to wear thermals under their clothes when they came to see him in the winter. As anxious as he was about spending money, he did find ways to make sure he could still enjoy some of his favorite, but more expensive outdoor activities. By cutting his expenses like his utility payments, he was able to carefully save up money each month for big purchases so that he could still hunt and fish. However, while he was concerned with his finances, it was Glenna who actually handled them. Glenna was not as careful with money as her husband. Glenna had a love of gambling, and while Marty was aware of her hobby, Glenna appears to have kept the extent of her gambling problem a secret from him. Marty would normally accompany Glenna on her trips to casinos, which she would make once or twice a week, but Glenna would also ask family members not to tell her husband about some of her gambling activity or the amounts she spent. In 2010 alone, she spent $75,000 gambling at casinos. In addition to her casino trips, Glenna would also visit gas stations near her home 3 to 4 times a week to purchase lottery tickets, spending between $50 and $100 during each visit. Glenna was in charge of actually paying all of the couple's bills and told Marty that they were current on all of them. They were not. In the years leading up to Marty's death, the couple had started going into debt. They owed money on one of their cars and to the IRS. When a collection agency attempted to repossess the vehicle, necessary payments on it, she had not. In April of 2015, Marty's mother Lillian saw a legal notice in a local newspaper stating that her son and daughter-in-law's home was being foreclosed on. She called Marty to ask about the foreclosure, but he knew nothing about it. When he bought a copy of the paper and showed the notice to Glenna, she told him that it was a misprint and that she would call the newspaper office. She assured him that it was a mistake and that the mortgage was still being automatically withdrawn from their account every month. The $700 monthly mortgage payment had in fact not been paid in a year, and the checking account it was supposed to be withdrawn from only had $182 in it. Their savings account only had $118 on April 28, 2015. Foreclosure documents were delivered to the home. The house was set to go up for public auction on May 13th, the day Marty was found dead. After the murder, the documents were found torn up in one of Glenna's drawers. Glenna appears to have kept the true state of the couple's finances and the imminent loss of their home from her husband. Marty seemingly had no idea that his house really was in foreclosure, as he continued to make improvements to the home up until 2 days before his death, when he painted his bathroom ceiling. Marty's 2 sons and daughter went to his home the day after he was found dead. There, they found a manila envelope that had not been processed by the police. Inside were letters Glenna had written to her children and her ex-husband. In the letters, she asked her husband to look after their grown children. She apologized to her children and told them that she loved them. Marty's children were concerned by the implications of these letters. They believed that their stepmother wrote the notes prior to attempting to take her own life. Other evidence surfaced supporting the theory that Glenna had killed her husband and then turned the gun on herself. Between 3:32 and 4:48 a.m. on May 12th, Glenna's cell phone had been used to research Ruger firearms, specifically the Ruger Single-6, the type of weapon used to kill Marty and critically injure Glenna. After these searches, Glenna's phone then sent a text message reading "Love you. Sorry" to Glenna's mother. Blood evidence also showed that Glenna had moved around the house after she had been shot. Most importantly, her blood was found on a couch in the living room. The Ruger Single-6 revolver that was used in the shooting had been found hidden under the love seat in the living room. The neurosurgeon who treated Glenna would later testify that it would have been possible for her to move around the home after being shot with her specific injury. Due to her extensive injuries and the months of physical rehabilitation she required, Glenna was not thoroughly interviewed by the authorities until October of 2015, 5 months after Marty's murder. During this interview, Glenna claimed to have no memory of anything that happened between May 11th and when she was taken to the hospital. She was adamant, however, that she had not killed her husband. She claimed that she only went online using her phone to play games and that she did not perform any of the searches about Ruger firearms. She said that the letters to her children sounded like letters she had previously written to them on their birthdays, but also said that she would have only written acrimonious things to her ex-husband, which was in conflict with what she actually wrote in her letter to him found in the envelope at her home. While the financial troubles Glenna and Marty were having, as well as the fact that Glenna had hidden them from Marty seemingly up until just before his death gave Glenna a motive to kill her husband, and physical evidence seemed to support her involvement in his death, Glenna was not arrested. As the months went on with no charges filed in the case, Marty's family became more and more aggravated. They were vocal in the local media about their frustration with the lack of movement in the case. In addition to a dog, Glenna and Marty also had another pet, an African gray parrot named Bud. Marty had owned Bud with his first wife, Christina Keller. Christina had another parrot, and since she had previously owned Bud and knew how to properly care for parrots, Bud went to live with her after Marty's death. Bud, like many African gray parrots, had a talent for mimicking voices he heard as well as an impressive memory. Several people the police spoke to during the course of their investigation asked them if they planned to interview Bud. After Bud went to live with Christina, she became concerned by some of the things she heard him saying. Bud would regularly repeat the same profanity-laden argument, which appeared to have taken place between 2 people. He used 2 different voices to represent the 2 participants in the conversation, switching between them as he went through each part of the argument. According to Christina, one of these voices sounded like Marty. The apparent argument would end with Bud speaking in his voice for Marty, yelling at someone not to shoot. Christina was concerned that Bud had witnessed Marty's murder and was relaying the argument he overheard just prior to Marty being shot. Because of all the concerns about Glenna's involvement in the case, Christina suspected that the person Bud heard Marty arguing with was Glenna. She recorded a video of Bud going through the exchange a month after Marty's murder, but did not immediately share the video. After the first anniversary of Marty's murder came and went with no arrests made in the case, Christina did decide to release the video to a local news station. The station aired their story on the case in early June, and the video quickly garnered national attention. 3 weeks after the story featuring the video of Bud aired, Glenna was arrested and charged with Marty's murder. Authorities denied that the video of Bud played any role in Glenna's arrest. Instead, they maintained that they had to wait more than a year to make the arrest because they had been waiting on the results of some tests that required a lot of time and the completion of some interviews that could not be made immediately after Marty's death. Glenna had finally been arrested because the investigation finally had enough evidence to support the murder charge against her, not because of the video. Some of this testing showed that Glenna's DNA was present on the murder weapon, which would prove to be a major piece of evidence at her trial. Christina Keller, however, believed that Bud deserved some credit for helping get justice for her ex-husband. Bud helped us get attention from Marty's murder, and I believe it put pressure on the prosecutor to make the arrest with all the media pressure, she told the Cedar Springs Post. While prosecutors were aware of Bud and his apparent recounting of the events leading up to Marty's murder, they believed they had enough evidence and a strong enough case to prosecute Glenna without him. While Bud's apparent play-by-play of the argument that led up to the murder was certainly evocative, there would have been extensive legal challenges to trying to use Bud in court. Prosecutors were able to show that Glenna had a strong motive in no longer being able to hide the imminent loss of their home from Marty, and strong evidence in the DNA found on the murder weapon, Glenna's phone activity, the notes, and the evidence at the scene that supported their assertion that Glenna had killed Marty following an argument before turning the gun on herself in an unsuccessful attempt to take her own life. The jury agreed with the prosecution. On July 19, 2017, after 8 hours of deliberation, they found Glenna Durham guilty of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole. Glenna maintains her innocence and still has supporters who speak out against her conviction. In April of 2019, Glenna appealed to the Michigan Court of Appeals, arguing that the evidence found on her phone that showed she had been researching the type of weapon used in the shooting was hearsay and therefore inadmissible and unfairly prejudicial. The appeal was rejected. On December 23rd the same year, the Michigan Supreme Court denied her request to appeal that decision. Glenna is currently serving her sentence at the Women's Huron Valley Correctional Facility. On January 13, 1996, in Arlington, Texas, Amber Hagerman was riding her new pink and white bicycle that she'd just gotten for Christmas. In the parking lot of an abandoned Winn-Dixie grocery store, the 9-year-old Girl Scout was with her 5-year-old little brother, Ricky. They were playing down the road from their grandmother's house, when apparently Ricky remembered they were only supposed to go around the block and headed back home. Amber stayed and continued to play around the parking lot. It was a Saturday, and they were at their grandparents' that day because their mother was being interviewed for a local news special about families that successfully got off welfare and rejoined the workforce. Amber and Ricky left their grandparents' home around 3:10 p.m., with Ricky returning shortly after without his sister. Families soon went looking for Amber, and when they arrived at the parking lot, they saw a handful of police officers surrounding Amber's bike. They were told that someone in the community saw something and that Amber had been abducted. A witness and retired police officer, Jim Cavell, 78 at the time, said he saw Amber riding alone when he saw a black pickup truck and, quote, he pulled up, jumped out and grabbed her. When she screamed, I figured the police ought to know about it, so I called them. Jim gave a description of the abductor. He said that it was a man, Caucasian or Hispanic, in his 20s or 30s, shorter than 6 feet, medium build, with dark hair. He was driving a black pickup truck with no markings or chrome and seemed to be in clean working condition. He noted the time of the deduction was 3:18 p.m., and Amber had only been alone for a few minutes. Law enforcement, the FBI, and locals began a massive search for Amber, and her abduction made national news But despite the nationwide attention, no other witnesses ever came forward to identify the man or the vehicle. For days later, a man was walking his dog when he saw something in a creek. When he looked closer, he found a body lying face down in the water. Police arrived at the scene, and the body was identified as the missing 9-year-old Amber Hegerman. Amber's body was found less than 4 miles from where she was abducted. She was found completely naked except for a sock on her left foot, and her throat had been cut. Police believe that she was washed down the creek as there had been considerable rainfall the night before she was discovered. Police worked hard to find anything on Amber's murder, but there was little evidence. It was later discovered that she had been alive for at least 2 days after her abduction, making police believe that someone might have seen something. Also, due to the circumstances of the abduction, they believe that Amber was targeted and may have been stalked prior to her being taken. Since Amber's death, law enforcement has followed over 7,000 possible leads. There was a laundromat next to the abandoned grocery store where Amber was abducted. Authorities know that this area had many Hispanic people who may have felt uncomfortable talking to police at the time. Police have said in more recent press releases that they do not care about legal status and they just want any information on Amber, and that it might be given anonymously, and urge anyone with information to come forward. They want justice for her family. In a 2021 press conference, it was released after all this time that they did have one piece of evidence with DNA. Police have stated that they would not reveal the evidence as only the killer would know. They had planned to test the evidence through more modern means later that year. Donna Williams, Amber's mother, said, quote, "To Amber's killer, I'm asking you today, please turn yourself in. Give Amber justice. Amber needs justice deeply. It has been over 25 years since Amber was murdered. Police have never stopped looking for her killer, and she has had a significant impact not only on Arlington, but across the country." Amber's case was what inspired the Amber Alert system, which was suggested by a local woman, Diane Simone. She wanted to help in search efforts, but didn't know how to best assist. She had an idea to utilize radio station and news broadcasting to amplify missing or abducted children cases, using the existing systems that were used to alert to weather warnings or civil defense alerts. It has been called several names in honor of other missing children in other states, but is now called the Amber Alert System nationally and even internationally, with other countries adopting the system. In the US, the Amber Alert has saved over 1,114 children. On May 22, 1980, police were dispatched to the Quality Inn Motel in Housebrook Heights after a housekeeper reported hearing screams from room 117. Upon arrival, they apprehended a man fleeing the motel. He was found with a fake gun, a switchblade in his pocket, and a bag containing several pairs of handcuffs, prescription pills, a ball gag, and other bondage items. Inside the room, they discovered a young woman handcuffed at the ankles, with bite marks, bruises, and bleeding. The man was identified as Richard Cottingham, who was 33 years old at the time of his arrest. He was charged with kidnapping, attempted murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, aggravated sexual assault while armed, possession of a weapon, and possession of controlled substances. He had a $350,000 bail set and he never made bail. The young woman was revealed to be Leslie and Odell. She was an 18-year-old runaway who had been working as a sex worker in Manhattan a few days before Cottingham had picked her up and taken her to New Jersey. She was tortured and sexually assaulted, and she started screaming when she thought her life was about to end. She would later testify that he, quote, said, "You have to take it. The other girls did. You have to too. You're a whore and you have to be punished." After his arrest, police went to the home he rented in Lodi, New Jersey, which he shared with his wife and 3 children. There, they found a room he locked from his family. In this room was jewelry and clothing from several women. Other items were also found in his car. Authorities started to take a look at Cottingham for other crimes. Richard Cottingham was born November 25, 1946 in the Bronx, New York. His family later moved to New Jersey. He graduated high school from Pasquette Valley High School in Hillsdale, New Jersey. After graduation, he worked at Metropolitan Life. He started in the mailroom, but after taking some computer courses, he became a computer operator. In 1966, He left that job to become a computer operator for Blue Cross Blue Shield Association. He was still working there when he was arrested in 1980. He lived with his parents until they moved away and he got married. He was known to be seen helping his mother around the house. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. On May 3, 1970, he married his wife, Janet, and they had 3 children together. In 1978, his wife filed for divorce. In the divorce records, his wife alleged that he had started leaving the family without the necessary funds for essentials, that he would come home in the early hours of the morning. He was known to frequent a swingers club in New York called Pluto's Retreat. She removed the petition for divorce when he was arrested in 1980, but they did get divorced after his 1981 conviction. During the investigation, they were able to tie Cottingham to a murder that had occurred in the same motel on May 5, 1980, 17 days before he was arrested. The victim, Valere Street, was a 19-year-old sex worker who was found under the bed by housekeeping in one of the motel rooms. She'd been naked, handcuffed behind her back. Valere had been strangled to death. They found a fingerprint on the handcuff that was matched to Cottingham. This would start authorities down the path of discovering a serial killer. In the next few months, other authorities, as well as New Jersey police, would tie Cottingham to some horrific crimes. In the months following his arrest, he would be tied to another murder that occurred at the Quality Inn Motel in Hasbrook Heights. On December 15, 1977, 26-year-old Marion Carr, an X-ray technician who had just celebrated her first wedding anniversary a few months earlier, was found by a fence in the parking lot outside the motel. She was found with a ligature still around her neck with evidence she had been restrained with what might have been handcuffs and had tape residue over her mouth. She had small cuts and bite marks all over her body. She had last been seen at her apartment in Little Ferry, New Jersey, an apartment complex that Cottingham had lived in a few years earlier with his wife. Her apartment key was found in the lockbox of trophies found in Cottingham's home. In New York, he would be charged with the murders of 3 sex workers at 2 different crime scenes. On December 2, 1979, firefighters were called to a travel-in hotel near Times Square with reports of a room being on fire. When they arrived, they discovered 2 bodies in the rubble. When the blaze had been extinguished, they discovered 2 bodies that had been set on fire. Their hands and heads had been removed and were never recovered. After the fire had been put out, authorities found some of the women's clothes folded neatly in the bathtub. They had used these clothes and put them on mannequins from a nearby department store so they could hopefully use them to identify the women from the fire. They would eventually identify one of the victims as 22-year-old Didi Kadazzi. The other victim, believed to be around the age of 16, has never been identified. This killer was given the moniker the Torso Killer. On May 15, 1980, the body of 25-year-old Jean Rayner was found in New York's Civil Hotel. Her breasts were removed and put on the headboard, and the mattress was set on fire. June was working as a sex worker at the time to pay for a lengthy child custody battle with her ex-husband. For a time before DNA evidence, Cottingham seemed to be very thorough in cleaning crime scenes, leaving little to no evidence of himself. On June 12, 1981, Cottingham was convicted in New Jersey for the murder of Valere Street. In that same court case, he was charged with the kidnapping and sexual assault of 4 other women. All had survived various attacks. They even testified at the trial. This included the attack on Leslie and Odell. He'd been convicted of 3 and acquitted of 1. On October 12, 1982, he was convicted in the murder of Mary and Carr. In 1984, New York authorities extradited him for trial where he was convicted on July 9, 1984 for the murders of Didi Kadazzi and the unknown victim and Jean Rayner. He would serve his nearly 200-year sentence in New Jersey State Prison. Over the next 3 decades, detectives would visit Cottingham often, asking him about unsolved cold cases and always leaving out critical details of the crimes from Cunningham. In 2010, their persistence would finally pay off. One of the detectives was Detective Robert Ancelotti, who interviewed Cottingham over and over for 15 years. He would eventually get confessions that will lead to the closing of several cases. Cottingham never seemed to know the names of his victims, but remembered details of the crimes. In August 2010, Cottingham confessed and was convicted of the murder of Nancy Vogel. In his confession, he gave details only the murderer would know. Nancy Vogel was 29 years old and was killed on October 28, 1967. She was found in her car naked with her hands tied in front of her, with her clothes neatly folded underneath her. She'd been beaten, strangled, and sexually assaulted. Her husband had reported her missing after she did not come home. She had told her husband that she was going to go play bingo at the church in Little Ferry in Jersey. Nancy is Cottingham's first known victim. He would have only been 20 when she was killed, and he was still living with his parents at the time. In 2014, Cottingham confessed to Anzalotti 2 more murders he committed, again giving details only the killer would know. First was 18-year-old Irene Blaze, who was found strangled in April 1969 in the Saddle River in Hackensack, New Jersey. She had vanished from her home. The second was 15-year-old Denise Velasquez, who was abducted while walking to a friend's house in Emerson, New Jersey. She was found strangled on the side of the road near a cemetery in Saddlebrook, New Jersey. In 2017, he confessed to killing 13-year-old Jacqueline Harp in July 1968 while she was walking home at night after a band practice in Midland Park, New Jersey. She had been strangled with her bag. Though these were official confessions, they were never taken to trial, and Cottingham was not convicted of these murders. The families had agreed that he was already living his life in prison, and it was unnecessary now that they had answers. The facts of this, however, did not come to light until 2020 when the cases were officially closed. In 2017, Cottingham would get another visitor, Jennifer Weiss, the daughter of Didi Gorgazy, who had been given up for adoption and had gone looking for her mother only to find out in 2002 that her mother had been killed in such a horrific way. She had started writing to Cottingham, and she had decided she would try to be his friend and wanted information about her mother and where he had put her head. She figured the best way to earn his trust was to become his friend, and in 2017, she met him face to face after writing to him. Weiss said that she asked how he knew her mother in that first meeting. Jennifer has continued to visit him, and they have become friends. Weiss has talked at length about how Cottingham should confess before it's too late. On March 2021, Detective Ancelotti informed Cottingham that he was retiring and wanted him to give information on one last case before he did. It went back and forth, but on April 14, 2021, in a recorded interview, Cottingham went into detail about the murders of 2 young women. He even remembered their names. When asked why he remembered their names, he said, "Because I was with them for a couple of days." According to the transcript, he also said he got to know them. Lorraine Kelly was 16 and Mary Ann Pryor was 17. Cottingham had abducted them in Montville while they were on their way to the mall. He drove them to a motel and held them for 2 days, sexually assaulting them before he drowned them in a bathtub. He gave detailed accounts of what he did to the girls and the exact location where their bodies would be left in the woods. On October 27, 2021, he confessed to a judge and was convicted for the murders. In August of 2022, New York officials accepted and corroborated a confession that he had beaten and killed 26-year-old Lorraine McGraw on March 1, 1970. In June 2022, DNA evidence entered by the Nassau County Police on a 54-year-old cold case got a hit for Cottingham. His DNA had been entered into federal databases during his 2010 conviction. The cold case was that of Diane Cusack, a 23-year-old who was killed on February 15, 1968. She was a dance teacher who just finished class and was going to Long Island Mall to buy new dance shoes. She was found in her car strangled. This is the only case so far that has been tied to Cottingham through DNA. After the Nassau County Police interviewed Cottingham about other cold cases in the area, after a thorough comparison of facts and evidence to his confessions, they were able to connect him to 4 other cold cases. Mary Beth Hines, 21, was found in a creek in Long Island on May 20, 1972. She'd been strangled. Laverne Moy, 23, was a mother of 2. She was found in the same creek strangled on July 20, 1972. Sheila Hyman, 33, a mother of 3, was found by her husband in the Long Island home on July 20th, 1973. Her cause of death was blunt force trauma. Her children were at summer camp at the time. For years, her husband had been the prime suspect. Lastly was 18-year-old Maria Nieves. She was killed on December 27, 1973. She was found with her hands tied behind her back and wrapped in plastic. On December 5, 2022, from his prison hospital bed, Richard Cottingham was convicted of the murder of Diane Cusack, and he had made a non-prosecution agreement for the other 4 murders. He was sentenced to 25 years running concurrently with the 179 years he is currently serving for his past crimes. Rickon Cottingham, now 76 years old, had been known as the Torso Killer and has been behind bars since his 1980 arrest. He's been convicted or officially confessed to 17 murders of women, and he might still have more victims. He has, in past interviews, stated that he's killed between 85 to 100 women. He will die in prison for his horrific crimes that span 13 years. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. In May 2003, Tiffany Rowl and Rachel Colorudis, along with many others, proudly graduated from their high school. They were stepping into a new chapter of their lives with exciting summer plans alongside friends and family. Tiffany aimed to become a social worker, while Rachel considered joining the military. Tiffany's boyfriend of 3 years, Marcus, was also heading to college, and his cousin Adalbert, who had recently relocated to Clear Lake for a fresh start, had ambitious plans as well. Following the death of Tiffany's mother, her father remarried and moved away. Tiffany chose to stay in the house to avoid changing schools so close to graduation. The following 6 weeks were filled with parties at Tiffany's, juggling jobs, saving for college, and enjoying summer together before they all headed in different directions. On the afternoon of July 18, 2003, police received a call from 2 neighbors who had visited Tiffany. They entered her house and stumbled upon a shocking scene that no one could have foreseen. For people lay dead. The floor and walls were covered in blood, and it was obvious that they had all been deceased for several hours already. It was a shocking sight for even the most tenured of police officers. The victims were 18-year-olds, Tiffany Rowl and Rachel Colorudis, Tiffany's boyfriend, 19-year-old Marcus Priscilla and Marcus's cousin, 21-year-old Adalbert Sanchez. Tiffany, Marcus, and Adalbert had all been shot to death. And although Rachel had been shot multiple times, she had died of blunt force trauma to her head, and her skull was completely shattered. There was no forced entry. The TV was still blaring, and the way the group had been found indicated it was a total ambush that had happened in a mere matter of seconds. Rachel was found on the floor with her hand near her phone. She had managed to hit the 911 buttons to try and call for help, but before any call could go through, she was hit over the head, likely with a gun, undyed. There was a clump of hair in her right hand, and she had been shot at least 12 times. Tiffany and Adalbert were on the recliners, their legs stretched out while they had been relaxing watching television, and Marcus was found behind the seats on the floor. Over 40 bullets had been fired in the house, and there was a mixture of 2 different shell casings. No guns were found at the scene, but police could tell that one was a 9mm and one was a .38 caliber. So investigators felt confident they were looking for at least 2 people involved, maybe even more. As the media got hold of the story and news began to spread, Rachel's father George recognized the address on television and headed straight over with his wife. The cameras picked up the heartbreaking moment. He pleaded with the police to let him in, but as it was now a crime scene, it was simply not allowed. They both collapsed to the ground, waiting for someone to tell them something, but knowing deep down they wouldn't see their daughter alive again. It was disturbing and shocking that something like this could happen in broad daylight in a neighborhood where very little went on. Former classmates of Tiffany said that her home had quickly become known as a party house with drinking and drugs, and often lots of people coming in and out, especially now that it was summer break. So they wondered if maybe an alcohol or drug-fueled party had become really out of control. That's not what this particular day had been. The 4 were the closest of friends, and for all intents and purposes, it had just been a very casual afternoon for them, watching television and eating food. Friends, students, and neighbors gathered together for vigils, and a sense of unease hovered over everyone. 18-year-old Tiffany always had the biggest smile on her face. As well as wanting to go into social work, she was a talented actress and loved any chance to perform. Rachel Colorutis also loved the arts and creative writing, and was very popular in school due to her kind nature. People said that she, too, was always smiling, happy, and fun to be around. Marcus's stepfather said Marcus loved nothing more than working on his car and spending time with his family and Tiffany. He had been finishing a course for an automotive technology certificate and wanted to pursue a business degree. His cousin Adalbert had moved to Clear Lake to get away from violence on the north side, and had only been there for a couple of weeks before he was killed. He loved making music and planned to go to college to study computer technology. People could not believe that something this brutal could happen to them, and this seemingly random crime had rattled the community. Sadly, there really were no witnesses. No one had heard any gunshots. The houses were very separated, and police said lots of people had their air conditioning and fans on, which could have blocked out the noise. But a couple living nearby had seen something they thought might be relevant. They had seen a very young man and a woman walking down the street at about 2:30 p.m. that day. And to the best of their knowledge, they hadn't seen them before. They were dressed all in black. The woman was wearing a bandana, carrying a big black bag, and the neighbors described her as very pretty with big eyes. The witnesses gave the best description they could to the renowned forensic artist Lois Gibson, who worked with what they could remember, putting together a potential profile. But whether these people were in any way linked was really unclear. Just 2 hours later, Lois had completed the sketches. George, Rachel's father, started working non-stop to try and raise money so they could afford to put the sketches out on billboards, and spent most of his time going door to door handing out flyers. Early on, rumors began to swirl that Marcus had been involved in dealing drugs, and maybe this was behind the ambush. It was also alleged that Marcus's family had connections to the Mexican mafia, and perhaps the other three had been collateral damage to a completely unrelated thing. A close friend of Tiffany's said, "I know Marcus was messed up with some bad people." But Marcus's aunt said, "He struggled, but he succeeded. No matter how hard he was trying, he was doing the best to do good." One detective said they were all very young, very immature, and on their own for the first time. The May 4th have exercised bad judgment at times, but certainly didn't deserve what happened to them. Officers simply couldn't find anything to solidify the claims about the mafia, and this theory was eventually ruled out. Police did wonder, however, if drugs were involved somehow, but they just didn't have anything yet that pointed to that, as both drugs and cash were found at the scene in plain view. So why hadn't they been stolen? The attack had been so ruthless and felt so personal. Police then started to wonder if it was someone close to the group. Amongst her multiple shots, Rachel had been shot in the crotch area, and psychiatrists wondered if this was a sign of sexual envy or jealousy. But they were ruling people out at a rapid speed rather than adding any suspects to the list. There was simply no one they could link to the group that would have any motive to do this. Time was slowly ticking by, and investigators had no more than they did when they first started. As the weeks turned into months, the months soon turned into years. Their confidence in catching whoever was responsible was dwindling. Fast forward to the summer of 2006, almost 3 years to the day after the shootings. After following leads that went nowhere and interviewing 100 people, police finally had a breakthrough. An anonymous tip came in via Crime Stoppers. The person on the end of the phone said they had seen the billboard and gave the police 2 names. The first was Christine Paolilla, and the second was Chris. The tipster had met Christine in rehab as she was battling a heroin addiction. She had recently split from this mystery man called Chris and was seemingly trying to turn her life around. While in rehab, she made a comment about her ex-boyfriend shooting up a house and killing a group of people, and she had also participated. He didn't know if the story was true or if it was the drugs talking, but after seeing the billboard for himself, he decided to call in. A look into the name Christine Paolilla told the police a lot. It turned out that Christine had gone to Clear Lake High School alongside Tiffany and Rachel, and the connections started to be made. Those in Christine's life said that she had had a tough time in school and was subjected to relentless bullying and attacks from classmates. Her mother and stepfather said that she had been diagnosed with alopecia when she was very young and began wearing wigs, which were frequently ripped off her head by other students. Her mom, Lori, said she had poor vision, so she had what I guess most folks would know as Coke bottle glasses. This, as well as her wearing wigs, meant she faced ridicule on a daily basis. Her mother said that one day Christine came home from school and said, "Mom, I made 2 new friends who were the sweetest girls I ever met, Rachel and Tiffany, none other than Rachel Colorutis and Tiffany Rowl." People said that the two almost took Christine under their wings, forming a genuine and tight friendship. Rachel and Tiffany started looking out for her, trying their best to protect her from the bullying. Christine's mom said she couldn't speak highly enough about them, how much fun they were, how loving they were, how they had so much fun. Every minute they spent together was lively and fun, and they laughed all the time, and I saw such a change in her personality. Rachel's father also knew of Christine and said Rachel was the kind of person that always looked out for the underdog, always tried to help others. Rachel even kept a photo of Christine in her purse. On the back of the picture, Christine had written, "Damn, we've had some crazy memories. I love you." The 3 teens would often write notes back and forth to each other in class, and Lori recalled that Christine trusted them both so much, she felt okay without the wig on, which is not something she did with many of her friends. The trio would spend hours after school doing each other's makeup and trying on different wigs, having fun, but also making Christine feel comfortable and confident. The girls pushed Christine to try new things and find her creativity. And with this, Christine's confidence began to grow and she was really coming into her own. She got a huge boost when she was voted Miss Irresistible by the student body at Clear Lake High School. She finally felt like she was leaving her past behind. Christine soon met Chris Snyder. He was 2 years older than her, and the pair struck up a friendship. Lori said she immediately disapproved of this, but said her daughter wouldn't hear anything bad said about him. Chris ended up serving time for armed robbery, and when he got out, he went straight back to Christine, who was now 16 years old. Christine said that she felt bad because nobody wanted to be associated with him, and knowing how this felt, she stood by him. They soon became romantically involved, and Christine had become more and more distant from her family. Lori said Christine clung on to him for reasons she didn't understand, despite him often joining in with the bullying. Chris was using a lot of drugs at the time, and before long, so was Christine. Her parents spoke to lawyers and the police, even trying to get a restraining order against him, but Christine was now almost 18 years old and was making her own decisions. Her stepfather said she felt she was going to be able to fix him no matter what he did, but others said that the toxicity came from both of them, with people often seeing Christine hitting him and shouting and fighting in public. Although this relationship was already on a downward spiral, 2 people that seemed to be constantly positive and have good energy in her life were Rachel and Tiffany, who stayed just as close to her throughout her relationship with Chris. On the day the group were found dead, Lori said Christine had come home in floods of tears, crying through most of the night. She said she was so upset, she couldn't attend their funerals. So, with the police knowing all of this, it begged the question, why would someone that was so close to the victims do something like that? How could Christine possibly have been involved? The only person that could answer that question was her. And officers started searching for Christine Payalila and Chris Snyder. The hunt for Chris proved harder as he was not living at his last known address. But thanks to ATM and bank records, Christine and her husband, Justin, were located. They were hauled up in a San Antonio motel, having lived there for almost a year. When officers announced themselves and entered, they walked into what they described as one of the most disgusting things they had ever seen. Used needles, rubbish, food, vomit, and drugs littered the floor. Blood and bodily fluids covered the walls and furniture. They said the smell was unlike anything, and the state of Christine and Justin was quite shocking. Wearing blood-stained clothes and covered in track marks, just before noon on July 19, 2006, Christine Payalila was placed under arrest. Police said it was clear that the pair were so deeply in their addictions, it was likely a matter of time before they died. For the last 9 months, they had been living in the same room, spending every bit of Christine's inheritance money on drugs. Christine told police she was living off of crackers and spending around $500 a day on heroin, but this amount sometimes reached over $1,000. Justin said Christine hadn't left the room once. Christine's police interview began just before 3 p.m., and over the next few hours, the detective begged her to tell the truth. She admitted to driving Chris to the home that day, but said the murders were all his idea. The plan was to buy drugs from someone inside. Christine said she waited outside in the car before they both drove away. But when Chris said he had forgot something, the pair went back. She initially said that again. She stayed outside hearing no gunshots and seeing nothing wrong. She said she only realized something had happened when he came out holding a gun. After this happened, they drove off and she clocked in to start her shift at Walgreens just 30 minutes later. But the police weren't convinced that this was down to just Chris. Neither were the experts that had analyzed the crime scene. They were still standing by their theory that this was a jealous rage or something to do with sexual envy on Christine's part. Although Rachel and Tiffany had befriended Christine, it was still entirely possible that maybe she didn't believe they were being genuine and wanted to punish them, or her anger at being treated so badly in school had poured over and she had taken it out on them. Officers were trying to get as much information out of her as they could, but as the interview drew to a close, Christine started to grow weaker and more sick. She was transported to Santa Rosa Hospital, where she informed doctors that she was used to taking heroin every 10 to 15 minutes and that she hadn't had any since that morning. After she had been given methadone and morphine, they carried on the interviews inside the hospital, but Christine was still pointing the finger at Chris. She was then put on a plane and flown out to Houston before being placed in a jail cell. A final videotaped interview commenced just before midnight. Her story had now changed. She then said she watched in horror as Chris beat Rachel to death. And according to Christine, he had threatened to do the same thing to her and her family if she told anyone what had happened that night. Police were satisfied that she had finally at least placed herself at the scene. They were still looking for Chris and visited his last known address, his parents' house. They told his family that there was a warrant out for his arrest. They began a search of the property. In his father's bedroom was a little safe which contained 2 guns. Both matched the 2 types that they were looking for. But by this point, no one had seen Chris in over a week. Detectives looked at his MySpace page and phone records, which led them to Greenville, South Carolina. But Chris had already learned about the manhunt before police could even find him. Testing the guns soon linked them back to the crime scene. But before they could place Chris under arrest, his decomposing body was found in some woods. He had taken an overdose of pills. It is thought that someone had tipped him off about the pending arrest and he had taken his own life before they could find him. There was now only one person left to talk to, and that was Christine's husband, Justin. He said that Christine had inherited some money after her father passed away, and the couple had bought a small condo with it. Soon after they started living together, a news story about the anniversary of the unsolved murders came out. Christine called Justin in to watch, asking if the billboard picture looked like her. He said Christine broke down and admitted to going to the house to steal money and drugs. She said she was a willing participant, and when Chris started shooting, she didn't hesitate to join in too. Justin also said that Christine had told him that it was her who beat Rachel to death with the gun, not Chris. He said that Christine told him Rachel was crying, asking why over and over, but she didn't stop until she was sure Rachel was dead. Justin said he was completely shocked and scared, but the couple moved out of the condo and went on the run. It later turned out that the anonymous tip that had been made to Crime Stoppers was actually Justin himself. Christine Paolilla was charged with first-degree murder, and she entered a plea of not guilty. In a pretrial hearing, Christine's defense team moved to suppress all 3 recorded statements. Although she had been advised of her Fifth Amendment rights before each interview, they argued that her statements were technically involuntary because of the medication she had taken and because she was suffering from opioid withdrawal. But this motion was denied, and the court later said Christine was lucid and capable of understanding the warnings given to her and the nature of her statements. A couple of years later, the now 22-year-old's trial got underway. The defense advised that Christine did not testify. They showed her confession tapes reiterating Christine's statement, saying that it was Chris that had killed the group while she hid. The jurors watched her videotape statement in which she told police that Chris was responsible for everything and that she was afraid of him. But the prosecution fired back saying, over 1,100 calls are made from her to him and him to her. If you are so deathly afraid of someone, what are you doing on the phone with them? For over 1,000 phone calls. Dr. George Glass, a psychiatrist testifying for the defense, said that her heroin addiction could not be overlooked. She was in withdrawal at the time she spoke to the police and was saying anything she could to get drugs to relieve the pain. Her lawyer said, she's upset. She totally understands the grief of the families, her friends, the ones who were killed. She only wishes they could understand that she didn't want any of it to happen, but she understands their grief. Rachel's mother disagreed and said, I couldn't take my eyes off her. I really hoped to see something in her eyes in the way of remorse. And it was unbelievable, you know. She never shed a tear unless it was for herself. The prosecution said there was plenty that pointed towards her being involved directly, and the fact that she had started her shift at work just half an hour after the ordeal, instead of phoning the police, showed that she was no victim. Her statements were inconsistent, and she had already admitted to 2 people, one of which was her husband, that she had actively taken part of her own accord. The prosecution called her denials and blaming everything on Chris a tired and pathetic tactic. Their star witness was actually her husband, Justin. But the defense argued that Justin's account could not be trusted. They said he was focused purely on money, staying with Christine for her inheritance, and cashing in on the Crime Stoppers' reward by making up a lie. But the jury disagreed. After just 3 hours of deliberations, Christine Paolilla was found guilty. She was 17 at the time of the murders, which meant she would not face the death penalty. She was, however, sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 40 years to serve. She will be eligible for parole in 2046, when she will be 60 years old. More than 5 years after the murders back in July 2003, the families of the victims said that they felt the guilty verdict would finally allow them to begin moving on with their lives. Christine has filed many appeals since her conviction, but all of them have been denied. Houston Police Sergeant Brian Harris said that he believes that Christine still does not own her part in the crime. For her to truly come to grips with what she has done, she has to acknowledge that there's a darkness in her soul, he said. Christine's stepfather Thomas said, I'm very sorry for these families and their loss. The guy who did this is dead. He was very, very bad. He was a predator. My daughter is paying for someone else's sins. My daughter doesn't deserve this. My daughter is a victim too. It's hard to know exactly what happened that fateful afternoon and why it did. Police say there were 6 people at the scene. 5 of them are now dead, and 1 of them isn't talking. So with this, it is likely that the full truth will never be fully known. The aftermath of that awful day is still widely felt, with Rachel's father calling it an earthquake for the families and community. Marcus's stepfather said, Our lives are very different now. We see things differently than before, and we know that we will never again feel the sense of hope that we used to feel. In 1959, 62-year-old Pearl Kongsley had been a widow for a decade. Her late husband, Captain Guy Kongsley, was a veteran Puget Sound master mariner and had served as the Deputy Commissioner of the United States Maritime Commission in Seattle. The couple had no children. In 1955, Pearl bought a newly built brick 1-story duplex in West Seattle, situated in a quiet neighborhood near Lincoln Park within a large retirement community. On September 2, 1959, she dined at the Alki Homestead restaurant with her next-door neighbor, 54-year-old Alberta Bowman, who had recently lost her husband. Alberta suggested that they skip dessert after their early dinner, mentioning that she had baked an apple pie to take home. Around 8:45 that evening, Alberta walked over to Pearl's house with the freshly baked pie. As she climbed the stairs to Pearl's front door, she noticed a brown paper quart-sized liquor bag with a straw sticking out of it at the top of the walkway. Initially intending to pick it up, she opted instead to inform Pearl about it. One of Pearl's friends, Edith Friedman, was also visiting and was in the living room when Alberta arrived with the apple pie and the news of the mysterious bag. Pearl went outside to investigate. After looking at the bag for a moment, she began to lean down to get a better look at it. Edith called out to Pearl, warning her not to touch it, but Pearl picked up the bag. When she did, the bag exploded violently. The explosion was strong enough to create a foot-wide crater in the cement, buckle the home's roof, and shatter the windows in nearby houses. Alberta had still been on the front porch when the explosion occurred. She and Pearl were both knocked off their feet. Alberta was able to crawl inside to the telephone to call for help. She and Edith, who had been inside, suffered flash burns and injuries from broken glass. Pearl was killed instantly due to extensive and catastrophic injuries to her entire body. Pearl is believed to be the first civilian to be killed by a booby trap in the history of Seattle. A massive investigation quickly began. The Seattle Police Department had 16 detectives work on the case full-time. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover made the FBI laboratory, as well as FBI agents, available to the Seattle Police Department. Army explosives experts from Fort Lawton also aided in the investigation. However, they had difficulty determining the components of the bomb. Their strongest theory was that the bomb had been made with nitroglycerin extracted from dynamite. They could not identify a triggering device amongst what was left of the bomb. An expert from the ATF who reviewed the case in 2016 described the device that killed Pearl as a victim-operated, electric-initiated bomb made from dynamite. It is believed that when Pearl picked up the paper bag, she initiated a mercury switch, which caused the bomb to detonate. Both mercury and dynamite were relatively easy to acquire in 1959, so the known components of the bomb did not narrow down the potential suspect pool. Pearl had no known enemies, and investigators struggled to identify potential motives for the murder. However, there were doubts that Pearl had been the bomb's intended victim at all. Pearl had just sold her house and was scheduled to move out less than a week after she was killed. This raised the question of if the killer struck while they still knew where Pearl lived or if the next owner was the target. A 1949 Chevrolet with 3 young men riding inside of it had been seen speeding away from the scene just after the explosion. This raised concerns that the bombing was meant to be a youthful prank, with the perpetrators not realizing just how powerful their bomb was, or an act of random violence that would make identifying the killers almost impossible. However, the bomber would have had to carry the bomb a minimum of 50 feet from the street and up a flight of stairs to reach Pearl's house, making it a poor choice for a random target. Pearl was also not the only occupant of her home. She had a 54-year-old boarder named William J. Myers, who had not been home at the time of the bombing because he had been admitted to the Veterans Administration Hospital because of a heart condition. He owned a golden retriever, and other residents of the neighborhood complained that the dog was always barking. The dog's chain was just long enough for the dog to reach the spot where the bomb had been placed. Explosives arriving at a Kongsley family home within 6 months. Her brother-in-law, Elmer Kongsley, lived on Lake Serene in Snohomish County, Washington, with his wife. Their daughter, Charlotte, lived nearby. On August 13, 1959, almost exactly a month before Pearl's murder, Charlotte discovered 3 sticks of dynamite scattered throughout her parents' front lawn. Sheriff's deputies searched the rest of the property but never found any other components that could have been used to set off the dynamite, and its origins were never discovered. This incident occurred just 4 months after the unexplained deaths of Elmer's oldest daughter, Betty Jean, and her husband, Major Robert Douglas Baker. The couple had died within 3 hours of one another at Madigan Army Hospital in Fort Lewis on April 25, 1959. Pierce County Coroner Frank James determined that Betty Jean and Robert had been poisoned. Their deaths had originally been attributed to botulism. The couple had recently returned from a trip to Mexico and brought various foods back with them. However, botulism was ruled out after an investigation by the Food and Drug Administration and the Tacoma-Pierce County Health Department. All of the food products in the Baker's home were analyzed and tested on animal subjects, but nothing was discovered. Additionally, none of Betty Jean and Robert's 3 children, who also lived in the house, ever fell ill. Samples of the couple's brain tissue and stomach contents were examined at Walter Reed Army Hospital and Letterman Army Hospital, revealing that the lethal substance could have been any one of more than 5,000 compounds. Like Pearl's murder, the deaths of the Bakers remain a mystery. Despite hundreds of interviews and polygraphs, along with thorough scientific examination of the available evidence, Pearl's murder is one of Seattle's oldest and coldest cases, despite the efforts of cold case investigator detective Mike Cisinski. Wayne Gravett spent much of his life working in the food and beverage packaging industry, either working for manufacturers or repairing equipment as a self-employed machinist. His work required him to travel a lot. But in 1996, 42-year-old Wayne was looking to use his extensive knowledge to start a business that will be very close to home. Wayne and his wife Diane had purchased more than 100 acres of property in Moffat, Ontario that summer. There was a spring on the property, and Wayne had plans to refurbish a barn on the property so that he could start a business bottling water from the spring. The couple's 2 children, Justin and Danielle, also lived on the property. On December 12, 1996, 21-year-old Justin brought in the family's mail. There had been a package addressed to his father in the mailbox. Since it was so close to Christmas, this did not seem unusual. Justin brought the package inside to the family's living room. His sister was not home, but his parents and his uncle were there. Justin gave the package to his father. It had been packaged inside a wine bottle box and contained a letter and a rectangular Duracell floating lantern flashlight. The letter claimed to be from someone looking to do business with Wayne and had a postscript reading, "Didn't realize you had moved, had some trouble finding you, have a very Merry Christmas, and may you never have to buy another flashlight." While his father opened the letter, Justin grabbed the flashlight and tried to turn it on, but no light came from the flashlight. He tried to open it, but it appeared to be glued shut. Wayne took the flashlight to look at it and then put it down. When he picked it up again, he pressed the button to try to turn it on again. The flashlight exploded, killing Wayne instantly. His body absorbed the majority of the force of the bomb, and the living room was not a fully enclosed space as it was open to other parts of the house. As such, even though Wayne's son was sitting next to him, he received only minor burns. Wayne's wife and brother had been across the room but were not seriously injured. The flashlight had contained a homemade bomb filled with a mining explosive and roofing nails. The explosives would have created a large enough blast to kill Wayne even without the nails. The killer was clearly a coward, as they had killed Wayne from a distance, and cruel, as they did not care if anyone else got hurt in the explosion. Police did have a lot of evidence to investigate. The flashlight obviously did not survive the explosion, but the wine bottle box it was mailed in and the letter that accompanied it did. The UPC had been cut off of the box, making it difficult to track, but the letter provided several leads. While the letter named people Wayne did know, it had been signed with a fake name and provided a fake address. The letter had been typed on a Manual Smith Corona typewriter with a rare font type, which was only used on 2% of that particular model. There was also a distinctive flaw on the daisy wheel of the typewriter used to type the note that left a small slash after every period it typed. Investigators hoped that this would help them track down the specific typewriter used to type the note, but it did not. Hairs were found in the packaging materials used to send the bomb, but police have not publicly disclosed if DNA testing of these hairs has been attempted. A month before Wayne was killed, 2 men had gone to the post office in Acton, Ontario, inquiring about Wayne's new address. Composite sketches of the men were created, but they have never been identified. In the years since Wayne was killed, investigators, journalists, and Wayne's family have identified a number of potential motives for the murder. Wayne previously had a bitter falling out with a former business partner. He was obviously considered as a potential suspect. He also claimed that a number of customers Wayne had worked for after they parted ways had told him that Wayne had overcharged them or otherwise treated them unprofessionally. There was a lot of interest in developing spring water companies in Canada at the time, so Wayne may have been killed to eliminate new competition in the industry. Wayne's family also learned after his death that he had engaged in a number of extramarital affairs. Filmmaker and journalist David Ridgen, working on a piece for the CBC, interviewed an anonymous source who claimed that the bomb had been arranged by a local outlaw motorcycle club. Despite the large number of potential leads and an extensive investigation, Wayne's killer has never been identified. Police have not narrowed their focus and continue to pursue all available avenues of investigation. Wayne's family still hopes that anyone with information will come forward so that they may finally have answers. They have remained active in their own efforts to solve the case. Bill Walker and Javier Martinez Adame never met, but the two men had a lot in common. They lived just a few miles away from each other, each just outside of Moses Lake, Washington. They both loved their families and did whatever they could to help them. They were both loving fathers and grandfathers. Both of them were known for helping anyone in need and for being skilled with their hands. Bill, a retired electrician, could fix just about anything, and Javier had a green thumb as well as a knack for playing musical instruments. While Bill and Javier had only these broad connections, their lives became mysteriously intertwined in 2008. On August 2nd, Bill's extended family was in town for a baby shower for his granddaughter, Heather. Heather was having a boy, and Bill was looking forward to teaching him how to fish. Bill's wife had left that morning to go antiquing with some family members before the baby shower, while Bill stayed behind to put her around in his workshop. At some point that morning, Bill found a boat battery charger somewhere on his property. The exact circumstances of him finding it are unknown. What is known is that Bill took it inside his shop and plugged it in. When he did so, the charger exploded, tearing a hole in the workshop's wall and killing 69-year-old Bill instantly. He died of extreme trauma to his chest and neck. Just 10 hours later, another explosion rocked a home less than 6 miles away. Javier's girlfriend had found a police scanner in a grocery bag in the driveway earlier in the day and had brought it up to the porch. On August 3rd, just after midnight, Javier brought it inside and placed it on his kitchen counter. It exploded. Javier was able to use his body to shield his girlfriend from the blast, saving her life. He died of extensive wounds to his chest and stomach. Javier was 53 and had grown up as the fourth of 9 children. He had been injured in a car accident many years before his death, which left him unable to work long shifts. He, therefore, mainly worked odd jobs where he could control his schedule and pain levels to support himself and his family. For many years, he owned and operated an appliance repair company. The FBI, ATF, and explosives experts from the U.S. Army were all involved in the investigation and processing the scenes. The boat battery charger and police scanner had both contained improvised explosive devices. Both bombs were clearly intended to kill. The 2 pipe bombs were so sophisticated that investigators believed they had to have been made by the same individual. However, they have never been able to find any connection between Bill and Javier, much less one that would lead to them being targeted by the same person. This fact has led investigators to conclude that Bill Walker was simply a victim of mistaken identity, and that the bomb that killed him was not intended for him. They do not believe Javier could have been the man killed by mistake because he had a criminal record. However, Javier's family is upset by this conclusion. He was arrested for drug possession in the late 1990s, but never for manufacturing or selling drugs. He never had any ties to gangs or other such criminal enterprises in the drug world. His associates were instead the neighbors he hosted at his famous barbecues and friends he welcomed into his home when they had nowhere to go. He also had no history of making or working with explosives. Javier and Bill's families now have the desire for justice for their loved one and ongoing fear in common. Members of both families report feeling anxiety when packages are delivered to their homes, viewing that they too may be killed by something seemingly so innocuous. They all hope that anyone with information about the case will come forward so that the murders can finally be solved. 71-year-old Thomas Rendell appeared to have lived a typical life. He had been married to his wife for 40 years and resided in Lynnfield, Massachusetts. Employed as a golf pro at a country club, he had a daughter who had grown up and started her own family. However, Thomas was concealing a secret, one he disclosed only in his final days. Diagnosed with terminal lung cancer, he shocked his family with a revelation they could never have imagined before his passing on May 18, 2021. His real name was not Thomas, their last name was not Rendell, and he had been a wanted fugitive evading the FBI since 1969. On July 14, 1969, the Society National Bank in Cleveland, Ohio, opened its doors to discover $215,000 missing from the vault. An investigation into the theft began, focusing on the last person to close the vault the previous Friday, 20-year-old teller Theodore John Conrad, who also was absent from the bank that morning. The inquiry found that he had walked out of the bank after closing, carrying a brown paper bag filled with cash, and had simply vanished from his life. A warrant for his arrest went out, but with a 2-day head start, it left law enforcement at a disadvantage. Conrad is reported to have never contacted his family in Ohio ever again, leaving behind his parents and 3 siblings, but he wrote letters to a girlfriend confirming he stayed in the U.S., with letters coming from Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and Hawaii. In one of the letters, he revealed he had intentions to return home in 7 years once the statute of limitations ran out on the theft, but he then discovered that wasn't going to happen on the federal charges of embezzlement. Conrad's crime didn't make much of a splash in the news. A week after the theft was Apollo 11's historic flight to the moon, which dominated the attention of all of the news outlets, giving Conrad even more time to escape and settle in somewhere with next to no one watching him. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. Okay, let's continue. However, one U.S. Marshal made it his mission to find Conrad. John Elliott devoted his entire career to searching, eventually retiring in 1990. He passed on the investigation to his son, Peter Elliott, who was also a U.S. Marshal. Through the investigation and interviewing those who'd been close to Conrad, no one really believed he'd stolen the money in some sort of grand heist. He just wanted to do it to see if he could get away with it. The early belief that he could just return home after 7 years had been an indication that he hadn't really thought through his punishment for the crimes, and he hadn't really put much thought into leaving his whole life forever. Conrad was reported to have been obsessed with the movie The Thomas Crown Affair that had come out in 1968 and had been filmed in Boston. It followed a bank robber played by Steve McQueen, who was a bank executive who walked out of a bank with $2,600,000. The film featured a character with expensive taste in luxury cars and high-end liquor, and Conrad wanted to emulate the character Thomas. $215,000, while at the time was a lot of money, it was equivalent to about $1,500,000 in today's dollars. It was enough to live off for the rest of his life, and at only 20, it certainly wasn't enough to retire off of. But after 5 decades, it was starting to look like a case that was never going to be solved until Peter Elliott saw an obituary that caught his attention. Thomas Randall's obituary revealed details that closely matched Conrad's and made Elliott take a closer look into who this Randall person was. Randall started appearing in Massachusetts in 1970. There had been no record of him before that. From records, it appeared that Conrad walked into a Boston Social Security office with a new identity and got a Social Security card with a new forged identity. From there, he was able to live his life very normally, opening a bank account, working, paying taxes. No concern had ever been raised about Thomas Randall. Randall certainly hadn't lived an extravagant life. He spent several decades working as a car salesman. He and his wife had declared bankruptcy in 2014. And when he died, he didn't leave a substantial sum of money for his children to inherit. Once Elliott had enough evidence to connect Randall to Conrad, he interviewed his family, who admitted that on his deathbed, Randall revealed that he was Theodore Conrad, a wanted fugitive for a bank robbery. His wife, Kathy, made the decision not to go to law enforcement with the deathbed confession. She stated that she was still grieving the loss of her husband, and she said he was a great man. Many of his friends had similar sentiments. He was known as a nice, caring man who loved golf and cars. He was never known to badmouth anyone, raise his temper or voice, wasn't a drinker, and didn't gamble. But after it was revealed, little things started to make sense. Randall always wore a beard. It was a running joke that, in group photos, he would always put on sunglasses. He never talked about his family or where he grew up, but people just chalked it up to a bad childhood. A close family friend told the media, quote, "The man I knew didn't change all of a sudden because of something he did a lifetime ago. He was a good man, he was a good friend, and I think no less of him today than I did when all this came out, and I'd love to go play another round of golf with him." Conrad has surviving siblings who are believed to know he lived a happy life. Theodore's parents had passed never knowing what happened to their son, and much of their family had believed he had died after he disappeared for decades. After 52 years, the mystery of what happened to Theodore Conrad and the bank heist he committed has been closed. His family is not being looked at further. The money is believed to have been spent on bad investments before Conrad was married, and there won't be any criminal charges made for his family for not immediately going to law enforcement with the deathbed confession. On March 10, 2019, Roger Lloyd Taylor disappeared. After an argument with his wife, the 48-year-old got into his car to pick her up from their daughter's house in Monroe County, Alabama. En route, he texted his daughter that he was lost, and that was the last anyone heard from him. Days later, his abandoned car was discovered on the side of the road. For weeks, law enforcement and local search parties combed the area where his vehicle was located, but there was no trace of Roger. His family revealed that they feared he'd had a medical emergency as he only recently recovered from a heart attack and a stroke, which had left him with permanent physical mobility issues and memory lapses. His vehicle didn't show any signs of mechanical issues, and it's unclear what had happened to him. Weeks turned into months and then years. Without any new evidence, Roger's disappearance turned into a cold case, leaving his family with so many questions. A cold case that may have never been solved. However, in September 2022, a shocking revelation in the case came from a pastor who walked into the Monroe County Sheriff's Office and confessed to killing Roger Taylor. 37-year-old James Eric Crisp claimed that since the murder, he'd gone on to become pastor and found God and needed to confess in order to go forward with his life. Crisp stated that in 2019, he'd gotten into a physical altercation with Roger and had killed him, then disposed of his body 10 miles from where his vehicle had been left. He didn't reveal why or how he'd gotten into an altercation with Roger's, but Roger's daughter doesn't believe that the two knew each other. She did reveal that she knew Crisp and went on to say that Crisp had been involved in multiple search parties that had gone out to look for Roger in 2019. Crisp had a lengthy criminal history, and in 2019, he faced a 30-year prison sentence for various drug crimes, but entered God's House of Hope, a Christian rehab center, as part of his bail condition, got sober, and went on to become a pastor and counselor. After Crisp's confession, he was charged with manslaughter. Roger's children attended the bond hearing. Roger's daughter said that in a statement to the media, quote, "He looked me in the eye and told me he killed my dad. He didn't say he was sorry. He just said that he hoped one day I could find it in his heart to forgive him, but never even said he was sorry. He didn't have any emotions. When he was outside of the room, he was laughing with the jailer and walked in and acted all stone cold with me." She doesn't believe Crisp's confession is motivated by his newfound faith, but rather she believes that someone close to Crisp knew about the murder and was going to come forward to law enforcement. Crisp is said to be helping to locate Roger's body. However, the area in question had recently been subject to flooding and is said to have shifted the landscape and has made finding his body more difficult. At this time, Roger Taylor's body has yet to be found. Chris has asked for the Taylor family's forgiveness. However, they said in a response, if we can't have his body back, we won't have closure. It was October 12, 1991, when 43-year-old Linda Lois Little missed her shift at the Chart House restaurant in Daytona Beach, Florida. It was very unusual for Linda to miss work, and it was her co-worker and friend who reported her missing. She was last seen at Matey's Brig with a group of friends. At the bar, she told her friends that her boyfriend was coming to see her on the weekend, and they went through all the must-see spots in Daytona she had to take him to. That was also why it was so strange that Linda had disappeared, as it was clear to her friends that she had no plans to leave the area. Law enforcement canvassed the area and found a last sighting of the missing woman. Around 2 a.m., she was spotted riding her bike home and stopping at 711. There, she purchased a donut and chocolate milk before heading in the direction of her apartment. Her apartment was found undisturbed, which led investigators to believe she'd been abducted shortly after leaving the 711. Her body nor her bike were ever found. Her missing persons case eventually went cold once all leads were exhausted, and her family had always prayed for answers. But without a body, there was little hope of ever knowing what happened to Linda Little. For 3 decades, the case remained cold until Daytona Beach Police Department received a call from an incarcerated inmate recently transferred to the Tomoka Correctional Facility in Volusia County. 53-year-old Michael Townsend was serving a life sentence for the brutal 2007 murder of Sherry Carmato, and while serving his sentence, he found God and the Lord placed it in his heart to confess, and also revealed being close to the area. He had committed another crime had weighed heavy on his heart, and he wanted to confess to a crime he committed in 1991. He alleged that he'd gone to Daytona Beach for his birthday and met a woman at a bar. He said that the two had a couple of drinks, but she had said something that made him snap, and he confessed to abducting, strangling, and burying the body of Linda Little. In addition to confessing to Linda's murder, he confessed to murdering 2 other women in Florida. At this time, investigations are still ongoing to corroborate these confessions. However, Daytona Beach had enough information to determine whether this confession was credible for Linda Little's murder. When asked why he killed the 4 women he confessed to murdering, he stated that he'd been abused by his father and grandfather as a child and blamed his mother and the other women in his life growing up for not protecting him, and grew to have a hatred towards women. 31 years after Linda's disappearance, her murderer was finally charged. Townsend was indicted by a grand jury on October 24, 2022 on the charge of first-degree murder. An ongoing investigation is still going to recover Linda's body in the area where Townsend admitted to burying her, as well as the other murders of the other women. If determined that all the killings he confessed to are credible, Townsend will be classified as a serial killer. Already serving a life sentence, he will remain in prison for the rest of his life or may face the death penalty if convicted. Linda's sister, Wanda Henson, thanked Townsend for coming forward and confessing. She said at the press conference announcing his arrest that she was grateful to have answers about her sister, and went on to say that she forgives him. On April 20, 1998, a couple hiking at Maiden Water Spring discovered something on Highway 276 in Garfield County, Utah. They found a body, leading to the arrival of Park Services and the Garfield County Sheriff's Department. The authorities uncovered a woman wrapped in plastic bags, duct-taped, placed in a blue sleeping bag, and rolled in a carpet secured with rope. It was believed she had been deliberately positioned for discovery. An autopsy revealed that she was between 32 and 45 years old, with brown hair and brown eyes. She weighed approximately 110 pounds. She'd been shot in the back of the head execution style, and the killer had removed the tips of the fingers post-mortem. It was also noted that the body had frozen due to the below-freezing temperatures the day before the body had been found. Authorities had not been able to identify the victim. She would be called Maiden Water victim Jane Doe, and the case would go cold. The case would eventually be handed to the Utah State Bureau of Investigation. Utah Bureau Agent Brian Davies did a press conference in 2018 trying to identify the Maiden Water Jane Doe. In October 2018, the Utah Department of Public Safety released a press conference asking for help identifying the victim. This press release also stated that they had considered serial killer Scott Kimball as a suspect and had yet to rule him out. This case had similarities to Kimball's other victims, but he denied involvement. Unknown to the Utah authorities, but around the same time as this press release, Ohio authorities were updating pictures of their missing persons database. A California true crime enthusiast saw the pictures of the missing person database and felt the connection to photos that had been released of the Maiden Water victim. He got in contact with Davies saying that he should look into this missing person case. They reviewed both cases, and both Davies and the Ohio authorities confirmed that they looked very similar and had a similar mole. They believed they might have found the victim's identity and had 2 family members come up and take DNA tests. In a November 28th press release, 20 years after the body was found, the Utah DPS confirmed the victim as missing 37-year-old Lena Reyes Jeeds. Lena had gone missing in 1998 when she left for a trip from her home with her husband, Edward Jeeds, to visit family in Mexico. She was supposed to travel through a Texas airport, but there was no record of her ever getting on any flights that day. She was reported missing 5 months later by her husband. Lena was a ballerina when she first met her husband in New Mexico, and they got married in '96 and moved to Youngstown, Ohio 6 months later. Now that they had identified Lena, they kept working on who her killer might be. Davis started looking back at the evidence, specifically at the rope she'd been tied in. With advances in DNA, they could use a technology that allowed them to extract DNA from a difficult surface like a rope. They did find 2 male samples of DNA. One was ruled out as the knot expert they had used previously to see if a special knot had been used. The other sample made them look back at Lena's husband, Edward. In 1998, Lena's husband had been the primary suspect during her disappearance because it had taken so long for her to be reported missing. He was brought in for questioning with law enforcement in October of '98, where he talked about a blue sleeping bag she was bringing as a gift. The last time he had seen her dropping her off at the airport, saying he didn't go in with her, and that she was planning on paying for the reserve ticket in cash. Unfortunately, Edward took his own life in 2001. Davies could not get a sample as he had been cremated after his death. Authorities then reached out to his living relatives asking for DNA samples. 2 came forward willingly, and 1 had to get a search warrant. The DNA came back as a familial match. In June of 2022, law enforcement announced that the case was closed and that they had discovered Lena's killer, her husband, Edward Gies. After 20 years, she got her name back, and after 24 years, her family got to know what happened and who killed her. In a January 2019 press release, Lena's sisters quoted saying, "I'm very grateful for all your work. I felt like for 20 years no one would listen to me, but now I know what happened. I'm here to bring her home, not like I expected, but I'm bringing her back home with me." Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. On July 17, 1985, at 3 a.m., a man called 911 from a trailer home on Travis Drive in Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin, reporting that his neighbor had been stabbed. The victim was still alive but bleeding heavily. The dispatcher advised him to apply pressure to the wound, assuring him that help was on the way. During the call, the neighbor mentioned that the wife of the stabbed man had contacted him, urging him to come over quickly. He also revealed that he was holding a knife. The dispatcher instructed him to put it down. At that moment, a female voice could be heard saying, "One of my knives is missing," to which the man responded, "Hey, Ivon, go back there and apply pressure." When the Wisconsin Rapids police arrived, they found Benny Scruggs, identified by his wife, lying on a water bed in the trailer home, covered in blood with a towel over his wound. When the ambulance arrived, he was pronounced dead at the scene. Benny Scruggs was 28 years old. He married Yvonne Koschew on May 15, 1982, and they had 1 son together named Matthew. He worked as a baker at the Foodland East. An autopsy was performed with the cause of death being a single stab wound to the chest on the upper left-hand side. The wound had gone through his rib into his lung and almost out the back. The medical examiner was quoted as saying, "One hell of a big knife like a butcher knife and another 3/4 of an inch and there would have been a hole in the waterbed." Police at the time interviewed surrounding neighbors, Yvonne and the Scruggs babysitter. The couple had been out the night before, and the babysitter had reported that they came home in better spirits than average around 1 a.m. On the other hand, during her 3 interviews that evening, Yvonne would give different versions of what had happened. During her first interview with detectives, Ivon said that the babysitter had left, then she and Benny went to bed, him falling asleep right away and her lying awake. Then their 2-year-old son was crying. She went to his room for about 10 minutes before feeling something was off. When she went back to bed, she noticed a shovel was up against the fridge and the trailer door was open. That was strange because she always had a habit of locking the door. She then went to look for Benny and found him covered in blood. She then called the neighbor for help. In a second interview, only a few hours after the first, she said that they both fell asleep after the babysitter left and that their 2-year-old came into their bedroom crying. She then took the toddler to his bedroom for about 10 minutes and then noticed the shovel and the open back door on the way back. I checked in on Benny and then called the neighbor for help. During the second interview, Yvonne had stepped away for a moment. A detective overheard her talking to her friend with her stating, "I was asleep next to him. He got stabbed. I don't know." During her final interview, she had said that they both fell asleep. She woke up to her 2-year-old crying and Benny throwing up. She took her son to his room and then went back to Benny. He was covered in blood, and she called the neighbor. Detectives at the time believed that she was being uncooperative with their investigation. Police decided to drain a nearby pond in hopes of finding the missing murder weapon, but they did not find it in the pond. The alleged knife that Yvonne claimed was missing from the home was never found. Over the next few weeks, the authorities would interview neighbors, including Donald Meyer, who lived in a trailer just down the way with a woman and her child. Meyer would tell authorities that he'd previously had a sexual relationship with Ivon when they worked together 4 or 5 years earlier. He also told police that Ivon had a temper and that she probably killed her husband. He would continue to tell the police that he had not seen Ivon again till the February of 1985, and that was about a week before Benny was stabbed. Ivon had invited him over, Benny was not home, and they had sexual intercourse in the living room, and it was then that Ivon had told him that if he wanted her, he knew how to get rid of Benny. Ivon, in an August 1985 police interview, would confirm the sexual relationship with Meyer, saying that she didn't tell the police because she didn't think it was important and that she was embarrassed to tell anyone. She did, however, deny saying anything about getting rid of Benny. After 1993, the case would go dormant until 2012. At that time, Donald Meyer would stack up a lengthy criminal history, and Ivon would go on to get remarried. Donald Meyer was on trial for 10 counts of stalking jurors who had convicted him in a 2006 trial for threatening a judge. Knowing this would mean adding time to his sentence, he reached out to the Wisconsin Police Department and asked to speak to someone about Benny Scruggs' murder. In this interview, Meyer would implicate Ivon, saying that she was trying to set him up for Benny's murder. He would also go on to say that he'd been over multiple times, and that one time she took him into the bedroom so his fingerprints would be there. He also drew an intricate diagram of the trailer and knew facts about it, like the bedroom door would open and the trailer's back door was screwed shut. After this interview, detectives would interview other people who were around at the time of the murder. Some will remember talking to Ivon about the murder in the following weeks or years. One witness said Ivon had told them that she knew who killed Benny, and another said Ivon had asked if she thought she had killed him. The witness asking, "Well, did you?" and Ivon never answered. Another witness came forward after seeing an article in a newspaper in 2013 about Benny Scruggs' murder, saying her son had dated Ivon between 1989 and 1990, while she was married to her new husband, who is now deceased. The witness said Ivon said she loved both men, with the witness saying something like, "You can't have it both ways." According to them, Ivon's answer was, "I killed one husband, I can kill another." The son, who was also in this interview, said that he had asked where the father of her child was, her answer being, "He's not with us anymore." He asked what happened, and she answered, "Well, I killed him." She also said that she was drunk that night and didn't remember much. In 2013, detectives interviewed some of Meyer's fellow inmates. Those inmates said that Meyer liked to talk about how he'd been in an ongoing relationship with Ivon around the time of the murder, that Ivon had instructed him to throw the murder weapon in the garbage so it will be picked up in the morning by trash collection. Ivon died in 2015 of acute alcohol poisoning and was never formally accused or charged with murder. More years would pass before any further progress on Betty Scruggs' murder investigation. In 2017, an inmate would tell detectives that Meyer had told him he had committed the murder, that he had done it because Ivon had refused to be with him till her husband was dead. The same inmate had overheard him talking to someone on the phone about the murder. Police obtained the recording of the phone call. In 2022, Donald Meyer, now 60 years old, was charged with the murder of Benny Scruggs. In September 2022, he refused to come out of his cell for his preliminary hearing and refused to work with his public defender. In December, Meyer's public defender tried to get him a new preliminary hearing, but the judge said that they would not reward bad behavior. Meyer was present for this hearing and pleaded not guilty. His trial is currently set up for a video conference in April 2023, as during this trial we will find out what evidence law enforcement has against Meyer. However, regardless of the circumstances, he either perpetrated the murder or helped Ivon cover up a murder case for 4 decades. On March 24, 1998, in Marysville, Washington, a father returned home from vacation with his girlfriend to discover his 19-year-old daughter deceased in her bedroom. The girl, Jennifer Brinkman, was originally meant to join them on the trip, but had decided at the last minute to stay home. An autopsy later revealed that she had been struck in the neck with an axe. While news reports from 1998 stated that the murder weapon had not been found, more recent updates indicate that the axe was located at the crime scene. Authorities at the time also collected additional evidence and DNA samples. Jennifer was described as a social person known to walk around Marysville to strike up conversations with strangers. She often used telephone dating and chat lines, which were used frequently in the 90s, to chat and connect with strangers. She was also known to use library computers to access online chat rooms. The Marysville Police Department would send in the evidence to the crime lab, but they were unable to get any matches to anything, and DNA was not as advanced as it is today. Jennifer's case would eventually go cold, and the case would move from detective to detective, but the Marysville police never forgot her. As DNA advanced, they were able to get a DNA sample that didn't belong to Jennifer, individual A, but they didn't have anyone to compare the sample to. The Marysville Police Department eventually partnered with Virginia-based Parabon Nanolabs. They would use genetic geology and publicly offered profiles to find a potential list of suspects. One of these suspects had already been on their radar for years. The suspect had been a person of interest Jennifer had talked to on one of the chat lines, and the suspect had sent a letter to Jennifer just prior to her death. But when the suspect had previously interviewed earlier in the investigation, he denied ever knowing or having contact with Jennifer. With this advanced DNA analysis, they could get a search warrant for the suspect's DNA. With the warrant, he volunteered his DNA willingly, and it was an exact match. He was arrested in November 2022 with first-degree murder. In November, the Marysville Police Department held a press conference announcing that they had arrested a suspect, a 52-year-old man. They did not reveal his name at that time. The police said that they are still getting all of the pieces together. In this press conference, they said that the letter had wording that implied that they had met before. The suspect lived only 3 miles from Jennifer's mother's house, but they didn't know if they had met in the past while Jennifer visited her mother. The suspect would have been at 28 years old at the time of Jennifer's murder. They said that the suspect had used his right to remain silent and that they may never get an answer to the motive. Since the murder, he has worked and lived as a hermit, and he is not suspected in any other murders, nor evidence that he's connected to any other crimes. After 24 years, they could tell Jennifer's mother that they had found who did this. The press conference revealed that Jennifer's mother was extremely emotional. She cried and was very thankful for the work that was put into her case. Jennifer's father passed away in 2013. There may never be answers as to why this happened, but the family can hopefully find some justice for Jennifer. The suspect is currently being held on charges of first-degree murder in Snohomish County Jail. At this time, there are no further announcements on the next court dates or when his identity will be released to the public. Susan Tice had just moved to downtown Toronto, Canada. The 45-year-old, recently divorced social worker had been alone in the morning of August 17, 1983. Her 4 children were at a family gathering, one that Susan intended to go to as well. But when she didn't show up, her family grew concerned. Her brother-in-law was the one to drive down and check up on Susan. He first knocked on the front door, but no one answered. He went around to the back of the home, and his concern grew immediately when he discovered the back door had been left ajar. The home had been ransacked. He discovered Susan's lifeless body in her bedroom. She'd been stabbed multiple times and assaulted. The Toronto Police Department investigated the murder. However, there was little evidence to go on. A neighbor claimed to have heard screaming around 1:30 a.m. the previous night, but didn't investigate. The same neighbor also claimed to have heard someone walking around in the alleyway behind their stretch of houses, indicating there may have been a prowler looking for unlocked homes to break into. When asked for an update on the investigation, Toronto PD was quoted as saying, "We have no suspect at all." A crushing blow in a violent murder. 4 months later, on December 20th, 1983, 22-year-old Erin Gilmore was discovered by her boyfriend in her apartment and stabbed to death. Erin lived in an upstairs apartment above her job working for a clothing store. She locked the door to the store at 9 p.m. and was supposed to quickly change and head out for a holiday party. When her boyfriend showed up, he noticed her apartment door was ajar, which initially he thought Erin was going to pop out at any moment. He waited for a second, but she never came to the door, so he decided to go up. The apartment was dark. He called out to her, but she didn't answer. In her bedroom, he noticed something under the duvet in her bed. He pulled it back and found Erin's body, a horrific discovery that he would never forget. Erin was also assaulted and the window of the crime had been narrow. Erin had closed the store, gone up to her apartment, and her boyfriend came over 20 minutes after the store closed. Investigators hypothesized that Erin might have been stalked and the killer may have already been in her apartment when she finished her shift. Erin's father was a prominent businessman in the Toronto area and the investigation was put under considerable scrutiny for an arrest. But despite an exhaustive search, no suspect was found. Eventually, both cases would go cold, but law enforcement had one thing: DNA evidence left behind by the killer. The cases were linked in 2000, when cold case detectives were cataloging old crimes and uploading DNA samples to a provincial database. Despite the crimes being in relatively close proximity, both in location and time and similar circumstances, the cases had never been connected. While this brought renewed hopes of solving the case, the new DNA lead didn't lead to any arrest for another 15 years. When the Golden State Killer was arrested in 2018, thanks to genetic genealogy, Erin's younger brother, Sean, reached out to the Toronto Cold Case Unit to ask if the same technology could be used to find Erin's killer. They reached out to Othram Labs in Texas, and they started working on the DNA profile left at Susan and Erin's crime scenes. Initially, there wasn't a lot of hope. They were using GeneMatch, which relies on people volunteering their DNA from services like Ancestry.com and 23andMe to build family trees. And the pool the suspect's DNA was from was incredibly vast, indicating that not a lot of people from his family had done any genetic testing. They had more than 3,000 names to go through. As they got closer to narrowing down the pool, they would eventually serve 61-year-old Joseph George Sutherland with a warrant requesting his DNA. His DNA was a match. After 39 years, Toronto police were able to make an official arrest in the cool case murders of both Susan Tice and Erin Gilmore. In 1983, Sutherland was 22 years old and had moved to Toronto from Moosonee, Ontario. He lived there for only a few months before the first murder. He moved back to Moosonee in the early 2000s, where he lived since. He had married, divorced, and had children. For the last decade, he worked for child welfare services in the area. He had no criminal history at the time of his arrest. He has been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. He was arrested without incident. The arresting detective claimed that Sutherland knew the arrest was coming and had seemed to expect their arrival. That same detective also stated that they would be going through old cold cases to see if there were more victims connected to Sutherland. He's being held in custody while he awaits further court proceedings. It was on January 24, 1980, when 23-year-old Mary, who went by her middle name Robin, Walter, was found fatally shot in her home. Robin was married, a new mother, as well as a nursing student in Barton County, Kansas. Law enforcement went to the home when neighbors reported hearing several gunshots nearby, and it was then discovered that Robin's body was inside. Detectives canvassed the area and quickly learned of a neighbor, Stephen Hanks, who soon became a lead suspect in the murder case. However, there hadn't been enough evidence to arrest him, and he was eventually released. Hanks was arrested and charged with another crime in 1981 when he broke into a co-worker's home. He was charged with sexual assault, battery, robbery, and burglary. He had stalked this victim for months and attacked her in her home on 2 separate occasions. He served a decade behind bars for this and was released in 1993. Robin's case eventually went cold and became Kansas' oldest cold case murder. It had been reopened and reinvestigated over the decades, but nothing notable came up. In April 2022, the case was reassigned to Detective Sergeant Adam Hales, who had restarted the investigation from the very beginning. Around the same time he was assigned the case, he also contracted COVID-19 and was isolated at home with the case, giving him ample time to go over everything with a fine-tooth comb. In the case files, he noticed there were some irregularities with some of the witness statements, and he hasn't revealed exactly what he found in the evidence box. But he found something that led him to believe that there was more evidence connecting Hanks to the murder than was originally thought. The new evidence was enough to request a DNA sample, and from there, they were able to positively connect Stephen Hanks to the 1980 murder of Robin Walter. Stephen Hanks was arrested in early December 2022 and was charged with second-degree murder. Hanks is now 68 years old. Robin Walter's parents, husband, and sister weren't able to see the arrest as they are now deceased. Robin's daughter has said that she forgave her mother's killer years ago. In the summer of 1984, four women lived their worst nightmare. Starting June 3, 1984, a 25-year-old woman identified as Jane Doe No. 1 in Bloomsfield, Connecticut woke up to a man standing over her bed. He had entered through a screen door to her apartment. He put a gun to her head and told her he would shoot her and her roommate who was sleeping in the other room. It was dark and he blindfolded her. Then he sexually assaulted her before looking for valuables and getting a beer from the fridge. She reported this to the authorities and a sexual assault kit and other evidence were collected. Jane Doe No. 2, a 30-year-old woman living in Middletown, Connecticut, was attacked on June 26, 1984. The man came in through a sliding door into an apartment, held a gun to the woman's head, blindfolded her, sexually assaulted her. He then robbed her and spent a while in the home before leaving. She also reported this to the police, getting evidence collected and a sexual assault kit taken. On July 24, 1984, in Windsor, Connecticut, 26-year-old woman woke up to a man in her apartment, and again he did the exact same thing he did to the other two victims. This was again reported and all the evidence was collected. On July 24, 1984, a 24-year-old mother was asleep in her bed with her 2-year-old daughter when she woke up to a man holding a gun to her head. He began to touch her. She then asked if she could put her daughter in another room. He blindfolded her and guided the mother holding her child to another room. She put her daughter to bed. He then took her back to her bedroom and sexually assaulted her. He stayed around the home to look for valuables and something to eat before leaving. The daughter was never harmed. All of these women have had their names kept secret. They all have similar stories and they didn't see much, it was dark, and they were blindfolded very quickly. Authorities in these 4 places were able to notice a pattern in all these women's stories, and in 1990 they would connect all 4 cases to a single DNA source. The same man had attacked these women. Unfortunately, there was no match in federal or state databases, and through the years they were never able to find a match. The Connecticut Cold Case Unit used genetic genealogy to try and find a match for these women's attacker. Using publicly available genealogy information that had been uploaded to public databases, investigators were able to narrow down a suspect. The suspect's name was Michael Sharp, and he was a former CEO of a charter school organization. On November 9, 2020, investigators were able to obtain a DNA sample from garbage that had been left on the curb of Sharp's home. The DNA matched the 4 sexual assault kits from 1984. They were able to get a search warrant and obtain a DNA sample directly from Sharp, which also was an exact match. On November 17, 2020, Sharp was arrested for kidnapping in the first degree with a firearm. He was arrested for kidnapping because in 1984, the statute of limitations for sexual assault was only 5 years, but that was not the case for kidnapping charges. The Connecticut Cold Case Unit got a call from all 4 of these women to tell them that they had not been forgotten and their attacker had been arrested. Sharp was finally charged with 8 counts of first-degree kidnapping with a firearm, 2 counts for each woman. In 2021, he pleaded not guilty and he turned down a plea bargain for 25 years in jail, going forward to trial. On November 2, 2022, a jury returned with a guilty verdict on all counts after less than an hour of deliberations. Michael Sharp now faces 25 to 100 years in prison when he's sentenced in January 2023. The 4 women, after the conviction, revealed their names to the public. No more Jane Doe, Linda, Shelley, Kathy, and Roseanne finally held justice for the horrific attacks they survived in 1984. Susanna Jane Lampla, known as Susie, was born on May 3, 1961, in Cheltenham, England, to parents Paul and Diana. Named after actress Susanna York, she had 3 siblings, Richard, Tamsin, and Lizzie. Susie was eloquent and ambitious, with her father describing her as enormously charismatic. Before embarking on a career in real estate, she worked as a beautician on the QE2 cruise ship. Eventually, she became a negotiator for the estate agency firm Sturgis. In her role, she gained new clients and showed them available properties. Upon securing the job, she wrote in her diary, "I'm hired on the spot." Living and working in London, Susie spent her free time with her boyfriend, Adam Leogard, as well as family and friends. On Saturday, July 26, 1986, she enjoyed a social evening, during which a photograph captured her smiling and having fun. The following day, she visited her mother, discussing her mom's theater plans and Susie's recent windsurfing trip. Her mother, Diana, expressed concern that Susie might be overdoing things and not taking enough time to relax. Susie reassured her, stating that life was meant to be lived. It was a beautiful summer day in London as the bustling capital awoke to its daily routine, and Susie began her day. She rose just before 8 a.m. in her flat on Disraeli Road in Putney. Her roommate Nick said goodbye to her before he set off for work. She told him to have a good day and that she would see him in the evening when they both got home. She got dressed, putting on her gray skirt, dark jackets and heels, and at around 8:40 a.m., Susie left her flat and drove to the office, just 10 minutes away in the company car. After getting her morning work done, the 25-year-old estate agent left her Fulham office at 12:40 p.m., as she had an appointment to show a man, called Mr. Kipper, in her diary, around a house, 37 Shorells Road. This was routine and part of the day-to-day normalities of Susie's job. 5 minutes later, her car was seen parked on Stevenage Road by a woman who lived in the house opposite. Her car was partly parked across the entrance to a garage. At 12:50, she was seen by a passerby standing by the gate of 37 Shorells Road, and it appeared as though she was waiting for somebody. At 2 p.m., her car had been seen by a taxi driver still parked on Stevenage Road, and by 3:30, the woman who lived opposite where her car was parked returned home, and Susie's car was still there. By that time, Susie still hadn't come back to the office and had missed her other scheduled appointments. Her manager Mark became increasingly worried, and so he and a colleague headed to 37 Sherald Road to see if she had accidentally become locked in the house. But she wasn't there. They began ringing local hospitals to see if she had been involved in an accident, but this too turned up nothing. Mark called her mother saying, "I don't want you to worry too much. Susie has not returned." Diana explained that she hadn't seen Susie either, and then she called her husband Paul to tell him that Susie's boss had been in touch and that Susie hadn't come back. Her parents were immediately concerned by this out-of-character behavior. At 5:30 p.m., the call was made to police, and she was officially reported as a missing person. By 9 p.m., officers were out on the streets searching for Susie's vehicle. At 10:01, her Ford Fiesta was found by investigators. It was unlocked and still sat on Stevenage Road. The seat had been pushed back and was not in Susie's usual driving position. Her purse containing 15 pounds in cash was still in the car, but the keys for 37 Sherells Road and her own personal keys were not there. To find and follow as many leads as possible, police began speaking to the people who were in the area at the same time that Susie was. At around 1 p.m., Harry Riggeland, who lived in the house next door to 37 Sherells Road, heard the front door close. He looked out of his window and saw a woman with a man who stood at around 5'9". Harry described the man as immaculately dressed in a suit. At the same time, another man came walking down Charles Road and noticed that the man was holding a bottle of champagne. This witness was able to provide a description of the man he had seen, which produced a photo fit. Harry Riggeland was also able to provide police with a photo fit of the man, but the evidence presented was conflicting. A friend of Susie's, Barbara Whitfield, was cycling down Fulham Palace Road at 2:45 p.m. She was adamant that she had seen Susie in her car driving in the opposite direction with a man in the front seat. This was contrary to the witness who said she had seen her car still parked on Stevenage Road that afternoon and that it hadn't moved during that time. A van driver said he had seen her car driving erratically with a female driver and a male passenger close to Charles Road. The pair appeared to be arguing, and so erratic was the driving, the van driver had to swerve to avoid them. Her comb and lipstick were still in her office, and the dress that she had been working on in her flat was still on the sewing machine. There was nothing to indicate that she had decided to up and leave. The public and media interest in Susie's case was huge and immediate, and tips began to pour in from members of the public, and they needed to be investigated in case any of them led to Susie. The tips were put onto a card indexing system with more than 26,000 cards being held. One issue was that the photo that had been put out of Susie was not as up-to-date as it could have been, as it showed her with darked into. There were so many leads to follow. The police were overstretched as the enormity of the task continued to mount. They were able to find and speak to all her previous clients in her diary, all except Mr. Kipper. They traced the address that he had given to the estate agents, and there was nobody at the property of that name. After her disappearance, her parents made a TV appeal. But as the days continued to pass, there was still no sign of Susie Lampla. When looking into her personal life, there had been one man in particular that had left Susie on edge and nervous. She told her parents that he had been pursuing her by calling her and sending her flowers and asking to go into business with her. He had wanted to take her out, which her parents attempted to dissuade her from. She assured them that she would be fine, telling them she could handle it. Unfortunately, Susie didn't give her parents enough information that could help identify this unknown man. Shortly before her disappearance, Susie had talked to her uncle about this man too, expressing her anger over his refusal to take no for an answer. It had now been 12 weeks since Susie had last been seen, and in an attempt to generate any new leads, her case would be featured on the show Crime Watch. Crime Watch showed a reconstruction of Susie's last known movements to try and jog anyone's memory who may have seen her that day. Despite this new appeal, Susie Lampla still hadn't been found. For months after Susie had gone missing, her parents formed the Susie Lampla Trust in December of 1986 with their mission statement saying, "Our mission is to reduce the risk of violence and aggression through campaigning, education, and support." The pioneering work of the Susie Lampla Trust worked on issues surrounding stalking and personal safety. Paul said that they were determined to do something that would be useful, something appropriate. What came out was something that we would call personal safety. That started because Susie disappeared in the workplace. So we started working on personal safety for people at work. In June 1987, her mother told a television interviewer that her hope of finding Susie safe and well had faded. In October that year, the police announced that the inquiry into what had happened to Susie would begin to scale down, but the file on her case would continue to remain open. In 1992, Paul and Diana Lampley were awarded OBEs for their inspirational campaigning work with the Susie Lampla Trust. On the 7th anniversary of Susie's disappearance, in 1994, her father signed the required legal papers, and she was officially declared dead. He said, "It marks a finality. It releases us. It allows us to think of Susie as dead. We loved her very much, but we need to rebuild our lives." Her mother Diana said, "We knew fairly soon that we would not see her again. Felt awfully final. I knew Susie could not have borne the desperation of being locked up as Stephanie Slater was able to, and she had no reason to go missing." Stephanie Slater was an estate agent who was kidnapped by a killer called Michael Sams, who had already abducted and murdered a woman named Julie Dart. Stephanie Slater was held captive for 8 days in a makeshift coffin and repeatedly sexually assaulted. After a ransom had been paid, she was freed. Sams was later arrested after a huge manhunt and remains in prison to this day. In 1995, crime writer Christopher Barry D. published a book called Unmasking Mr. Kipper, claiming that Michael Sams was responsible for Susie's disappearance. But investigators discounted this theory. Controversy emerged when a book called The Susie Lampla Story, written by Andrew Stephen, was published. The book presented a side of Susie as being lonely, unfulfilled sexually, and dealing with insecurities, contrary to what her parents had said about her, that she was confident and happy in her relationship with her boyfriend. The Lampreys hit back at the book saying, "That book made us lose all the nice things we could remember about our daughter. We had to rebuild our memories." In 1996, a stained glass window was dedicated to her at her parents' church in Richmond. In December 1999, Detective Superintendent Sean Sawyer took over the investigation. He requested that another Scotland Yard department look into Susie's case. The review was headed by Detective Chief Inspector Barry Webb, who had conducted the review into the unsolved murder of Crime Watch host and news presenter Jill Dando. Susie's mother said, "We are delighted that the police are looking into it in this way. The case has remained unsolved for 13 years, and any review of new and old information can only help, came as a complete surprise. We knew they were planning several different lines to bring in, but this is much bigger than we expected. It is nice to know where we are going. The review examined the decisions taken in the investigation and looked at the lines of inquiry and the evidence that had been gathered so far. In May 2000, the police officially reopened the inquiry into what had happened to Susie Lampla. Following this, 25 tips came through on the phones. They began to put the numerous information cards that they had gathered about Susie's case onto a computer system. Then, the police discovered something. Estate agents from Fulham said that a man had come into their offices using the name Mr. Kipper. To try and generate more leads, police issued the more up-to-date photograph of Susie with the blonder hair as opposed to the dark-haired photo that had been used when she first went missing. A new witness came forward. A man had been out jogging in Fulham that day in Bishop's, slammed on the brakes before someone in the car began repeatedly beeping the horn. He said it appeared that the woman in the car was laughing, but also said she could have been screaming. What was also interesting was that the steering wheel was on the left-hand side of the vehicle, while cars in the United Kingdom have the steering wheel on the right. Despite the best efforts of the police, they were never able to find the BMW. In 2001, police announced that they would begin re-examining the remains of more than 800 unidentified people to see if any of them could be Susie Lampla. They would use DNA from Susie's parents and compare them to the DNA of the remains to try and find a match. The work was groundbreaking. The police and the Forensic Science Service had been developing the first DNA database, specifically for remains of unidentified people. Senior Officer Detective Chief Inspector Jim Dickey said, "We are looking at every body that has been found in the UK for the last 15 years that has not been identified, including possible suicides, bodies washed up on the shore, found in rivers or in undergrowth, or died in the street." But unfortunately, this, like all of the other leads, would go nowhere. Many years had now passed since Susie's disappearance, and in November 2002, the police took the unusual decision to name their prime suspect, someone they had questioned before, a convicted murderer and sex offender, John Cannon. John Cannon had been born in Sutton Coldfield to a middle-class family in 1954. He was born to former RAF Flight Lieutenant Cyril Cannon and his wife Sheila, and was the firstborn of their 3 children. At the age of 4, he was sent to a private school and would later brag about how he was able to charm one of his teachers into giving him the biscuits that she had brought in. According to a documentary, his mother, Sheila, adored him, but his relationship with his father was fraught. At the age of just 14 years old, John Cannon was convicted of a sex attack. He had attacked a woman in a phone box in Birmingham, and he would be placed on probation. He left school with only a few qualifications, and following a period in the Merchant Navy, he became a car dealer in Birmingham. Due to his notorious dishonesty, he would be given the nickname Billy Liar. In May 1978, John Cannon got married in Birmingham. In a documentary about John Cannon, reference was made to a horrifying series of sexual assaults committed shortly after. More than 20 women were attacked in 2 years, and police set about trying to catch who was responsible. The modus operandi was always the same. When a house in the area went up for sale, a man would go to the property and attack the female owner. John Cannon was not questioned, and nobody was arrested for the attacks. He began an affair with another woman, but when she told him that she would be spending Christmas with her ex-husband and children, he became consumed with jealousy, and she ended their relationship. He went to her house with a bottle of champagne, full of his usual charm. But after she let him inside, he pulled a gun on her. She tried to escape but fell down the stairs and was seriously injured. The police noted the incident as a domestic row, and she was taken to hospital to be treated for her injuries. Just 2 years after the wedding, and soon after the birth of their daughter, Cannon's marriage ended, and he would begin living in a bedsies in Birmingham. He would drink to excess and his finances would take a downward spiral. He started committing armed robberies, with the first being in a petrol station shop close to his home where he stole £260. But his crimes would soon take a far more sinister turn. He went into a knitwear shop and covered his face with a handkerchief. When he was approached by the shop assistant, he pulled a knife on her before leading her to the back room. He threatened that if she said a word, he would cut her up. Her baby was in the back room, and he also threatened that he would hurt her child if she didn't cooperate. He went through her bag and the cash box but didn't find a large amount of money. The shop assistant's mother then came into the shop, and he held the knife to her too and told her to face the wall with her daughter. The mother was tied up before he turned his attention back to the shop assistant. He ordered her to strip before brutally raping her. He even did this after she told him that she was pregnant. After the attack, he fled the scene. In a desperate bid to avoid being caught, he shaved off the middle of his thick eyebrows. But this didn't work, and John Cannon was arrested. He was sentenced to 8 years in prison after entering a plea of guilty to charges of robbery and rape. He began his sentence in Bristol, where he was regularly attacked by fellow inmates due to the nature of his offending. As a result, he would be isolated from other prisoners for his own safety. The majority of his sentence would be served in Bristol, and he would then be moved to London. In January 1986, he was sent to a pre-release hostel attached to Wormwood Scrubs prison, which gave him more freedom during the day. He had begun working as a porter at a company hiring out theatrical props. Those who worked with him were unaware of the nature of his offending and said that he was incredibly successful with women and found it easy to get dates. He would often brag about his ways with women and claim to be dating an uptown woman called Susu. He also said that he was interested in buying a house in the Fulham area. Whilst at the prison hostel, John Cannon also had access to an expensive BMW and a red Sierra that he had borrowed from another prisoner. He would use the Sierra to visit Bournemouth, and on one of these trips during the May Day bank holiday, a woman called Sandra Court would disappear. She was 27 years old and worked as an insurance clerk. She had left the Steps nightclub and was last seen at around 3 a.m. on Downton Close. She had no shoes on, appeared to be intoxicated, and was just yards away from the front door. At 7 p.m. that day, her body was found in a ditch. The cause of death was strangulation. 10 days after Sandra's body was found, a letter was sent from Southampton to the police describing her death as an accident. The letter was anonymous. What was unusual is that it appeared to have been written by someone who was left-handed who had attempted to disguise it by using their right hand. Cannon was left-handed. In 2007, authors Christopher Barry D. and Robin Odell wrote a book on John Cannon and received letters from him, which gave police something to compare to the anonymous letter they had received with the handwriting, allegedly bearing a resemblance. Cannon was questioned by police following her murder, but was adamant that he didn't know Sandra at all and that he hadn't even been in the area at the time. But a parking ticket proved he had been in Bournemouth that day. But other than that, there was no other evidence to link him to her death, and so nothing further would come of it. On Friday, July 25th, John Cannon had served 5 years of his sentence, and he was officially released. That night, Susie had been out with her boyfriend. Adam and Susie had met at her flat and then got out to celebrate the end of the working week. They had a nice meal in a restaurant and discussed how their week had gone and what plans they had for the weekend. After the meal, they headed to the Prince of Wales pub for a drink. Whilst there, Susie was pickpocketed and several items, including her checkbook and cards, were stolen from her handbag. This was the same pub that John Cannon would often go into, and it was stated in a documentary that police had theorized that Cannon had been the one who had stolen from her that night. An anonymous caller telephoned her estate agents, saying they were a policeman and her stolen checkbook had been found. But that person was not a police officer. A police officer said that this had all the hallmarks of stalking. Just 3 days later, on July 25th, Susie Lamplow would disappear. Just a few days after her disappearance, Cannon went to Bristol and rented a flat there. He would frequent the Avon Gorge Hotel wine bar to meet women, and he would always have the Princess Suite costing £90 per night. He would always pay for the room in cash, and if that suite wasn't available, he wouldn't stay. The hotel was so close to his flat that spending that much money for a night there was unusual. He would later begin a relationship with ice skater Jilly Page. He had met her in the wine bar, and they had spent their time together drinking champagne and sharing stories. But the happiness was not to last. He would always tell her to use a false name when she booked into hotels and would also tell her not to disclose her location to friends or family. But she didn't do this and would always tell her parents where she was going. In 1990, a lead in Susie's case came in that would blow it wide open. A woman came forward and said that she and John Cannon had been driving along the M5 to Birmingham and that he had pulled over to the side of the road by the disused Norton Barracks in Worcestershire. He gestured to an area and said that that was the kind of place where Susie Lampla could be buried. He then put his hands around her neck and said, "This is how she could have died." The woman with this information was Cannon's ex-girlfriend, Jilly Page. As they headed over to the barracks, he allegedly said to her, "Do you want to go where Susie went?" He also allegedly told her that his nickname in prison was Kipper, matching the name of the elusive Mr. Kipper from Susie's diary. The last time they met each other, he had told Julie to pretend that she was his wife when checking in and to use a fake name. But she hadn't done this. She said he hit the roof when he found out. Following the end of their relationship and when the truth about Cannon's offending was brought to light, Jilly had a nervous breakdown. Despite the promise of the potential Norton Barracks lead, it was decided that the evidence was not strong enough to justify launching a huge search of such a vast area that required a massive amount of manpower and money. In November 1999, the Lamplus received a tip-off. The information came in through a phone call and a letter. The anonymous source said that Susie's body. The officers kept the Lamp clues up to date with how the search was progressing and if they had got anywhere. Unfortunately, the search turned up nothing. Susie wasn't found and her devastated family were back at square one. Just 9 months before Julie Page came forward to the police in 1990, Cannon had been arrested on suspicion of rape again, this time of a housewife in Reading. She had been sitting in her car when he got in and forced her into the back before driving to an industrial estate and savagely raping her. He then calmly walked away and flagged down a taxi. The victim was left completely traumatized and was unable to pick him out of a lineup. He had affairs with several women at one time, including a female solicitor who had previously represented him. They had a relationship that lasted a year, but this too would fall apart, and he would make allegations about her to the Law Society and the police. September 1987. As part of his ploy to meet more women, he filmed a video for a dating agency using the fake name John Peterson. He was well-dressed, eloquent, and charming, but in spite of this, the dating agency were left so uneasy about his video that they decided not to release it. The woman who conducted the interview with him would later say that she was grateful her husband had been there in the office that day, and that she was thankful she hadn't been left alone with him. Just 2 days after filming the dating agency video, Connan had attempted to abduct a woman from her car at gunpoint, but she had successfully fought him off. She would later be able to positively identify him, but his sinister crime spree did not stop there. October 8, 1987, Shirley Banks, a textiles manager from Clifton, was out shopping at a Debenham store in Bristol. She had only just got married and was getting ready to meet her husband, Richard, and the pair would be going out for dinner. She failed to turn up. Her husband visited the local pubs to see if she was there, but she was nowhere to be found. The next morning, Richard phoned her office to see if she had gone in. They told him that 15 minutes earlier, at 9 a.m., one of her colleagues had received a call from her. She explained that she was ill and wouldn't be in that day. Richard called the police. An extensive search revealed nothing. Shirley Banks had disappeared without a trace. 3 weeks later, in Leamington Spa, an arrest was made. A man had just attempted to rape 2 women in a shop before being chased off. He was found hiding in the toilets of a car showroom. John Cannon was finally in custody. His garage was searched where Shirley Banks's Mini was found. He had attempted to repaint it and change the vehicle number. His car was also searched, and it would be a clue in his briefcase that sealed his fate. It was the tax disc for Shirley's car and a fake gun. He was adamant that she had never been inside his flat, but one piece of evidence would unravel this lie. In his flat, a document was found that had Shirley's fingerprint on it. John Cannon had abducted her and held her captive for 18 hours. He had sexually assaulted and then killed her. He was subsequently charged with Shirley Banks' murder. 6 months later, on Easter Sunday 1988, human remains were found in Somerset by a couple walking their dog in a remote area called Dead Woman's Ditch. It was identified using 5 pieces of jewelry belonging to Shirley Banks. Her skull had been crushed with a rock. The fake number plate that John Cannon had put on Shirley's car also raised suspicions. It had been changed to SLP-386S, with some thinking that the SLP was a reference to none other than Susie Lampla. However, there was no computer link between the police investigating the murder of Shirley Banks and those looking into Susie Lampla's disappearance. The first ones to make the link was the media and Susie Lampla's mother and father, especially with the photo fit saying it looked like Cannon. Police officers traveled to Bristol to talk to him. He told the questioning officer that Shirley Banks had been killed by a Bristol businessman. And when he was asked if he knew who that was, Cahanan replied, "I've met him." Retired Detective Chief Inspector Michael Barley said that he began to believe Cannon was the mystery man who had been pursuing Susie Lamplu and pressuring her to go into business with him. One of them asked why he had chosen SLP for the new number plate, and if he understood why it stood out to them. He said he did. When asked to elaborate on this, he said he knew it could have been interpreted to mean Susie Lampla. He said that he had purchased the car in Bristol for £100 from this mystery businessman, and that the man he had bought it off was in a lot of trouble. He said that this man was responsible for the murders of Shirley Banks, Susie Lampla, and another woman. The officer asked if that man was him. He said yes, then began repeatedly saying no, no, no. He became very emotional, and the interview was halted. One of the interviewing police officers was feeling positive about his initial confession to being the man in question, but the other officer was not sure. He thought Cahan had simply made a mistake in saying yes. After recommencing the interview, the moment had gone. Cahan confessed to nothing. April 1989. His lawyer refuted claims of a connection between him and Susie. The interviews that followed would go nowhere. Cannon would always find out the first name of the officer interviewing him and make a point of calling them that throughout the interview. He would attempt to gain control of the interviews and try and become the one asking questions. One of the investigators would later say that Cannon was not as intelligent as he believed he was. He was examined by psychiatrists, one of whom said that he could dispose of a human life with the same amount of emotion as someone throwing away a toffee wrapper. In April 1989, Scotland Yard said it had no evidence that linked Cannon and Susie. May 2000. John Cannon would be questioned. Detective Inspector Stuart Alt would lead the questioning. He would say in a documentary that the difference between Kinnan on the dating video and the Kinnan in front of him were two completely different people. He had gained weight and was no longer the smart and well-put-together man he once was. He had researched how Cannon had behaved in his previous interviews and was able to preempt any attempt he could make to gain control of the interview. Following the interview, the police decided they would search Shirley Banks's deposition site, Dead Woman's Ditch. Based on the fake number plate that he had put on Shirley's car, SLP-386S, it could have referred to a grid reference on an ordnance survey map, which was close to Dead Woman's Ditch. In spite of their best efforts, a witness came forward saying they had seen a man peering through the window of Susie's estate agent's office just prior to her leaving. The witness said that the man bore a resemblance to John Cannon. The police put their case to the Crown Prosecution Service, also known as the CPS. The police and Susie's parents gave a statement about the CPS's decision. Later that month, a story about Susie's case would hit the headlines. It was reported that a car, the Red Sierra, had been seized, and that it could potentially be linked to her kidnapping. The car had been stored at a dealership in North London for several years. A police spokesman said a further witness has come forward with new information, which officers view as significant. The witness told police that he lent a motor vehicle to one of the key suspects at the time that Susie Lampla disappeared. The car has been traced and is currently being forensically examined. Officers were hopeful that since scientific techniques and testing had come such a long way since her disappearance, this would give them the lead they were looking for. Susie's mother said, "We are very pleased with the find, but we are trying not to be too pleased or excited. But it does look like a very significant move, and we are hopeful." In the car, they found 2 human hairs, one on the headrest and one in the footwell. DNA testing revealed that there was a possibility that the hairs belonged to none other than Sandra Court, who had been murdered after a night out. The probability of it being Sandra's hair was around 40,000 to 1, which was not significant enough to put in front of a jury. Sadly, this was another lead that would go nowhere. In 2008, it was announced that the police were looking into another theory, a potential link between Susie's disappearance and the serial killer, Steve Wright. Wright, nicknamed the Suffolk Strangler, was convicted and given a whole life order for the murders of 5 sex workers in just 1 fortnight in 2006. Susie's father, Paul, said that he'd been contacted by the Metropolitan Police regarding the potential link between his daughter's case and Wright. Scotland Yard had been in touch with Suffolk Police to discuss it further, but emphasized that investigating any potential link was routine, and there was currently nothing suggesting that Wright had been involved in Susie's disappearance. Steve Wright and Susie Lampla had actually known each other. They had first met on the cruise liner that Susie had worked on in the early 1980s. Wright would later open a pub in Brixton, and they would meet up with each other. Steve Wright's ex-wife spoke to the police and would later tell the Daily Mail that when Susie disappeared, Wright had had shore leave. She also said, "I'm sure Steve used the word kipper as slang for face." She also said that Wright had refused to admit that he even knew Susie when news of her going missing became national news. She said, "I really want him to tell us if he killed Susie for my peace of mind, for her family's sake." According to a report in Suffolk Live, Wright's father had even questioned his possible involvement in Susie's case after he had found a photograph of the pair of them together in the 80s. In 2012, police ruled Steve Wright out of the disappearance of Susie Lampla. In 2021, Susie's brother Richard said he wanted Steve Wright to be questioned by the police regarding her case. He said, "I don't see any reason why police couldn't speak to Wright about Susie's murder. They're trying to solve another case and are probably concentrating on that one. Whether it's Cannon or Wright, I don't know. What's difficult is not knowing where she is. It would be lovely to find her, to have somewhere we could scatter her ashes. If Wright's dad thought he was a possibility, it would be good to know whether he was around at the time in Fulham and Putney. I think that would be the interesting thing if he could be placed at the scene." In a 2019 interview, Cannon said, "I am concerned that the police will use Susie's disappearance to undermine my parole prospects. My concern is that smearing me has become the rule, not the exception. I had no involvement in the disappearance of Susie Lampla." Adding the police were determined to use me as a convenient peg to hang the disappearance upon. Not all are in agreement as to whether or not John Cannon is involved. David Vitichetti, a former Scotland Yard detective, said not a shred of evidence linked Cannon to Susie's case. He wrote a book called Finding Susie after 5 years of research and said, "From speaking to former officers who worked on the 2 previous investigations, I have found it widely accepted within the police that there is no evidence to support John Cannon ever knowing Susie Lampla or ever even meeting her. He had been investigating the case in a self-funded capacity for several years and said that one piece of evidence in particular implied that Susie hadn't gone to the viewing. The set of keys for the house were found at the Sturgis office, and he said that any second set of keys for the property would have had the same key ring, suggesting that she had not gone to the appointment. He also said that he had spoken to the nephew of Harry Rigland, who had lived next door, and had seen a woman and a man at 37 Sherrills Road. He said that Rigland's nephew had said his uncle had never explicitly said that it was Susie he had seen. It is Vitisetti's belief that Mr. Kipper was actually invented by Susie and didn't exist, giving her an excuse to run errands. In a statement, he said, "I am assisting the Metropolitan Police's murder review group with information relating to the 1986 disappearance of estate agent Susie Lampla. I have spoken to the Lamplu family to make them aware of these developments. My findings have led me to uncover an entirely different narrative to the one presented by the police, which I am now providing to the Met along with the evidence to support it. I do not believe Cannon was involved in either Susie's disappearance or what I suspect was her subsequent murder." Retired Detective Chief Superintendent Jim Dickey had worked on Susie's case for 6 years, and he disagreed, saying, "I still firmly believe he is responsible for her killing. There is a lot of circumstantial evidence that points to him. I don't believe it's Steve Wright. If you look at his offending profile, it's all prostitutes. It's all geographically in the same area. I said some years ago that Wright is not in the frame. His offending profile just does not match at all." He also said, "Cannon is still a suspect for the disappearance and murder of Susie Lampla." Susie's brother Richard would say about Cannon, "If it was Cannon who did it, then he's coming out on parole soon. I really don't want him to kill again. You always worry when they are released. That's the worry. If he's released and then he wants to kill again, however, that's not going to bring my sister back. But it would be lovely to have somewhere we could place her, rather than where whoever killed her has left her. It would be one of our family's dreams to find her. Susie's mother Diana believed that Cannon was responsible, but added, the evidence is circumstantial rather than forensic. October 29, 2018. It was announced that police were searching a house in Sutton Coldfield, the same house that John Cannon's mother had once owned. Susie's brother Richard said finding her body would mean so much to her family and allow them to have a proper goodbye. He said, "It has been a long time and we've had our expectations raised before. But it would be nice if we could finally have some closure." The search team included around 15 officers and staff from the West Midlands Police Force and the Metropolitan Police Force, alongside an archaeologist. The police were looking at where the former garage had stood, and particularly the concrete underneath, said the house's current owner, Philip Carey. He also said that the house had been searched before in 2003 and 2004. At the same time the searches were being carried out, Jim Dickey was interviewed by the BBC. "We looked at John Conan and other suspects. We eliminated all the other suspects, and John Conan was firmly in the frame for Susie's abduction and murder. And he still remains the main suspect to this day. We uncovered quite a lot of new evidence. We pursued some of the old leads, and there's no doubt that John Conahan was in Fulham on the day Susie went missing. He was Mr. Kipper. If you look at the photo fit of Mr. Kipper, that was John Cannon. His modus operandi, he's responsible for the murder of Shirley Banks in Bristol. He's raped a number of women. He's abducted a number of women. It all ties in with John Conahan being the primary suspect." Conan's solicitor said Mr. Conahan hopes that the search of his mother's former home will conclude swiftly so as to bring an end to speculation as to his involvement in this matter. The search would span almost 2 weeks. But unfortunately, Susie was not found. In 2019, another search was carried out, this time in Pershore. On the July 3rd, a police cordon was put up along the B4084, and a dog unit and digger were brought in. In a statement, the Susie Lamplugh Trust said, "We hope that the current investigations will be successful and provide some resolution to Susie's case." On the July 19th, the police announced that the search had revealed no new evidence. 35 years on from her disappearance, the police said that her case remained active and urged anyone with information to come forward. Detective Chief Inspector Rebecca Reeves said, "Whether you saw something that you thought was unconnected at the time, or you felt under pressure to protect someone you know, it is not too late. The passage of time has not weakened our determination to seek justice and get the answers that the Lamplugh family continue to wait for. They have always been supportive of our efforts to make progress in the investigation, and they have shown remarkable strength despite the immense sadness they have endured over the years." In June 2022, it was reported that a sample had been taken from a smudged fingerprint on Susie's abandoned car. And as science and technology had advanced, there was a possibility of extracting a DNA profile. Retired Detective Superintendent Jim Dickey said, "I'm unaware if the DNA sample from the fingerprint has been progressed, and whether there is sufficient evidence to test it without destroying it. My advice from the experts was scientific advances may improve sometime in the future, and DNA science may develop to enable testing without destroying it. I'm unaware if this is still the case or a review and test have taken place, and if so, what the result was. Certainly, up to 2 or 3 years ago, this had not taken place." John Cannon is currently imprisoned at HMP Full Sutton, a top security prison in East Yorkshire. He should be eligible for parole in 2024, but the then Chief Justice Lane had said Cannon would probably never be safe to release. He has always denied any involvement in the case of Susie Lamplugh, and denied the claims of his ex-girlfriend, Gilly Page. He wrote to Certain News saying, "May I please assure you that whilst it is perfectly true that I did give ice skater Gilly Page a lift from Bristol to Birmingham, where both our families live, I did not at any time say that I had raped and killed Miss Lamplugh." Following a stroke, Cannon became disabled and required a wheelchair. His health continued to decline, and it was reported in June 2022 that he was receiving palliative care. Retired Detective Chief Superintendent Jim Dickey said, "The indications are that his time is limited. He has not got much quality of life. There is clearly not going to be any judicial process in the future, whatever information he gives up before departing this world. There is an opportunity for Cannon to cleanse his soul and above all give solace to the Lampla family. It is a chance for him to give them closure and bury Susie with dignity at a time and place of their choosing. He added, by telling the truth, there would be no sanction for Canaan on this earth now, but it could cleanse his conscience and allow him to make peace with God. Can't be easy to live with what he has done. In the years that followed Susie Lamplu's disappearance, the public and media interest in her case has never dampened. For years, Susie's mother and father were inundated with tips about where Susie could be, with all of them being handed to the police. In March 2003, Diana Lamplu suffered 2 strokes and was then diagnosed with Alzheimer's, resulting in her requiring specialist care. Paul would visit her every day and would go on to write a book about his experiences of navigating this new life following her Alzheimer's diagnosis. On August 18, 2011, following a stroke, she passed away in hospital at the age of 75. Speaking in 2016, Paul Lamplu said, "I don't have very much hope, though I will find out what happened. I miss Susie more now. I think the older I get, I miss her. I particularly remember a conversation when Diana was chiding her for doing too much, and she said, 'Come on, Mom. Life is for living.'" Paul Lampla had been battling Parkinson's disease for several years, and on June 12, 2018, he passed away in his sleep with his 3 surviving children by his bedside. Paul and Diana both passed before ever finding out what had happened to their beloved daughter. The work of the Susie Lamplu Trust has been nothing short of incredible. Over the past 30 years, the Trust has helped to train more than 50,000 people, set up the National Stalking Helpline, successfully led the campaign for private hire vehicle licensing in London, and helped campaign for the Protection from Harassment Acts in 1997. Paul and Diana fought endlessly for their daughter's name to be remembered and to make an impact on personal safety and anti-stalking advocacy. They will forever be remembered for their determination, stoicism, and grace in dealing with Susie's disappearance. The impact of Susie Lamplu's disappearance has been felt by so many people. It is the hope of those that knew and loved her that she will one day be found, so she can be laid to rest properly, and that whoever is responsible for what happened to her will finally be brought to justice. If you would like to know more about the work of the Susie Lamplu Trust, we have left a link to their website in the description box. If you have any information relating to the disappearance or whereabouts of Susie Lamplu, please contact the relevant authorities. On September 12, 1976, the tranquility of Woodland, Baltimore was disrupted by a horrific discovery. On Dogwood Road, near Lorraine Park Cemetery, a pedestrian going about their morning routine found the body of a young woman wrapped in a sheet. Shocked by the find, they quickly called the Baltimore County Police Department to the scene. Upon arrival, police determined that the young woman's head had been covered with 2 bandanas and a grass seed bag. Investigators concluded that she had been strangled, and the autopsy later revealed seeds lodged in her throat, believed to have contributed to her death. The girl had also been sexually assaulted before being dumped near the cemetery. Her hands had been crudely tied behind her back with cloth and a rope. At the autopsy, the young woman's body revealed a frightening clue: chlorpromazine. This medication is a sedative. At the time, it had been used to treat schizophrenia. According to reports, a large amount of the drug was found in her system, which signaled to police that she'd been drugged, assaulted, and strangled. Person responsible had likely given her the drug to seduce her before launching the attack. In the report, the medical examiner noted that the girl was likely between the ages of 15-30 years old, possibly white or Hispanic with brown wavy hair and brown eyes. Despite the initial shock and outcry that the case garnered, no one stepped forward to identify her, leading investigators to call her the Woodland Jane Doe. In news reports, the police noted that the girl's teeth were in excellent condition, and she also had a crudely done tattoo on her right arm. The tattoo was believed to have been the initials JP, JS, JD, JB, SP, SS, SD, or SB. The seed sack that covered her head read Farm Bureau Grass Seed, Lexington, Massachusetts, and was traced back to a Buffalo, New York manufacturer. According to the manufacturer, this seed bag was only sold in 5 places across Massachusetts, considerably narrowing down the police's field of view. Despite having such a telling clue on their hands, investigators failed to learn anything more about their victim. In late 1976, the Woodland Jane Doe was laid to rest in an unmarked grave. Years would pass before the case would pick up speed again. In 2015, when investigators received information that pointed to the Woodland Jane Doe being of Puerto Rican or Colombian descent, the tipster claimed that they believed that Woodland Jane Doe had moved from either of these countries to Boston, Massachusetts, more specifically the area of Jamaica Plain. This clue tied into a crude tattoo found on the young woman, but that lead eventually fizzled out. In 2021, the Baltimore County Police Department announced that they were working with Othram Labs to uncover the mystery of Woodland Jane Doe once and for all. Using genetic genealogy and other forensic methods, Othram discovered that the body found in 1976 belonged to 16-year-old Margaret Faderalf of Alexandria, Virginia. Her family last saw Margaret in Alexandria in mid-1975 before she vanished into thin air. A missing person report had been filed, but investigators in different counties and states had failed to connect the dots. Margaret's body was found just 53 miles away from where she disappeared, a year after she had been reported missing. There are some speculations that Margaret may have been taken from Alexandria and put into some sort of human trafficking operation, which may be the source of the tattoo. She had been alive for a year from the time she had disappeared until her murder. Her brother is asking anyone who knew Margaret to come forward with any information they may have. They are looking for anyone who knew Margaret in 1975 or anyone who met her while she had been missing. The question of who killed Margaret is still being explored. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Baltimore County Police Department. This is kind of a connected update to a case we previously covered nearly 2 years ago. On October 18, 1983, a middle-aged couple was out gathering mushrooms in Lake Village, Indiana, when they came across an abandoned farm. There they discovered several shallow graves that contained the bodies of 4 deceased young men who had been drugged and stabbed. 2 of the men were quickly able to be identified as Michael Bauer and John Bartlett, but the identities of the 2 other men remained a mystery. They soon became known as Brad Doe and Adam Doe of the Newton County John Does. While it would take years for the John Does to be identified, it didn't take as long to identify their murderer, serial killer Larry Eyler. Also known as the Highway Killer, Eyler was already in police custody as a suspect for a series of murders when the formed bodies on the farm had been discovered. Eyler died in prison in 1994 from an AIDS-related complication while on death row for the murders of 15-year-old Danny Bridges. Posthumous confession: it was revealed that Eyler had murdered at least 21 young men that he'd picked up hitchhiking. Years passed without any successful leads on either John Doe's identity. Then in 2021, after 37 years, the Newton County Coroner's Office was finally able to identify Brad Doe by his true name, John Ingram Brandenburg Jr. John had gone missing from Chicago, Illinois in 1983 and was 19 years old at the time of his death. The last time his family saw him, he was leaving their home to visit a friend. Now it was Adam Doe's turn to be identified. He was described as a young black male between 15 and 18 years old. He had died between 1982 and 1983. Using the same methods to identify John, experts turned to genetic genealogy, and the DNA Doe Project stepped in to help. In July 2023, Adam Doe was officially identified as 16-year-old Keith Lavelle Bibbs, who had been from Chicago originally. For Eyler's death, he had been able to recall several details about Keith's abduction, but not his identity. He said that he had picked up Keith, who had been hitchhiking outside Terre Haute, Indiana. The family has not revealed much information about Keith as they are extremely private, but they did allow Keith's remains to be returned to Chicago, where they held a funeral for him with the family and the investigations who'd worked his case over 4 decades. On October 26, 1978, the Pershing County Sheriff's Office in Nevada received a call to come out to the Scosa Road, close to the town of Imlay, Nevada. When law enforcement arrived, they were greeted by a grisly scene. The remains of a badly decomposed adult female had been discovered stuffed into a garment bag. After dumping her so callously, her killer had dug a shallow grave and left her there to be discovered. Her body was transported to the medical examiner's office, where they hoped that her bones would garner more information. The medical examiner determined that the remains belonged to a middle-aged woman with red or auburn hair and was 5'5". Due to the state of her remains, a cause of death could not be determined, and it was marked as a homicide due to the circumstances in which she was found. Investigators had one last hope: her clothing. She was found wearing a dark green 3/4 length jacket with a white metallic safety pin attached, dark green pants with a long pink heavy sweater with a short-sleeved pullover-type t-shirt, and cotton underwear. Unfortunately, the case quickly went cold, and a crude reconstruction of her face had been made and circulated around the state. However, no one recognized her, and as the years passed, technologies advanced. Investigators created a digital reconstruction of her face and submitted her dental records. Her records didn't match any known missing person, and investigators felt as though they were stuck in a limbo. Several decades would pass without a word in the Imlay Jane Doe case. That was until March 2022, when the Pershing County Sheriff's Office reached out to Othram Labs. The Imlay Jane Doe's remains were sent off to Othram for genetic genealogy testing, and within months, they were able to find a match. In March 2023, Othram and the Pershing County Sheriff's Office held a joint press conference in which they identified the Imlay Jane Doe as Florence Charleston of Portland, Oregon. According to reports, Florence had spent most of her life in Cleveland, Ohio, and had moved to Portland shortly before she had died. Florence was in her late 60s, possibly around 68 when she died, and both investigators and her family remained baffled as to how she ended up in Nevada. As of November 2023, no suspects have been made public, and Florence's case remains stone cold. It was a late afternoon on Halloween Day in 1969 when two young boys saw something unusual while playing in a field in St. Petersburg, Florida. The boys watched as two older men in a truck dumped a black steamer trunk in a wooded area of 34th Street South, close to what used to be the Oyster Bar and the conjoined parking lot. After the men got back into their vehicle and drove away, the boys flagged down two officers who were on their routine patrols. Intrigued, officers approached the trunk with caution, unaware of what they were about to discover. As the two opened the trunk, they were greeted with horrific sight. Inside the trunk lay a woman wrapped in a large plastic bag, naked aside from a bloodied pajama top. It was clear that the woman had suffered several blunt force traumas to the head, and a men's Western-style bolo tie was still wrapped tightly around her neck. Shocked at what they had discovered, the officers ran to their car and immediately called for backup. Within the hour, the once quiet and serene St. Petersburg countryside was swarming with police officers. The woman's body was transferred to the District 6 medical examiner's office, which determined she was white, 25 to 35 years old, 5'9", 130 pounds with brown or black hair and brown eyes. The medical examiner also determined that she'd given birth at least once in her life and suffered from gallbladder issues. The woman's teeth were also said to be distinctive, with a small partial upper plate and several teeth missing. A copy of the woman's dental impressions was circulated to dentists around the area, but no one recognized them. Likewise, no one in St. Petersburg recognized the woman when an approximation sketch was distributed to local news outlets. Once the initial buzz of the case died down, the mystery of the trunk lady eventually went cold. Investigators traced the trunk that she had been found in to the non-breakable trunk company. This vital piece of evidence yielded little clues, and the trunk lady was buried in an unmarked grave in St. Petersburg Memorial Park Cemetery. Every so often, investigators would pull her case file, hoping to uncover some new evidence, but the case, inevitably, sat cold. In 2010, with the passage of time and advancements in forensic science, the trunk lady was exhumed for further testing. Isotope testing revealed that the woman had likely hailed from the southeastern U.S. and was not a Florida native. Moreover, she had spent several years in northern U.S. before she'd been murdered. Samples of her hair and teeth were sent for DNA testing, however, they were deemed too degraded. In an incredible stroke of luck, Detective Wally Pavelski in the St. Petersburg Cold Case Unit found hair and skin samples that had been taken from the trunk lady's first autopsy in 1969. These samples had been perfectly preserved and were sent to Othram in Texas for genetic genealogy testing. Using these tests and records, Othram managed to trace the woman's family tree, and fortunately for them, a now adult close relative was also searching for the same woman. In May 2023, Othram and the St. Petersburg Police Department held a press conference in which they announced the trunk lady had been identified as 41-year-old Sylvia June Atherton of Tucson, Arizona. It had been Sylvia's daughter, Caitlyn Gates, who had been searching for her mother and had been the one to put forward her DNA in hopes of finding some answers. Caitlyn had said that she had been 9 the last time she saw her mother. She stated that her father had custody over her and her 11-year-old brother, and that she'd gone over to see her one day in Tucson, Arizona, and discovered that her mother had moved, packing the home seemingly overnight and leaving suddenly. She had been told that her mother had moved with her new husband, Stuart Brown, along with her 5-year-old sister, Kimberly and Brown, and older sister, Donna Lyndhurst, and her brother-in-law and Donna's husband, David Lyndhurst. Donna was 20 years old, and it was believed that she and David were relocating to Chicago. The couple also had a small child as well. It was unclear why the family had up and moved so suddenly. And after they left, no one heard from Sylvia again. Celine recognized the trunk when shown evidence from her mother's case, and said that her mother had used this as a TV stand and had been one of the items of furniture that had been taken when the family moved. According to reports, the cohort left Tucson for Chicago, Illinois, and Sylvia's movements thereafter remain unknown. It's also unclear if any of them had ever made it to Chicago, because Caitlyn had to believe that Donna and David had ended up in Florida. Stuart Brown passed away in 1999 in Las Vegas, Nevada, where he'd been living for decades, and according to records, he had never filed any documents saying that he'd ever been married or had children. Brown had never reported his wife or daughter missing. As of October 2023, Sylvia's case remains unsolved. However, Celine is still hopeful of reuniting with her sister, Kimberly, who would be around 60 years old today, or Donna, who, if she was still alive, would be in her 80s. On March 21, 2016, just after 9 p.m., Judith Nix in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, saying that she found her ex-husband dead in his room and that it looked like he had killed himself. Law enforcement would arrive at what they believed to be a suicide call. Judith would direct them to the primary bedroom, but it would quickly become evident that the suicide had been staged. The victim was 69-year-old Kenneth Nix, who was born in 1946 in Louisiana, the eldest of 6 children. In 1966, he had married for the first time, and he and his wife had 3 children and moved to Tulsa, Oklahoma. Ultimately, the couple would separate, and shortly after their separation, his first wife committed suicide while on the phone with Ken. Keith remarried 3 more times after, hoping to find a good mother figure for his 3 young kids. He met Judith in 1984. Judith was also divorced and was working as an accountant with 2 teenage daughters. She had been married before in the 60s, but it had ended quickly after she'd had her daughters. She was originally from Texas before moving to Tulsa. The 2 got married in Las Vegas in 1985. They shared a house together in Broken Arrow. Kenneth had a successful business called Inland Divers Incorporated that he'd started in 1980. The couple is reported to have been happy for nearly 3 decades. They both worked for Inland Divers, where Ken did the tours and Judith ran the books. They had both shared a love for the sport and a passion for the business. However, their marriage would not last. Keith Nix told Oxygen Media, quote, "My father raised me and my brother to be on our own and not to be dependent on anyone, but Judith coddled her kids and financed her kids all the time. They had a problem, and that caused turmoil between my father and Judy. Communication between the 2 was diminishing. In January 2011, Kenneth filed for divorce, citing irreconcilable differences. He reportedly rescinded the case 16 days later. Then in August 2011, Judith filed for divorce, also citing irreconcilable differences. She also filed for a protective order against Ken. In seeking a protective order, she stated that she was in fear for her life and that her husband had a violent past, and that she'd been experiencing abuse for 2 years. The protective order case was dismissed when both Judith and Kenneth failed to appear in court. They eventually did get divorced in September of 2011. However, During their divorce proceedings, law enforcement had responded to at least 3 domestic phone calls to the home before things had settled. But not all of those calls were made by Judith. Law enforcement would discover that Kenneth had also made calls reporting violent instances with his soon-to-be 4th ex-wife. However, after their divorce was settled, the couple still spent a considerable amount of time together, so it hadn't seemed that strange that Judith still had a key to Ken's house. The medical examiner attended the scene, and initially, everything looked just as Judith had described. Judith had stated that she brought over supper for Ken and found him deceased in his bedroom. She said that he had a few medical conditions that caused him to experience chronic pain, and she said that Ken had told her that he had wanted to end his life because of the pain. Originally, she had told first responders that she had last seen Ken the day before when she brought him dinner the previous night, and she stated that his mental state was poor. She then said that she tried to call Ken that morning, but he didn't answer the phone. The first sign that the suicide had been staged was when police were moving the body and discovered that Ken had been shot twice in the head, which would have been a difficult feat. He also had bloodstains on his clothing. The bullet wounds were on his left temple, and he had blood on the right side of his sweater. The blood found on the clothing didn't match the position that he was found in, meaning that his body had been moved. The evidence wasn't matching Judith's story. The medical examiner would conclude that Kenneth had died closer to 7 a.m. that morning, 14 hours before Judith had made the phone call. Law enforcement then interviewed family members, which included Judith's daughters, Shelley and Angela. Shelley was interviewed first, and she had this big story about how she and Angela had never gotten along with Ken and that he was abusive. When asked to give her whereabouts for the day, she revealed that she'd been at Ken's house that morning, around 11 a.m., and she spoke to her mother in the driveway, and this contradicted Judith's alibi. Just a day after the shooting on March 22nd, Judith Nix was arrested and charged with the murder of Ken Nix. Not only her, but both of her daughters, Shelley Davis Pearson and Angela Moore, were arrested on accessories after the fact. Then the Broken Arrow Police Department had received a phone call from law enforcement in Tulsa saying a man, later identified as Angela's ex-husband, Tony Moore, had called. He said that he wanted to come forward and inform law enforcement that his ex-wife and sister-in-law had come over to his house around noon on March 21st and told him that Judith had shot Ken that morning. He said that the 3 women showed up to his house and were in his kitchen, trying to plan out what to do next, how to get away with killing Ken. He said that the 3 women were very close, they always had been, and so their behavior didn't exactly surprise him. But he didn't want to be involved in their scheme, and he told Judith that she needed to turn herself in. After Angela and Shelley were arrested, Judith's story changed. When she first called 911, she said it was a suicide, but after being faced with new, damning evidence, she changed her story. She then informed police that she'd gone to the house that morning, and Ken had threatened her, and said that she owed him money that he had spent on her daughters. She had reached for the gun he was holding, and in the struggle it went off twice. However, this would be nearly impossible based on his wounds. She then told law enforcement that she called her daughters, saying that an accident had happened and that she was going to clean it up and maybe stage it as a suicide. Judith's daughters would eventually be released and were offered immunity deals if they agreed to testify against their mother. In August 2016, Judith's bond was set at $250,000 with the stipulations that Judith Nix had to turn in her passport, wear a JPS monitor, have a curfew, stay in Tulsa, have no guns, and stay away from Ken Nix's family. And with that, she was released on bond. Originally, her defense attorney had said that he was not sure she'd be able to get bond as all of her assets were being foreclosed on, in litigation, or being repossessed. Still, in September 2016, Judith managed to find the bond money and was released while awaiting trial. At the trial, the prosecution would theorize that Judith, who they discovered had been in extensive debt, had been approached by Ken. He was requesting money that he'd loaned Judith back, and she hadn't viewed that money as being a loan. In their divorce agreement, if Judith happened to survive Ken, she would get his house. The prosecution believed that this was the motive for staging the suicide in the hopes of gaining the home and getting out of debt. The defense would argue that Ken had been abusing Judith for years and that she was suffering from battered woman syndrome, and she'd only been trying to defend herself and shot Ken in self-defense. After a 5-day trial, The 80-year-old Judith Nix was found guilty of first-degree murder in March 2017, and a month later was sentenced to life in prison. Her sentencing hearing was the first time Judith spoke in court, telling Kenneth Nix's family that she was sorry. She'll be eligible for parole when she's 108 years old. On February 19, 1996, Dr. Daryl Sartorius, a heart surgeon in Cincinnati, Ohio, didn't show up for work and had not been answering his pages. His co-workers called law enforcement, requesting that they do a welfare check. Police arrived at the home of Dr. and Mrs. Sartorius. His wife, Dante, answered the door, and she said that she didn't know where he was. Police noted his car was still in the garage, and they asked if they could take a look. They discovered Daryl in the basement on a couch with a gunshot wound to his head. The investigation started with them looking at the cause of death as suicide, but some of the evidence would make the death look more and more suspicious. The first piece of evidence was that they found a second bullet hole in the couch. Someone going to shoot themselves doesn't usually take a test shot that his wife didn't hear upstairs. Blood spatter evidence was also not what they expected from a suicide. In his hand was the gun, but there was a significant amount of blood underneath the gun on his palm, which the handle of the weapon should have blocked. There was also a swipe of blood spatter on the front of the couch and his legs, which couldn't have been made via the gunshot wound. They hypothesized that it appeared to have come from another person standing in front of Daryl. Because of the peculiar circumstances of the evidence, Dante was brought into the police department for questioning. There they tested her hands for gunshot residue, and she tested positive. The medical examiner concluded on February 27th, after looking at all the evidence and the results of the gun residue tests from Dante and Daryl, that the victim had been murdered and that Daryl had not shot himself. The residue on the victim's head would indicate someone had shot him from behind. Also, police discovered that Dante had been the one to purchase the gun the day before Daryl was killed. And so, Dante was arrested. Her own mother is even reported to have called the police to tell them that it couldn't have been a suicide and that her daughter had definitely killed Daryl. Police would discover that Dante had a checkered past, and her name was actually Della. Della was from Cincinnati, and her father had died when she was only 3. Her mother quickly remarried, and at 18, Della was a high school dropout who found herself pregnant and married to her first husband, Joe Hoffer. The two would soon divorce, and news outlets reported that she had struggled to support the child and herself, and that the child ended up in foster care. Another reported that the child stayed with Joe Hoffer. It's not confirmed what happened to this child. However, Della, she married again and soon divorced in her early 20s. That was when she started going by the name Dante. She married a third time to a graphic artist named Grant Bassett. He would report that she would often threaten to kill him in their short 9-month-long marriage. Police would discover shortly after her divorce from Bassett that Della was convicted of threatening her next boyfriend with a gun. The boyfriend, stockbroker Lawrence Walker, would tell police that she told him that she was pregnant and threatened his life if she miscarried. Her fourth husband, computer consultant David Britton, reportedly told the news that he'd only survived the marriage because he hid the bullets for his gun. Then she met Dr. Daryl Sartorius when he was 55, a prominent heart surgeon in Cincinnati. Before marrying Dante, he had previously been married for 30 years and had 4 children with his first wife. And in 1994, the marriage ended. After his divorce, he was looking for a second chance at love when he went to a dating agency in the hopes of finding someone. This agency would be similar to an online dating site, where potential people could look at your profile in a book instead of online. Through the agency, he met a woman named Dante Britton and the two hit it off. After only dating for 4 months, the two got married in March 1995, and he didn't know her real name was Della Hall or that she had children or had 4 ex-husbands. Daryl had no idea who he had just married. At first, they had seemed like a happy couple to everyone, but that didn't last. Daryl bought them a home in a nice neighborhood and Della started racking up credit card bills. Even with Daryl making good money, it wasn't quite enough to fund the extravagant lifestyle that his new bride seemed to want to live. The two started fighting about money constantly. A work colleague would tell Daryl that he'd been talking about divorce. Investigators believe that this may have been Della's motive in killing her husband. She wouldn't get anything if they divorced, but she'd get almost $1 million if he died. What investigators believed happened was that Della had discovered Daryl had met with a divorce attorney. That was when she started putting things into motion. She bought a gun. She went down to the basement where Daryl was, came up behind him and shot him in the head, then took his hand and had him fire the gun into the couch. Then she just waited until the police arrived, pretending that she didn't know what happened, and tried to pass off his murder as a suicide. The media at the time would paint her as a black widow, someone who kills her partners. Newspapers would write, quote, Della Faye Hall Hofferbayer Bassett Britton Sartorius was the marrying kind, 5 times wed, each time selecting a man younger and wealthier than the last. 4 of the marriages ended in divorce, and some of her ex-husband claiming that they escaped with their lives. The 5th ended in a gunshot. During the 12-day trial, the prosecution would bring witness after witness, explaining Della's violent past. They'd show evidence that the head wound could not have been self-afflicted. The defense would hold firm that Daryl was a very depressed middle-aged man who killed himself. Her ex-husbands and boyfriend would also attend the trial, meeting for the first time. The jury deliberated for only 5 hours before they convicted Della of murder. She was sentenced to a maximum of 23 years to life in prison. Della died in prison on November 20, 2010, at the age of 60. The Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections informed the press that she had died of natural causes. She would have been eligible for parole in 2013. On June 16, 2022, at approximately 5 a.m., Susquehanna Township Police in Pennsylvania were called. The dispatcher said that the caller identified themselves as Evelyn Ciccarelli Henderson. Evelyn would tell the dispatcher that she found her husband dead on the back porch and that he killed himself by starting a fire and burning himself. Police would arrive at the home, and this was when things started to get peculiar. The dispatcher would note that something was very off about the caller. She was hesitant to answer questions. It was also noted that Evelyn had said she had heard her husband calling her name for help around 1 a.m., but didn't call 911 until hours later. When police arrived, they found the badly burned naked body of 84-year-old Carmen Henderson on the back porch. Carmen Henderson was known in the community as he retired in '95 as a Dauphin County deputy sheriff. The couple had previously owned a local limousine service. Evelyn Ciccarelli Henderson, now 66, had also been a local political candidate, having started as a county clerk at 27 in 1983. She ran again in 2011 for the Democratic nomination for a clerk of courts in Dauphin County. She even wanted to change her name from her married name Henderson to Ciccarelli Henderson. She told PennLive, quote, Ciccarelli is a powerful political name in Western Pennsylvania. Evelyn and Carmen had been married for 30 years. They had met while Evelyn had been a car salesman and Carmen was still a deputy. The medical examiner at the scene would inspect Carmen's body and discover fly larvae in his mouth and nostrils, indicating that he'd been deceased for some time, up to 3 days. Police asked Evelyn about the timeline, and this was when her story would keep changing. At first, she told them that her husband had committed suicide, and then she said it was an accident, that Carmen had been on the back porch smoking a cigar and had accidentally set himself on fire. After police informed her that she had told the dispatcher that she'd heard him at 1 when he called out her name and she saw his pant leg on fire. She then picked up the phone to call 911 at approximately 1 a.m. and had just put the phone down without actually calling. She then remembered and called at 5 a.m. She never admitted to why she delayed in calling the police. Evidence would show that he had not been alive when set on fire. After Carmen had retired, him and Evelyn had started Henderson Limousine Service. Evelyn herself would admit that she spent all of the business profits on vacation homes, spa days, and other various self-indulgent activities. After this misuse of money, the business foreclosed. During the police interview, Evelyn would also admit that the couple had been in extensive debt. She'd taken out a second mortgage on the house, and they had failed to pay it for some time. She said that she was going to be homeless as the house was going to be repossessed. Carmen had planned on going to live with his children from a previous marriage, but Evelyn was not welcome to join him. She would also admit that Carmen had a $10,000 life insurance policy, of which she was the sole beneficiary. After the inconsistencies found at the scene, and the fact that Evelyn would have financially benefited from his death. She was arrested and charged that day on June 16, 2022 with criminal homicide, aggravated arson, and arson. Fire inspection team would also conclude it was unlikely that the fire had been started by a cigar. Authorities never reported a cause of death for Carmen, and no new reports have been covered of the story since Evelyn was arrested. No details on whether or not she went to court or what pleas are available now. It was on July 17, 1982, when a horrific discovery was made in a meadow near Lake Tahoe. A woman had been found shot to death near a popular hiking trail. The woman dressed in shorts and t-shirt and was wearing a bathing suit underneath for what was likely supposed to be a day at the beach. She had no identification on her, and officers published multiple notices in local papers hoping to identify her. They estimated her age to be somewhere between 25 and 35. She was 5'5", petite frame, brown or hazel eyes, with brown hair worn in a bun. They also noted that she had given birth and had a vaccination scar on her left arm. There were no missing person reports that matched her description, and she was given the name sheet flat Jane Doe for the location she was found in. There wasn't a lot of evidence for investigators to go on. They had what they believed was a set of footprints from the killer, as well as DNA left at the crime scene. Doubly challenged with the task of finding not only the killer, but also identifying the victim, the case went cold. The case was reopened and re-examined for new leads by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office every few years, doing several different variations of facial reconstructions and publishing it to try and find someone who knew a woman that had gone missing in the summer of '82. In 2018, investigators reached out to Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick, co-founder of the DNA Doe Project and founder of Identifiers International, to help in the case. They took on the case and for the first time used genetic genealogy to identify the victim and the perpetrator in a cold case. More than a dozen volunteers first worked to identify the victim. The volunteers ranged from students to grandmothers, some with former experience in law enforcement, but most just had a passion for genealogy. They first uploaded the victim's DNA to GEDmatch and broke up into small groups. Each group would tackle distant relatives and piece together family trees until they found relatives that shared more DNA, indicating that they were closer relatives. Eventually, they identified a distant cousin, and after 36 years, they were finally able to identify Jane Doe. Her name was Mary Ann Silvani. She had been born in Pontiac, Michigan in 1948. Her father had died while she was in high school, and her mother had left the family years before that. She had 2 brothers, and when she finished high school, all 3 siblings moved to California. Mary had never been reported missing, and she was 33 at the time of her death. Investigators also determined that she didn't have any children connected to her, records-wise, leaving them to believe that she may have given up a child for adoption at some point during her life. Once Mary was identified, Dr. Fitzpatrick's team turned their attention to her killer. Using the same process and 2,000 hours of work led to another potential match, James Richard Curry. They learned that Curry had killed himself in 1987 while in police custody for murdering 3 people in San Jose, California. 5 months after Mary had been murdered, Curry had been arrested for the murder of 2 people he knew, a husband and wife that were neighbors. He confessed to officers and directed them to a storage unit he rented. They went there and discovered the body of a 3rd victim that had been a missing person for a year, and further evidence in the storage unit indicated he was connected to a co-worker that had gone missing from Joaquin, California. Her remains were never found. Curry died days after his arrest. He committed suicide while awaiting a sentencing hearing. He was 37 years old. All of Curry's previous victims that are known were people he knew. His family stated that Curry was familiar with Lake Tahoe and went there often, but they weren't sure if his paths had ever crossed with Mary. Investigators do believe that more cases may be connected to Curry in the future. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.